in a place where there was a war, and from the war, right in the corner where a dead soldier was seen, he died, being stabbed in the chest by a large and sharp spear, and the object pierced the chest of the soldier and hit his heart so that finally the soldier died instantly. And then the dead soldier turns out to be someone with extraordinary powers, and also the person who was given the power to kill the Demon King. However, the Demon King thrust a spear into his heart, and then a man named Michael appeared. That he had used up all his awakening spells, so there was no way to save him. His mistake was promoting this fool as commander. And it happened so fast for them, and he was chosen as a hero in training. But Michael refused that he had no choice but to accept the fact that it was all Michael's fault. And then, Michael tried to solve the unfinished problem, and then Michael performed the strongest spell possible. However, it took time for the survivors to show their stance to protect him and help him complete his 9th level magic. But after that, he released it, and suddenly in the sky he saw a meteor falling into a city, and if the meteor hit part of the city, it would make everyone there die one by one. And then, because if he fought against so many monsters, and if he died like this, there was no point in not being able to see the faces of his comrades. And then, after that fall, the day had come. That day he had to risk everything, and Michael would destroy every layer of magic in him. Even if the pain and he was unbearable, he wanted to be able to turn back time that failed again. And nothing changed around here, and there are still many comrades who died. And then everyone paid with their lives for him to cast the magic. If a miracle happened, if only the magic worked even once, he wouldn't make the same mistake again. But only after that unconsciousness did he return to 20 years ago. And then Michael's regression worked, and he came back 20 years ago to defeat the Demon King. From now on, you have to prepare everything for the battle. But first, Michael has to solve the problem caused by himself at the age of 23. His father was very angry because he had damaged the family's reputation. And then, Michael broke off his engagement to Eileen Lindell. He started to convince his father about what he knew in his previous life. He thought it would not be good to let the Duchess ask for an annulment from one side. His father agreed with him, his reaction. And it also seemed like they were selfish people. Michael started to say what he knew the requirements of when engaged with Eileen Lindell. He didn't learn the mana training method because they needed to produce successors. They couldn't mix two different types. However, Michael knew before they got engaged that he was a meaningful knight. He had learned how to train mana, but Michael's father, a level 8 mage, did not realize that the only trick they could use was an ancient magic weapon. And after listening to it, explain everything, Michael's father entrusted him with this matter to investigate. If this is not true, he will be kicked out of the family and will no longer have the right to inherit it. And then, the visitor from the Walpurgis Marquis had arrived. Then, with a confused look, he said, "Why did they come here?" And it seemed something was wrong. And then, Michael agreed to his father's words and set off for Eileen Lindell's house in Michael's memory. Today was the day Count Par Slope to come to Eileen Lindell's house, so he deliberately chose to go to their house today as he expected. When he got there, they wouldn't let him in and made excuses to kick Michael out. However, he didn't go home properly and went later and chose a tree near the gate of their house to rest. And after a long journey, even though their family wanted to tell him to leave quickly so as not to face Parslow Eileen Lindell, at his request, he came out to meet the prestigious House of Parslope to join the ranks. And then, in the near future, Leon Parslope was one of the people he had contact with before the regression. And he better meet her sooner. That is also the reason for you to be here now, Michael suddenly asked the butler next to him. And whether Eileen Lindell's family has fallen, a housekeeper who doesn't think to answer will definitely cause a lot of chaos. Eileen Lindell's family. It was a pillar of the empire due to the fall of that family. However, after that, due to exacerbating the chaos in the empire, Michael quickly kicked her out. Leon Parslope was very interested in business ethics. If the woman was to be engaged to him, he unilaterally asked for an annulment of the engagement, that the man would never stand this so ever since he appeared here. And this family has always wanted to find a way to kick him out, avoiding situations where two people run into each other. But unfortunately for them, Michael already knew everything. He also came here to meet Leon Parslope. Michael asked Eileen Lindell to let him into the house to talk. He found it impossible to kick him out. Wanting to end things quickly, he agreed to let Michael in. And then, when they entered a room, Michael was seen smiling with a face that was very happy to be walking with them. While showing a smile on his face, and he said it still looks like before, and then, when he entered the house, Michael saw that they were not free either. He asked to go to the room to talk directly about the main problem. And then, currently there were only 2 people left in the living room, but the housekeeper and he who accompanied him were all released. Michael said that he lied about the promise between the clans not training Mana. While engaged, hearing Eileen Lindell's hand under the table suddenly shook slightly, he remained stubborn if he doubted it could be verified. And then, Michael agrees he's not sure if his family has been playing fair in the first place, with things turning out like this. Just prove it in front of them. House Parslope, who judged fairer than anyone, Leon Parslope, went to Eileen Lindell's gate. The fact that Eileen Lindell broke off the engagement with Michael they already knew, and talked about Leon Parslope, and he suspected he had a problem, but the person next to him denied he was from Eileen Lindell's house, where there were many nights. If there was anything suspicious about him, then the successor was very bad. However, after that, because he was incompetent that he had to decide to cancel the large family's engagement, didn't mean his successor would be good either. But Leon Parslope, for some reason, still felt that things weren't that simple. Eileen Lindell couldn't believe what she had just heard. Michael once again insists that since the Parslope family is also coming, this is a great opportunity to erase the injustice Eileen Lindell believes she has no right to do. And because he hasn't represented Walpurgis yet, Michael takes out a Walpurgis medal. When he has this in his hands, he is considered the official representative of the Walpurgis family. Once this medal is awarded, the title of Walpurgist will be brought to the negotiating table, which means that all responsibility is on the Walpurgis family. If he is lying, but if looked at from another angle, Eileen Lindell will be seen as having a grudge against his family. And then, when Michael entered a room, he said, "Didn't listen to that. Let's prove it to everyone." While heading towards him, he said that since Count Parslope is also coming, and isn't this a good chance to get rid of those feelings? However, and while she was lying, if she really wasn't lying, there was no reason for her to hesitate, so long as she saw the situation getting worse. Eileen Lindell came from outside. According to her memories, she was a knight of the 5th rank of the Empire, one of the 12 sword saints, and one who would losing everything to the Demon King. He is a key figure to avoid danger in the future of the two. And then, she started talking about the engagement of the 2 families. She broke the covenant because your ranking was too damaged, and for no other reason. When talking about the problems during her engagement with her, Eileen Lindell was secretly cultivating her mana. She laughed and thought it was impossible. After talking for a while, everyone still unresolved. He adamantly denied anything about the girl and saw that Michael stood up and prepared to leave. And then, on his way home, he would surely meet the Parslopes and say what needed to be said. This time, he told him not to go. And then, after Michael finalized the deal between the two, he was glad they had come to an agreement. Then he was going to go his own way. Eileen Lindell had a headache. She thought he was just cheating on her. And now the Walburgers found out her contract was flawed. They would make her house pay a higher price. And then, Duke tells his daughter to calm down, thinking that Michael is an idiot who knows nothing about the world. But he is wrong, and he thinks he is very good at reading very interesting human. Eileen Lindell wants to hold herself accountable, and if need be, Duke disapproves. He was the one who let this happen. And if he had noticed earlier that Eileen Lindell had awakened his aura earlier, things wouldn't be as bad now that Eileen Lindell was able to awaken his ability to use mana on his own without being defeated by anyone. That was a genius. Kendo Duke also wanted to protect him. Walpurgis, the talented house, would demand a fair price for father and son against decency, but Duke saw that Michael would not make unreasonable demands, as he apparently did not want the Lindell family to fall. When Michael left the Duke's house, and he met Leon Parslope. Leon Parslope saw the aura that emanated from him, unlike the idiot that was rumored. Michael explained to Leon Parslope that he wanted to meet him not to destroy his marriage with Eileen Lindell. He didn't care about Eileen Lindell. The person he cared about right now was Leon Parslope, the person who would become his partner in the future. Leon Parslope was no fool. He was a crazy bastard that matched Michael in the memories of Michael's previous life. Leon Parslope is the one who defeated the commander of the 3rd Legion of the Tyrant Algium Tyrant, a mighty general of the Demon King. Because of him, many soldiers have fallen. Defeating him is a great feat, but the price Leon Parslope has to pay is his life back to the present. Leon Parslope and Michael sat together, as I said. Michael originally wanted Leon Parslope to be his partner, and then he was seen with his sword stabbing a monster to death. With blood on its body, he said, "That you will die. The wound cannot be healed." And if only he had learned to practice aura 1 year sooner, then it would have been confirmed. Could have killed him before. However, after that, starting with spreading rumors in the Theology Bureau about the Demon King, the world hasn't felt any threat from the Demon Lord, but now there is a prediction before the sign occurs. Cassandra's prophecy during this period, no anomaly will occur when it happens. People start to change their views with this forecast. Leon Parslope is also a person who does not believe in the prophecy. He will not listen to you, therefore. At this time, Michael mentions the true chi of Mulier. No holy sword can be born without learning from those who have gone before. Michael guessed it. During this time, Leon Parslope was practicing Muller's swordsmanship. He knew that it was half lost. And chances are half he already knew. Michael used this method to get Leon Parslope to agree to be his partner. If Leon Parslope accepts his invitation, Michael will teach him the correct and complete chi cultivation technique Mulier left behind. Leon Parslope needs you to prove what you say. That's right. Michael then takes out his sword to do it. And then, in front of Leon Parslope. Until now, Leon Parslope still doesn't believe in the truth with a magician. Michael will explain Mueller's method of cultivating true chi. That training method is twice as effective as other methods. Mulier is also famous for its effective rule method, true chi. Mulier is not much different from other methods. The Muller method will carve a mark of one of a kind compared to other methods with a vacuum limit of around 40 methods. And then Mulier will push the limit to 70. Next, Michael instructs Leon Parslope to do it because of life. Previously foresaw his own death, so he gives that method to him, and now it's time for you to give it back to him. Michael does the real Chi Muller exercise for Leon Parslope. To see Leon Parslope, he couldn't help but be surprised and amused. Leon Parslope wanted Michael to teach him. Michael agreed without thinking, and on the condition that Leon Parslope goes to the Wahlbergs. After hearing this, Leon Parslope can't help but be happy. Everything that happened was seen by the Duke as a whole. He first apologized to his family Walpurgis for compensation. He freely decided Michael apologized because came to see him in person and hoped the Duke's wedding request to Leon Parslope went well. However, maybe this marriage is broken. Leon Parslope has a caring personality. He must have thought the annulment of the marriage because of Michael was unworthy. When he met Michael today, he would have thought that the annulment was something strange and not like a rumor. And then, holding on to Michael, he said that he had heard the news, and his father had faith in his son, because who else could have uncovered such evil plans if not him? And after completing Michael's plan to return to the Wahlbergs family, which he continuously received compliments from his father, there was a letter from Eileen Lindell. He said he would come himself to apologize. Maybe he wanted them to keep this news a secret, because a family with a good reputation would be fatal. Michael begged his father who had given it to him, and then giving the rest to him. It's true that he has done it, but there is still a lot of work to be done with the matter between the clans. Duke Dindal is a sinister parent. He is known as the symbol of chivalry, but quite flexible. What you do means you have to deal with him before his rebirth of the family title. The strongest magic has caused his family to collapse. And then, due to Civil War VI, Count Nostra, a witch of the Circle of Seven, also an important follower of the clan, has been in charge of Father Michael since he was young. He has a fatal flaw in his thirst for power over being an important follower. He wants to be the center of the Nostra family, as well as people who taught Michael to create the third magic circle. and lavishly Michael sent the butler to call Viscount. But the butler said that it wasn't anyone he wanted to call. He could call Michael. Looked dangerous. He guessed he might be wondering why he hasn't called. As he said after receiving the news he had arrived, Michael chose him as his teacher, but on one condition: they fought without using the magic circle in the past. And then, he still clearly remembered the moment his entire family became destroyed. At that time, Viscount Nostra, whose power brought disaster, Nostra, whose power caused the death of half of his family. The family members struggled to survive. The father of the strongest mage in the family had long been lying in bed. Nostra decides to surrender to the Demon King. But after that, the family was really destroyed. At this time, he and Viscount Nostra bet don't use magic rings, only use pure magic against each other. If you lose, you will make him your teacher. You swear in the name of the Wall Burgess. If you win, he will be your student. Without thinking, Nostra also agreed. He considered this a free prize fight, without using a magic ring. Even if you are from the Walpurgis lineage, Michael was just a child who didn't know anything about the world in his mind, and he was just a kid wandering around in his own fantasy. Climbing to the top of the family was impossible, but holding a position where even the head of the family couldn't touch anything was the goal. The next day, this information quickly spread throughout the family. The butler came to see Michael and was worried about his decision. If you lose, wouldn't this family go to the Count? Michael advised him not to worry. And then, he guarantees that Viscount Nostra can never beat him, and he will definitely win, and will also do so, and then make him excel in the power struggle. As he said, Butler has no faith. How can a magician with only 4 turns win against a magician with 8 rounds? He submitted a letter of resignation and wanted to stop everything here. Michael used magic to burn the letter in the butler's hand and refused to let it rest. The butler was worried how come he only made 4 rounds, and recently defeated Viscount Nostra level 7, Magic Circle Mage. Michael advises the butler not to worry. He will never start a war if he doesn't. Hold the winning hand. Only he counts. 7 magic circles is very loose and enforced to get spells high level. He had to regularly practice the low-level magic circle that was a clear order. However, Viscount Nostra missed that obvious move. He can simulate the 7 magic circles to show off, but in real battles, he has never won. When he found out about Michael's father, he was furious and wanted to break his legs. However, after being coaxed by him, he agreed to come and watch their match. Michael went to the Walpurgis family magic room to practice mastering the basics of magic is the wisdom of a magician. Luckily, his controllability remained unchanged from before. Even though his body was slightly smaller than a magic circle, his mind and body, his experience was still the same. In 1 hour, the battle was about to start in his previous life. Everything Viscount Nostra taught Michael was chaotic and forced, just like how he reached the 8th magic circle. And then, before he becomes transcendent, all the Nostra invites him to do is wild magic and power, and when that circle builds up quickly, you can never get past it. But doesn't have enough fighting strength. Even though this method is very fast to create a magic circle, when you learn it, you will never be able to get past the 8th magic circle. This can be considered a fast way, but not certain. But partly because of that, he quickly forgot everything and started from the start again. If Michael didn't have a once-in-a-lifetime talent, he wouldn't have been able to learn from the start and reach the 9th magic circle with as much experience as before Viscount Nostra's reincarnation. And then, while arriving at the venue on time, to this day, he still thinks about becoming Michael's teacher, to become one of the pillars of the Walpurgis family. Michael's father, as promised, came to watch his son play, as he hoped his father would be the only spectator for the match. This, no one else knows the result, and will be kept secret. But the cost of this match is not small because both sides cannot withdraw. Viscount Nostra is afraid that Michael will change his mind, and wants him to start the match. And after that, soon the match was underway, he was the first to move. Michael continued. Nostra couldn't understand how the most difficult magic of the 4 circle spells he cast was so easy. Surprise after surprise came to Nostra. Michael just dodged his magic. Unlike swordsmanship, Dharma was a discipline that didn't fare, no matter how hard he tries in swordsmanship. And then, a quickly directed attack with a red and large color immediately hit his body. However, he quickly took out a green protector, and because of that he survived the attack. While laughing, he said, "Can that attack hit him?" However, it was difficult to bridge the gap between two swordsmen of different ranks, but the Dharma was different. If you knew how to calculate and had understanding, it was possible to make Nostra's impossible thoughts possible. And that Michael cheated in the calculations and forced the amount of magic increased. Michael was angry Nostra had crossed the line he was fighting against, in the name of Walpurgis, which meant he used magic. Michael made a move that made Nostra lie on the ground. He couldn't help but be humiliated like that. And then, Michael had exceeded his expectations, so don't hold back. Nostra blocked his arrow. He used 3 level 4 magic circles at the same time, which was all of Nostra's power. Even if Michael's ability surpassed Nostra's imagination, he couldn't resist 3 powerful level 4 magic. At the same time, both Nostra and Michael's father assume that everything is over, and victory is for Nostra. However, what happened next surprised both of them, and Michael easily caught Nostra's magic and broke it. Nostra didn't believe in the truth of a magician who had just reached level 4 breaking his multicasting magic. Magic is most affected by natural talent gap abilities. No matter how hard you work, you can't. And then, he was hit by a big explosion, and suddenly Michael hit him in the face and made him bounce. But at that moment, he tried to say that he had lost. But before he finished his sentence, suddenly a hard blow hit him right in front of his face and made him lose his mind. Empower. But after that, defeating a genius, yes, magic is an unfair thing. He wants to prove that he can be better than Michael. Nostra continues to make more moves, but all are stopped and destroyed by Michael. It's time for Michael to attack with 10 magic arrows at once. He asks questions whether he can stop it. Blocker is the art of explosion. As a result, Nostra was beaten and crushed by Michael. What he wanted to do before he died in his previous life, the list was all done well. However, there was one thing he still couldn't do as far as he was concerned. Michael reached out his hand, wanting to hit him one last time with all his might. His father immediately came to his side to stop him. The match was over. "Stop, you still haven't heard him give up. So you still wanting to fight?" Michael's father held out a handful of veins, and indicating that if he hits more, he will not be silent. And then, only Michael stopped. He really didn't expect his magic skills to improve a bit. The skills he did now were the skills of an experienced magician with a lot of experience to close the gap with the 7th round magician. He needed real talent, Michael told him. That it was his natural talent, and also because he was his son. Michael's father had no intention of sending him. However, it seems because he is the only one who treats him equally. But Michael doesn't like him, even though he knows that his father is very clumsy. He doesn't like keeping danger close to him. That is also the reason for today's fight. From now on, you will control Nostra's 6th count. Until now, Nostra has stopped being enough. It's stupid to think that today's war is just to choose Michael's teacher behind his back. It is his conspiracy, and even his father, Michael, has witnessed things that cannot be changed. And then, after that, he said, "Shut up and call me master." But does he really have to be his disciple? With a deadpan expression, he looks at him, and of course this is for real. And then, Nostra lost, and didn't want to call Michael a master because he is older than you. The magic circle is also older than Aya, but the wizard's promise cannot be taken lightly. The magician's promise is to risk his magic circle. If you break the promise, the magic circle will also break. You should have known she would find a way to avoid this. In the end, she still called him assistant, as she didn't want the magic circle to break. Destroying the Viscount like this wouldn't help her much. And actually, Viscount Nostra was quite useful. He had reached the 7th mage level, and had quite a lot of strength that would help him with many things. Michael found that his heart ached because of the unstable magic circle if you don't properly connect yourself with the magic circle that already in his body. And then, he can still create another magic circle, but his own power is not stronger, even with the addition of a new magic circle called Apostle. And now, Nostra is an apostle. Michael wants Nostra to transfer mana to him, for the benefit of both, because his magic circle messed him up, suffered a heart attack. If that was the case, he wouldn't live much longer before he got stronger. He was slowly dying from the apostolic magic circle, and in the end there was no way to free him. And then, he fell to the Demon King's temptation. Now he didn't agree to hand over mana to him, and after Nostra found out that Michael's father knew about his plan, but stayed with him remembering that Nostra's trust agreed to transfer mana to Michael. And when he received mana from Nostra Michael, he managed to reach the 5th circle. He even had to see Viscount's bored face every day. However, at first Michael managed to prevent the collapse of the family, but this was only a small risk compared to the disaster that would occur in the future. In the future, exactly 7 years from now. And according to Cassandra's prediction, the Demon King will resurrect. The consequences of ignoring the Oracle are very terrible. This world is still not ready to face the Demon King with unfathomable power. It is a creature full of defects. However, no one could fight back even if they had not reached their full potential. But the Empire only realized the serious problem when the 7th level Knight of Steel was defeated by the Demon King. Because of their delay in gathering the heroes, half of the Empire was completely destroyed, when they can no longer wait for the temple to summon soldiers. And then, the heroes formed a team to conquer the Demon King, including Michael Cassandra as the most important member now. He needs to find him. Leon Pars Lope did as he said, and went to meet Michael to learn how to train. To receive the training method, Michael gave one more condition to Leon Pars Lope to help him find Cassandra. Then Leon Pars Lope angrily disagrees because he previously agreed to go to the temple with Michael. Michael knows luck Leon Pars Lope is in trouble, offers to help. If Leon Pars Lope will find Cassandra with him. Acid. Leon Pars Lope is in trouble. As a dungeon, partly large expedition teams who go there will never come back. It's called a dungeon. But after that, whether the raid was successful, but apparently not, and the raid dungeon failed, and other people revealed the identity of the dungeon and took all the prizes. And on the other side, Michael was seen with an elder saying, "That's exactly what I really want to help you." And even he went alone without an investigation team. However, it could also be called hell, as this made the Parslope family require a lot of effort and money still being exploited in their previous life. The Parslope family remained committed to that dungeon until the end, but there were people who discovered the dungeon before them and take all the treasures in that dungeon. Michael will help Leon Pars Lope. Then he will join the expedition team. By doing that, Leon Pars Lope's family has nothing to lose. If he finds the dungeon, it will be mutually beneficial. If nothing is found, it's as if nothing happened. Leon Pars Lope thinks it makes sense and agrees with the decision Michael, after convincing Leon Pars Lope agreed. Michael went to convince his father. He explained everything to his father, who was upset. For not agreeing with his decision, he thought he was ruining things. However, after that, now that they had a bad relationship with the Lindell family, and now he wanted to go back and forth with the Parslope family, it was the family that would be engaged with the Lindell family. Michael persuaded his father once again, and there was never a time when his father didn't believe him. Even at his worst, his father believes him, thinking Michael's heart ached this previous life. And then, he regretted that after his father died, he always hid from reality. That was also the reason why he didn't dare to become a Parslope region warrior. Michael was surprised that the Parslope family had defended the barren land well. And then, in the Parslope area, Michael, who looks gloomy, says, "Is this area that bad?" But Michael states that he is actually surprised that he manages this chaotic area so well. But on the other hand, he was even more shocked when Michael was in his own house. He had to take medicine to calm himself when he heard from his son. And then, he came because of the dungeon. He wanted to transfer the inheritance rights to Leon Pars Lope, because apparently the status of the Walpurgis family was higher than them. If they found out about the dungeon, it would be stolen. Leon Pars Lope convinced his father and made sure that Michael would not do anything to hurt Leon Pars Lope's family, and Michael makes an offer, and Leon Pars Lope accepts. It's all good because the contract is very important. And then at this time, Dargus went to meet Michael with peace of mind. Dargus thought Michael already knew what was inside the dungeon. That's why he was interested in him. It was true that in his memory, he knew what was in the dungeon, but he chose to say nothing of it. The desire to explore is a wizard's instinct. The dungeon is a suitable choice for this desire. Dargis disagrees when Michael wants to enter the dungeon in exchange for Muller's true energy, and the boy went crazy because of the true chi of Malier. But he didn't see his attitude was indeed not enough to train the true chi of Molière. But he confidently controlled this negotiation, Michael told Dargis. He didn't know exactly what was in prison underground. And then, he was only interested in dungeons, and that explorer was a mage's instinct. And there's nothing better than a dungeon. And then on the other hand, he wants to explore. However, the Parslope family currently doesn't have enough influence to continue the dungeon clearing. Just by cooperating with him, it won't be in the name of the Burgess Wall, his cooperation with yourself. Besides, he doesn't need an expedition team. Michael only needs 1 day to explore it, and Chi Muller's true cultivation he will give it to Dargis without reservation. And as long as he succeeded, he took half of the dungeon resources. The transaction was successful, and the three of them set off, on their way to the dungeon, including Michael, Leon Parslope, and the butler. A dungeon full of mysteries and dangers was gradually revealed. From the first step was impossible to enter the normal way of a simple dungeon protection form. However, effectively, to put it simply, this is a living dungeon if you go and people will make food for the dungeon before entering. Michael chooses to feed it with mana. Once the dungeon is full, the dungeon gate opens, admitting them a horde, the goblin in the distance. Leon Parslope wanted to attack the goblins, but was stopped by Michael. If he really fought, he would attract more monsters. And Michael has another way. He scratches the crystal dust off the letters on the walls. These smelly goblins are going crazy. There are also many different illusion effects in the crystals they use. These cover them with magic and throw them at the goblins. They are basically greedy, so they will kill each other to get what they want. And so they pass the first gate safely, for the reward appeared in the middle of the way before passing the gate. There must be a reason. At this time, they found the words in the bag of defeating the greediest gauntlet in the dungeon. Here is a clue for the next gate, which Michael guessed won the greediest was the goblin leader, and that it was the biggest and had the most power. Both Leon Parslope and Michael went to destroy the goblins to get the stone on it. Then they put the stone back in their pocket. At this time, a key appeared. Before their eyes appeared another gate. This was definitely not the place that Michael had passed. And then, before Michael could understand, he thought they had found a shortcut to the dungeons. And then, Leon Parslope asked the housekeeper who Michael was. But Michael didn't look like his counterpart. If Leon Parslope wanted to know about him, it would be nothing more than a rumor. Before Michael really was a man who lacked skill and wisdom. Arrived suddenly, he has changed so much that the housekeeper himself is amazed that Leon Parslope thinks Michael is an eccentric person who often tries to cover up their embarrassing past. However, he accepted it through as part of him with their shortcut missing things and reaching the fourth gate. Michael could guess what would happen next, probably because it was supposed to be hidden. But this stage is different from the others anyway. At the fourth gate, there are some words don't try to find out. Michael enters without much thought. Leon Parslope and the butler behind want to stop him. But can't they panic but then realize that a thin barrier is created by Michael to protect them both from physical and mental harm? Inside the pitch-black fourth door, Michael uses light bending. However, only lighting up a small area. He didn't know how wide it was, and he couldn't see where Butler and Leon Parslope were the housekeeper. He didn't need to worry too much, but he needed to rush to Leon Parslope. Next, Michael met Leon Parslope's vision, but he realizes it and knocks him out. Michael meets the butler again and finds Leon Parslope in trouble. In the vision, Michael goes to beat Leon Parslope to get him out of the illusion. And everyone continued to move forward through the darkness of the area. Michael met a beautiful girl. He was the manager of this area. Michael knew this girl. He was appointed as the protector of the first apostolic relics of the goddess. Set the task here to hand over the holy relics to qualified persons who were not. It was necessary to arrange for Michael to explain things unnecessarily, as he had proven himself worthy, and he believed he was qualified to receive the gifts. These gifts were relics filled with power. And then, it was seen that he greeted him with welcome. Then he asked if he is the person in charge here. And then, suddenly, he became surprised. Then after that, he told him to just take it with him, and whenever needed, it will turn into shield or spear to protect him. Michael named him Set Storm Set. Body gradually disintegrates. After completing the quest, if he doesn't disappear, he wants to see the world change for himself. Michael helps Set stay in this world, increasing the spell to freeze time. Body Set glows and shrinks, making very angry. And then, Michael apologized for making it smaller. But to extend the time freeze as much as possible, he had to do it. As time passed, he lived in a house full of anxiety. He trusted the three of them too much, but it might not work out. Hope everyone is fine. When here someone runs and announces the three of them have conquered the dungeon again, Dargus can't believe what he hears anymore. Ask the messenger to make sure they bring back Dargus a large amount of pure mana. And then, he praised Michael that even a professional expedition team couldn't conquer him. But he did it so easily, maybe he was blinded by rumors he forgot the nature of the Wahlburgis family in Michael as promised before Michael took half of the dungeon sweeping. And then, the exploration team met them, with a brightly colored item. Then he said that he had never seen such a pure mana crystal in his life, and also there were so many of these. Then curiously, Michael asked how much this was worth. And even though Dargus thought he would bid more, if he knew about this, but the pressure of the dungeon was increasing. He used a lot of money for the purpose of conquering the dungeon, but he still couldn't get anything until he did. He was very happy, besides that Dargus wants Michael to teach true Chi Muller cultivation to his son. Right away, true Chi cultivation Dharma as soon as possible, so he wants him to fulfill his promise. And as soon as possible, after hearing Michael decided to start immediately 4 days later, the Parslope family spread the word that Leon Parslope had received a good swordsmanship teacher, and that person was also a magician Michaelin. The empty place for Michael to practice the Storm Relic set was so arrogant that he wanted to show Michael about the relic. But on the other hand, he didn't expect Michael to know more about it than he even combined it with the 6-round 7 spell. Seth was amazed that such a young person was so talented. This was all thanks to the fact that in his previous life, Michael observed this holy relic, without anyone else's hands, and studying it secretly, finally got the chance to do it today. And then, a week has passed since Leon Parslope practiced the Muller method that Leon Parslope trained to perfection, and obtained the power he desired at this level. Leon Parslope will definitely become a swordsman in the next few years. Leon Parslope wants to know what Michael wanted to do with the temple. He thought Michael taught Leon Parslope the Muller training method, because he wanted him to join the temple hero selection. Michael forgot. He was so focused on having the first relic that he forgot to make sure where Cassandra was. Someone ran to give. They both knew that a visitor had come looking for Leon Parslope and Eileen Lindell. And after entering Leon's house, Parslope observed everything. As you could tell, there was nothing special about their influence in history. But to become a knight, he needs to prove to his father that he is worthy of being a knight by defeating Leon Parslope, who is hailed as the god of the sword, in a duel. It was Michael who came to greet him. He said the reason for coming here today was to observe more about the swordsmanship of the other clans. And because he is also very talented, the fact that Eileen Lindell came here to observe the swordsmanship of other clans shows that he wants to become stronger. He will give Eileen Lindell a chance. A few hours later, Michael arranged a sword fight for Eileen Lindell and Leon Parslope. You will make Eileen Lindell stronger. Michael wants to introduce Eileen Lindell as a tutor. Eileen Lindell is upset because she didn't come to look for a tutor. And then, he suspected that Michael, a magician, was not qualified to talk to him. About the practice, Eileen Lindell panicked and told him that the person who taught him was his practice was Michael, that it was impossible for a magician to guide aura practice. It was true. Michael couldn't do aura practice yourself, but if you understand the theory behind it, you can still teach it to others. And then, Eileen Lindell knew she was wrong and apologized for her rudeness. However, Michael had good intentions. So she gave her advice. Now she wanted Michael to introduce her to his tutor. If she accepted, he would give her a perfect mana crystal. One of the swordsmen of the Western continent who did not come from any empire. The Western hegemonic warrior Milium Arielen was the one who defeated the general of the Demon King's army. Michael decided that the three of them would leave tomorrow. And then he asked for permission to introduce him to his mentor, but when he gave him his hand, he suddenly brushed it off and he said that he was not here to look for a mentor. And then, on the other hand, when he returned to her, the room set came down from his shoulder, and he found the children interesting. Unlike Michael, who behaved out of age, Michael wanted to use that perfect mana crystal to make his own artifact with this many materials. Michael can make a lot thing. He would make a support person and use the branch of the world tree as a base for mana. Michael didn't create any labor this time. He just planned and prepared. The mana crystals were a very powerful item. He would refine them to create orbs for refining mana. And it's not an easy task for the consequences of a failed mana purification and can blow up an entire region. But that won't happen to him because before his regression he had already refined mana many times. Seth wondered how he could reach a level of proficiency that only a high-level magician could do. Michael simply answered thanks to his talent and patience when speaking. He created a ball that usually distinguishes a person's mana attribute through the color of the ball. However, he is innately compatible with all magic. His color will change based on the magic he uses, and it's time to test his maximum power. About this, the next morning Leon Parslope tells Michael about the monster camp on the mountain that has been destroyed. It has caused a lot of trouble. So it was good news when Leon Parslope found out that it was Michael's doing. And then, when the medium I will use is a branch of the world tree, then how do you know that I have an interest in the world tree? But knowing that is quite easy, and of course he doesn't mean to make it directly. But after that, on the other hand, he was amazed that you really drove him crazy. Michael asked the housekeeper about his request for information about Cassandra. This was also sent by the Holy Kingdom to look for. There was a rumor that she was traveling with a certain knight on the border of the Holy Kingdom. And before he disappeared, he left a message. And then, he will wait. Cassandra said, I will wait. Is it waiting for you to come? If that's the case, is he also a reincarnated person like Michael? Or is he using that ability to predict? But whatever it is, Michael quickly moved to the capital to meet Cassandra instead of driving the train. Prepared by Leon Parslope's family, he used magic to get to the capital faster. And then he said that this is bad luck. I hate magic so much. We had horses and carriages ready and you teleported instead, and that's why it's faster. But on the other hand, both Eileen Lindell and Leon Parslope widened their eyes at the opulence of the capital. When she arrived at the capital, she was reminded of the gloomy scenes from her previous life that brought more memories of a Michael and wanted everyone to move to the main shrine. Seth stood on her shoulder and told her to look the other way. And in the corner there was a tall man beating a little girl. The child gave Michael a strange feeling, and just when the man wanted to hit him, the girl Michael used her shield to protect her. Michael came to deal with the man. He must be crazy to use a sword in the middle of the capital. He wanted the robber to come back and tell the mouse that a nightmare was hunting him. And after the man left, he told Michael again it was nice to meet him. Michael was surprised that they had never met the butler who was standing outside, guessing that the girl must be a right. She introduced herself as Cassandra back to the bandits. From the start, she went back to the guy who has made a request to deal with Cassandra and repeated what you told her. Mission failed. She was ordered by someone else in the dark to eat her, and after a while what lay on the ground were skulls. After the bandit was eaten by Steel, the steel-faced man came into the steel-faced room while raising his sword and threatening the person sitting on the chair who wanted to know what happened. It seemed the steel-faced man was looking the little boy. The person in the chair said, if Steel-faced kills him, he will never be seen again. He wants Steel-faced to help him. With one thing he will say, it involves Walpurgis members while participating in this. Cassandra, nice to meet Michael. And then he was seen holding a sword. In front of him was a king. While he laughed, he said, did he forget that he had quite a great sword master at his side? And then, while pointing the sword in front of his face, he said, answer quickly or I will kill you. And he was looking forward to her arrival. Both of them wanted to talk in private. So Michael wanted the other three to move to the temple first. Michael remembered something and called Eileen Lindell. If you encounter a dangerous situation, remember this bearer. Since Cassandra was young, she could see future events coming to her directly instinctively, and inadvertently seeing such things as unpleasant, and so does his experience. And although she tried to prevent it from happening in the future, the results were terrible. After seeing the birth of the Demon King and the end of the world, Cassandra had to go to the Pope for help. But no one believed in the prophecies she wanted to give. One of Cassandra's prophecies, faded and covered with a man. Michael, he is his last hope. Michael apologizes to Cassandra because she is not a seer, because he thought she was just a witch. However, the words he said Michael believed to be true in the temple of Leon Pars. Lope wanted to register as a hero, but was ridiculed. The three were looking forward to Michael's return at this time. The steel mask appeared and wanted to find the child again. The steel-faced mouth kept asking where the child was. Everyone present did not understand what he wants. And then, Leon Pars Lope only knew he was a master of swordsmanship. After a while, he went to attack Leon Pars Lope, Island Lindell. Standing beside him threateningly, this was the temple he wouldn't be able to escape. Doing this in the royal temple, he wasn't afraid, and it doesn't matter because no one will know who he is. And then, with a threatening expression, he said, "Where is the boy now?" Then he asked Leonge, did he know who this person was? But apparently he didn't know. He was a Swarmaster. And then, on the other hand, and if he wants to do something, he will have to pay a heavy price first. The Emperor will not care about small life. Seeing the dire situation, Leon Pars Lope will take it again. Elin Lindell remembers Michael's instructions to call Carryman. He immediately changes target of attack, being Island Lindell, and wanting to know where the child is. At this moment, Michael appears, thinking, "That's enough, Mr. Milliam. You're the only one who knows about the child. He just spoke to you." Instead of taking out his anger on someone unrelated, he lets go of Island Lindell again and turned to attack Michael. And then everyone around told Michael to be careful because he didn't even behave like a knight. He thought it was because Michael challenged him. So let's show us what we are capable of. Michael immediately combined with set strength to fight him. Even though he was vomiting blood, it was considered as the counterattack was successful. He wondered how he could deactivate it. However, it's a secret. Everyone has their own secret. He feels that you are like a viper item. He knows, of course, the same, because it's Michael's father. In fact, the baby that millions are looking for is in the hands of that rat. He almost killed him. In the dark room, he is now so happy that he had tricked his billionaire son, being locked up by him and being trained as a slave in the temple. Everyone talked to the Archbishop of Arley about the incident that had just happened. And then, the underground forces in the capital are targeting them and want to use to do evil things. He can't believe Milliam is now confirming that it's true, because he will kidnap the Oracle for him if Michael doesn't stop in time, and he will help him eliminate the leader of the underground rat. He now had control over the current darkness. And then, if a demon god's servant really exists, then that's a serious matter. And let me ask you, the prophet foresaw the demon god's arrival, and as the archbishop, shouldn't you already know that too? But after that, the detestable monarch hiding in the capital is a serious matter. Michael wants to deal with this matter for Bishop Arley. He will defeat the lonesome monarch. After deciding, everyone leaves the temple. Milliam asks if Michael can find a son for him. Michael thinks it is possible. Milliam also promises Michael if he can find his son and restore their close relationship, then he will dedicate his sword and honor him. And this is the oath of honor. There was a widow who had lost her husband in this lawless area, and the culprit behind this murder was a group of bastards. Even though her revenge was successful, her heart was still filled with hatred, and she wanted to find out the cause of her husband's death, and what he realized is a violation of the law. And then, he thought since there should be a law in this land, monsters could roam freely. Since then, he became the punisher of the lawless Milliam. When he heard that the Walpurgis was causing him trouble, the mouse found a way to escape, but darkness lurked around there. Will not let that happen. And after darkness occurred, it took over the rat's body and did what it wanted. Eating people, Island Lindell followed Milliam, greatly admired William's holy sword. It was swordsmanship that he would pursue to improve his abilities. Eilen Lindell worked harder in sword training, however he overestimated himself. His sword was unstable. And then, causing his sword to crack, the alien spewing blood. Seeing this scene, William came over and praised him for his talent. Asked William to teach him swordsmanship. William agreed and handed the rat over to Michael. William, believing he could handle it, Michael went to the rat's residence where he looked after the children. He found out that the lonesome monarch was currently in hiding. The children had no benefit in eating children. He held them hostage, King's long-awaited disappearance. And then, finally, Michael arrived, and he apologized for making him wait. However, in the meantime, he saw the children struggling in pain, and to the amusement of all the commanders under the Demon King was disgusting like this. He wanted to eat. Michael. The food was already here. It seemed he doesn't need another baby. He immediately wants to destroy the children's place. Michael takes out a protective shield, then asks Seth to go there to protect the children. He is happy to see you give up. Protection from how stupid. And then, Michael was very sure his darkness was changing freely. However, it was definitely weaker than what he had learned before the regression. The loathsome king made some moves which were avoided by Michael taking a chance. Then he babbled nonsense. Michael had shortened the distance to his side. At this moment, he still thought this was a wrong decision from his thinking, that shortening the distance would be beneficial. Meanwhile, Michael quickly touched his face and read something to Virtue, and he was very surprised how people, an ordinary man like him, would know this. And then this is a hymn to Virtue, is a long-forgotten song. The heroes wrote it to seal away the devil's enemies. The song of praise must be engraved on their souls and turn them into ashes, the disasters of annoying rulers. And then, thinking you were a fool to kill him, you brought disaster to this world with your own hands. However, he wasn't as stupid as he said he was. He had prepared everything. Michael finished drawing spells around him before he was resurrected into a formidable form. Curse analysis, basically curses are also a type of spell, and the main source of all spells is shape and form. Just like mathematics, one can solve problems to come to the conclusion that the spell will return to its primordial state. And the rest is for William's holy sword to deal with Michael's summons arranged to rush in to envelop him. At this rate, the holy sword could easily be broken. Butler and William were standing together in a tall building nearby, and watching Michael release his energy, the housekeeper felt sorry for the young master, his family, who pushed him too hard. William was like meeting an old friend who was the housekeeper. He wondered where he had been hiding for so long but ended up living with Walpurgis. William said that really nostalgic for the old days. And then, the next day when Michael arrives at the temple receiving praise from the bishop, and the bishop also has a message for him. The Empire notices a man named Siegfried as a hero. Michael knows this person. He was a useless hero in his previous life. And Eilen Lindell came to thank and say goodbye to Michael to go with his master William. He said that his master still has something important to look for in the Holy Country. The Pope can't believe the fact that the detestable king was found in the imperial capital, and he died a day then. And then, because of this, not only was it witnessed by Archbishop Arley, but by the arbitrator of lawlessness as well. But not only that, it also included Cassandra as well. But after that, he found it very hard to believe. And according to Bishop Arley, this was done by one young owner, Wahlberg, single-handedly defeating the demon that appeared in the capital back to William. And Michael, to find his son Michael, guessed who took him, and didn't like the way he was handling things. He chose to split rather than join Vigilante Legion. And then, he wants to be Carryman Pope can escape rats by joining a certain force. Condor Mercenary Corps was founded on the idea their freedom is mercenary legitimacy, and respected by Empire, and Empire, once he becomes part of Condor, must give up his old name, and using a new name was also the reason why she couldn't find a son. At this moment, William didn't know if it was really the right thing to do. Michael wanted her to think about it. And then, after she found him, because even if children leave their parents, parents never leave their children. Michael gave him one more of his special potion before William left. He was very grateful to him. One day he will be back supporting Leon Parslope. And after defeating William, feeling very disappointed in himself and not wanting to continue fighting, Michael goes to advise him, and with his housekeeper Cassandra leaves for the parish. and in 4 days later the absolute defense was met with Michael's health recovering well from the battle. And then, he should try to reach Magic Circle level 6 as soon as possible. The remaining commanders of the demon army will not be as weak as the abominable king. Seth has a question to ask Michael. What do you want him to know where the knowledge and skills come from? If he really trusts him, he has to know that Michael thinks that Seth's words make a lot of sense. Back in the past, Michael diverts attention. He finds out that he is not the only one guarding Asar's grave. And then, Leon Parslope comes to ask Michael about going to the parish, because he thinks it's better to finish things early. And a little more, he believes that the entity he destroyed was a tailed demon. This news spread to his father. And he came here without telling his father. Michael guessed that the peaceful times would not last much longer. Leon Parslope heard that the strongest great magician in the kingdom, Michael's father, guessed that he couldn't help but be afraid not to disappoint the two. Soon Michael's father arrived. Leon Parslope quickly ran to the archbishop for help. And then he thought he was attacked by a demon. In the end, it wasn't that, but Marquis Walpurgis attacked his son. Marquis Walpurgis had cast a perfect thunder spell for a quick cooldown in Lamana. He didn't want Michael to get hurt as expected from his father. He studied magic very well and make the most of his forte. And then, maybe he wanted to try to attack me without actually hurting me. And it was just as my dad expected, but he respected his dad. And then his dad said, "You're such a dirty little mouth," and he was going to block this for you. And then, at this time, Michael was explaining to his father that he wasn't aiming for the position of hero just to play the modern generation of heroes. Appears and dies in battle surrounded by the hero next. Bishop Arley appears and confirms it is true. He remembers a year ago, he meets the bishop who is looking for a hero and refers to the hero. The bishop points to Michael that the hero is here. Marquis Walpurgis needs to confirm the move its disappearance. And then he returned to check the density of demons in the capital, and admitted that it felt like a tailed demon might show up at Bishop's persuasion, and Michael's father agreed not to stand in his way anymore, and left Leon Parslope to go to Michael's room looking for him. And because he said he would give him something, he asked Leon Parslope to lie down on the bed, then let him sleep. From now on, thinking and feeling for himself, he was sure Leon Parslope would not be disappointed when he fell asleep. Leon Parslope went to a place he had never been. Previously, there were people sitting there waiting for him to arrive soon. After he arrived, he greeted him with a welcome. Leon Parslope. This place is just an illusion, or it could also be called the subconscious world, Leon Parslope thought. Leon Parslope couldn't see clearly the face of the creature who was talking to him, which meant that everything here wasn't real. Read Leon Parslope's mind, and correctly answered that this was fake. Once again, knowing Leon Parslope's thoughts, that he thought he was too arrogant to be defensive, it seemed like Leon Parslope was unaware of his training method, which was to die. And then, repeat at this point, Leon Parslope was woken up by Michael. He wanted to go back there, believing he could do it this time. Michael saw this and was very happy. Everything was going well. He asked Leon Parslope to calmly review what had happened, reviewing how he fought in the last attempt, and testing more tactics before taking on the next one. The person Leon Parslope faced in dreams of whether he is in the future, and everyone prepares to leave for parish. Michael wants to go to some places, and before going to the parish, they would go to the fairy forest to find the world tree. The roots of the world tree surround the whole world, and wherever the roots lie, they tend to connect to the source he will rely on the roots to find it. Before he is reincarnated, the world tree is dead. Before the fairy queen could have saved the world tree, she died at the hands of a high demon. They did everything they could to save the world, and so it was that the 8th king joined her. And then, he asked him to let it go, and he had to lead the elves from now on, and that you had to try harder, and if he let it all go, then in the end, it would all be over. Dan is currently trying to communicate with high-level entities, like the World Tree, bringing you unwanted memories, while Set is also dragged along with Michael to the World Tree. Michael then asks Seth what he knows about the World Tree. He knows about the World Tree because of the root branch directly from the World Tree is connected from it in more detail. And the World Tree is a creature that survives, and it is the one that the World Tree sacrifices. But after that, he thanked Michael for coming. The two sisters who were set to meet the World Tree did not think that people in this day and age could know about the chant, and not only that, but the World Tree also saw Michael recognized by the Holy Relic, and was even able to protecting his sister. Michael saw the World Tree was being damaged. The remaining remnants of the evil entity had left very serious consequences. The remaining body of the Demon King was very difficult to deal with, and needed to be removed before it reached the root. And then, at a World Tree, she bent down and begged him to answer, and she also begged to be told how she could save you. And then on the other hand, Michael promises to restore it, but he wants to be paid. First of all the branches of the World Tree, he wants the oldest and the best, a beautiful spirit, begging Mother away to save people. Some people call her goddess. Some call her World Tree. Darkness will swallow her, but it's not too late. The World Tree instructs the spirit on how to save him, a man who brings the light of the World Tree. If the spirit accompanies him, may the light shine for them. That person is Michael, who comes on behalf of the World Tree to solve all problems. The spirit is in charge of guiding Michael to the right place he wanted. Even though he was summoned to the spirit for the direction, Michael was the one who preceded the spirit. He still remembered this path even after the forest was slaughtered. However, it remains the same. His current quest to change the fate of the current Elemental Lord, even though the current Elemental Lord is old, he will not be a useless class. Keeping him alive will be of great benefit to you, according to his past memories. He will die at the hands of the Corpse Devil. Your unsealed king will not let this happen. Leon Pars Lope and the others also quickly found where he was, and continued to accompany Michael. And then, spirits bring everyone to the spirit palace where Father lives. Elves and spirits have coexisted since the beginning of time. People who hold the position of Elemental Lord were chosen by both races to lead them. In other words, goblins are recognized by all spirits. Spirit Palace is a place where elementals live. Lords as well as elves live for elves. This is the most sacred place where the Elemental Lord welcomes Michael, and then performed the ritual with the Elemental Lord, thanking him for his hospitality. The little spirit boy told his father everything. The World Tree appeared before him for a brief moment. The Elemental Lord needed his son to prove that to be true. Michael could prove that he took it from the World Tree's branch. And then when they arrived, they were greeted by him and said their thanks to the eternal protector of fairies. But it seems he knows little about your etiquette. And then on the other hand, the owner of the World Tree branch is recognized by the branch World Tree. This is the most convincing evidence. And then he had met the World Tree of the Elemental Lords. Bowing before Michael's emissary, he begged him to save his wards. And because Michael had a problem to deal with, he wanted to forge an artifact to deal with the poison that was eating away at the World Tree with that branch. And so Michael wanted to borrow the Elemental Lord's smithy, that is Lake ERD. Lake ERD was used to forge equipment for the Elemental King. He immediately agreed and wanted to take her there. But Michael stopped her because when he started training the Demon King weapon and was about to find out and attack this forest, he wanted her to stay with Leon Pars Lope and the others to protect the forest from the Demon Lord. But after that, made him attack what gnawed at the World Tree. It was the remnants of the Demon King, Michael explained to the devout fairy Demon King, the enemy of all life. And in the end, only Michael and the son of the Elemental Lord went to Lake ERD. Lake ERD was the place where he used to practice various weapons in his previous life. The legendary elven master craftsman Erd was actually a mage. Even though he was a great mage, the limitations of his talent were very clear. With that, he made his decision, that if he couldn't succeed as a mage, he would succeed in another path, and finally, he ended up becoming a master of magic items. Mikhail thought the naming of the fountain was more meaningful as a figure of speech, but he didn't expect it to be a real fountain. Apart from that, the fountain is not just ordinary water, but mana water, melted mana. Mikhail then used structure elucidation on the World Tree parasite. This mistletoe is a special material that contains the power of the world tree. The problem was, forging an item of this kind with a 100% perfection rate was almost impossible. However, Mikhail asked what if he took a holistic approach to magic. Jihad, who witnessed this, asked what happened now. Mikhail answered that he would manipulate this mana water to forge this parasite. When asked how long it would take, Mikhail answered around 4 days. Jihad was worried about the forest being attacked in those 4 days, but Mikhail said normally this would take about a year. Therefore, Mikhail asked what Jihad would do. Because they had come a long way to this fountain, Mikhail suggested they might as well take advantage of it. He told me that this fountain was not the only one here. There were other gifts from Urd too. Jihad became curious about that. Mikhail says somewhere around here there are the tools of the previous kings. Jihad also looked surprised and very interested. He then asked where they were, but Mikhail told him to find it himself because he had to focus on this from now on. Jihad finally understood, and Mikhail began to concentrate and get serious. 3 days have passed. Seeing the situation in this forest, Leon thought that everything looked fine so far, but Kasha said that he was not sure about that. Leon also asked if he saw anything, but Kasha answered that he was limited in how much of the future he could see clearly. However, he could feel that it didn't look good. But even so, Kasha asked if Mikhail would handle everything himself. Hearing that, Helen said having a dependent attitude was not good. Kasha replied that it was okay. As long as he continued to hold it in, he was sure that Mikhail would make his wish come true, and he also believed that Mikhail would solve Parish's problems. At that very moment, a strong earthquake occurred, made Leon and the others alert. Around them, the flowers began to wither. Then from underground, something appeared. Those who witnessed that started to break out in cold sweat. Helen, who raised her head upwards, said that she felt that the thing they feared so much had come true. From the cracks in the ground, a giant three-eyed snake coiled around the world tree and began to attack. Kasha says that she thinks they should all leave now, but Leon, who disagreed, asked if they would go and leave the creature here and run away. Kasha said that the creature was very dangerous, and he was sure they couldn't defeat it. The snake monster then roared so loudly that it scared Leon. He felt the immense fear and overwhelming power he felt. In front of this monster, Leon didn't think that he could win against this creature. Leon felt very annoyed because he was so helpless. He hoped that he was as strong as the person he met in his dream. At that very moment, Leon wondered where Mikhail was currently and when he planned to appear. In the era of the fairies, this place is being hit by a terrible monster disaster. Leon and the others who were sure they weren't strong enough to defeat the snake monster could only watch. At the same time, the Fairy King gathered troops and ordered the crossbowmen to fire. The snake monster was showered with arrows. The snake monster, feeling pain, roared to fight back. However, he was repelled by a protective field. The Elf King remembered the magic tool they received from Mikhail. He knew that it would have an effect. However, the protective field has begun to crack. The Fairy King thought that they would not last much longer. At that moment, Mikhail was finally done with his business. He then asked Set how much time had passed. Set answered that the time was shorter than expected, and 3 days had already passed. Set then asks if they just have to combine it with the orb now. Mikhail agreed with Set's words. Everything went better than expected, and it was a great success. Set looked excited and told Mikhail to combine them quickly. Without him needing to say anything, Mikhail did that and started putting it together. On the other hand, the fight against the snake monster is still ongoing. One by one, the elves began to fall. The anxious Fairy King thought this was their limit. Their protective field was almost destroyed when hit by the snake monster. The Fairy King began to pray to God. Seeing that the protective field was about to be destroyed, Leon warned everyone to get ready. The snake monster then slammed its head into the protective field one last time and destroyed it. When that happens, he arrives and says that he hates anything related to Demon God. He then used holy light magic on the snake monster. Kasha also looked happy because Mikhail had come. Mikhail felt grateful that he was not late. Mikhail didn't expect the demon god to move faster than he expected. He couldn't imagine he couldn't manage to finish earlier. The fairy king approached Mikhail and was about to ask about his son, but Mikhail said not to worry about that. He then activated flying magic and flew towards the snake monster. In an ordinary situation, using mere fifth circle magic like holy light should not have this kind of effect. However, with this wand, made from the precious material of the world tree Yggdrasil, everything changed. However, there hasn't been any damage to the world tree for about 1 or 2 years. Mikhail thought it impossible that the world tree would not be affected in the process. After he thought about it, Mikhail was sure that the snake monster must be a fragment of the demon god. If he could kill him in one hit with this staff, the world tree wouldn't have to suffer like this. But this was not the only thing Mikhail had prepared. For it to work, Mikhail had to make the snake monster expose itself. The snake monster was then about to pounce on Mikhail, but an arrow shot at the snake monster and it exploded when hit by the arrow. Mikhail, who saw it, asked whether it was the Elven Lord's arrow. As an arrow made by Erd, it is a treasure known for its strong holy power. With it here, Mikhail could guess what this meant. In the distance, Mikhail saw the figure of a person with a bow. Jihad called Mikhail when he noticed Mikhail turning towards him. Mikhail smiled and thought that Jihad had come on time. He then looked at the snake monster and asked the monster what he was going to do now that his scales had fallen off. Mikhail also invited Set to start doing it. Mikhail then started darting towards the snake monster's mouth. As he searched the snake monster's insides, Set felt that this was disgusting. He was sure that the snake monster was a fragment of the demon god because he could feel that it was very similar to him. Inside the snake monster's body, there were so many demons. Set realized that the fragment created the demon, but Mikhail thought that they didn't look that strong. Set answered that it was because they were unstable, but he warned to be careful. Set tells them they should be able to come back to life as long as they're inside this shard. After thinking, Mikhail activated the circle expansion and divine gate. The demon looked confused. Ahead appeared a large, sparkling gate, but at that moment Mikhail vomited blood. While wiping the blood, Mikhail told the demon to die. The gate began to open and illuminate the demon. Divine gate is magic that Mikhail managed to create himself before he regressed. The level of difficulty in releasing this magic is more difficult than other magic. It was the great demon god's magic that he prepared for situations like this. After the gate was fully opened, the demons were destroyed by its light. Even Set was astonished to see him. He also pinched Mikhail's cheek and asked for an explanation why they were all destroyed even though they shouldn't die that easily, but Mikhail ignored him. Seeing Mikhail's expression, Set asked if he was okay and if he was sure he wasn't forcing himself. Mikhail knew that he was forcing himself. However, this was all he could do to solve this problem. The amount of mana consumed by this magic is very large. If he uses it in conjunction with other magic, Mikhail can only hold it for 5 minutes. Therefore, he had to deal with it within that time period. After running through this place, Mikhail finally found what he was looking for. Set realized that those were the eyes of the demon god. He was sure that it was his main body. The demon god's eyes then slowly opened. Mikhail's magic has 3 minutes remaining. With its tentacles, the demon god's eyes attacked Mikhail. As a reaction, Mikhail ordered Set to use Blink, and appeared right before the demon god's eyes. Mikhail then took out a shining stone. Set, who saw it, asked whether it was a signal stone. Mikhail also destroyed the stone. There were 30 seconds left and the demon god's eye tentacles once again attacked Mikhail. But suddenly arrows appeared, destroying all the tentacles. From the outside, the snake monster's body had a big hole. Jihad was the one who shot the arrow. Mikhail, who was before the demon god's eyes, asked if he really thought the being known as the World Tree wouldn't do anything while we were preparing to kill it. Mikhail thinks there is always a chance. Even before he regressed, even though his efforts failed and he had to die, there was meaning behind everything. Mikhail then started activating the 7th Circle's unique magic, Yggdrasil, and pointed his staff at the demon god's eye. At that moment, a plant started to grow. The World Tree still hasn't lost. Even until the end, it still gave them hope. hope that someone will find his little sprout. So, even though the splinter consumed the entire tree, it managed to leave behind one shoot. Even though he was knocked down, Mikhail looked very happy, because he had kept his promise. This unique magic was meant specifically for the world tree. At that time, Yggdrasil was grateful and shed tears. Yggdrasil released all his remaining feelings, to prepare a stepping stone for a new beginning, that is, a form of eulogy. The snake monster was finally destroyed. From within, shards of Yggdrasil emerged. Jihad saw that happen. The shard then returned to the world tree and began to restore it. At the same time, the dark sky began to brighten again. The Elf King and Jihad both looked completely enthralled by this sight. Jihad then recalled his conversation with Mikhail. He said of course they would bring him back. By destroying the shards, they would heal the world tree, allowing it to grow once again. And when they succeed, it will be Jihad's turn. He laughed in his heart. He then said, just as Mikhail had said, he would definitely step forward. On the other hand, Mikhail realized that he had been summoned to the world of Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil approached him when it seemed he could guard the forest and watch over the children again. For that, he thanked Mikhail. Mikhail said that he didn't need to worry and said that he could be more grateful to him. Mikhail then said before that, since he kept his promise, he asked if it wasn't time for the world tree to fulfill its promise as well. Yggdrasil smiled and said okay. However, he also said it didn't seem like it would be a fair deal, because Mikhail wants essence. Yggdrasil was sure that Mikhail wanted it to increase his circle, but Yggdrasil said using essence would only increase the number of circles. He personally thought that it was too cheap a gift, considering that Mikhail had saved his life. So, for that, Yggdrasil offered to give Mikhail a piece of himself. Set, who heard that, was shocked. He then approached Yggdrasil and asked how he would maintain order and balance in this world. Yggdrasil had just gotten his freedom, so Set asked him why he was making things difficult for him. Hearing that Yggdrasil asked if that wasn't the same reason why Set had chosen Mikhail, Set's face turned red, and when asked what was wrong with Mikhail, Set refused to answer. Yggdrasil then said that from now on Mikhail would not only be able to gather mana, but he would also be able to store elemental powers within the body. Mikhail would gladly accept the gift and thank Yggdrasil. Then Yggdrasil gave a piece of her hair to Mikhail. On receiving it, Mikhail asked Yggdrasil what this hair he was eating just now. Of course, Yggdrasil told him not to eat it. He tells her to tie the hair on her wrist. Just doing that would give Mikhail strength. Mikhail closed his eyes and the hair started to shine. He could feel the power of the world tree circulating through his body, healing his wounds and repairing his circle. And now, the mana in his body was moving very quickly. In fact, Mikhail thought it was no wonder that his body had gone awry, but the power of the world tree quickly healed him. Finally, Ye Kangxuan could feel that he had reached Circle 9. Night fell and the elves were currently celebrating. Mikhail, who witnessed this, wondered if the real elves were like this. But he felt that most of the elves he met before his regression were injured. He saw the elves and their friends having fun together. He felt that he preferred those like this. Soon, the Fairy King came over to Mikhail and asked how Mikhail was feeling. Mikhail asked the same thing, and the Fairy King replied that he was better off thanks to Mikhail. Mikhail then said the Prince of Jihad had talent. So he advises the Fairy King to instill his wisdom in Jihad and arrange a meeting with the spirits and tell them that Jihad has the ability to make a contract with their king. The Fairy King smiled and said that it seems that Mikhail has a high opinion of his son. As a father, he was happy to hear that. Before Mikhail's regression, Jihad always told him this whenever he had the chance. My father is a great person. Mikhail thought he was right. He felt happy because he saved the Fairy King. The Fairy King then asked Mikhail for a moment and asked the elves to listen to him. He said that the world tree had returned and they had regained their dignity. However, this was not their success. The world tree has asked for the help of a hero, and they have been saved. With this, the Fairy King requests to be allowed to declare it here. For Mikhail Walpurgis, their hero and companion, They must leave the forest to help him one day when needed. The elves screamed and threw Ye Kang Xuan into the air. Mikhail laughed and said that he didn't expect something like this, but he suddenly felt that he had forgotten something. There was someone from behind who was looking out of the window. The figure looked similar to a saint. Then he sighed and turned around. In front of him were several men sitting neatly. One of the men wearing glasses called out to him with a noble title. The man said that he had heard the news. It seemed that the saint had chosen another hero candidate. The saint confirmed it. He had confirmed his selection with Archbishop Ali, and he also had the right. However, the man with glasses said that the Walpurgis they were talking about was someone who came from the bloodline of witches. Before the man could finish speaking, the saint interrupted and said that they had not confirmed it. In his mind, the saint felt a little annoyed that they were so self-righteous. The saint reminded the men that they were merely following orders from the gods and not to make their own decisions. They decided to educate a hero to prevent disaster. He said they could not exclude new candidates. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a beard got up from his seat and kicked the table vigorously. The old man protested against the saint who said that, according to him, they had forced the child into a different path because of their greed. In the saint's mind, it was the man's greed and not his own. Saint explained that if the boy was compatible, then he would naturally rival other hero candidates and become the hero. According to him, being a hero is not the only way. There were many other ways to help others. The old man chuckled at the saint's explanation. Then the old man looked sharply at the saint. He would watch him. After that, Saint ended the discussion about hero candidates. In his mind, Saint thought that the conversation was a waste. But he had managed to get his point across and buy some time. The saint was very curious about Mikhail Walpurgis. He really wanted to know what kind of person he was. On the other hand, Mikhail said goodbye to the elf. Although the elf could not go with Mikhail, he was willing to help if Mikhail needed help. Then Mikhail thought it wouldn't be long now. After all, Mikhail needed to practice his archery and successfully make a contract with the Spirit King. The elf smiled and wished Mikhail well. Then he asked Mikhail if he intended to become a hero. Mikhail replied that for now, that was the plan. The elf felt confident that it suited him, but even though the whole country was not like this, there were many people who used false prophecies to cause a battlefield. That was why the elves shut themselves inside the fairy forest. Mikhail had already realized that. Mikhail was very annoyed with the bastards who constantly recognized that the holy nation was always right, and the memories that tried not to do what the old people wanted. Mikhail reminded the elf not to worry. Then Mikhail said goodbye to him. The elf hoped that the blessing of the world tree would protect Mikhail on the way. Mikhail immediately looked back at the elf. Mikhail reminded the elf that he didn't need to take responsibility for everything. Nothing would change if he did everything himself. Mikhail hoped that the elf had learned this lesson through this opportunity. Zihard's main problem. When the elf was saving people and constantly moving around, he was still stuck in the past and couldn't get out. He was always just amazing. However, it was very painful for others to witness. Now that Mikhail was back in the past, he wanted to help him. There was a genuine smile from the elf. He thought he understood now. No matter how long it took, he would try to keep remembering. That was what Mikhail wanted with the elf, more than anything else. Mikhail was sure he was now moving in the right direction. Mikhail could guarantee that as a friend who helped save the world. On the way, Helen asked Mikhail who he really was. She was very curious about it and asked seriously. Mikhail replied that he was just a boy from the Walpurgis family. But that was not what Helen meant. The elf understood because she had also previously considered Mikhail a half-blood. She found it hard to believe that Mikhail was human. Then Mikhail said that he felt it was time to tell the truth. They all immediately fell silent and waited for Mikhail to say something. Then Mikhail admitted that he could complete the almost impossible thing because he could hear the voice of the god. Instantly, the atmosphere became silent. They all looked at Mikhail with flat expressions and thought that it was nonsense. Mikhail's first battle with that bastard. Mikhail confronted the man. He saw his hair that shone like the sun and his golden eyes. When looking at his physical appearance, he looked like a perfect warrior, like in fairy tales. But who knew that the warrior would turn out to be so stupid? A self-righteous person chases after a hero without thinking about his actions. In the end, he caused many people to die. But the bastard refused to admit his mistake until the end. Leon did not believe Mikhail's words that he had received a revelation on a day and age when even a saint could not hear the voice of the god. The elf sitting on Mikhail's shoulder muttered that it was the right thing. Cassandra, who felt curious, immediately asked Mikhail about what kind of message it was. Then Mikhail smiled sarcastically. Then he said harsh words that made Cassandra a little surprised. Just like a puddle that will inevitably decay. But unfortunately, the Holy Kingdom has now completely decayed. That's why Mikhail said this. Mikhail cursed the Holy Kingdom while showing his middle finger. Mikhail invited them to destroy the board game made by the old men of the Holy Kingdom. There was a beautiful sunset adorning the sky in the afternoon. In the capital of the Holy Kingdom, Newt. The sunlight highlighted the spire of the building. Leon asked if it was the spire of the saints. The fact that they could see the emblem of the Holy Kingdom, it meant they had arrived at the Holy Kingdom. When they arrived at the gate, they were greeted by a man guarding the gate. The man asked them to tell their names and regions along with their purpose for coming to visit. Then Mikhail immediately gave a roll of paper to the man. It was an invitation from Archbishop Ali. Mikhail was sure that the man had been informed of his arrival. Suddenly, the man was surprised and immediately convinced of that. Then the man asked permission to give a drop of Mikhail's blood on the paper. After that, Mikhail was confirmed. Then Mikhail and the others walked inside. This was as he expected. Although the great elders of the Holy Kingdom were careful in the selection of warriors, it was different for most people. Even if they lost their rank, a warrior was still a warrior. All eyes were on Mikhail, who was walking. Leon, who realized that, felt very amazing. Then Mikhail said that it would be more interesting to take more attention. Leon was surprised by Mikhail's words. The fairy already knew what Mikhail was thinking. Instantly, Mikhail gripped his staff tightly and showed something. The people who saw it were gaping wide because they did not expect what Mikhail did. Mikhail's body was covered with a very strong aura. It was divine power. Mikhail glanced to his side. He hoped those people would report to the old nobles of the Holy Kingdom who sent him. There was a mysterious figure behind the crowd of people. The waiter, who realized it, immediately conveyed in a whisper to Mikhail about it. Then Mikhail advised the waiter to take a break. Hearing this made the waiter surprised. Then Mikhail said that he had done his best until now. Therefore, Mikhail reminded that the waiter also needed to rest. Mikhail would not care about what he did, whether it was having fun, solving puzzles, or whatever. Mikhail told him to do what he wanted. The servant couldn't believe it, so Mikhail asked the three of them to leave now. On the other side was a bearded old man who looked shocked after hearing the information from his men. He didn't believe what his men had just said about divine energy. He thought it was impossible because he knew that the Walpurgis family were witches. There was no way a witch could use divine energy. Mana and divine energy cannot combine. The combination of the two powers was only a rumor in fairy tales, and it became an order. But his men said that he had not conveyed everything. The old man became curious as to what other information he had brought. He said that among the young Walpurgis, they had identified Cassandra. Suddenly, the old man was very surprised to hear that. Inside the palace, there was a man who welcomed Mikhail and his friends. He looked friendly and then introduced himself. The man was an intermediate priest named Cian, and he was the one who would accompany Mikhail. Cian told Mikhail that the Pope was on his way. Mikhail was stunned to see Cian's figure. He judged that Cian still looked so young for an intermediate priest. Then Mikhail asked him to show him the way. However, Cian was hesitant to see Mikhail, who brought 3 friends behind him. Mikhail assured him that his friends could take care of it themselves. Then Mikhail glanced behind him. Mikhail thought that he had to tell them. Then Mikhail called Cassandra to come closer. After that, Mikhail whispered to Cassandra. He told Cassandra that the Archbishop of Kilian had realized his presence. It turned out that Cassandra already knew that, and she immediately lowered her gaze. Cassandra said that they were the only ones most worried about her prophecy. Then Cassandra asked Mikhail what he thought she should do. Mikhail firmly told her to do what she wanted to do. Mikhail would support and help whatever Cassandra would do. Cassandra looked deeply into Mikhail's eyes. She was flattered by Mikhail's words. Those words made Cassandra more confident. She would do whatever she thought was best. Therefore, Mikhail would entrust Cassandra. Then Mikhail continued on his way, thinking that it was likely to be a long discussion. Cassandra immediately called Mikhail. Then she mentioned the reason why she left Holy Nation. Cassandra felt she had to tell Mikhail that reason. Mikhail invited Cassandra to say it. After that, Mikhail went inside, while the three of them were still standing at the door. Helen asked Cassandra if telling Mikhail was the right decision. Then Cassandra answered if she trusted Mr. Mikhail. Meanwhile, Leon was seen focusing on observing this extraordinary place. According to Cassandra, this place was perfect for the Holy Nation in a different way. Cassandra was also very impressed when she first came to this place. Cassandra told them that when she was very young, she lived in misery. Helen, who heard that immediately, felt sad. But that was all in the past for Cassandra. Holy Nation was the light for her. The place that brought Cassandra out of her misery was Holy Nation. That is why Cassandra continued to hope that Holy Nation would remain the same as before, at least like the things she saw at that time. Cassandra remembered the words of Lord Mikhail, who told her to do as she wished. If they would not listen to Cassandra's prophecy, then Cassandra would make a reason for them to believe in her. On the other hand, Mikhail was seen walking on the palace carpet together with Cian. Then Cian said that he had heard that Mikhail made a divine miracle in front of the gate. Then Cian asked Mikhail about it to confirm the truth. Mikhail was silent for a moment. He didn't think that his defiance in front of the gate had spread into a story like that. Then Mikhail said that it was holy energy which was natural for witches to use. Hearing his answer, Cian was amazed. Although Cian had never seen a warrior before, he wanted to see a warrior who could use magic. Mikhail felt strange. He thought Holy Nation had already chosen their next warrior. Hearing that, Cian concluded that what Mikhail meant was Lord Siegfried. With hesitation, Cian said that Mr. Siegfried was a good person, but there were things that bothered him. Then Cian said that it was like the saying that one must pay for ignorance for other things. That was the feeling Cian got from Siegfried. Seeing Mikhail's face with a flat expression, Cian immediately apologized for his outrageous words about Siegfried. But it turned out that Cian's opinion about Siegfried made Mikhail amazed. Mikhail will always remember this middle priest named Cian. Mikhail believes Cian will become something important in the future. A moment later, they had arrived at the door of the Pope's room. Cian explained that this lower door was only for lower beings. Cian would remain waiting in front of this door until Mikhail returned. Mikhail went straight into it. He was already very curious about what the figure of Pope Gregory looked like. Slowly, the door opened. There was someone behind the door. Then the person immediately looked at the door behind him. Instantly, Mikhail widened his eyes in surprise to see someone in the room. It turned out to be Siegfried. A few minutes ago, when Cassandra told Mikhail about her reason for leaving the Holy Land. Mikhail suspected that the reason Cassandra left was because of those who did not believe in her prophecy. But that was not the only reason. Cassandra knew that the prophecy that the public knew was different from the truth. It seemed that Mikhail did not know the true prophecy. Then Cassandra told Mikhail that the demon god would burn this world to the ground. Chaos would spread like wildfire, and blood would be spilled all over the island. However, there will be a golden-furred lion who will face the demon god. It is known that the golden-furred lion has a sun-shaped object around its neck. Cassandra added that the sun is a symbol of the hero. Cassandra said that it was possible to interpret this prophecy as the potential downfall of the hero. Mikhail looked confused after hearing the explanation from Cassandra. Mikhail thought that the strength that the hero showed for the Holy Land was beyond their understanding. Mikhail thought of the heroes who had to face the bad prophecy. Mikhail guessed that they would prevent the news from spreading to the public. Another thing that disturbed Mikhail's mind. was the golden-furred lion. Mikhail instantly remembered the golden-furred lion that Cassandra had been talking about. A knight was seen welcoming Mikhail. The knight was named Siegfried. Mikhail was a little surprised when he was called Mr. Mikhail. However, Mikhail must be able to hold himself now. Mikhail tried to calm himself down. As a representative of the Holy Land, Mikhail thanked the Pope for giving him the opportunity to be present. The Pope judged that Mikhail knew about manners. Mikhail asked the Pope who the knight was. Then the Pope told Mikhail that his king was the genius of the Golden Lion Knight, Siegfried. The Pope said that Siegfried was also a hero candidate. The Pope added that they were both candidates, and it was likely that one of them would become the next hero. Siegfried was seen extending his hand to shake hands with Mikhail, while saying that it was an honor for him to meet Mikhail. Then Mikhail shook hands with Siegfried. While shaking hands, Mikhail felt Siegfried's holy energy, which made him feel disturbed. Mikhail suspected that Siegfried was trying to find out how strong he was. Then Mikhail seemed provoked, and he would do the same to Siegfried. Instantly, a green aura enveloped Mikhail's entire body. Siegfried was very surprised. He didn't know what was happening to him. Then the little fairy who was with Mikhail tried to remind Mikhail that Siegfried would die if Mikhail continued to do that. After hearing the fairy's words, Mikhail immediately released Siegfried's handshake. The Pope seemed to be very surprised after seeing the incident. The Pope suspected that Mikhail had some holy energy. The Pope said that Mikhail's level of holiness was holier than his. The Pope asked Mikhail if Mikhail had received a revelation. Then Mikhail answered that he had received a revelation. On the other hand, the fairy did not expect Mikhail to lie so confidently. It seemed that Siegfried did not believe that Mikhail had received a revelation. Then Mikhail said that the hero was a special existence since he was born. Mikhail explained that the hero did not receive orders from the Pope. Mikhail added that Hekau was wise to walk beside the hero. Mikhail said that what the knight Siegfried had just said not only undermined the value of a hero, but it was the greatest insult to a hero. Mikhail added that pulling a god down from his holy realm and comparing him to a mortal. Siegfried seemed to feel guilty. Siegfried admitted that he had misspoken. Then Mikhail thought that he understood what Siegfried was going to say. It looks like Mikhail has found the right reason. Then Mikhail will tell the revelation he received to Siegfried. But suddenly, there was a woman who appeared in front of Mikhail. Mikhail did not know who the woman was, and since when the woman was here. The woman looked a little surprised when Mikhail could see her. She thought that Mikhail could see her. Then suddenly she stopped time with her skill. Mikhail was very surprised. He considered that very few of them were able to perform miracles such as stopping time easily. Of these people, there was one person Mikhail thought of. That person was Hekau. Then the woman judged Mikhail's guess to be correct. However, Mikhail judged Hekau's cheerful expression and attitude compared to the god. Suddenly the little fairy asked Mikhail not to have impolite thoughts. It seems that Hekau thinks that fairies are not like her in the past. Then Hekau explains that she is the origin of all magic, and the other half of the Asar. Hearing Hekau's explanation, the fairy argues that Hekau is not half of the Asar, but a part of herself that was cut off. The fairy thinks that Hekau is always trying to fight her. Hekau seemed a little annoyed by the fairy's words. Instantly, Hekau threw the fairy's body very easily. The fairy looks very helpless. Hekau seemed very happy to get acquainted with Mikhail. Hekau said that Mikhail was a successor. Mikhail was a little surprised that he was claimed as a successor. Then Hekau told Mikhail that Mikhail received a share of the Asar, and Mikhail would also get more in the future. That meant Mikhail was the successor. However, Hekau thought that Mikhail looked at her disrespectfully. Hekau suspected that Mikhail had no intention of serving her. Then Mikhail said that the world tree was drying up, and the demon god continued to gather troops. Mikhail judged that Hekau had not done anything so far and was just watching. Mikhail thought that it would be strange if he decided to start worshipping Hekau. Hekau smiled slightly after hearing Mikhail's explanation. Hekau thought that Mikhail was angry because she did not fulfill Mikhail's call, but Hekau had her own reasons, so Hekau asked Mikhail to understand. Hekau explained that she was called a god, and that she was a godlike existence. However, Hekau said that this did not mean that she was perfect. Mikhail thought that Hekau was a god, so Hekau didn't need a reason. Then Hekau said that he would explain to Mikhail at another time, because it would take a long time. Hekau added that no matter what, her voice could not reach her children, and they did not believe in the prophecy that Hekau shared. Hekau said that at the moment, Mikhail was the only human Hekau could communicate with. Hekau wanted Mikhail to find out why, and it would also be great if Mikhail could solve this problem. After talking with Mikhail, Hekau went about the time as before. Siegfried was seen asking Mikhail about the prophecy. Then Mikhail told them that he had said that the current state of the holy country was very disappointing. The Pope and Siegfried were very surprised to hear Mikhail's words. Siegfried said that Mikhail was very brave to say that. Mikhail said that Siegfried wasn't even sure whether the prophecy was accurate or not. But Siegfried dared to say such words. Mikhail said that Siegfried should shut up. Mikhail added that he once said that the Pope had 2 children. One is within reach, but the other is missing, and as such, things will not go the Pope's way. Although this is not very clear, Mikhail believes the Pope will interpret it in his own way. Although it was not the prophecy shared by Hekau, as long as Mikhail made it accurate, it would be a true prophecy. The Pope then suggested that they end the conversation here. The Pope said that people had high expectations of the 2 of them. The Pope asked not to forget that. Mikhail smiled at the Pope and said that it would play out the way they wanted it to. Even if it doesn't happen, Mikhail will make sure it does. After a while, Mikhail came out of the palace. Mikhail looked at the back of his palm. Mikhail didn't expect that they had even given him a seal. The fairy judged that if Mikhail was their only hope, this was the last thing they could do. The fairy was curious if Mikhail's entire body would soon be covered with seals. Mikhail also thought that it might happen. For now, Mikhail decided to go to Cassandra's place. Leon looked very confused about what was happening. He saw in front of him Helen fighting with a purple-haired man. Leon couldn't believe it. The purple-haired man asked Helen about the prophet's whereabouts because he wanted to see him. Helen gripped her sword tightly as she replied to the man curtly that it was none of his business, but according to the purple-haired man, the fact that they had returned meant that they finally thought that this holy land was right. Helen immediately dismissed him. Then Helen prepared as if to attack him. Then the purple-haired man approached her while saying that the prophet was a member of the Holy Land, so it was only natural that he was here. The man thought that Helen was the one who was wrong. Right at the same time, Leon suddenly came to stop them from fighting. Seeing this, the purple-haired man told Leon to get out of the way. However, Leon was reluctant to do so. He defended Helen and said that they were his allies. Leon felt that he would not live up to the Parslope family name if he just stood by and watched them. The man realizes who Leon really is now. The man had no other choice. Then he took out his sword. Just by looking at the sword, Leon realized that the man was the White Knight, Habe. The purple-haired man was the vice-captain of the Holy Knight, named Habe. Then the knight Habe once again ordered Leon to move out of the way. But Leon still insisted that he would not do it. Habe was increasingly convinced that he had no other choice. Deep down, Leon was also curious. Now he could see how strong he really was by fighting against Habe. There was a fierce battle between the 2 of them. Not long after that, Cassandra appeared, who shouted to stop the 2 of them. Habe instantly stopped the fight when he saw the arrival of Miss Cassandra. Cassandra's face looked very emotional. She didn't expect the vice-captain to suddenly appear like this. Then Habe approached Cassandra and said that the archbishop regretted what had happened. He made sure that things would be different this time, then invited Cassandra to come with him. Cassandra thought that Habe must be a supporter of Archbishop Killian. Archbishop Killian was someone who wanted everything to remain in order. Cassandra was sure that if she returned, then surely she would never be allowed to leave this holy land. Then Cassandra asked Habe if she refused whether Habe would force her. If it was necessary, then Habe would do it. Once again, Habe told Cassandra to come with him. Suddenly, Leon and Helen immediately came forward and protected Cassandra. At the same time, Mikhail suddenly arrived. He opposed Habe and did not allow Habe to take Cassandra away. Then Mikhail created a huge fire from his stick to bully Habe. Seeing this, Habe knew that it was Mikhail. Habe said that he had promised to protect Miss Cassandra. Then Habe spoke nicely to Mikhail not to worry about it and not to disturb him, because this is important for the holy country. Although Mikhail has the right to potentially become a warrior, but according to Habe, Mikhail has no right to stop the holy knight. The words from Habe just now seemed to indicate that the warrior was an outsider. Mikhail insinuated Habe that he didn't understand the laws of this holy land, and he volunteered to read them to Habe. Habe was wrong to think that Mikhail didn't know the details of being a warrior. That was because this holy land's laws regarding warriors were not well known. Mikhail confirmed that Cassandra had left the Holy Land without a word, and that was why Cassandra was with Mikhail, the future warrior. Since Cassandra had not disappeared from this Holy Land without a reason, Mikhail told Habe that he had no real reason to do this. The look on Habe's face was deadly. He couldn't refute Mikhail's words at all. Mikhail bullied Habe to discuss this matter directly with the Killian Archbishop. Habe looked doubtful about it. Then Mikhail sent him away from here. Mikhail warned Habe not to try to do anything stupid. Finally, Habe said goodbye from there. Cassandra bowed her head and fell silent. Then Helen went straight to her and held Cassandra's hand. Then Mikhail looked at them and invited them to talk. A moment later, they were already in the room. Mikhail stood before Helen and Cassandra. There was something Mikhail needed to confirm. Then Mikhail told Helen to take off her steel mask. The more time passed, the more Mikhail felt something strange, something about the person who felt familiar. Then Cassandra tried to give Mikhail an understanding if Helen needed more time about it. But Helen felt that Mikhail was right. She didn't think this was something that would solve itself by hiding it. Helen would solve everything here. Then Helen took off the steel mask on her head. A beautiful face could be seen from behind the steel mask. The woman introduced herself to Mikhail. The Helen who had been known turned out to be named Ada Nibiran. She is a warrior candidate for the Holy Land and is also the younger sister of Siegfried. It was all as Mikhail had expected. Then Mikhail asked her about the reason for removing Cassandra from the holy country and why Ida was obedient. Ida told us that she and her brother were abandoned children. When they were young, their lives were on the dark streets of small alleys. Ida was sure that everyone knew that the children in those alleys were nothing more than flies. The world is too cruel for young people to live in. Either they are used, or in the worst case, they are abused. Usually that's what was supposed to happen to them. But one man happened to find them. That man was the Archbishop of Killian. Now that Ida thought about it, it was strange that they were not discovered in the first place. It was her brother's holy energy that was noteworthy. After that, their lives changed. From then on, the shrine became their home, and they no longer had to scavenge for food from the trash. But at the same time, things started to get strange. When her brother told her that he would be a warrior candidate, he started to show an unusual side. Siegfried became self-righteous. That's when Siegfried stopped listening to others. The first thing Siegfried did as a candidate was to cut off the prophet's hands and feet. Hearing the story, Cassandra could only bow her head, and her face became sad. Mikhail concluded that the hands and feet were the people who were nearby. Ida clarified that Siegfried was not the one who did that. To be clear, it was the Archbishop who had manipulated Siegfried. Since the prophecy could be interpreted in different ways, the bishop used it for his personal gain. Mikhail felt that it seemed as if the bishop was showing what happened to those who were destroyed by the prophecy. He capitalized on Siegfried's sense of righteousness. Mikhail thought Cassandra's disappearance had something to do with Archbishop Killian, but he did not expect that he would be directly related to that event. If that was true, it meant that Mikhail also had Siegfried's weaknesses. Mikhail grinned, but he didn't think this was funny at all. An archbishop who denied the prophecy of Hekau herself and the warrior candidate. Mikhail wondered what Hekau had to do with all this. Mikhail was sure that he would find out sooner or later. Mikhail realized that Cassandra must be tired of always being on the receiving end. Cassandra admitted as much. But even if the truth is revealed, the world will not change. Cassandra's trembling hands were seen, and she asked Mikhail if he had realized her nickname. Then, Mikhail calls him a prophet of disbelief. Although Cassandra became a prophet, others did not believe her. If Cassandra spread the truth, even if the archbishop moved quickly, it would only benefit Siegfried. But that didn't matter. The reason why Siegfried could be the center of attention was because of his image. Mikhail said that such a mask just needed to be destroyed. Meanwhile, there was Siegfried standing in front of the palace holding a sword in his hand. Siegfried was feeling whether he had done his best as a warrior. Suddenly, Siegfried saw the image of his sister telling him to stop. From this point onwards, his sister began to stare at Siegfried with anger in her eyes. Her warm presence slowly began to disappear. Until in the end, all Siegfried felt was cold. Siegfried tried to ignore it because he didn't think he had done anything wrong. In his mind, Siegfried wondered why his own sister could not understand him. Siegfried did not understand that either. Right at the same time, the bishop suddenly came to Siegfried. Recognizing the bishop's arrival, Siegfried immediately asked if anything had happened. The bishop said there was one thing he needed to tell him. Then the bishop mentioned the young Walpurgis, who came as another candidate. The bishop told Siegfried that currently the young Walpurgis was with the prophet and his sister, Ada Niberun. Siegfried looked incredulous at what the bishop had said. Then Siegfried asked if the noble had realized it. The bishop was sure that he would wake up soon. Siegfried did not know what they should do now. Then the bishop assured Siegfried that God had a plan for them. But he would not help those who did nothing, so they must also try. Siegfried concluded that it meant no one believed the woman's prophecy. But the most important thing, according to the bishop, was Mr. Walpurgis. Siegfried's role would be very important. Then Siegfried muttered that he had to be better than Mikhail. That was confirmed by the bishop, and he would also be willing to help. Siegfried's public image had reached a peak. It was clear that the focus would be on Siegfried. Mikhail said to just let them do what they wanted. Even so, they had been stuck here for a week now. Leon knew that Mikhail had a plan. That's why he did this. But they already had more than half of the people's support. Then Mikhail explained that the statistics did not show the whole situation. It was a statistic that excluded archbishops who were not involved in the warrior selection. Like Archbishop Ali, there are many archbishops in the Holy Land who are into neutrality. Mikhail explained that it meant that until there was a clear outcome, they would do nothing. But in other words, they had to assume that they were secretly supporting Siegfried. As long as nothing happened, Mikhail was sure Siegfried would assume that he would be chosen as the warrior. But that's not the case. The reason why Mikhail decided to get involved in the warrior selection was actually rather complicated. One of those reasons was the murder of the archbishop. The fact that the devil was involved in that case had long since passed. After that, Mikhail decided to get involved in the warrior election. Mikhail should have taken a lot of time to understand the situation. Preventing the archbishop's murder and proving the demon was the cause. In order to do that, Mikhail stayed in the temple for 1 week. Instantly, Mikhail asked Cassandra about what she had asked him. Then Cassandra's face seemed to change to gloomy. She said that what Mikhail had asked for had been done. Cassandra said hesitantly. In Mikhail's mind, he thought that Cassandra was impossible to refuse. Cassandra was the only one of the last people who supported Cassandra until the end. Not long after, there was the sound of someone coming from the outer door. Then the figure came inside. He was wearing a robe. It turned out to be Pope Gregory. He immediately approached Cassandra and asked about her condition. Gregory did not expect Cassandra to be trapped in a place like this. Then Cassandra assured him that she was fine because there was Mikhail, who protected her. Mikhail was finally able to show Pope Gregory that he was honest when he said that Cassandra was in a dire situation. That's why, in regards to what they talked about last time, there was something Mikhail wanted to add. Suddenly, Pope Gregory was surprised to see the seal in Mikhail's hand. He suspected that it was from Lord Hekau. Then Mikhail conveyed the words from Hekau that the Holy Land must change. Mikhail looked deeply at Pope Gregory and told him that Mikhail needed his help on the next day. There was a very emotional look on the archbishop's face. His eyes were wide while clenching his fists. This was due to the discussion at the meeting a few hours ago. At the meeting, one of the archbishops expressed his support for Mr. Mikhail Walpurgis. The old man realized that Archbishop Narun was one of the Pope's closest advisors. The fact that Archbishop Narun expressed his support meant that the Pope shared his opinion. After the meeting ended, those with different opinions immediately held a small meeting. The man with the glasses said that the reason why they were quiet was because Mr. Siegfried represented the honor and symbol. They believed that it would overwhelm Mikhail, but that was not the problem. The problem was where they were right now because they were facing Walpurgis. They could not predict what would happen. It was impossible for Lord Walpurgis to build a reputation. Even though Mikhail had defeated the Demon King before, it had no impact on the people. Even if that was the case, they would do their best to stop the spread of information. If necessary, the Archbishop was sure they would all be willing to get their hands dirty. It was a bright morning. Mikhail stretched his body while yawning. He felt that today's air was very cool and beautiful. It doesn't feel like a week has passed. As Mikhail had expected, Archbishop Narun would move first. Cassandra and the divine symbol as Pope, it would be difficult for him not to support Mikhail. Now there was only one last problem Mikhail had to solve. That was the matter of the death of the Archbishop. The murder of Archbishop Narun, to be precise. With this event, the Pope, who already had weak support, his position was further narrowed. From there, when Mikhail thought about who would benefit the most, Archbishop Kilian was the first to come to mind. But Mikhail still couldn't be sure. Suddenly, the servant appeared from behind Mikhail and called out to him. Suddenly, Mikhail was surprised by the waiter's sudden arrival. The waiter returned from his vacation after more than a week. He thought it was more than enough. He was afraid that if he didn't start working, the Lord Marquis would start calling him. The look on the waiter's face turned serious. He had something to say, and it wasn't about a nice vacation. The servant did not expect that the Holy Land would be filled with this filth. Then Mikhail immediately asked where their location was. Surprisingly, they were in the Holy Night. A little fairy appeared beside Mikhail. She expressed her uneasiness that she too could sense something bad. Then the servant added that the archbishop named Kilian had been radiating evil energy. It almost felt like something bad was following him. Mikhail bowed his head. He would check it out himself. Since the servant had done his job well, Mikhail decided to give him a gift. The servant guessed that Mikhail would give him a potion, but it turned out that his guess was wrong. It wasn't a potion, but Mikhail could teach him how to be a little healthier. Then the waiter asked when Mikhail could teach him the technique. Mikhail invited him after this incident was over to have a casual chat together. A little while later, Mikhail and Leon went down an alley to get to the Holy Night. Mikhail told Leon if there was something that worried him, but Leon still doesn't know the reason Mikhail invited him. Mikhail said if Leon didn't get the chance to fight the vice-captain properly. According to Mikhail, it was very unfortunate. That's why this time Mikhail gave Leon a chance. Hearing this, Leon smiled broadly and felt enthusiastic. Instantly, Mikhail threw something to Leon as he told Leon to use it. There was a sword in Leon's hand now. Then Mikhail told him to put his aura into it. Then it would react. Without lingering, Leon immediately followed Mikhail's directions. Suddenly, a very bright blue aura came out in front of Leon. Seeing this made Leon amazed. Mikhail explained that it wasn't just a sharp sword. Just imagine him spreading his aura through a magic tool. Instantly, the aura took the form of a person. Suddenly, Leon was surprised. It was a sword skill to summon a larger enemy, exactly like what he saw in the dream. Although Leon couldn't talk directly to him, he should be able to train him easily. The fairy considered that Mikhail provided a complete package, namely weapons, and also fighting opponents. The fairy wondered what Mikhail had been doing all week. Leon felt it was too much for him to accept the sword, as he had not done much for Mikhail. However, Mikhail is confident that Leon will help more in the future. Mikhail wanted Leon to repay him by becoming stronger. Eventually, Leon determined to grow stronger. A few moments later, finally, Mikhail and Leon had arrived at their destination. Arriving at the gate, they were stopped by two soldiers and asked about the purpose of their arrival. Mikhail said that there was something he wanted to discuss with Vice-Captain Habe. Seeing them trying to stop him, Mikhail was sure that this meant there was a reason why he couldn't enter now. Then the soldier wanted to hold Mikhail on the grounds that they needed time to prepare, but Mikhail ignored that and just went inside. Mikhail said he just wanted to see the knights in their true form. At the same time, suddenly there was someone who approached Mikhail. It turned out to be the knight Habe. Mikhail smiled broadly at Mr. Habe. Mikhail thought that Mr. Habe's arrival was to greet them, but Mr. Habe's face looked flat and looked sarcastically at Mikhail. Gruffly, Mr. Habe asked the reason for their arrival here. Then Mikhail grabbed Leon's shoulder as he told Mr. Habe that Mr. Leon Parslope was here to finish the duel that the two of them should have done. Suddenly Leon was surprised because Leon didn't feel like saying that. Immediately Mr. Habe's expression changed. Mr. Habe first expressed his apologies for what he had done and for not being able to greet him properly after the incident. But Mr. Habe wanted to clarify that they were not dueling when they faced each other. Leon asked Mr. Habe once again to confirm whether he wanted to withdraw or not. Seeing Mr. Habe frowning, the man looked like he was provoked by Leon's question just now. Then Mikhail added more by concluding that Mr. Habe did not want to admit that the scene was a duel, but only an attack from him. Suddenly, Mr. Habe immediately vented his emotions, but Mikhail didn't stop there. As a warrior candidate, Mikhail believes he has an obligation to eradicate corruption and crime in the Holy Land. Finally, Lord Habe agreed to the duel. Then Lord Habe invited them to enter. Two men were seen fighting with their swords in the training hall. Mikhail and Leon watched the men practicing their swords carefully. Lord Habe explained that they practiced endlessly to ensure that they would not embarrass their master. There was a moment when Leon just looked at the holy knights, he thought. Seeing them like this felt a little strange. The little fairy appeared and told Mikhail that she could feel a strong Hekau aura in that place. The fairy's eyes lit up brightly. There was something that concerned the fairy, just as the old man had said. On top of the fort, there was a flag that had the Hekau symbol. The fairy could sense that there was something strange about the flag. However, it was a little complicated. She wasn't surprised that there were many people who didn't notice it. The place with the most loyal and strongest followers is the Holy Land. Yet within the capital of this Holy Land there was no demonic energy. This was impossible because there were demons born with such power. That person used dirty tricks to slowly corrupt his target. His imitation and acting were very cunning. But Mikhail thought that no matter what, that person must have a blind spot. Once the demon imitates someone, it forgets the fact that it is imitating someone. The demon completely becomes the target being imitated by thinking and acting like them. Mikhail was very curious as to who this person was. Then Mikhail asked Lord Habe if there was any trouble within the Holy Knights. Then Lord Habe looked at Mikhail and replied, "Not much." In his mind, Mikhail thought that Mr. Habe seemed to be telling the truth. Mikhail couldn't feel anything in that gaze of his. But Mikhail still needed to check for himself. Then Mikhail put his fingers on his forehead as he activated the detection skill. Mikhail's eyeballs turned black. Mikhail was instantly transported to a different dimension and then examined every corner of the place. After looking everywhere, Mikhail still didn't find anything. But not long after, Mikhail felt a strange feeling heading towards the basement. This made Mikhail very sure that there was something under them. Then Mikhail called Mr. Habe and asked seriously if Mr. Habe was very sure there was nothing strange in that place. Mr. Habe seemed relaxed in responding to Mikhail's question and reassured Mikhail. Then Mikhail mentioned the basement. Suddenly, Mr. Habe was surprised after hearing that. Mikhail clearly saw Mr. Habe's reaction. Mikhail thought it was unlikely that the vice-captain would realize what happened to the Holy Knights. He thought it was unwise to make a decision right away. Mr. Habe immediately averted his eyes and replied that he was not sure about that. Mr. Habe seemed reluctant to discuss it. But Mikhail insisted on asking Mr. Habe to let him check the basement himself. This was firmly rejected by Mr. Habe. He would not let him go underground himself. So Mr. Habe insisted that he would come along. He thought it would be better if someone in charge went with Mikhail. Mikhail mentioned to Mr. Habe that he had something more important to take care of. Mikhail also brought Leon not without reason. Suddenly, Mr. Habe was silent. Mr. Habe still argued that he still couldn't let him go alone. Mikhail told him that that was why he would go with someone else. Mikhail was sure that the person would come out soon after seeing something happening. Mikhail hoped that the person would come soon. Not long after, someone's footsteps were seen approaching towards them. A man who had blonde hair and wore a suit of armor appeared. Seeing the man's arrival, a small smile appeared at the corner of Mikhail's lips. Instantly, Mikhail pointed at the man and said that he would go with him. This made the blonde man look surprised because he didn't know anything. Then Mikhail called the man named Siegfried and then invited him to come with him. A few moments later, Mikhail and Siegfried went down the stairs that led to the basement. Siegfried's face looked irritated because Mikhail had not yet given him an explanation. Then Mikhail told him that there was something strange in the basement. But Siegfried said that there was only an old room that was an abandoned storage area. The little elf on Mikhail's shoulder felt strange. After that, the atmosphere became quiet and awkward between the two of them. Then Siegfried started a conversation with Mikhail. Siegfried mentioned about Mikhail, who once said that he was a hypocrite. Siegfried wanted Mikhail to tell him why. Mikhail didn't even know much about him. Siegfried was curious why Mikhail could say that. Mikhail immediately stopped his steps as he sighed. Then Mikhail turned around to face Siegfried, who was behind him. Mikhail emphasized that the Holy Land could have made a mistake. All the archbishops seemed like people who were given holy missions and they didn't seem to cause any trouble. Rationalization at its best. Mikhail asked Siegfried if he ever thought about the impact of his actions on his surroundings. Siegfried was instantly speechless and could not move a muscle. In a stammering tone, Siegfried admitted that he always thought twice before doing it. Then Mikhail asked again if that was the reason for leaving the prophet, but Siegfried denied this. Suddenly, Mikhail became very emotional because Siegfried kept lying. When Siegfried left him, he lost the right to use justice as his reason. Mikhail offended him by asking if the archbishop told him that his prophecies ruined people's lives. Not in the way that the archbishop had told him, but whether Siegfried had ever thought of doing anything of his own free will. Mikhail thought there was no point in having this conversation. Mikhail felt that Siegfried did not expect him to tell him anything positive when he asked that question. Then Siegfried asked him if Ida thought the same thing as him. In his mind, Mikhail clucked in annoyance. Then Mikhail looked sharply at the man and confirmed whether he would change his attitude if it was like that. Mikhail realized that this would not change. If this changed, such an incident would never happen. After that, Mikhail used the light skill to provide light in the dark room. They looked around the underground storage room carefully. There were only unused items down there. Siegfried assured Mikhail that there was nothing in the room. But Mikhail ignored him and told him to be quiet. At the same time, a fairy appeared who would take care of it. With her powers, the fairy pointed out something hidden in the basement. The fairy said that it was similar to what was bothering Ig, though much weaker. Mikhail realized that it was the remains of a demon god. Mikhail was sure that it was not just that. He thought there must be dozens or even hundreds scattered throughout the Holy Land. Mikhail thought it was not enough. If Hekau asked for himself personally, then there was no way the matter was this simple. Mikhail didn't believe that. Then Mikhail convinced Siegfried of what the man should do and what was right. Mikhail asked him to think about it carefully. Meanwhile, in another place, there was Mr. Habe sitting on the stairs thinking about something. In his mind, Mr. Habe thought about the figure of Mikhail Warpugis. He did not expect that Mikhail would stay in the main temple for a week without moving and appear out of nowhere. Mr. Habe wondered if there was really something in the basement, even though Mr. Habe did not feel that there was anything suspicious there. But seeing Mikhail's expression earlier, it was like he knew something that Mr. Habe didn't know. Instantly, Leon came up to Mr. Habe, who had been daydreaming. Leon reminded him to do the duel he had promised. Mr. Habe told Leon once again that what they did the other day was not an official duel, but Leon still insisted on a duel. Mr. Habe was provoked. Instantly, Mr. Habe got up from his seat. Mr. Habe emphasized that the title of Vice Captain of the Holy Knight was not easily obtained. With a sinister look on his face, Lord Habe warned Leon that his skills were nothing compared to his own. There was a very strong aura enveloping Mr. Habe's body. Seeing this made Leon excited and told Mr. Habe to prove his strength. Leon, who was full of enthusiasm, challenged Mr. Habe to prove his strength. Leon was sure that Mr. Habe must have thought that he wouldn't be able to give him a challenge. Mr. Habe might not be a master, but his skills felt like one. Leon admitted he was weak compared to Mikhail. Leon decided to give it a try. Leon immediately ran towards Mr. Habe while attacking him with his sword. But the attack was easily repelled by Mr. Habe. Leon became a little overwhelmed by the attacks that came from Mr. Habe. Mr. Habe's movements became faster with each attack. That could be dangerous for him. Then Leon gave a bigger attack so that Mr. Habe's body was thrown back. Receiving that attack took the Habe Lord by surprise. It also made Mr. Habe panic, because if he couldn't show them the clear differences in his skills, then Mr. Habe felt he wouldn't be able to face the Holy Knights properly. Immediately, the spirit within Lord Habe stirred. Lord Habe would make sure Leon learned from his ecthofarience. Right at the same time, a huge explosion appeared beside them. Suddenly, they immediately stopped their duel and immediately looked towards the source of the explosion. Leon looked surprised to see Mikhail who appeared there. Mikhail greeted everyone who had gathered there. Then Mikhail asked for their attention. There was something Mikhail wanted to tell them all. With a big smile, Mikhail said that the operations of the Holy Knights would be suspended from today onwards. Suddenly, they were all stunned to know this. They did not accept Mikhail preventing them from doing their work for no reason. Mikhail responded to them casually and told them that there was a reason behind it all. Mikhail said that there were some demons who had made a nest under the Holy Knights' headquarters. Mikhail mentioned that Lord Siegfried also agreed with him. No one was to leave this place until they found the demon. Then Mikhail raised his wand high and then activated the Sanctuary Declaration skill. There was a very bright beam of light from the wand shining around the place. The power of the World Tree and the power of Hekau together with the Tempest of Set. With that much holy energy, Mikhail was confident that he should be able to find the demon. Mikhail told the demon to come out and reveal himself. The atmosphere became quiet and everyone seemed to be silent. Not long after, there was someone coughing among them all. Suddenly, Mikhail immediately looked for the person's whereabouts. There was a man named Mileson. Their attention was immediately drawn to the man. They wondered what was wrong with Mileson. Mikhail walked over to the man. Mileson immediately rebelled while convincing Mikhail that he was not a demon. Then Mikhail firmly told him to stop dodging. The man's whole body trembled. Mikhail was well aware that the demon was good at acting, but the man still insisted on not admitting this. Mikhail realized that the man killed one of their people and used his body. Then the demon mingled among the people. Mikhail thought that was a truly horrible thing, but there was nothing Mikhail could do. Mikhail didn't care about that, and then pointed his wand at the man's head. Instantly, the man turned into a horrible demon. The demon looked angry because he spent years and now Mikhail was ruining it like this. Everyone was very surprised to see the change from Mileson, who became a demon. They really didn't expect if it turned out that the person was really a demon. Mikhail was familiar with this method and situation. Mikhail was instantly reminded of the murder of Archbishop Narun. Mikhail was sure that the demon would definitely be able to do it. Mikhail did not expect it to be the demon named Delos. The figure in front of Mikhail was a demon named Delos. The demon did not believe that Mikhail knew him. Mikhail knows Delos very well, who is a demon far from public view. Delos is the commander of the 6th Corps and the right-hand man of Meryl. Delos was also a small piece of the woman. Nonetheless, Delos was just a slave who fulfilled his needs. Delos did not like being called things like a slave. Delos instantly unleashed his attack and created a thick, dark smoke that obscured their view. They all became very panicked and frightened as they could not see anything around them. Now that Delos's identity had been revealed, the Archbishop's assassination plan was ruined. Mikhail thought that Delos would have no choice but to kill the next best thing. That meant Delos would try to get close and attack Mikhail. Delos was seen secretly attacking from behind Mikhail. But at the same time, fortunately, Mikhail immediately activated the Tempest of Set skill, causing Delos's body to be blown far back. Delos didn't understand how Mikhail could do that. Then suddenly, Mikhail immediately grabbed Delos's neck and lifted his body high. Mikhail knew that Meryl was watching him. It was Mikhail who looked deeply into the demon's eyes. Mikhail didn't know what kind of plans Meryl had for this place, but Mikhail made sure that he would ruin any plans the demon had. After that, Mikhail used the Spear of Divinity skill. A shining spear appeared from the sky and aimed to pierce Delos's body. Everyone looked dumbfounded at the scene before their eyes. Not only that, Mikhail then smashed the demon's body into pieces. There was a great power enveloping Mikhail's body. There was a look of astonishment on Siegfried's face. His body became stiff, and he continued to stare at Mikhail. Siegfried saw that Mikhail was like a hero who defeated evil and found the right path for mankind to follow. He thought that was a true warrior. Instantly, Siegfried's face changed because he felt that he was far from a true warrior. Although Siegfried was a warrior candidate, he never realized that the companions who were always around him were actually demons. But for him to be a warrior candidate, this was too cruel of a fate. But Siegfried thought that if he lacked something, he just needed to do his best to make up for it. The gods would never abandon their servants who tried. Siegfried was sure that if he tried, there would be a way. But suddenly Siegfried remembered the words of Mikhail. It made him waver. After that, Mikhail confirmed the situation around him. Then Mikhail explained to them all that the devil would do everything to hide among them. If they were not vigilant, then they would fall prey to the devil in no time. One of them asked how Mikhail knew this. Then Mikhail firmly said that he would not be a warrior if he could not find something like this. Mikhail was frank that he was a little disappointed in them. Mikhail had not expected that none of them would be able to figure out that the demon was using the body of their own colleague. Maybe it was different for normal people, but Mikhail expected more from all of them. Mikhail thought they were all high and mighty holy knights. Mikhail claimed to have heard rumors that some of them had begun to form relationships with some archbishops for personal gain. Immediately, Mr. Habe denied it firmly. Mr. Habe said that they were holy knights who served Lord Hekau, and they also maintained neutrality. Mikhail concluded that that was why Habe attacked the main temple. Habe reasoned that they were just following the prophecy. Mikhail would understand if Mr. Habe had defeated demons during his career, but he didn't think that was the case. Then Mr. Habe tried to give his explanation in a stammering tone. But Mikhail thought it was unnecessary to explain. According to him, Habe had no right to do so. Then Mikhail looked at Siegfried. Mikhail was sure that Siegfried also agreed with him. Mikhail said that he could not do anything by himself, considering that there was still a mere candidate. Siegfried bowed his head while admitting that Mikhail's words were true. But suddenly Siegfried shouted to Mikhail and said that he wanted to test Mikhail's strength with his own hands. Siegfried was seen giving a sharp look and then invited Mikhail to duel. There was a beautiful sunset in the sky that afternoon. In the center of the field, Mikhail and Siegfried were facing each other. Siegfried was seen holding his sword tightly directed at Mikhail as if challenging him to a fight. Then Mikhail said that if Siegfried wanted to propose a duel with him, then Siegfried had to pay a fair price. According to him, one can only be determined when there are risks involved. Then Mikhail pointed at the object Siegfried was wearing. It was the saint pendant that Siegfried always wore. Finally, Siegfried accepted his offer. Mikhail felt that he had already used Tempest's absolute defense once. It would be useful as his secret card, but that was not a problem. Mikhail already knew the man's abilities. By now, Siegfried hated himself and was in despair because he had lost faith in his ability to be a warrior. It's not even strange that Siegfried started to lose his mind. Siegfried's long sword was pointed at Mikhail. With confidence, Siegfried said that he had no intention of losing. The man looked very serious. Seeing this, a fairy appeared and offered help to Mikhail, but Mikhail refused. He was sure this time he would be fine. Siegfried suddenly advanced towards Mikhail to attack him. The man's movements were so fast that Mikhail had no chance to dodge. Mikhail thought that the man must have been determined. If Siegfried hadn't used all his strength from the start, Siegfried wouldn't have stood a chance against Mikael. Siegfried then delivered his attack again. Quickly, Mikael immediately activated the multicasting skill 5-layer shield, which could ward off Siegfried's attacks. Mikael grinned at Siegfried's great determination. Now it was Mikael's turn to make his attack. Mikael used the Circle 5 magic 100 sword. 100 sword was an upgrade from the Circle 2 spell Mana sword. Since it was a spell used to help Siegfried in the past, it was not deadly. It was just that it was extremely painful. Siegfried exerted all his strength to ward off Mikael's attack. There was a huge explosion up there. It made the surroundings of the place shrouded in thick, clumpy smoke that blocked visibility. Mikael was sure that the man was hiding himself, but Mikael already knew the trick. Given that Siegfried was an honest man, Mikael knew that the man would definitely go ahead. Siegfried must have thought that Mikael wouldn't be able to prepare a spell in such a short time. But unfortunately, it was all too obvious to Mikael. Siegfried didn't even manage to destroy all of his mana swords. Mikael immediately activated the 5-layer slow multicasting skill. Suddenly, Siegfried's body became heavy, and then fell as if something had hit his body. In that state, Siegfried still didn't want to give up and thought that he could definitely do this. Siegfried said that it wasn't over yet. Mikael confirmed that it wasn't over yet because there were 10 more left. The look on Siegfried's face was dumbfounded at his words. Suddenly, Mikael immediately launched his attack. There was a hysterical scream from Siegfried because he felt tremendous pain. The attack left Siegfried unconscious on the floor. Everyone who saw the incident was dumbfounded. They did not expect Mikael to be so cruel. The Saint Pendant was finally handed over by Siegfried to Mikael as an agreement at the beginning of the battle. The look on Mikael's face showed as if he didn't think the pendant was now his. Mikael promised to make good use of it. The fairy who was beside Mikael felt that it seemed to be useful. A sane pendant is an artifact that will amplify holy energy and increase the speed of recovery. The Saint Pendant also had other secret functions that most people did not know about. But Mikael thought that it was still not time to use it. Using it to strengthen his own holy energy was more than enough for Mikael. Siegfried bowed his head, acknowledging that it was a fair fight. Siegfried felt that he was the weak one. According to him, Mikael had taught him many things. Mikael was silent for a moment hearing that. Mikael wanted to ask him something. Mikael was curious if Siegfried would use a different technique if this was not a duel. But Siegfried didn't understand what he meant. Mikael said that it was like attacking from behind or using a secret weapon. Suddenly, Siegfried immediately denied it firmly. Siegfried realized that his name was unfair. As a warrior, Siegfried made sure that he would not do anything like that. Then Mikael mentioned it about the thousands of people who died. Hearing these words made Siegfried silent and unable to move. Mikael emphasized to him that there was no point in being a warrior if you couldn't protect people. These words offended Siegfried. It left Siegfried speechless. Then Mikael immediately turned around and left the man. Mikael thought that there was no need to listen. Mikael already knew what the man would say. After that, Mikael and Leon left together from that place. Leon felt that Mikael had gone too far with his attitude toward Siegfried. According to him, Siegfried did not look like a bad person. Then Mikael told Leon that he would not act like that if Siegfried was someone else. Mikael explained that being a warrior candidate is a position with greater responsibility than he imagined. Not long after, Mikael's footsteps stopped when he saw someone in front of him. The look on his face turned into anger. That was because Mikael saw the figure of the Killian Archbishop. Mikael wondered why the Killian Archbishop had come out of the main temple. Thinking about it, Mikael was sure that he had come here because of Cassandra. Leon looked very annoyed to realize the existence of the old man. Leon realized that it must be difficult to deal with him, so Leon asked what Mikael would do. With confidence, Mikael said that he would face him directly. Then they walked closer to the Killian Archbishop. The Killian Archbishop, who noticed their presence, immediately turned to them. Now the two of them were facing each other and staring intently at each other. The atmosphere became tense, but instantly, both of their expressions changed. There were fake smiles on their faces. Then the Killian Archbishop warmly welcomed Mikhail's arrival, as well as Mikhail, who greeted the Archbishop in a friendly manner. While holding Mikhail's hand, the Killian Archbishop claimed he was lucky to have met him. Mikhail confirmed the bishop's words, because the prophet had returned safely without falling into the hands of the devil, so they must all be very lucky. But the Killian Archbishop didn't seem to understand what Mikhail had just said. Mikhail was sure it must have been the devil. Mikhail satirized him by saying that there was no way someone from the Holy Land would do this. According to Mikhail, it was absurd for a believer not to believe in divination. With a sharp look, Mikhail said that he was very sure that Archbishop Killian would never be such a stupid bastard. There was a look on Archbishop Killian's face as he tried to contain his emotions. Then the Killian Archbishop hurriedly said goodbye to Mikhail. But before that, the Archbishop wanted to say something to him about the best candidate as a warrior. Before the Archbishop had finished saying it, Mikhail immediately interrupted his conversation. Mikhail felt that he didn't care about that. Mikhail told him that it was not the Killian Archbishop who chose the warrior candidate, but their wise god, the god Hekau. Archbishop Killian walked past Mikhail without paying any attention to his words. Instantly there was an unpleasant smell as Archbishop Killian passed by them. The fairy beside Mikhail immediately covered his nose as he smelled the foul odor that disturbed everyone. Even if it wasn't from the Archbishop himself, it must be from someone close to him. Mikhail realized that the demon he had defeated, Delos, was a murderer. Before Mikhail regressed, he learned that the demon was famous for his achievements, but there are interesting facts about him, namely about the demon who has a twin brother. The twin of Delos was named Lutos. In the past future, the demon who will become famous is his twin brother. The look on Archbishop Killian's face was very emotional. Then the Archbishop asked the man in front of him sternly about what happened to the Holy Knight. The man then told the Archbishop that they announced that they would stop all future operations after experiencing some major problems. Hearing this made the Archbishop angry. The Archbishop rebelled by destroying things around him. His mood became very chaotic. The Archbishop was sure that this must be the work of Mikhail Walpurgis. Right after the servant left, there came a white-haired man who approached the Killian Archbishop. The man was the high priest named Haran. The bishop summoned the man because he had something to say. Archbishop Killian told him that as of today, the Holy Knights had temporarily suspended all their operations. Haran suddenly became shocked. The color of his eyeballs instantly changed. Then the Archbishop told him that this was the work of Walpurgis, an evil wizard who disturbed the order in the Holy Land. That's why Archbishop Killian called Haran to ask for his prediction, but unfortunately, Haran had not received any predictions from their heavenly gods for this situation. There was a slightly disappointed look on the Archbishop's face. The Archbishop was well aware that the prophecy Haran had received was much more accurate, especially when compared to the one received by the woman. The Archbishop then invited Haran to see her out. After that, Haran immediately said goodbye to him. The look on Haran's face was sinister. He looked like he was very angry. At the same time, at the main temple, the servant asked about Mikhail's remark that there was another demon. Mikhail confirmed it and said that there was another demon. Mikhail wondered why the man was surprised when he had already experienced this on the world tree. It was because the servant was trapped in the prison at that moment the whole time. The servant protested to Mikhail and said that it was also because Mikhail always left him in the middle of nowhere due to his old age that the servant didn't realize such things. Mikhail had confirmed that the Killian Archbishop was in contact with demons. According to Cassandra, being in contact with demons was the ultimate heresy. It was a great crime that even an archbishop could not possibly escape. Cassandra thought heresy was not something Mikhail could easily prove. Mikhail must have strong evidence so that everyone agrees that his crimes have been committed. But according to Leon, that didn't mean they could let the old man do whatever he wanted. Then Mikhail responded casually, saying that there was no need to think too hard. Mikhail told them that they already had the support of the Pope. Under normal circumstances, the Pope does not have authority. With the termination of the Holy Knight's actions, there was more than enough situational evidence showing that the Archbishop had committed heresy. On top of that, Mikhail had the seal of Hekau. With that, the Pope will not be like before. Cassandra thought that the qualification test was to test her ability to become a warrior within 4 days. Leon confirmed it. In 4 days' time, all the archbishops would gather. In his mind, Mikhail thought that it would be a good stage to prove his heresy and burn the demons. Therefore, Mikhail needed help from Cassandra. Mikhail had previously said that he believed in her, so that's why Mikhail intends to support her throughout the journey. Cassandra's prophecy needed to be respected and protected. Mikhail could not let Cassandra fall into the same position as last time. But Cassandra had never heard the archbishop say anything to her before. Cassandra said she could only see the future. Mikhail said that most people were not even capable of seeing such things. It showed that Cassandra had a talent for reaching out to the divine. Hearing that made Cassandra realize, but there was still a little doubt inside her. She wondered if she could do it. With great confidence, Mikhail said that Cassandra would not fail. Mikhail claimed to have spoken with their God up there. It was a very holy conversation, in another place. There was an archbishop standing in front of the window enjoying the peaceful morning atmosphere. It reminded him of the past, when he met the prophet girl who had no hobbies. The bishop taught her about tea. He told her about various tea leaves from famous regions, how to store tea leaves, how to brew them, and so on. He had taught her many things, but the bishop couldn't protect him. Not only could he not protect her, the bishop even had no choice but to watch as the girl was exiled from the Holy Land. The bishop's face became gloomy. Not long after, Mikhail came up to the bishop and said that he had something to talk to him about. Mikhail was seen talking to the bishop. Mikhail thanked the bishop because the bishop had made Mikhail's life luxurious in the main temple. Mikhail said that in 2 days, his ability to become a warrior would be tested here. The bishop also said the same thing. He said that the whole purpose was to test Mikhail's abilities and confirmed the archbishop's respective opinions. Mikhail said that he was well aware that many archbishops supported Lord Siegfried. Instantly, the bishop bowed his head and had a glum look on his face. The bishop felt that the stories about Mikhail Walpurgis were damaging to his honor as successor, and the rumors about him pleading with his former fiancée. Although many rumors portrayed him as a bad person, the bishop judged that the person did not seem as bad as he was told. Then the bishop asked permission to ask Mikhail one thing, even though he thought it was rude. The bishop said that with many options, even if Mikhail was not chosen as a soldier, the bishop begged Mikhail to take care of Cassandra. In his mind, the bishop thought that if his words were pointless, the bishop felt like he was saying that Mikhail could not become a warrior. After hearing the bishop's request, Mikhail wanted to know what the bishop's special reason was for asking him to guard Cassandra. Then the bishop said that if Lord Siegfried was elected as a warrior, then that child Cassandra would lose her way. The bishop thought that it was a prophecy that no one would believe. The bishop added that if that happened, then Cassandra would die slowly in excruciating pain. If Cassandra was able to leave the Holy Land, the bishop believed it would bring great happiness to Cassandra. The bishop told Mikhail that Cassandra was a child who experienced a lot of pain. The bishop did not want to see Cassandra suffer anymore. With confidence, Mikhail replied that it was very difficult to fulfill, because he was the one who would be chosen as a warrior. The bishop seemed surprised by Mikhail's words. Then he told Mikhail that the influence of the Kilian archbishop was very large. The bishop explained that there were many priests who supported him in the holy country. Mikhail didn't seem to care about that. He said that they had a different pope on their side. Not only that, Mikhail told the bishop if they also had a bishop like him to support them. Hearing Mikhail's words, the bishop replied that he did not have any power. Then Mikhail firmly said that the bishop certainly had power, and above all, Mikhail was very confident. With the gods on their side, Mikhail became very confident in himself. Hearing Mikhail's words made the bishop think he was seen crying because he was considered a god by Mikhail. The bishop considered that just now he felt that Mikhail was like being enveloped by a pair of wings. When Mikhail was about to leave, the bishop called out to him. He wanted Mikhail to tell him whatever he needed to do for Mikhail. Then Mikhail felt that if it should have been obvious, Archbishop Naroon was quite easy to talk to. Mikhail thought that it was possible that the bishop felt the presence of Hekau on him. Despite the bishop's support, the reason why Mikhail spoke to the bishop was simple, that in Mikhail's past life, Archbishop Naroon was dead. Mikhail added that he wanted to eliminate all possibilities of that happening, and that's when his suspicions began. Then Mikhail was seen with the fairy. Mikhail was seen holding something bloody. The fairy said that this was very embarrassing for the holy country. This should have been obvious. Then Mikhail replied that this is what the devil did. It is known that Mikhail succeeded in breaking the seal on the Archbishop of Naroon. That is proof that Archbishop Naroon was not just killed. Then the fairy asked if Mikhail remembered how to tell Mikhail that she was going to check the holy country. Mikhail looked surprised to hear the fairy ask him that. Then Mikhail asked if there was anything the fairy had found. The fairy said that communication with Hekau could not be done. She suspected that it was because of the remnants of the demon god. Fairy added that if that was one of the reasons, but there were other reasons. The fairy explained to Mikhail that the demon god's right eye was part of the cursed creature. She guessed if it seemed like that part was under them. Therefore, the fairy was very sure that was why the remnants could multiply endlessly. Hearing the fairy's explanation, Mikhail considered that the fairy was very great for being able to know that. Then Mikhail said if that meant they had to go find it. Mikhail told the fairy that he knew where she was. The fairy was very surprised and did not expect Mikhail to know all this. 2 days until the appointed date. Mikhail was already at the place where the demon god's eyes were. It was a place that was very difficult to find in the Holy Land. However, the fairy felt that this place was still too extreme, because it was the tomb of the first warrior. Then Mikhail stepped closer to the meal. They both looked utterly stunned at the enormity of the place. Mikhail had expected them to make a simple garden for the first warrior, but little did he know that the Holy Land had gone too far. The fairy was curious if Mikhail became a warrior, what generation he would be. Mikhail told her that he would be the 8th generation. The fairy concluded that this meant there had been 7 up to this point. If the first warrior saw this, that person must have been out of control in the Holy Land. Mikhail thought it seemed to have been taken care of quite well. He didn't think they could ignore the symbolism of the first warrior. Even if this place became a source of pollution, it felt like something was wrong. Mikhail hoped this wasn't the worst-case scenario. Then Mikhail climbed the stairs and approached the coffin in front of there. Before destroying the barrier, Mikhail apologized for his intrusion. The fairy realized that it was the coffin where the first warrior's corpse was. The fairy felt very curious if there was anything there. It instantly crossed the fairy's mind that the demons were hiding the eyes of the demon god here. Mikhail also confirmed it. There was a possibility that this had happened from the beginning. If it was a warrior coffin, then it would be the perfect hiding place. But the fairy felt that it was an impossible thing. She thought it was impossible for the demon god's eyes and the warrior's body to coexist. However, Mikhail said that it could have been absorbed before the warrior died. Hearing this made the fairy unable to move. To answer that, Mikhail invited her to prove this hypothesis. If Mikhail's prediction was wrong, then the warrior corpse inside the coffin should still be fine. In his mind, Mikhail really hoped that his hunch was wrong. Then the coffin slowly. Unexpectedly, it turned out that the coffin was empty. But Mikhail thinks that's not bad. He thinks it's good that they found this out now. Therefore, Mikhail will solve this problem. Then Mikhail went straight into the hole. On the other hand, there was Haran, who was sitting staring blankly in front of him. Haran felt that his brother, Delos, was dead. Haran was sure that this was the work of that damn young master Walpurgis. It was easy for him to use the Killian Archbishop. But after Walpurgis appeared, the chaos began to subside. This was very unpleasant for him. Haran searched for a way to get rid of him. Suddenly, Haran burst out laughing. He thought there was a simpler way to solve this than he thought. Meanwhile, in another place, Mikhail and the fairy were in a very dark room where there was not a single light. Not long after, they met a creepy figure sitting on a throne. The creepy figure said that he had been waiting for his arrival. The elder warrior stood solemnly. gripping his sword tightly as if anchoring himself to resolve, awaiting Mikhail's approach. Mikhail gazed intently, recognizing the figure who was once heralded as a great warrior, but now reduced by unseen forces. The elder, his fingers trembling, admitted sorrowfully that the impending destruction was beyond his control, begging Mikhail for release. With a surge of energy, the elder channeled the remnants of his power, launching a desperate attack toward Mikhail's defense. Mikhail dodged, his resolve firm. He understood the elder's plight, but steeled himself for what had to come next. The elder grimaced, explaining how the demon god's essence had spread, corrupting even his bone marrow, making his request inevitable. Mikhail grasped the gravity of the situation, watching as the elder's form began warping into something monstrous under the demon's will. With a heavy heart, Mikhail acknowledged his senior's tragic fate and summoned his strength, preparing to end the painful ordeal. The elder revealed his last spell, casting a complex magical circle meant to contain the corruption before its full release. As the circle flared to life, Mikhail watched with regret, knowing the elder's sacrifice was the only path to salvation. Mikhail stood resolute, recognizing that prolonging this meeting would only bring further suffering to the elder corrupted by darkness. The elder, attempting a weak smile, activated an ancient sigil. Its light flickered, a shadow of his former strength. The room filled with a heavy aura as the elder's remaining magic enveloped Mikhail, granting him knowledge of the warrior's legacy. The elder sighed, his energy fading, leaving behind words of encouragement for Mikhail to carry forward the mantle of hope. With the elder gone, Mikhail turned to face the looming challenge ahead, his resolve unshaken by the weight of his mission. Mikhail deflects the searing flame, narrowly avoiding disaster. His instincts guide him as a fiery orb streaks toward him. He swiftly casts a shimmering barrier, shielding himself. The intense heat radiates through the shield, testing his magical endurance. The flaming impact reverberates against Mikhail's shield. He steadies himself, eyes locked on the source of the destructive assault. Sweat trickles down Mikhail's face as his shield flickers. Determined, he channels more energy, refusing to let it falter. A shadowy figure observes from afar, analyzing the weakening barrier. The output is lower than expected, the figure muses ominously. The mysterious figure retreats slightly, revealing its skeletal form. The remnants of a once powerful being struggle to maintain balance. Its bony hand moves stiffly, a testament to its deteriorated state. Each motion feels like a miracle against its decay. A glowing red eye embedded in the figure's skull glimmers. The demon god's eye sustains its existence despite the odds. Mikhail stands firm, his opponent's aura visibly suppressed. He notices the strained movements and senses an opportunity to strike decisively. The skeletal figure trembles, but doesn't falter. Its gaze fixes on Mikhail, its resolve unwavering despite its weakened condition. "I'm a mage," the skeletal figure declares, its voice eerie yet calm. The words carry a weight that surprises Mikhail. Mikhail, startled by the declaration, doesn't lower his guard. He senses the figure gathering magical energy despite its frailty. A glowing magic circle forms in front of the skeletal mage. Its intricate design hums with energy, hinting at immense power. A roaring firebolt erupts from the circle, searing through the air. The blinding flame races toward Mikhail with ferocious speed. Mikhail counters instantly, summoning his own magical shield. The clash of spells lights up the battlefield, shaking the ground beneath them. A radiant explosion crackled as Mikhail unleashed the arcane orb, his determination blazing brighter than the fiery impact. The ground shook violently when Mikhail absorbed the shock, standing firm against chaos erupting from his unleashed power. A mage wielding holy powers? What irony, Mikhail muttered, realizing the fusion of divine and magic in his grasp. The holy sword gleamed brilliantly, seemingly pulsating with life, its intricate design holding secrets of divinity and forbidden artistry. Mikhail stared ahead, bathed in golden light, pondering destiny. He sought answers that lay hidden in the saint's prophecy. The saint's robe is the true symbol, Mikhail thought, as divine light wrapped around him like a sacred veil. Crafted with ancient blessings, the robe emitted warmth, offering strength. Mikhail sensed its essence merging with his determined soul. The elder mage, his strength fading, whispered, "I am but a fragment now. My end is near, child." Mikhail paused, heart heavy, knowing the elder had guidance yet to give. The path forward loomed, full of trials. "Before you leave, warrior, ensure your resolve is unwavering," said the elder. Mikhail's fate would soon challenge his humanity. The elder trembled slightly. "My descendant, my powers wane. This world belongs to you now, its fate is yours." With his last breath, the elder's gaze softened, entrusting Mikhail with not just power, but the weight of legacy. Mikhail knelt before the throne, understanding the sacrifice made. The elder's passing left an unspoken burden on his weary shoulders. In silence, the warrior within Mikhail awakened. He vowed to preserve the meaning of every hardship endured to this day. A cloaked figure emerged, whispering, "Warrior, your endurance will forge history. The path forward will define worlds, not merely fate." Mikhail gazed at the serene figure before him, feeling the weight of centuries lift as peace finally settled within. He reflected on the endless struggles endured, realizing the burden of being the first warrior in a legacy of sacrifice. Determined, Mikhail resolved to create an ending worthy of the effort and pain that shaped this legendary hero's journey. With one final gesture, Mikhail vowed to honor their memory, setting forth to forge a legacy with no regrets. The moment crystallized in time as the emblem of a hero fell gracefully, symbolizing the end of an era. Mikhail's aura shifted as his hands moved, the ancient spell circles forming an intricate dance of magic and will. The expansion of his magical circle filled the air with power, challenging the limits of what he believed possible. A sudden shift revealed a hidden foe lurking in shadows, its single glowing eye brimming with malevolent energy. Mikhail's focus sharpened as the enemy revealed its form, laughter echoing ominously, signaling the true battle was about to begin. With a surge of energy, the figure lunged forward, shattering the stillness and forcing Mikhail to take immediate action. Mikhail sprinted through the darkness, his senses sharp as grotesque creatures emerged, their movements chaotic and unnerving to behold. The grotesque figures lunged toward him, forcing Mikhail to weave through the chaos, his mind racing to assess the threat. With every step, the reality of his new powers dawned. The sixth circle had elevated his abilities beyond mortal comprehension. The ancient circle glimmered with radiant energy, its intricacies a testament to mastery achieved through relentless effort and sheer determination. To Mikhail, the ancient circle wasn't just a power, it was a symbol of his unique path and ultimate resolve. Mikhail's confidence surged as he activated his eighth circle magic, unleashing a technique that epitomized his mastery of frost and control. He whispered the spell's name, Frozen Throne, as shards of ice spiraled into existence, shaping the air with chilling precision. A single droplet formed, radiating cold, before expanding into an intricate snowflake, signaling the spell's overwhelming presence. The snowflake pulsed with power, freezing everything in its path as Mikhail channeled his magic to dominate the battlefield. An explosion of frost consumed the area, leaving the enemy immobilized in a masterpiece of crystalline destruction. The awe on Elena's face grew as she marveled at Mikhail's display, the brilliance of his magic overwhelming her senses. Her expression changed abruptly as she sensed danger, noticing something sinister lurking within the shadows, waiting for its chance. A single red eye glinted, revealing the malicious presence hiding, its movements eerily quiet, yet filled with malevolent intent. The shadowed figure lunged with precision, wielding a weapon that gleamed faintly, aiming directly for Mikhail's unguarded position. Mikhail turned swiftly, his defensive aura flaring as he countered the strike, narrowly evading the deadly attack. Mikhail's hands moved rapidly, conjuring multiple layers of defense, each circle resonating with the ancient techniques of the sixth circle. The complexity of his magic stunned onlookers, the vivid lights illuminating the room as his circles interlocked in perfect harmony. A devastating orb of energy formed in his hands, pulsating with lethal intensity, aimed precisely at the advancing threat. The impact of his attack was explosive, waves of heat and energy crashing through, forcing his enemies into disarray. Despite the chaos, a voice pierced the air, calling Mikhail's name with urgency as the battle raged on. Mikhail's eyes widened in shock as an overwhelming realization dawned upon him, his breath catching at the sheer weight of discovery. Mikhail regains focus amidst chaos, his sharp instincts pushing him to execute mana compression with precision, creating a powerful sphere of energy. The glowing energy pulses in his hands, growing denser as Mikhail's resolve sharpens, driving the intense magic into perfect form. With a quick motion, he unleashes the compressed mana, propelling it toward the enemy with immense speed and controlled force. The mana sphere erupts in a dazzling explosion, consuming the battlefield with radiant power, forcing everyone to shield themselves from the blast. As the smoke clears, Mikhail assesses the damage, preparing for his next move while his enemy regroups in the distance. Mikhail shifts positions rapidly, activating Blink to close the gap, his movements precise and seamless as he reappears behind his foe. The enemy struggles to react, overwhelmed by Mikhail's speed and precision, forcing them into a desperate attempt to counterattack. With a single motion, Mikhail releases another wave of energy, destabilizing the area and further pressuring the opponent's defensive tactics. The enemy retaliates, summoning a dense magical barrier. But Mikhail's relentless attacks chip away at its strength, showing his superior control. Mikhail's determination shines through as he stands unwavering, his mastery of magic keeping the upper hand in this volatile clash. Mikhail's calculated advance forces the opponent into retreat, revealing a hidden magic circle activated as part of a desperate stalling tactic. The green-haired ally observes the opponent's strategy, noting their attempt to delay while preparing a massive spell hidden within the circle. Understanding the danger, Mikhail adjusts his approach, aiming to disrupt the enemy's preparation before the spell can fully materialize. The opponent's red eyes gleam with sinister intent as their strategy hinges on buying enough time to unleash devastating magic. Mikhail's quick thinking and precise maneuvers keep the pressure on, knowing he must prevent the spell's completion at all costs. Mikhail anticipates the opponent's hidden spell, countering it with a swift cancellation magic that disrupts the enemy's elaborate strategy. As magical chains shatter, an explosive clash shakes the battlefield, showcasing Mikhail's foresight and the enemy's desperation to recover. The enemy's twisted form reveals his corrupted core, a fragment of the demon god, glaring with malice and unyielding defiance. Mikhail closes in, his every move deliberate as he ensures his foe has no opportunity to regain control of the fight. With confidence, Mikhail prepares to unleash the spell he's been holding back, determined to end the battle decisively. Standing over the defeated foe, Mikhail declares his intent to use a unique spell, one designed to obliterate even divine fragments. The demon god's eye gleams ominously, its malevolent aura pushing Mikhail to employ his self-crafted magic, a symbol of his genius. Mikhail's technique channels the martial skills of Shu Wang, the world's strongest martial artist, amplifying his physical and magical prowess. With unparalleled control, Mikhail activates the spell, merging raw strength and divine energy to prepare a final devastating attack. His foe recoils in fear as Mikhail's aura intensifies, the battlefield resonating with the power of a technique unlike any other. Mikhail channels Shu Wang's legendary technique, imbuing it with divine energy, and unleashes a punch aptly named Divine Fist. The strike surges forward, a brilliant collision of radiant light and overwhelming force, obliterating everything in its path. The battlefield trembles as the devastating impact tears through the demon god's fragment, leaving no trace of its corruption. Mikhail stands amidst the dissipating energy, victorious yet composed, reflecting on the effort it took to ensure this victory. As calm returns to the battlefield, Mikhail readies himself for what lies ahead, knowing greater challenges await his growing power. The room shifts with a brilliant light, catching Mikhail's attention as he realizes the divine nature of this altered space. Standing in the glowing expanse, Mikhail assesses his surroundings, recalling that this white domain signifies a divine presence. A mysterious figure appears before Mikhail, their familiar aura immediately reminding him of someone he respected deeply in the past. The figure's calm demeanor contrasts with Mikhail's sharp curiosity, as he acknowledges this as an extraordinary meeting within the sacred space. Mikhail smiles faintly, sensing the significance of this encounter and preparing himself for the wisdom or challenge that awaits. The figure's words carry a weight of familiarity, urging Mikhail to wait as they prepare themselves for the important conversation ahead. Recognizing the figure as his senior, Mikhail comments on their changed appearance, breaking the tension with light-hearted yet genuine remarks. The senior responds with humor, sharing their dream of blending the qualities of a mage and holy knight in their stature. Mikhail chuckles, acknowledging their senior's charm, while appreciating the candid and unexpected nature of this reunion. Their interaction creates a balance between humor and reverence, emphasizing the respect Mikhail holds for the figure's past guidance. The senior speaks of their comfort in the current form, subtly hinting at struggles endured and victories won over the years. Mikhail listens intently as the senior reflects on times of suffering, their voice carrying the weight of perseverance and lost hope. The image of an hourglass emphasizes the passage of time and the hardships that wore down their will to endure. The senior's story reveals moments when despair nearly consumed them, yet they found strength before succumbing to complete hopelessness. Their gaze steadies as they recount rising from the brink of collapse, inspired to fight for purpose and meaning once more. The senior looks at Mikhail with pride, marveling at how he overcame trials and achieved greatness, ready to inherit responsibilities. With a respectful bow, Mikhail accepts the entrusted legacy, feeling the weight of expectations and the strength to uphold them. The senior smiles warmly, their trust unwavering, knowing Mikhail will carry on the mission with unparalleled resolve and courage. Mikhail, standing tall, promises to protect and guide the world, embracing his role with an unshakable determination. The room brightens as the senior disappears, leaving Mikhail alone but steadfast in his resolve to carry forward the legacy. Mikhail's ally, Cassandra, appears excitedly, congratulating him on his success while playfully pointing out the challenges still left to address. Cassandra lifts Mikhail's spirits, acknowledging his efforts, even as he admits that not everything was resolved perfectly in the battle. The two share a light-hearted moment, showing trust and camaraderie, their bond strengthened by overcoming dangers side by side. Cassandra mentions the next step, restoring connections lost in the chaos, leaving no loose ends as they move forward. As they strategize, Mikhail ponders a personal request from Cassandra, curious yet cautious about what she might ask for in return. Cassandra teases Mikhail, reminding him of the unspoken understanding between them, a connection built through trust and shared victories. Mikhail contemplates her light-hearted challenge, his curiosity piqued by her subtle hints, yet resolved to face whatever she might ask. The dynamic energy between them mirrors their determination, showing the resilience and humor that fuel their teamwork. Mikhail reflects on the gift of camaraderie, understanding that strength lies not just in power, but in mutual trust and shared purpose. With renewed focus, they prepare for the next step of their mission, ready to face whatever comes their way together. Haran steps forward, determined to bless the girl from the prophecy, acknowledging her misfortunes caused indirectly by divine actions. Cassandra agrees to Haran's request, showing her resolve to mend any unintended consequences that might have affected the girl's destiny. Cassandra explains with humility that such blessings should never be considered rewards, but obligations for those empowered to protect others. Mikhail listens closely, his curiosity piqued as he contemplates what else could be done to balance the scales of fate. Reflecting deeply, Mikhail silently weighs his thoughts, trying to identify a unique way to contribute further to the unfolding situation. Mikhail inspects the emblem etched on his hand, marveling at its intricate design, a symbol of newfound power and responsibility. With his mana circulation perfected, Mikhail feels an unshakable balance within, signaling readiness for the trials still ahead. Suddenly, realization strikes him. There's one crucial step left, the final piece to solidify his path and complete the ritual. Mikhail wakes up, confused and disoriented, realizing he's standing in front of his coffin. Could this be a dream or some twisted reality? Still reeling from his strange awakening, Mikhail ponders if this is truly happening or just an illusion. He remains cautious. As Mikhail inspects his surroundings, he feels something is off, but the familiar objects, including the coffin, make it seem real. A familiar figure appears, interrupting his thoughts. Mikhail looks at them, still unsure whether he's dreaming or facing an eerie reality. The mysterious figure observes Mikhail and comments on his appearance. Mikhail wonders if this person holds answers or more confusion. Mikhail remembers an encounter with a strange woman he met earlier. Was it an accident or something more significant? He recalls the woman stopping him from going somewhere, and that particular detail makes him even more suspicious about everything happening. Mikhail's mind races as he thinks about the woman and the strange circumstances surrounding her. Did she know something he didn't? Just as Mikhail begins to question everything, a sudden aggressive explosion erupts. He braces himself for whatever might come next. The explosion forces Mikhail to take action. What was that? And how does it tie into the mysteries he's unraveling? Mikhail's eyes narrow in focus as something strange catches his attention. He instinctively reaches for it, curiosity overwhelming him. The object, seemingly small, feels significant in his hand. It looks like a piece of information, something vital he's meant to understand. Mikhail unfurls a small note, scanning it quickly. The message written on it seems oddly familiar, like a hidden message meant for him. The note in his hands seems like a clue, but the cryptic words leave Mikhail with more questions than answers. What does it mean? A deep sigh escapes Mikhail as he braces himself for what's to come. The mysterious message hints at more challenges ahead. Mikhail holds the saint's robe with a mix of curiosity and hesitation, pondering its significance and how it connects to him. He turns to the green-haired woman, who seems exhausted, asking if there's more he should know about the artifact. Mikhail carefully studies the robe, noting its intricate design and wondering about the power it might hold for him. Energy begins to radiate from the robe as Mikhail channels his thoughts into it, unleashing a powerful and unexpected magical reaction. The green-haired woman's eyes widen in disbelief as she senses the energy shift. Mikhail realizes this might be something extraordinary. Mikhail stares intently at the glowing power forming before him, recognizing it as a divine stigmata, rare and overwhelming in presence. The white-haired woman appears suddenly, her expression sharp as she notices Mikhail's discovery, assessing the situation with cautious intrigue. She remarks on the rarity of the stigmata, its connection to divine blessings, and the immense responsibility it carries for Mikhail. Mikhail ponders the implications of possessing such a gift, wondering if he is ready for the challenges it might bring. The white-haired woman's intense gaze locks onto Mikhail, leaving him with a sense of unease and an unshakable sense of purpose. Closer, intrigued by Mikhail's growing potential, her words laced with a mix of curiosity and expectation. She admits her own hesitation to grant such power before, yet something about Mikhail's resolve convinces her of his capability. Mikhail listens carefully, his mind racing with possibilities, realizing that stepping into this role could transform his entire life. The white-haired woman acknowledges the risks involved, her tone serious yet hopeful, as if she sees a unique spark in Mikhail. She declares Mikhail as someone on the verge of ascending, the threshold of becoming a being beyond mortal limitations, a demigod. Mikhail's eyes burn with determination as he recalls his fleeting experience with the Ten the Circle power, a taste of ultimate mastery. Facing the white-haired woman, Mikhail firmly requests the stigmata inscription, knowing it will push him closer to his extraordinary goal. The woman hesitates briefly but agrees, reaching out to guide him through the transformative process, her demeanor a mix of intrigue and caution. As their hands meet, energy crackles between them, and the air grows heavy with the weight of the divine awakening ritual. The woman explains that the inscription will amplify Mikhail's demigod potential, enabling him to embrace the powers he desperately seeks. The woman warns Mikhail the inscription's effects won't be immediate, but promises it will strengthen over time, growing steadily more potent. A single drop of blood falls, signifying the ritual's beginning, embedding the stigmata deep into Mikhail's essence, an irreversible commitment to change. Pain surges through Mikhail's body as the stigmata takes hold, causing veins of light to pulse across his arm, glowing with power. The transformation triggers an explosion of energy that Mikhail struggles to control, his will tested against the overwhelming force of the stigmata. Gritting his teeth, Mikhail endures the pain, his determination to rise above destiny burning brighter with each passing agonizing second. The energy subsides, leaving Mikhail drained but visibly altered. His body hums with new power, yet the full potential remains untapped. The woman observes him with satisfaction, acknowledging his ability to endure. She vows to watch his journey unfold with great interest. Mikhail, now standing stronger, reflects on his transformation, sensing the immense possibilities that lie ahead if he transcends his mortal limitations. With a knowing smile, the woman leaves Mikhail to face the next steps alone, confident he will uncover his ultimate destiny. As the night settles, Mikhail glances at his glowing hand, contemplating the trials to come and the rewards awaiting him. Mikhail examines his cloak, discovering it is enchanted with, capable of recording and using advanced magical spells instantly. Realizing the enchantment is no ordinary magic, Mikhail reflects on its origins and the immense responsibility of using such power wisely. He recalls the significance of the enchantment, capable of 9 the circle magic, making it a treasured artifact of immeasurable value. As Mikhail's companion questions him about the stigmata, she warns him of the dangers of losing humanity through its immense power. Despite the warning, Mikhail feels no discomfort or loss of self. Instead, he focuses on harnessing the newfound abilities effectively. Mikhail's crimson eyes glimmer as he resolves to leave the temple, accompanied by Set, who looks unsure but follows quietly. Walking across the temple's broken floor, Mikhail suddenly halts, sensing something left behind that holds great value to him. Looking back with determination, Mikhail prepares to retrieve the precious object, his confidence unwavering in the face of uncertainty. As the serene blue night surrounds him, his thoughts align with purpose. Understanding every choice holds weight for the future. Unbeknownst to him, a shadowy figure watches from afar, clinging to a tree with trembling hands, overwhelmed by fear. The cloaked figure gasps, eyes wide with terror, unable to believe the sheer presence of Mikhail and his divine transformation. Overcome by dread, the figure struggles to reconcile the energy they sense, a portion belonging to someone of unspeakable power. Blood spills violently from their mouth as the overwhelming realization crushes them, leaving them unable to maintain composure. The energy of the demon god's eye dissipates, its malevolent influence fading, unable to withstand the purity of Mikhail's aura. The capital breathes a sigh of relief as the residue of darkness begins to vanish, signaling the end of a nightmare. The cloaked figure panics, clutching their face as Merville's ominous presence looms behind them, warning of the price of failure. Shaking with fear, the figure realizes they must act quickly, plotting a desperate move to regain favor and secure their survival. The figure decides on a bold plan, aiming to exploit the upcoming general call of archbishops to take decisive action. Knowing that mere disruption isn't enough, they smirk darkly, calculating a way to surpass expectations and prove their loyalty to Merville. The figure's blood-red eyes gleam with murderous intent as they resolve to assassinate the Pope, sealing their path of destruction. A cloaked figure swiftly leaps into the forest shadows, their movements silent but deliberate, disappearing into the dense, moonlit trees. Set, perched casually on a sturdy tree branch, watches the figure vanish with intrigue, his mind brimming with unanswered questions. With a sly grin, Set whispers to himself, feeling exhilarated by the unfolding events and eager for the chaos ahead. The red light explodes violently as the frustrated figure hurls objects in anger, their patience worn thin by endless failures and delays. Struggling to compose himself, the elderly man staggers across the room, his body trembling from the weight of his frustrations. Muttering Mikhail Walpurgis's name in rage, he clenches his fists, blaming the entire chaotic situation on his nemesis's cunning actions. With despair in his voice, he questions why fate would abandon him, convincing himself that divine intervention has surely chosen him. Looking upward, he reaffirms his belief that God's guidance will show the way, placing his hopes on an approaching ally. Recalling Haran's enigmatic presence, the man reflects on the prophetic words that promised clarity and resolution amidst the escalating chaos. Trusting Haran's guidance, he remembers casting out Cassandra, doubting her visions and preferring a path shaped by his divine beliefs. The thought of Cassandra's cryptic warnings lingers, leaving him uneasy. He cannot let her interference disrupt his plans any further. Growing increasingly agitated, he replays events in his mind, questioning where his trust had faltered and how to correct the course. As bitterness consumes him, he vows to defy Mikhail and protect his influence, even if it means resorting to desperate measures. The man paces with determination, declaring that his resolve will endure, no matter the cost or the morality of his actions. A knock at the door interrupts his thoughts. He turns sharply, sensing that the awaited answer might finally have arrived. Haran enters, his calm presence a stark contrast to the turmoil in the room, immediately commanding the older man's attention. The man clings to the hope that Haran's revelations will give him the leverage needed to challenge the Pope's authority. Desperation fills the air as the man interrogates Haran, searching for the prophecy that could change everything and restore his power. Haran calmly reveals that a prophecy has come, describing the Pope's wrongful deeds and the unrest caused by bloodline mages. The Archbishop listens intently, his face lighting up as the prophecy aligns perfectly with his own suspicions about recent events. Haran subtly presses, reminding the Archbishop of the gravity of the situation and the necessity for immediate, decisive action. The Archbishop clenches his fist, realizing that the prophecy has armed him with the justification he needs to make a move. Haran, smirking slightly, watches as the Archbishop wrestles with his decision, knowing the next steps will determine the nation's future. Doubt flashes across Haran's face as he questions the Archbishop's resolve, pushing him to commit fully to the path ahead. The Archbishop stammers, uncertain at first, but Haran's fiery gaze and unwavering confidence force him to consider the stakes. Haran's tone sharpens, demanding complete dedication. The Archbishop, feeling the weight of Haran's intensity, realizes there is no room for hesitation. As Haran's red eyes glow ominously, the Archbishop nods, accepting that his role demands actions others would fear to undertake. Bolstered by Haran's fierce conviction, the Archbishop vows to proceed with determination, ready to challenge anyone who stands in his way. The Archbishop declares it is time to reshape the holy nation's future, preparing for the pivotal qualification exam. On the day of the exam, tensions rise as leaders gather, their alliances wavering under the mounting pressure and whispers of change. The Archbishop takes a calculated risk, leveraging Haran's prophecy to sway neutral leaders while subtly undermining his opponents. Observing the shifts, Mikhail smirks, acknowledging the cunning tactics at play and marveling at how rapidly the situation has evolved. Reflecting on the events, Mikhail takes a sip of tea, prepared for the challenges ahead but amused by the unfolding drama. Mikhail calmly observes Sir Siegfried's predicament, acknowledging that his recent actions might have pushed Siegfried into a more reflective state. Reflecting on their previous encounter, Mikhail considers Siegfried's warrior status and his capability to overcome obstacles with a composed mind. Confident in Siegfried's resilience, Mikhail concludes that he will likely find a solution to his challenges, given sufficient time and focus. Mikhail smirks slightly, knowing that the warrior's determination will bring him back, ready to face the trials ahead. Turning away, Mikhail reassures the elder nearby, expressing confidence that Siegfried's warrior spirit will guide him to rejoin the path. The elder, skeptical at first, questions Mikhail's certainty. Mikhail's calm demeanor reflects his unwavering belief in Siegfried's inevitable return. With a playful chuckle, Mikhail points out that true warriors possess sharp insight, which Siegfried will surely demonstrate in time. The elder ponders this perspective and slowly begins to smile, realizing Mikhail's logic holds merit and inspires confidence in Siegfried. Mikhail leans back slightly, exuding an air of ease while the elder nods in agreement, his laughter breaking the tense atmosphere. The conversation leaves a renewed sense of anticipation as both men wait patiently, trusting in the warrior's strength to prevail. As discussions continue, another figure suggests that Mikhail's appointment as a warrior could mark a turning point in the ongoing struggle. Mikhail, with his usual composed confidence, notes that such an outcome would indeed create an opportunity to solidify their collective strength. Walking through the corridors, Mikhail's presence alone commands respect. He is greeted by an ally who has been eagerly awaiting his arrival. With a faint smile, Mikhail listens as the ally shares their thoughts, revealing sleepless nights spent pondering Mikhail's earlier suggestions. A sense of camaraderie grows as Mikhail reassures his ally, ready to tackle the challenges awaiting them with resolve and strategy. Standing firm, the knight reflects on his solidarity with others, acknowledging he isn't alone in questioning the unfolding events. He recounts Sir Habei's initial anger at perceived injustices, but notes Habei's eventual realization and regret for his actions. The knight emphasizes that many others among the ranks struggled with similar emotions, torn between loyalty and the clarity of truth. He recalls how anger and denial dominated at first, yet it became evident which side truly held the moral high ground. Determined, the knight stands resolute, seeking guidance while urging accountability, as it's now clear who is right and who isn't. Mikhail evaluates the situation, noting that exposing a demon wasn't just for capturing knights, but to highlight the corruption within. Reflecting on past advice from Archbishop Kilian, Mikhail considers the warrior path he has chosen and its alignment with righteousness. The words of the Archbishop echo in Mikhail's mind, affirming that his actions serve not only justice, but divine purpose. Mikhail looks toward the horizon, confident that his choices align with what God wills, and he feels no doubt about them. The Archbishop's trust and the support of those around Mikhail reinforce his resolve to stand firm and fulfill his purpose. A fellow knight acknowledges the affirmation from peers, but confesses that Mikhail's perspective stood out as the clearest and most challenging. Approaching Mikhail with visible determination, the knight recognizes that his previous beliefs were flawed and seeks further clarity from him. The knight praises Mikhail for being the only one to openly challenge his misguided notions, bringing him to this moment of truth. Mikhail listens attentively, sensing the knight's sincerity as he questions his own path, now eager to learn from Mikhail's wisdom. With earnest eyes, the knight requests Mikhail's guidance, hoping for the same conviction and insight that reshaped his perspective entirely. Eldric's wide eyes reflected his inner turmoil as he struggled with his fears. He knew his next decision could change everything. Mikhail sat silently in the cold room, reflecting on how his past choices had confined him in endless uncertainty and regret. Among discarded trash, he stumbled upon an old, dusty book. Its mysterious aura felt like it held untold secrets. Flipping through the pages, he found tales of a fearless warrior. The words seemed to echo his own buried struggles. The book captivated him, stirring thoughts of greatness, but also locking him in the weight of expectations beyond his understanding. Though the Archbishop's belief in him had been unwavering, Mikhail realized his path forward required a choice entirely his own. Mikhail had always seemed an unlikely warrior, yet his unshaken spirit now radiated a determination far greater than appearances suggested. His movements began to reflect his inner strength, an elegant yet powerful rhythm of steps embodying a newfound sense of purpose. Each graceful leap propelled him toward something more, breaking free of doubt, carving a destiny forged by his unwavering resolve to grow. Desperation welled up within him as his journey begged for clarity, the path forward shrouded in questions only he could answer. Standing before his mentors, their piercing gazes weighed on him, silently urging him to take responsibility for his own decisions. Exhaustion settled over Mikhail as he wrestled with his fears, questioning if he was ready to confront his uncertain future. Despite endless guidance, doubts haunted him. The more he searched for clarity, the more his path felt obscured by uncertainty. Memories of past failures tore at him, a reminder of wasted opportunities and the heavy cost of misplaced beliefs. His thoughts turned to his final familial bond, now severed. The weight of loss felt unbearable, driving him to reflection. With hopelessness looming, he clung to a fragile hope, a flicker of light that promised redemption if he stayed determined. Mikhail felt the tension as his actions sparked hostility, realizing he might be pushing his fate toward unavoidable confrontation. A sudden, forceful strike shattered his defenses, leaving him stunned as his opponent's raw strength overwhelmed his guarded stance completely. The intense blow threw him backward, his armor barely absorbing the impact, sending a shockwave rippling through his entire body. Collapsing on the ground, Mikhail gasped for air, his vision blurred as he questioned if he could endure such overwhelming force. Curled up in pain, his surroundings felt distant, yet the weight of humiliation and frustration was sharper than any physical blow. Struggling to lift his head, Mikhail's frustration boiled as he faced the harsh consequences of his overconfidence and poor decisions. The figure above him radiated disdain, every word cutting deeper as Mikhail realized his mistakes had led him to this defeat. His body trembled from exhaustion, yet the scorn directed at him ignited a flame of determination hidden deep within his soul. Though battered, he began to understand the harsh reality of change and the cost it demanded from those who pursued it. Rising from the harsh reprimand, Mikhail realized this was no end but rather the beginning of his most crucial transformation. Kneeling in submission, Mikhail felt a mix of despair and resolve, acknowledging his failures while holding on to a shred of hope. The towering cathedral loomed before him, its imposing structure symbolizing the strength and clarity he desperately sought within his turbulent heart. As sunlight pierced through the grand hall, it illuminated his weary form, reminding him of the potential to rise again. The crowd within murmured in hushed tones, their eyes fixed on the fallen figure who carried the weight of his past. Slowly but steadily, Mikhail stood, his shadow stretching behind him, a symbol of resolve to conquer the darkness haunting his future. Discussions filled the grand hall as murmurs spread about Mikhail, a mage striving for recognition in a warrior's realm. The elders questioned the unusual pairing of magic and combat, their skeptical gazes fixed on Mikhail's improbable candidacy for greatness. Whispers about Mikhail's path began to rise, dismissing his ambition as foolish and impossible within the strict traditions they followed. Archbishop Ali, a respected figure, entered the room, his presence a beacon of hope for Mikhail despite the lingering doubts. With kind yet piercing eyes, Ali exchanged greetings, concealing the weight of expectations he carried to support Mikhail's challenging journey. Archbishop Ali's arrival sparked renewed tension among the gathered leaders, their concealed animosities bubbling beneath polite words and forced smiles. Another figure, Archbishop Kilian, joined the gathering, his aged demeanor masking the sharp intelligence and authority his reputation commanded. Ali and Kilian exchanged pleasantries, their words veiling their contrasting views on Mikhail's potential to redefine traditional roles within their order. As the conversation deepened, questions about divinity and the consequences of current decisions grew heavier, mirroring the atmosphere of the room. Their handshake marked a silent agreement, though unspoken conflicts brewed beneath the surface, promising future challenges for Mikhail's uncertain aspirations. The hall's aura felt tense as the elders debated whether Mikhail's journey aligned with divine will or human ambition alone. Ali's unwavering support reflected his belief in transformation, even as others doubted Mikhail's ability to overcome his inherent limitations. Kilian's cryptic remarks hinted at deeper motives, leaving everyone questioning whether tradition could ever coexist with innovation in their sacred order. As their hands parted, the elders exchanged cautious glances, silently acknowledging that Mikhail's journey would challenge the very fabric of tradition. Outside, the sun bathed the hall in golden light, a symbol of hope, yet a reminder of the daunting path ahead. The atmosphere shifted as the elders observed, their stern gazes marking the weight of every step Mikhail would take next. Amid the tense silence, a sudden disappearance left everyone startled, as if the air itself carried ominous implications. Confusion spread quickly as they searched for answers, their hearts racing with the unease of a looming and unforeseen event. The realization struck some like lightning, a name whispered with apprehension. Mikhail's presence held far greater significance than they had believed. In a quiet yet imposing moment, the focus turned entirely to Mikhail, a symbol of their unease and untamed potential. Bruised and battered, Mikhail's figure stood out, a stark contrast to the composed surroundings, reflecting the intensity of his recent trials. His self-reflection deepened as he acknowledged the harsh consequences of his choices, weighing his failures against his unrelenting resolve to improve. The judgmental gazes surrounding him pierced through his exhaustion, their opinions unspoken yet heavy, demanding proof of his worth and potential. Inwardly, he vowed to confront every challenge head-on, knowing the weight of expectation rested heavily on his determined shoulders. For Mikhail, every bruise told a story, a mark of his perseverance in a world doubting his ability to transcend limits. Even as exhaustion painted his expression, Mikhail's fiery spirit remained unbroken, determined to transform disgrace into an emblem of strength. Behind him, whispers swirled about his failures, but his focus remained sharp, channeling every setback into unyielding determination to grow. Each glance reminded him of the harsh reality he faced. His fight wasn't just external, but a battle within himself, too. Breathing heavily, he took a step forward, his path illuminated by a faint hope that carried him through despair. Mikhail's journey was far from over. With every labored breath, he silently declared his intention to rewrite his fate entirely. Mikhail noticed Archbishop Ali entering the grand hall, his face pale and troubled, carrying an air of urgency and dread. Ali struggled to compose himself, his trembling hands betraying the gravity of the situation he had come to report. Concern grew in Mikhail's eyes as Ali's strained voice broke the silence, hinting at a critical issue threatening their plans. Archbishop Kalian stood alone in the grand hall, his face illuminated by sunlight as he reflected on divine revelations. His voice trembled as he confessed to hearing the sacred prophecy, one that he had sought his entire life. With resolve, Kalian turned toward Gregorius, accusing him of being unworthy, his words sharp as they pierced through the silence. The intensity of Kalian's conviction unsettled Gregorius, whose trembling hands betrayed his fear of facing judgment in this sacred place. Amid the rising tension, a figure stepped forward, urging calm, hoping to prevent the brewing confrontation from spiraling out of control. A mysterious figure entered, their sharp gaze silencing the hall as whispers of their identity rippled through the gathered crowd. The prophet's words carried weight, warning against crossing an invisible line, their presence a force that demanded immediate respect and obedience. Archbishop Kilian's eyes widened, frustration building as he questioned the prophet's interference in what he believed to be divine judgment. The prophet's piercing gaze cut through his frustration, an unspoken authority commanding restraint, leaving Kilian hesitant and visibly conflicted in silence. As Kilian moved to act, a blade's gleaming edge halted him, its presence a symbol of unwavering boundaries being enforced. The air grew tense as Ida blocked Kilian, her poised stance a clear message of defiance against his growing aggression. Kilian's frustration boiled over, questioning Ida's loyalty as she stood firm, her calm demeanor masking the strength of her convictions. Ida's voice rang clear, her words dripping with resolve, forcing Kilian to confront the reality of his misguided intentions. Watching from afar, Mikhail nodded in agreement, his suspicions confirmed that Kilian's actions could lead to consequences beyond control. Mikhail exchanged a glance with Ida, their shared understanding a silent promise to stand united against the coming storm. Archbishop Kilian walked away with ominous confidence, his words challenging those who doubted, daring resistance to match his growing resolve. Behind him, Ida and Mikhail exchanged tense glances, aware that Kilian's intentions threatened to unravel everything they stood for. Kilian's voice thundered, condemning Ida and Mikhail as heretics, his sharp tone laced with contempt for their defiance of tradition. His hand extended, the movement slow but deliberate, a physical manifestation of his will to seize control of the situation. His expression darkened further, unwavering in his conviction, as the hall filled with tension, leaving no room for negotiation. Ida lunged forward, her swift reaction fueled by instinct, her golden hair a streak of defiance against Kilian's oppressive aura. A violent clash erupted as Kilian countered, his attack sending shockwaves that echoed across the room, shattering the fragile calm. Mikhail's cry of desperation reached Ida, her resolve flickering under the overwhelming force of the Elder's immense and unchecked power. She stumbled, crashing to the ground as the impact reverberated, leaving her breathless but still holding on to hope for victory. Mikhail observed with mounting disbelief, realizing that Kilian's strength was not divine. It stemmed from something darker, far more sinister. Kilian stood at the center, his dark presence casting a shadow as his actions tore the room's sanctity apart. With a chilling smirk, he mocked his challengers, the sinister undertones of his voice echoing in their stunned silence. Darkness gathered around him, his power growing unnaturally, his movements almost ritualistic as though calling upon something far beyond human comprehension. The tension broke as his transformation revealed itself, a monstrous entity emerging, its presence redefining the boundaries of terror itself. Kilian declared his allegiance, his voice chilling as he unveiled the unholy beast, a grotesque display of his ultimate betrayal. Ida stood firm against the dark beast, her blade ready, but the grotesque creature's power exuded an overwhelming presence. The monstrous black goat advanced, its glowing red eyes emanating malice, forcing Ida to question her resolve and preparedness. Energy surged in the air, pulsating with malevolence, its intensity making Ida's heart race as fear began to creep in. A moment of panic flashed across Ida's face, her reflection in the beast's crimson eyes echoing her inner turmoil. Confronted by the looming danger, Ida's thoughts faltered, a chilling question piercing her mind. Was this the end of her path? A staff appeared, radiating light as it descended, breaking through the darkness like a beacon of hope amidst overwhelming despair. The energy shifted as the beast's attack reflected, a divine light countering the beast's oppressive aura, scattering its dark force. Ida smiled faintly, her trembling hands gripping her blade tighter as hope returned, though her heart still raced from fear. Laughter erupted from Mikhail as he emerged, his confidence an anchor that calmed the tension Ida struggled to manage alone. Holding the unconscious figure of Kilian's former ally, Mikhail's eyes gleamed with determination, signaling his readiness to face the threat. Mikhail's calm demeanor shifted as he readied his staff, the weight of the moment pressing heavily on his shoulders. Energy crackled around him, every movement deliberate as he stepped forward, his fiery gaze locking onto the monstrous Kilian. Kilian's frustration grew, his composure cracking under the strain as he watched Mikhail's confident approach with rising disbelief. Mikhail's voice cut through the chaos, his words sharp as they struck at the very core of Kilian's dark power. With unwavering conviction, Mikhail prepared to confront the darkness, the tension in the air signaling the impending clash of wills. Kilian's shocked expression revealed his surprise at the unfolding events, his confidence shaken as the tide began to turn unexpectedly. Siegfried hesitated, his emotions wavering as Kilian's commanding voice reminded him of the bond they once shared, and his guidance. Kilian's accusations grew sharper, reminding Siegfried of his roots, as he struggled to find clarity amid the conflicting emotions within. The air grew heavier as Kilian's words struck deeper, pointing out the weight of loyalty and the place of belonging. Siegfried's inner conflict deepened, torn between his duty as a knight and the influence of the man who shaped his path. Mikhail stepped forward, dragging the injured Siegfried, his firm expression conveying strength while offering the knight a chance for redemption. Siegfried's gaze softened, searching for answers in Mikhail's determined eyes as his internal struggle reached a boiling point of decision. "What should I do?" Siegfried whispered to himself, the question echoing louder than the chaos surrounding him in the hall. Mikhail's unwavering stance gave Siegfried a sliver of hope, urging him to take responsibility and make a choice for himself. Kilian's voice broke the tension, summoning Siegfried with sharp authority, pushing him further into the abyss of moral conflict and doubt. Siegfried raised his blade, his trembling hands betraying his hesitation as Kilian's imposing presence loomed larger with each passing moment. The room fell silent as Siegfried declared his allegiance to the divine, distancing himself from the unholy presence of Kilian. Kilian's anger erupted, his belief in Siegfried's loyalty shattered as he lashed out at the knight's perceived betrayal. Siegfried's declaration, though hesitant, carried the weight of conviction, challenging Kilian's corrupted authority and risking his place among the holy. Kilian's frustration intensified, his voice trembling with rage as he grappled with the realization of Siegfried's defiance against his expectations. Kilian's eyes widened in fury as Mikhail's calm demeanor pushed him further into a spiral of anger and frustration. Mikhail stepped forward, his voice cutting through the chaos, urging the others to refrain from reckless actions and needless sacrifices. Kilian's triumphant declaration revealed his belief that he had received a divine revelation, claiming it as the truth he sought. Mikhail's response was sharp, dismissing Kilian's revelation as a death sentence, exposing the true consequences of his misguided beliefs. Kilian's facade cracked, his voice trembling as the weight of Mikhail's words pierced through his confidence, leaving him visibly shaken. Mikhail's figure dominated the room, his composed stride reflecting his readiness to challenge Kilian's authority and confront the escalating conflict. Kilian's words grew desperate, his tone shifting as Mikhail's unwavering presence exposed the frailty of his supposed divine connection. Mikhail's fiery gaze focused, his subtle movements challenging the entity behind Kilian's actions, his confidence unwavering as the room tensed. The dark aura surrounding Kilian thickened, his voice booming with mockery as he demanded the presence of the entity guiding him. The air froze as Kilian's transformation completed, revealing the malevolent form of Merrill, a demonic presence that shattered all pretenses. Mikhail's piercing gaze confronted Merrill's smirk, exposing the demon's manipulations while standing firm in his knowledge of the twisted truth. Merrill's laughter echoed, acknowledging Mikhail's awareness, as the demon revealed his intent to target those next in his malevolent plans. Mikhail's confident response unsettled Merrill, showing his readiness to face the entity, despite the overwhelming power emanating from the demon. Merrill's interest peaked, his sinister grin widened as he acknowledged Mikhail's strength and the intricate plans hidden behind his facade. The air thickened with tension, as Merrill mocked Mikhail's power, asserting his age and experience against the youthful determination he faced. Mikhail stepped forward, his composure unwavering, calling out Merrill's arrogance while silently preparing to dismantle the demon's insidious influence. Merrill taunted Mikhail, dismissing his attempts, confident in the chaos he orchestrated and his unrelenting grip on the situation. Mikhail's fiery determination flared as he subtly countered Merrill's statements, his steady approach shaking the demon's unwavering confidence. Merrill revealed his schemes, boasting about the influence he spread, hinting at a larger game that extended beyond the current battle. A dark grin crossed Merrill's face as he hinted at his deeper ties, leaving the air thick with foreboding possibilities. Mikhail's quiet acknowledgement of Merrill's influence left the room silent, his sharp intuition revealing the demon's hidden connections effortlessly. Merrill's confidence faltered for a moment, his surprised expression betraying the calm facade he maintained as Mikhail unraveled his schemes. Mikhail's sharp glare sliced through the tension, his quick deduction leaving Merrill speechless, unable to deny the truth in his words. The tension reached its peak as Mikhail's steady hand grasped his staff, his readiness a stark contrast to Merrill's frustration. The standoff between man and demon reached a critical moment, the balance of power swaying as Mikhail prepared to strike. Mikhail's words struck with precision, mocking the demon's arrogance while channeling a radiant green aura of holy energy. The majestic church radiated divine light, amplifying the tension within as all eyes searched for the lurking darkness nearby. A lone figure contemplated the weight of his task, his senses sharpening to locate the one corrupted by the demon. Determined, he steeled himself, aware that uncovering the possessed would bring clarity amidst the church's chaotic atmosphere. Suspicion filled his thoughts, aware of the demon's flawless manipulations, yet driven to act before irreversible devastation unfolded. He walked cautiously, every step carrying the burden of knowing a single mistake could cost countless innocent lives. The responsibility bore heavily upon his shoulders, his mind racing with doubts as the weight of potential failure loomed. He paused, overwhelmed by the overwhelming expectation, questioning why this impossible task had been placed solely upon him. His frustration erupted, shouting at the heavens, grappling with the blend of demonic influence and divine power surrounding him. The contrast of light and darkness intensified, his inner turmoil mirrored in the church's uneasy glow, searching for direction. Mikhail watched from afar, observing the figure struggling, his composed demeanor masking the urgency of the unfolding situation. The figure's confusion mounted, unsure of the cryptic guidance offered, his frustration peaking at the lack of straightforward answers. His demand for clarity echoed through the church, desperation laced in his voice as he begged for a solution. Suddenly, a radiant blue light ignited, drawing everyone's attention to the figure as an unexpected surge of power emerged. The church fell silent as the luminous energy enveloped the figure, heralding the start of an unforeseen turn of events. The blue light intensified, reflecting the figure's sharp realization as he sensed the source of the overwhelming energy. A commanding voice interrupted, drawing his attention to an elder figure whose calm demeanor masked a growing tension. His eyes widened, the sudden shift revealing a sinister force emerging, shrouded in a foreboding aura of darkness. The Black Mountain Goat, a symbol of chaos, appeared, its crimson gaze igniting fear and confirming the dark presence. Determined to act, the young knight channeled his strength, launching an attack as the air crackled with charged power. The force of the attack reverberated, the knight's blade slicing through energy as the goat-like entity retaliated with immense power. The battle's intensity increased, sparks flying as holy energy clashed violently against the chaotic force dominating the room. A bystander clutched his chest, realizing something unnatural was occurring, his body reacting to the malevolent energy spreading rapidly. Shadows danced around him as an unnatural stillness settled, amplifying the feeling of dread that crept through the silent room. The figure's malevolent grin spread wider as the air thickened with malice, promising doom to all in his path. His form twisted grotesquely, monstrous horns piercing through his silhouette as unholy energy surged violently, shaking the foundation beneath him. Dark tendrils coiled and writhed, each pulse of energy stronger than the last, as chaos began to engulf the surroundings. Screams erupted as black tendrils lashed out, enveloping the helpless, their bodies struggling against the consuming force of the darkness. Panic spread through the crowd like wildfire, faces frozen in horror as the monstrous energy began stripping them of life. Leon stood frozen amidst the chaos, the light in his hand flickering as doubt clouded his once unwavering determination. The dark energy surged, devouring everything in its path, growing more powerful with each soul it consumed without mercy or hesitation. The corrupted air seemed alive, each shadow moving with a hunger that left nothing untouched, feeding its insatiable destructive power. Leon closed his eyes for a moment, the weight of the darkness pressing hard against his mind and resolve. A sudden burst of radiant light pierced the suffocating gloom, flooding the room with a warmth that pushed back despair. The golden light enveloped the space, illuminating every corner and forcing the creeping shadows to retreat with visible resistance. The brightness cast Leon in a golden aura, his unwavering determination now rekindled as his power grew with the light. The survivors looked up in awe as the divine radiance bathed them, a beacon of hope shining against the abyss. The golden light spread across the cathedral, illuminating everything with divine radiance. Awe filled the air as hope returned. The atmosphere shimmered, and the glowing particles danced gracefully, wrapping around the figures like a warm embrace of reassurance. The cathedral's grandeur became more evident, each beam of light revealing intricate designs that seemed to hum with celestial energy. Figures stood in reverence, captivated by the magnificence surrounding them, as the divine presence instilled an unshakable peace within their hearts. A powerful energy gathered at the center, promising salvation. Its vibration stirred something deep within, urging all to listen intently. A voice echoed through the light, its presence overwhelming. It spoke of redemption, breaking the chains that bound minds to darkness. The hand extended from the brilliance, symbolizing guidance and reassurance, reaching out to pull humanity from despair and ruin. A figure began to rise instinctively, his body responding to the warmth and command of the radiant, holy energy. Confusion filled his thoughts as his movements aligned with the voice, realizing the divine was steering his very purpose forward. A golden-haired figure appeared, embodying unwavering confidence, radiating clarity and a sense of direction, as if guided by destiny itself. Leon stood amidst the divine light, its warmth seeping into his very core, as clarity washed over his chaotic thoughts. The light swirled around him, carrying an unspoken command. It guided him toward liberation, a path defined by divine will. Closing his eyes briefly, Leon took a deep breath, accepting the weight of his purpose with unwavering determination. Raising his sword, the blade gleamed with pure energy, resonating with his resolve. The words in his heart solidified his mission. Light and darkness existed in harmony at the universe's dawn, their endless dance shaping the world's delicate equilibrium. The darkness lingered passively, watching as light began to expand and evolve, birthing a fragile yet resilient world into existence. The light's growth formed the laws governing existence, sculpting the earth, sky, and heavens, crafting order from boundless chaos. From the fertile earth, the first life emerged, symbolizing hope and growth in the eternal balance of light and dark. Humanity revered the light as divine, cherishing its protection and blessings as they flourished under its radiant influence. The divine laws cemented the presence of light, guiding humanity to associate it with blessings and spiritual strength through generations. Humans named this holy gift divine power, building their beliefs and destinies upon its unwavering strength to shape their lives. Leon channeled the light's essence into his sword, its aura glowing fiercely as his power resonated with divine purpose. With a determined stance, Leon raised his weapon, the blue energy intensifying as he prepared to confront the encroaching darkness. The monstrous horde charged, their eyes burning with malice, as Leon stood firm, ready to unleash his formidable strength. The clash began as the monstrous shadows surged forward, their sheer force threatening to overwhelm everything standing in their path. Leon's sword ignited with raw energy, slicing through the darkness with precision, each strike releasing waves of blinding blue light. Sparks of energy danced wildly as Leon's relentless attacks carved through the horde, scattering fragments of their corrupted forms. The sword pulsed with overwhelming power, its radiant energy pushing Leon beyond limits, unleashing an unstoppable force against the dark tide. Exhausted but unyielding, Leon steadied himself, his resolve unwavering as the battlefield radiated with the aftershocks of his immense power. Leon's unwavering focus intensified, his eyes glowing as divine energy gathered, forming a brilliant, pulsating sphere of pure light. The radiant sphere expanded, sending shockwaves through the room, erasing every trace of shadow with its overwhelming celestial power. The energy surged forward, illuminating the surroundings, as its sheer force shattered barriers and defied the oppressive weight of darkness. A demon's eyes widened in terror as Leon's unleashed power overwhelmed the battlefield, challenging the very core of its existence. The demon trembled, its once unshakable confidence replaced by fear, unable to comprehend how divine power could manifest so decisively. Mikhail stood confidently, his calm demeanor a sharp contrast to the chaos, as his influence shaped the battlefield. The demon faltered, unable to match the steadfast resolve that radiated from the figure who exuded divine determination and might. The golden figure's smirk grew, his sharp presence unnerving the demon, further disrupting its focus in the intense confrontation. Each word he uttered reinforced his authority, shifting the balance of the battle, leaving the enemy exposed and vulnerable to defeat. The atmosphere thickened with tension as divine power coursed through the space, pushing the demon further into a corner of despair. Shadows writhed and twisted as the demon unleashed its rage, releasing chaotic energy that threatened to consume everything in sight. Leon's divine aura clashed with the demon's chaos, vibrant waves of energy colliding, each pulse shaking the foundation beneath them. The battlefield became a storm of light and darkness, neither side yielding as power erupted in unrelenting bursts of energy. Mikhail stepped forward, holding a staff tightly, her determination visible as she prepared to join the overwhelming battle ahead. Despite the chaos, she stood firm, her presence a beacon of strength, ready to confront the darkness with unwavering resolve. Mikhail's sharp gaze pierced the air, his presence commanding as his mind brewed strategies against the lingering demonic forces. Darkness seemed to ripple in defiance, and Mikhail's resolve only hardened, knowing that embracing this role was inevitable and necessary. If darkness considered him a villain, Mikhail was ready to play the part, willing to crush their ambitions relentlessly. Amidst quiet contemplation, his thoughts sharpened, envisioning the next move to outwit and overwhelm the impending surge of demonic chaos. Confidence radiated as he prepared for the challenge ahead, knowing that his every action was deliberate, calculated, and decisive. A firm hand extended with authority, signaling readiness to confront the growing threat with unwavering focus and tactical precision. Observers, shaken yet curious, could sense the brewing storm of confrontation, knowing something monumental was about to unfold before them. Power surged, intertwining in an explosive clash of divine will and unrelenting fury, shaking the very foundation of the battlefield. The demon's uncontrollable wrath became a destructive force, but those watching saw it as a desperate attempt to reclaim dominance. A shimmering divine shield erupted, a brilliant barrier of light that intercepted the chaos and neutralized its destructive momentum instantly. Mikhail advanced without hesitation, unwavering as his sheer force of will pushed back against the storm of energy threatening his path. Each calculated step shattered the demon's composure, its arrogance fading under the relentless precision of Mikhail's overpowering presence. The demon, cornered and enraged, unleashed everything it had, determined to obliterate anyone who dared stand in its way. The battlefield roared with conflict, as divine energy clashed with malevolence, leaving an indelible mark on those who bore witness. The demon's energy surged uncontrollably, its host's body visibly straining under the immense pressure as chaos threatened to overwhelm everything. Observing the scene, Mikhail analyzed the reckless power surge, knowing the delicate balance could shift drastically in moments like this. Turning his focus to the surroundings, he surveyed the holy nation, a place steeped in unwavering faith and divine authority. The hallowed halls, radiant and solemn, embodied the devoted belief of the people, a stark contrast to the battle ahead. A sly smirk crossed his lips as Mikhail prepared to confront the chaos, fully aware of the challenges awaiting him. Mikhail stepped forward confidently, his gaze sharp, assessing the battlefield with precision as he prepared to make his decisive move. He smirked at the situation, his calm demeanor hinting at the confidence he carried into every battle, no matter the odds. Observing his foe, Mikhail noted the missed opportunity for escape, knowing the demon was trapped by its own arrogance. As his power flared, a blinding pillar of energy erupted from him, illuminating the heavens with divine force and resolve. The ground trembled under the weight of his unleashed energy, a testament to the sheer might of his calculated power. The demon, battered and desperate, roared defiantly, vowing revenge as it clawed at the air, refusing to accept defeat. Mikhail stood firm, undeterred by the threats, his resolve unwavering as he prepared to finish what he started. Divine energy swirled around him, forming a radiant shield as the battle's climactic energy intensified with unrelenting ferocity. With a confident smirk, Mikhail issued a silent challenge, daring his opponent to strike with everything they had left. As the heavens trembled and the battlefield calmed, onlookers marveled at the aftermath, awed by Mikhail's display of unstoppable power. A great pillar of light erupted in the holy nation, piercing the sky with divine radiance, drawing awe from all. Its sacred glow filled the atmosphere, evoking deep reverence and devotion as it symbolized unshakable faith and celestial intervention. Priests and clergy dropped to their knees, clasping their hands in prayer, surrendering to the overwhelming presence of divine power. Everyone felt its intensity, a force that transcended understanding, connecting hearts and souls under the unifying embrace of divine grace. The grand hall stood eerily silent, candles flickering. Blood pooled across the cold floor, signaling an unseen battle had just ended. A wounded figure gasped, clutching his chest. His breath ragged, his soul barely clung to his broken body, refusing complete annihilation. Meryl's eyes flickered open. Her demonic form trembled as she felt her shattered soul slowly stitching itself back together, piece by piece. Her lips parted in disbelief. The overwhelming power pressing against her senses was one she never expected to face again. Meryl's voice wavered. Mikhail Walpurgis. A name she had long abandoned resurfaced in fear. The 6th Legion commander had returned. The battlefield had shifted instantly. Mikhail's sudden intervention shattered years of carefully laid plans, forcing everything into complete disarray. His strike had done the impossible. He erased a part of an existence that should have been eternal. True destruction had begun. No ordinary magician could achieve such an act. Even the strongest struggled to scratch a demon's core, let alone erase one. Divine intervention? Perhaps? Someone beyond mortal grasp had interfered, ensuring the demon's defeat would be absolute. Meryl's rage boiled over. She refused to accept these details. The pain, the fear, it all burned into searing hatred. The force hurled her body across the room. She crashed, dust and debris scattering, her strength barely holding her together. Lotus? The name slipped from trembling lips, recognition dawning upon the defeated demon as the realization of her fate settled in. A masked warrior towered over her, uninterested in pleas or explanations. "Shut up!" The command was absolute and unwavering. "You should have died long ago in the Holy War." The words cut deep, rewriting a fate once thought unchangeable. Meryl smirked bitterly. "I survived because of the Great One." She knew this life was borrowed, but she would fight. The orc warrior's breath came in ragged gasps, his body trembling as blood dripped onto the cold floor beneath his shaking feet. His strength faded quickly, the deep wound in his chest burning. Desperation filled his eyes as his vision darkened with each breath. He staggered back, hands clutching his wound, searching for an escape. His mind screamed for mercy, but his body refused to move. The presence before him radiated indifference. There was no hesitation, no second chances, just an unwavering decision already set in stone. His final scream was swallowed by a sudden void, his body vanishing into nothingness, leaving only silence in the empty hall. Meryl's fingers tightened around the small crimson orb, her breathing uneven. The battle had ended, but a deep fire still remained. Memories of the encounter flooded her mind, fueling the bitterness in her chest. Her pride had been shattered in an instant. She raised the orb to her lips, the taste of blood lingering. Hatred burned through her veins, stronger than ever before. The world moved on, unaware of her thoughts. A week passed, and the grand hall prepared for the awaited ceremony. The sacred grounds bustled with life, figures gathering in rows. The air carried an air of anticipation as the ceremony began. The council stood together, their expressions solemn. The reappearance of ancient enemies had shaken the land, altering the balance once more. Heavy gazes filled the chamber. Everyone knew that things could never return to the way they once were before. Whispers of unease rippled through the crowd, yet a quiet faith remained. The gods had not abandoned them completely. A sudden gust of wind carried a radiant presence. The air crackled with energy as a powerful figure descended gracefully. All eyes turned to Mikhail Walpurgis, his arrival a silent declaration. His presence alone shifted the weight of fate once again. A few days ago the air was tense as Licht made a difficult decision, stepping down from his role as hero candidate. His expression remained unreadable, yet deep inside, uncertainty gnawed at him. The weight of expectations made the choice feel inevitable. The reality of his struggles was undeniable. Every step forward only made the journey feel more unjust than he ever imagined. Golden light illuminated his face as memories flooded back. The sacrifices he made suddenly felt like they had all been meaningless. Thoughts of his brother surfaced, yet his mind refused to grasp the truth. He couldn't see him no matter how hard. The question lingered heavily in the air. Kyung's piercing gaze held no warmth, his patience thin for unnecessary discussions. Sitting across from him, Licht hesitated. His struggles felt insignificant compared to the greater scheme of fate unfolding before them. Despite everything, Kyung had always looked at him differently. The tension between them carried unspoken words buried under their shared history. A crimson mark burned against his back, a haunting reminder of everything that had led him to this very moment. The weight of past memories grew unbearable. Maybe regression had twisted his perspective, making him doubt everything he once believed. The realization settled in. He was alone in his memories. Every person had changed, yet he remained frozen in his past. A familiar face appeared, smiling warmly, but the connection felt distant. The world had reshaped itself, leaving him behind. His thoughts swirled with frustration. Bishop Killian, once a trusted figure, was now condemned for his ties to forbidden forces. The past dictated that he too should have suffered the same fate, but fate had rewritten itself, changing his destiny completely. He stood there, gazing ahead. Everything had changed, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that something was still missing. Thoughts churned in Licht's mind. Kyung's resentment felt like an unspoken wound, something buried deep within their past yet never fully understood. His lips curled slightly, realization dawning. The path of a hero was not strength alone. It was salvation, the burden of responsibility. The weight of expectation pressed against him. His hands trembled slightly as he faced the divine question, his answer already decided. With steady resolve, he spoke the vow, sealing his fate. His destiny as a hero was no longer just his own. Divine power surged through the air, golden energy wrapping around him. The weight of the heavens acknowledged the oath he had sworn. A memory surfaced, distant yet painfully clear. Before the regression, Siegfried had once stood in this same sacred position before him. The past replayed itself in his mind. The cheers of the people, the admiration, and the hero's unwavering, confident smile. His heart clenched slightly. The pieces of fate had shifted, yet history still echoed its presence in ways he never expected. Light cascaded from the sky, illuminating the moment. The heavens themselves seemed to acknowledge the new hero, the cycle continuing once more. Gasps of awe filled the air. The divine radiance shimmered as those watching fell to their knees, overwhelmed by celestial grace. Hekau's power radiated through the air, shimmering like golden dust. The overwhelming energy had been spent, but the moment felt right. The grand hall stood in complete silence, the light reflecting off his golden crown. The journey ahead was finally set in motion. With steady steps, he moved forward, his staff glowing faintly. The weight of responsibility settled on his shoulders as destiny unfolded. A satisfied smirk spread across Licht's face as he leaned back. One issue was resolved, but a heavier weight still remained. The world saw victory, the fall of a great demon, and Licht's ascension as a hero. Success, but something felt off. A tired sigh escaped his lips. The moment was supposed to feel fulfilling, yet a lingering emptiness settled deep within. Silence filled the room, the unspoken tension between them growing. The title of hero meant nothing if his heart felt incomplete. The question hung in the air, demanding an answer. He had achieved everything, yet his heart hesitated to celebrate. Thoughts swirled in Licht's mind. The journey to becoming a hero was merely the first step. There was still more ahead. The weight of responsibility pressed against his back. His title alone wouldn't erase the lurking shadows that still plagued the world. A chilling memory surfaced, reminding him of the darkness that remained. The great demon had fallen, but threats still loomed ahead. The red glow of the underworld burned in his mind. The shadows were still moving, waiting for their next opportunity. Determination settled in his gaze. This wasn't the end. It was only the beginning of a battle far greater than before. Licht's mind raced with preparations. His journey wasn't over, and he needed to move quickly before another threat arose. Resting wasn't an option. There were too many uncertainties, too many dangers lurking beyond what was already visible to the world. His decision was firm. He needed to leave. Tomorrow a new path would begin, one that only he could walk. The weight of responsibility was his alone to bear. No distractions, no hesitations, only the unyielding pursuit of what lay ahead. With quiet resolve, Licht watched the door close. Tonight, he would rest. Tomorrow, his journey as a true hero would begin. The question lingered in the air, challenging Licht's choices. Decisions came fast, but to him, overthinking only delayed what felt inevitable. A curious gaze met his. The concern wasn't misplaced, but Licht had long learned to trust his instincts without hesitation. The thought circled back. What about others? Did they have the same resolve, or was he the only one moving forward? The answer came with certainty. Loyalties were tested, but decisions had to be made. Some stayed, some followed, each bound by their own reasons. The past weighed on him. His brother's actions needed to be watched carefully, ensuring another mistake didn't bring irreversible consequences. A light-hearted laugh filled the space, yet beneath it, emotions ran deeper. Some decisions weren't as simple as they appeared. Silence followed the laughter, the weight of reality settling in. Those left behind had their own reasons, their own battles to fight. Cassandra's presence stood out, a figure untouched by war, yet burdened in ways different from the rest. Her role was complicated. The expectations placed upon her were never fair. Prophecies were not chosen. They were burdens carried without permission or understanding. Her expression remained unreadable. Power didn't come instantly, but it also didn't define worth. She had more to prove, on her terms. Mikhail's words carried no judgment, only understanding. Strength wasn't always measured in power, nor was fate decided by a single gift. The weight of being a prophet came with invisible chains, expectations wrapped around her existence. It was exhausting, overwhelming beyond words. The visions had consumed her for too long. She was seen as a bridge between worlds, yet never truly her own person. Something had to change. The future shouldn't be dictated by a prophecy she didn't ask for. She wanted control over her life. A quiet determination flickered in her eyes. For the first time, she longed for something more than just endless foresight. Cassandra had always felt the weight of prophecies. People distrusted them, rejecting their messages out of fear of the unknown. The burden grew heavier over time. Her hands trembled slightly, fingers gripping her dress as if grounding herself against uncertainty. Across the room, Licht observed her closely. He understood too well that fate was not something written in unchangeable stone. Prophecies were merely glimpses, not absolute truths. The future was never decided. Only paths were revealed, waiting for choices to shape them. Her gaze lifted, determination settling in. Maybe prophecies weren't chains. Maybe they were warnings, tools that could guide the lost. Cassandra hesitated, words lingering on her tongue. It was easier to fear fate than to accept that it could be changed. She stood firm, his expression unwavering. Assigning only negativity to prophecy would only limit its true potential as a guiding force. The golden-haired warrior beside them nodded. Their role wasn't to blindly follow fate, but to prepare and shape it themselves. A warm hand rested on Cassandra's head. The touch was neither forceful nor demanding, just a silent reassurance of her importance. The weight of expectations loosened slightly. For the first time, she considered that her visions didn't have to define her completely. A deep breath steadied her. This time, she would try. Not because of fate, but because she wanted to. A quiet promise echoed within her. Change wouldn't come instantly, but she could shape it, one step at a time. From the distance, unseen eyes observed. The game of fate continued, shifting as decisions altered the very fabric of destiny. The night sky stretched above, silent yet watchful. Some paths were predetermined, but others were carefully crafted by sheer will alone. A knowing smile flickered in the darkness. There was no need to interfere. Things were already moving exactly as intended. The words hung between them, the weight of choice evident. Some decisions had to be left to those meant to make them. The night air felt lighter, as if possibilities stretched before them. Every choice shaped a future only the individual could control. A quiet acknowledgement settled in. Growth wasn't about direction given, but direction chosen, a path walked without external force or constraint. A moment of sincerity passed, unspoken gratitude resting beneath their exchange. Sometimes, the simplest gestures carried the most meaningful weight. Unexpected warmth crept through, catching them off guard. The realization of connection, trust, and the unknown future intertwined within fleeting seconds. Magic pulsed lightly beneath the skin, a familiar energy weaving through veins. Power was meant to guide, not dictate one's course. With an exhale, the moment faded. The discussion had ended, but the path ahead remained open, waiting to be walked. The moon shone above, casting its silver glow. Its presence was a quiet reminder of lessons learned long before regression. Gazing at the sky, memories resurfaced. Teachings, discipline, and the unchanging presence of the celestial sphere anchored him to the past. Dawn crept over the horizon, another day beginning. Time moved forward, regardless of hesitation. There was always more to be done. The past flickered in his mind. Long nights spent studying, mastering the intricacies of magic under the quiet light of the moon. Before regression, the stars bore witness to his struggles, his determination pushing him forward through sleepless nights and endless lessons. The soft breeze carried distant voices, grounding him back in reality. Familiar figures approached, their presence breaking the stillness of thought. A light-hearted question cut through the air, playful yet laced with curiosity. Conversations shifted from heavy contemplation to the simplicity of presence. Reflection gave way to movement. The night had passed, and with it, another step toward an uncertain but determined future. The night air carried quiet anticipation. A decision had been made, one that would shape the direction of everything moving forward. A slight smirk played on his lips. Confidence resonated in his stance, the weight of uncertainty no longer clouding his resolve. Memories surfaced, whispers of an institution hidden in history, a place once dedicated to magic but with a twisted philosophy. The school's ideology was flawed, treating humans as mere tools, flawed beings that could be improved upon through unnatural experimentation. Over centuries, their attempts continued. They sought perfection through possession, rewriting existence itself in pursuit of something beyond human limitations. The institution's goal had never changed. They sought beings purely designed for magic, stripping away weakness in pursuit of ultimate control. Artificially created, shaped, and forced into existence, their entire foundation revolved around a concept neither natural nor ethical in any regard. The process was merciless. Bodies were shattered, reassembled, and reforged endlessly, each failure discarded as though life held no value. Disgust twisted his expression. The depth of their cruelty was beyond reason, a cycle that had persisted far longer than imaginable. The efforts nearly collapsed, their methods bringing them to the edge of destruction. Yet, something kept their ambitions from fading completely. The old man's voice carried weight, his piercing gaze reflecting a past filled with knowledge, warning of consequences yet to unfold. The once glorious hall now burned in crimson flames, its towering pillars crumbling. The scent of blood and ash thickened the suffocating air. Countless bodies littered the floor, lifeless eyes staring into nothingness. Their sacrifices meant nothing as the empire fell into ruin. Kneeling on the cold ground, Mikhail felt his magic tremble within him. The power he had wielded for years was now useless. A sinister presence loomed behind him, the weight of unseen eyes pressing down. Mockery filled the air, thick with cruel satisfaction. The world around him blurred, but the pain of betrayal burned clear. His family, his people, his legacy, lost to merciless destruction. The echoes of the past struck harder than any blade. The burden of failure settled deep, heavier than the ruins surrounding him. The judgment was absolute, unrelenting. History would not remember the struggle, only the weakness that led to everything crumbling into dust. Regret clawed at his chest, but it was too late for sorrow. The weight of the moment demanded a decision. Fingers tightened around the hilt, magic crackling through his veins. The battlefield demanded strength, but vengeance burned deeper than any righteous cause. The enemy stood tall, the darkness in his gaze unwavering. The past could not be undone, but the future could still change. The chaos of war faded into a chilling silence. The weight of destiny bore down, demanding an answer to an impossible question. Centuries of effort and sacrifice meant nothing if fate handed victory to those who had never fought for it. Injustice ran deep. The answer did not lie in vengeance alone. The world moved forward, uncaring of those crushed beneath its unyielding march. Power existed beyond mere talent, beyond inherited strength. If a path to redemption existed, it had to be seized at any cost. The air grew heavy with realization. No matter the risk, the time for hesitation had passed. A new path had begun. The night air carried a heavy silence as realization settled in. His existence was an anomaly, a contradiction to common understanding. The weight of knowledge pressed against him, a truth hidden beneath years of training. Power like his wasn't simply granted. A lie woven with precision masked the deeper reality. His abilities weren't gifts of fate, but the result of something greater. The limits of the body and mind were no concern. His existence transcended normal understanding, beyond mere strength or intelligence. The pull of mana flowed naturally within him, an effortless connection to the very essence of magic itself. The world was built on rules, yet exceptions existed. He had always felt different, more attuned to mana than others. The ease with which he manipulated energy was unnatural, an advantage unseen in most mages who struggled to achieve control. The question remained, was his strength truly innate, or had he unknowingly been shaped by something far more powerful? A lifetime of training paled in comparison to his rapid growth. Years meant nothing when talent defied conventional limitations. His presence alone challenged the balance, a rare existence capable of reshaping what many believed to be absolute truth. The contradiction of the world wasn't something to fear. Strength had no singular path, but its meaning held undeniable weight. The world was filled with countless mysteries, yet every inconsistency had its own significance, even in the most illogical circumstances. Understanding did not come from mere observation. True mastery required feeling, an awareness of forces that shaped everything around them. Every movement, every presence carried intent. Even those hiding their strength left traces, revealing the burdens they carried in silence. Beneath the surface, something deeper connected them all. The world wasn't random. Every action, every power had its place in fate's design. The weight of past experiments lingered in the air. Success had come at a cost, etched into bodies pushed beyond limits. Strength wasn't free. The price was always steep. Those who sought shortcuts eventually faced the consequences of their reckless ambition. The burden of power had left scars, not just physically, but within the very essence of his being. Stability was fleeting. The sky stretched endlessly, a silent witness to the struggles of those chasing greatness. A title meant little if the foundation crumbled. The core of his existence, once vibrant, now twisted into an unstable form. An insatiable hunger had devoured what once was whole. Desperation fueled determination. Those without talent clawed their way up, sacrificing everything for the slimmest chance at standing among the gifted. Pushing the body beyond its natural limits had devastating consequences. The echoes of past failures still haunted every breath, every step. The truth was simple. Power alone couldn't sustain a broken vessel. No amount of sacrifice could reverse the irreversible damage done. Walking away had been the only option. Giving up ambition had ensured survival, but it had also left something unfinished. The body could only endure so much before it reached its limit. Some things couldn't be undone, no matter the will. The body had already passed the point of no return, yet even knowing that, solutions were always worth considering. Fixing something so thoroughly broken wasn't a simple task. The damage ran too deep, woven into every fiber of existence. Denial wouldn't change reality, yet the certainty in those eyes refused to waver. The impossible had been defied before. Why not again? The weight of divine intervention loomed in the unspoken thoughts. If something greater was at play, perhaps fate had other plans. The glow of determination flickered, unshaken by doubt. If the world had defied logic before, there was no harm in trying. The cold night breeze carried an eerie stillness as Mikhail moved. If limits existed, they were meant to be broken. His touch lingered, a pulse of energy flowing. The foundation of life itself trembled under his fingertips, rewriting what was possible. A moment stretched into eternity, the weight of magic pressing down. Every muscle tensed, waiting for the unknown to unfold. The stars above remained unmoved, indifferent to what was happening below. Time had no meaning in the presence of overwhelming power. A whisper of magic hummed in the air, shifting the very essence of existence. The impossible was merely a delayed reality. Strength wasn't just about ability, it was about resilience. Every hardship endured, every scar carried, told the story of a relentless pursuit. The body could be reforged, rebuilt from the ashes of its destruction. But true change required sacrifice beyond flesh and bone. Every breath burned like fire, a reminder of past mistakes. The cost of power had been paid in blood and suffering. Walking the path of strength meant defying fate itself. No regrets, no second thoughts, only the unwavering drive to move forward. The weight of expectations pressed down, but Mikhail stood firm. The next step was clear, and hesitation had no place here. The body remembered pain, even when the mind wished to forget. But pain was a teacher, shaping those who endured it. Muscles ached, bones groaned under the weight of transformation. The past could not be undone, but the future was still unwritten. Every scar was proof of survival, each wound a lesson learned. Mikhail had been reforged through suffering, emerging stronger than before. The world did not grant strength freely. Those born with gifts rarely understood the struggle of those who fought to obtain them. The night stretched endlessly, a silent witness to an unwavering resolve. The next battle awaited, and he would be ready. Mikhail's gaze lingered on the horizon, memories surfacing. Strength wasn't something granted at birth. It was carved through endless struggle. The past whispered harsh truths, moments of failure etched deep. The weight of expectations had once crushed him beneath its demands. Doubt had once dictated fate, a reminder of limitations imposed by time. No amount of brilliance could outpace the inevitable decay. Desperation clawed at his thoughts, the urgency of time pressing hard. The body had limits, and his had already shattered once. But something had changed, an awakening beyond understanding. Power surged within his grasp, defying logic. This time the outcome would not be the same. Mikhail's determination burned brighter than ever. The mistakes of the past wouldn't repeat. He refused to watch another life fade away. The weight of destiny settled in his hands. Magic crackled around him, weaving a spell only whispered in forgotten legends. Energy surged through the air, wrapping around them both. The ritual had begun, a final gamble against the forces of fate. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the quiet room. A peaceful morning, yet something felt different. Something had undeniably changed. Stretching slightly, Reinhardt expected the usual stiffness, but there was none. The pain, the exhaustion, everything that once burdened him had disappeared. His fingers traced over his skin, expecting soreness. Instead, there was nothing but a strange sense of unfamiliar ease in movement. Swinging his legs over the edge of the bed, he braced himself. Years of pain had conditioned his every motion. But as he straightened his back, realization struck. His body moved effortlessly, lighter than ever, as if freed from invisible chains. He clenched his fists, testing his strength. Muscles responded instantly, unburdened. It felt unnatural, yet exhilarating, like a body reborn anew. Without thinking, he moved, fluid, fast. Years of struggle seemed to vanish, replaced by something he couldn't yet understand or explain. An experimental motion sent him flipping effortlessly, gravity seemingly irrelevant. The sensation was surreal, his body responding with perfect agility. Hanging upside down, his mind raced. A lifetime of effort had once demanded discipline and patience. Now it felt effortless. If his body felt this light, then what about his mana? The possibilities rushed through his mind, too overwhelming to ignore. Instinctively, his hand reached toward his core, searching for the familiar energy. If his body had changed, what about mana? Before he could probe further, footsteps approached. He turned, startled, locking eyes with Mikhail, who wore an expression of disbelief. The weight of the moment settled between them. Whatever had happened, it was clear Mikhail had played a role in this. Questions flooded his mind, but one thing was certain: this was no accident. It was deliberate, an act beyond natural comprehension. Yet, the words spoken next shattered all logic. He hadn't fully recovered yet? If this wasn't full strength, what was? The glass vial gleamed under the light, swirling with potent energy. A single pill held the promise of strength beyond limits. Reinhardt studied the small container, skepticism lingering. Strength wasn't just about power. It was about understanding the right way to grow. The weight of the words settled in. True progress required knowledge, discipline, and the willingness to embrace an unfamiliar path. His fingers curled around the pills, mind racing. A chance like this didn't come often. It was a rare opportunity. The mention of the world tree made his breath hitch. Such an artifact, its value, its rarity, was something beyond imagination or wealth. Shock rippled through him, disbelief evident in his expression. Something this rare shouldn't be given away so casually, yet it was. The sheer value of the fruit made his hands tremble. It wasn't something one simply obtained. It was a divine relic. The logic behind such a gift felt incomprehensible. Strength like this, given freely, made him question what the true cost was. If something could restore what was lost, its worth was immeasurable. But the question remained: why him? Why now? A deep uncertainty settled in. The path forward was clear, yet the road he had to take remained full of unknowns. The night air felt heavier, the weight of expectation pressing down. Strength wasn't just about power, it was about endurance and will. His hands clenched as he felt his body responding. This wasn't just magic. It was something more, something deeply ingrained in existence. The body, once weak, now held a foundation of steel. A transformation had begun, and there was no turning back. Climbing forward, every motion felt deliberate, precise. The walls surrounding him weren't just obstacles, they were the test of his rebirth. The city loomed ahead, stretching into the endless void. Whatever awaited him beyond these walls, he was ready to face it. The weight of past failures lingered in Reinhardt's mind. He had sacrificed everything, yet the peak of power remained unreachable. The towering structure loomed before him, a constant reminder of his limits. No matter the method, the next level stayed distant. Doubt crept in, whispering harsh truths. Was it truly impossible? Or had he simply approached his training with a flawed mindset? The voice before him snapped him from his thoughts. Mikhail's unwavering confidence burned brighter than doubt, challenging everything he believed. The past was filled with mistakes, but the future could be rewritten. The weight of hesitation pressed against him, but the spark of possibility remained. If Mikhail believed it was possible, maybe it was. No path forward existed without risk. He had spent years believing in limits. It was time to challenge them instead. The sun filtered through the trees, casting dappled light over the training ground. There was no reason to delay this any longer. Mikhail's instructions were clear. This wasn't just any technique. It was an improved version, tailored to surpass limitations others had accepted. Energy surged through his veins, unfamiliar yet exhilarating. The flow of mana adjusted itself instinctively, adapting to his body's natural rhythm. The sensation of magic moving differently sent a thrill through him. Strength had never felt so fluid, so natural before this moment. The realization settled in. This wasn't the same path as before. This was something greater, something he had never dared imagine. The wind rustled through the trees as Mikhail's words settled in. Legacy wasn't just blood, it was the will to progress. Strength was a path carved through hardship. Even flawed training held value, as long as it paved the way forward. Mikhail's gaze remained unwavering. He had seen better techniques, but effort, even imperfect, was never wasted. It carried potential. A soft chuckle escaped Reinhardt's lips. Recognition, even with critique, held its own kind of weight. He had come far. The morning light glowed through the leaves, highlighting a quiet resolve. Strength wasn't just about power, it was about perseverance. The grand structure ahead loomed in the distance, an architectural marvel standing as a testament to generations of war and progress. Their horses moved steadily, the sound of hooves against stone echoing. The journey ahead promised challenges, but hesitation was meaningless now. Armor gleamed under the sun, polished to perfection. A warrior's pride lay in his gear, a shield against the unknown. Mikhail's eyes scanned the protective plating with amusement. Preparation meant survival, and battle was often decided before the first strike landed. The future held uncertainty, but armor was reassurance. Strength alone didn't win wars. Strategy, knowledge, and preparation ensured victory in any battlefield. The city's towering gates grew closer, their presence a reminder of authority and power. Their destination was finally within reach. A name spoken aloud sent a chill down spines. Count Draculion, an enigma wrapped in rumors, a man untouched by time. Legends called him the Eternal Ruler, a man of ceaseless vigilance. His domain was one where time itself dared not rest. Recognition sparked in Reinhardt's eyes, but understanding followed with dread. Some names weren't meant to be whispered without consequence. The weight of realization struck hard, but denial was impossible. Fate had already pulled them into a storm that had long awaited them. The distant castle loomed ahead, its dark history echoing through time. A place once prosperous, now buried in whispers of fear. Legends spoke of Count Draculion's greed, a ruler who sacrificed half his people in pursuit of an unnatural, cursed immortality. His obsession with power led to ruin, forcing the church to seal him away. The land bore scars of his ambition. That cursed place, forgotten by time, was their next destination. The weight of history made every step forward feel heavier. The unknown awaited them beyond the mist, a place where shadows whispered of horrors best left undisturbed. Yet fate had chosen them. The question lingered in the air: why seek out such a cursed place? The weight of curiosity pressed harder than logic. Strategy dictated every move. If this land held something valuable, the risk was justified. Power never came without sacrifice. Ruins held secrets that had long been buried. If the past was repeating itself, they needed to act before disaster struck. The echoes of history couldn't be ignored. This wasn't just about discovery. It was about preparing for what was to come. The seal would break soon. Whether they were ready or not, Count Draculion's legacy was clawing its way back to life. Mikhail stretches under the bright sun, his green-haired companion yawning loudly, rejuvenated after a long night's rest. Elena cheerfully adjusts her robe, asking Mikhail how much longer they need to walk before reaching their destination. Mikhail points ahead with a calm demeanor, mentioning they're close, while Elena looks puzzled and unsure about his confidence. Suddenly, Elena senses an ominous presence nearby. Her expression shifts from curiosity to unease as she scans her surroundings. Mikhail summons his magical staff with a commanding presence, the air electrifying as a glowing beast materializes in the distance. A hooded man summons an immense surge of blue energy, struggling to contain its power, while chaos erupts around him. Elena stares wide-eyed at the scene, trying to grasp the sudden appearance of a battle from nowhere. The green-haired mage watches in shock as a knight's armor disintegrates, the man crying out under the crushing magical force. The battlefield echoes with tension, while Elena wonders what unleashed such an event, and if they are prepared to face it. Mikhail's calm voice cuts through the confusion, mentioning that the phenomenon connects to events from 2 days ago, a grim revelation. Riders approach through the dense forest, their expressions heavy with concern as they deliberate the aftermath of the battle. A knight questions Mikhail about the god's intervention and if a method exists to destroy the seemingly immortal beast. Mikhail smirks, stating that the beast's immortal monster title is not just for show, but plans are already in motion. The knight admires Mikhail's level-headed strategy, admitting that recklessness isn't his style, and trusts him to make the right decisions. Mikhail reassures the group, declaring the trap isn't for him, as every move is calculated, leaving no room for failure. Young Master's calculations impress everyone, with his meticulous attention to detail shining as the key to the group's strategy. Mikhail acknowledges their trust, but hints some assumptions may be flawed, adding tension while maintaining his confident demeanor. The butler respectfully asks Mikhail to elaborate on his plan, eager to align their efforts toward the uncertain challenge ahead. Mikhail grins brightly, radiating an aura of optimism, while the others remain cautious, unsure of his overly relaxed approach. The knight grows uneasy, questioning Mikhail's cheerful demeanor, wondering if his plan hides an unforeseen risk they failed to anticipate. Mikhail outlines his plan but emphasizes that certain conditions must be met, creating a mix of hope and hesitation among them. The knight looks confused, realizing he might not fully understand or be prepared for what Mikhail is suggesting in his strategy. Mikhail remains calm, insisting urgency is key, subtly pressuring the knight to embrace the unknown without further questioning the risks involved. The knight panics when Mikhail suddenly moves toward him, leaving him wondering what bizarre twist the young mage has in mind. Before any objections arise, Mikhail gestures confidently, reassuring them with a sly smirk that adds humor to the tense situation. The butler observes Mikhail's unusual actions, raising concerns but refraining from interrupting as Mikhail confidently explains his intricate magical setup. Mikhail mentions that his approach leverages time and complexity, allowing the enchantments to evolve and adapt with minimal interference. The butler, studying the detailed magic, marvels at the depth of the illusion, realizing it includes a virtual projection of Mikhail. Even for a seasoned butler, the spellwork challenges him, reinforcing the brilliance of Mikhail's techniques and the sophistication of the plan. Mikhail smiles knowingly, teasing the butler about the difficulty of seeing through the enchantment, adding lightheartedness to the heavy moment. Mikhail smirks, amused by the butler's doubt, confidently asserting his ability to break through any advanced magic despite its complexity. The butler's skepticism turns into intrigue as Mikhail offers a light-hearted challenge, suggesting a bet to spice up their journey. Mikhail jokes about keeping the bet simple, subtly adding humor to the gravity of the situation, earning a smirk from the butler. The terms are set. Mikhail grins mischievously, hinting at an entertaining twist as the bet involves unexpected rolls for both participants. As the bet becomes clear, the butler reluctantly agrees, trying to gauge Mikhail's unpredictable yet convincing reasoning behind the challenge. Mikhail, full of confidence, raises the stakes, giving the butler a 2-day deadline to overcome the magical enigma he created. The butler's sharp gaze narrows, doubting the fairness of the bet but secretly intrigued by Mikhail's formidable magical ingenuity. In a dramatic flashback, the scene shifts to Mikhail's intricate magic casting, revealing the layers of complexity he has designed. Returning to the present, Mikhail observes the butler's struggle, chuckling quietly as he predicts the inevitable outcome of the bet. The magical construct radiates power beyond comprehension, a testament to Mikhail's mastery, leaving the butler awestruck by its elaborate structure. Mikhail's cryptic comments spark curiosity in Elena as she questions the nature of the grave and its hidden mysteries. Elena hesitates, admitting her limited knowledge about the grave, but offers to provide subtle hints without revealing too much. Mikhail listens intently as Elena explains how these graves defy logic, designed more as intricate trials than mere resting places. Elena highlights the unusual structure of the graves, emphasizing the unconventional layouts meant to challenge anyone who dares enter. The story concludes as they approach an underground chamber, its dark aura suggesting the start of a harrowing and mysterious trial. The tomb of Azar stands imposing and mysterious, deviating from all conventional logic, as its secrets remain deeply buried within. Elena remarks how fortunate they've been so far, suggesting the first tomb they encountered was the easiest to overcome. Elena explains that many tombs impose harsh penalties for failure, warning Mikhail to prepare for the challenges ahead. Mikhail listens intently as Elena details how each tomb varies, shaped by its guardian's will and their unique cryptic nature. Mikhail's expression hardens, his determination growing as he ponders the looming penalties, ready to face whatever lies ahead. Draculian's corruption prior to Mikhail's regression was simply explained by its fear of aging and inevitable death consuming its mind. Mikhail's thoughts drift, considering if there might be more to Draculian's descent into madness than what was previously understood. Gripping his staff tightly, Mikhail resolves to uncover the truth, suspecting hidden layers to the story of Draculian's corruption. As the sky clears, the butler approaches Mikhail, ready to follow him wherever this investigation of truth might lead them. Mikhail, calm yet resolute, signals the next step in their journey, his aura brimming with determination as energy crackles around him. The butler struggles to carry the horse, voicing his frustrations as Mikhail smirks, amused by the ridiculousness of the scene. The butler jokes about abandoning his current task in favor of resuming his normal duties, but Mikhail reassures him they're close. Relieved, the butler finally sets the horse down, collapsing onto the grass while appreciating the brief comfort of rest. Mikhail questions the butler's relaxed demeanor, humorously pointing out that enduring longer is a greater virtue than a moment of comfort. The butler sighs, resigning himself to Mikhail's relentless logic, as they prepare to continue their journey toward the next challenge. The butler nervously approaches Mikhail, commenting on how the young master often seems wiser and older than he truly is. Mikhail raises an eyebrow at the observation, questioning if it's meant as a compliment or just an awkward remark. The butler grins, trying to defuse the situation, jokingly calling Mikhail an aged old man, eliciting a light-hearted laugh from him. Mikhail smirks mischievously, brushing off the teasing while contemplating how far they've come in their journey and what lies ahead. The butler's subtle glances reveal his hidden admiration for Mikhail's brilliance, even as he struggles to keep up with his pace. The butler pleads with Mikhail, asking never to be assigned to carry a horse again, citing his tarnished dignity. Mikhail chuckles, slyly accusing the butler of lying about his willingness, maintaining a playful yet commanding tone in his response. Switching focus, Mikhail mentions starting a sixth circle mana circulation, surprising the butler, who expected a more advanced technique instead. The butler hesitates, wondering if he misunderstood, while Mikhail's casual demeanor leaves him both amused and slightly bewildered. Elena observes with a smirk, teasingly noting how practice and yielding are just as important as power in the grand scheme. Elena's expression shifts to a mix of disbelief and confusion, her thoughts wandering as she questions the absurdity of the moment. The enormous wall looms over the land, standing tall yet lifeless. Its presence feels oppressive, as if hiding something terrible inside. A quiet unease lingers around the ancient barrier. The infected region lies beyond, yet no guards patrol this supposed line of defense. The structure marks a boundary between two great nations built to keep order. Now it stands neglected, a remnant of past conflicts. Mikhail examines the surroundings, sensing a deep disturbance. The Dracalian crisis is no longer a distant issue, but an imminent and terrifying reality. Despite its purpose, the wall fails to protect anything. With no one watching over it, disaster brews, waiting for the inevitable moment. A chilling realization settles in. The corruption beyond the wall is still alive, festering in silence. A false sense of security remains. The suffocating stillness makes everything more unsettling. How long has this crisis been ignored? Pretending it does not exist changes nothing. The wall was believed indestructible, a structure meant to last centuries. But arrogance and blind faith will not stop what lurks inside. The Holy Nation's strongest paladin reinforced the seal, yet something feels disturbingly wrong. The supposed protection appears weaker than it should be. A radiant magic symbol glows in the air, yet its energy feels unstable. The seal should be absolute, but it is not. A foul, unbearable stench spreads through the air, thick and putrid. The source is unclear, but the entire region reeks of decay. The corruption is not isolated within the infected area. A strange presence lingers everywhere, hinting at something far worse than expected. The atmosphere feels unnatural, more than just ruin. It resembles a place of forced containment, as if designed to hold something captive. Everything aligns in a grim realization. The infected are not escaping, nor are they being rescued. They are deliberately left to perish. A cold tension builds as the truth becomes undeniable. The region was never meant to be saved. It was meant to disappear. Mikhail surveys the area before advancing. Something unsettles him, a lingering presence beyond sight. The situation requires caution before proceeding further. A distant figure moves uncertainly, confusion visible. The atmosphere remains tense, anticipation thick in the air as something ominous looms ahead. A ruined settlement stretches across the horizon, silent yet not abandoned. Mikhail assesses the location, realizing action must be taken immediately. Their pace quickens, hooves pounding against the ground. The urgency intensifies, pushing them forward towards an unseen yet inevitable confrontation. A lone figure stands motionless, hidden among the buildings. Shadows obscure their face, yet the weight of their presence is undeniable. The town still holds life, though barely. Scattered survivors remain, their existence a haunting reminder of those who perished. Mikhail acknowledges the tragedy lingering within these streets. Half the population was lost, yet the other half endured against impossible odds. The past horror remains vivid in the graves that mark the land. The massacre left scars, and its echoes persist. A gentle hand places a flower before a grave. The pain lingers, yet survival remains their only choice moving forward. This tragedy was never an accident. The massacre held purpose, an orchestrated event designed to erase something that should never be forgotten. Despite the devastation, survivors adapted. They formed an isolated community, learning to persist without aid from outside forces or ruling factions. Left without governance, they governed themselves. Hardship forged resilience, but deeper struggles remained hidden beneath the surface of their daily lives. Strangely, the presence of monsters is absent. This anomaly unsettles Mikhail, as danger never ignores isolated, vulnerable settlements like this one. Something unnatural deters the creatures. The very air holds a scent of disaster, as if warning against interfering with this place. Without outside interference, they remain unseen by the Empire. No taxes, no governance, yet their existence teeters on an unsteady foundation. A deep silence lingers before the realization sets in. Drakalion was not careless. He anticipated this, preparing even while being sealed away. The sigil glows ominously, a reminder of the enemy's foresight. A prison should weaken, not empower. Something about this feels wrong. Centuries have passed, yet Drakalion's influence remains. The seal was never absolute, only a delay for what was always meant to return. A grave decision looms. Breaking the seal holds unfathomable consequences. The weight of past failures now rests on uncertain shoulders. The question remains unanswered. Who dares interfere with a force so deeply entwined with destruction? The pieces slowly begin to align. The journey leads deeper into the village where uncertainty lingers. Observant eyes scan every corner, seeking hidden dangers in unsuspecting places. A cautious greeting echoes through the air. Despite the isolation, the people remain warm, welcoming strangers with hesitant yet hopeful smiles. An elder approaches, his presence commanding attention. Time has left its marks, yet wisdom remains clear in his unwavering gaze. Davos introduces himself, the village head of Piakolam. His voice carries both pride and sorrow, the weight of history pressing down. The air thickens with unspoken truths. Beneath every smile, an untold story hides, waiting for the right moment to unfold. A tense exchange follows, masked by polite words. The village's survival holds secrets, ones they are not eager to reveal. The elder's enthusiasm hides caution. He studies his visitors carefully, gauging their intentions, searching for signs of friend or foe. Mikhail remains composed, his unreadable gaze meeting Davos's. A long stay could uncover more than hospitality, perhaps even the truth itself. The village has no choice but to accept guests. Rare visitors are treated well, though the reason behind it remains unknown. A guide is assigned, leading the newcomers deeper inside. Yet, With every step, the uneasy sensation of being watched grows stronger. Davos leads the way through the village, his pace steady. Suspicion lingers, yet his expression remains unreadable, concealing deeper thoughts. He acknowledges the unexpected visit. Visitors are rare here, especially ones with purpose. His curiosity grows as he assesses their intentions. A single question disrupts the quiet steps. The reason for coming here must be significant, not something as simple as curiosity. Mikhail's answer is unwavering. The name alone carries weight, sending an unsettling chill through the air, leaving silence hanging between them. Drakalian's presence remains an unspoken reality. The mere mention shifts the mood, confirming that the village's connection to him runs deep. Davos hesitates briefly, then studies Mikhail intently. A moment of unease flickers across his face before his expression shifts once more. A careful question follows, probing deeper. Connections to the Holy Nation are dangerous here. Any involvement would change everything instantly. Mikhail answers smoothly, deflecting assumptions. His voice remains calm, disguising his true intentions behind an interest in history, something easily accepted. Davos watches him closely. His next words carry an implied warning, an invitation wrapped in politeness, granting permission yet withholding trust. The conversation ends with forced pleasantries. A place is prepared, but the lingering tension suggests his presence has already changed everything. A quiet night settles over the village. The buildings stand firm, yet the shadows seem to stretch unnaturally beneath the moonlight. Mikhail observes his surroundings carefully. Nothing feels out of place, yet everything carries an unsettling sense of forced normalcy. Inside, discussions continue. The butler's insight cuts through the illusion, his suspicions taking shape as he watches the village's unnatural harmony. Demonic influence is subtle but present. The way the people behave, the way they remain, suggests something beyond simple survival. A harsh truth lingers. If people live like livestock, controlled and bound, then who truly holds the reins of this village? The unsettling realization spreads. Something beyond their understanding influences this village. Shadows lurk behind simple answers, concealing a far greater scheme. Mikhail listens carefully. Even without direct evidence, unseen hands move the pieces. Whoever orchestrates this does not act without calculated purpose. This influence extends beyond Piakolam. 6 villages exist nearby, all seemingly connected. The number itself holds meaning, an omen of sacrifice. A pattern emerges, 6 locations tied together, forming a deliberate cycle. The deeper they look, the more apparent the purpose becomes. A chilling thought lingers. If 6 villages serve as a foundation, then what role does the 7th hold within this twisted game? The city's skyline stretched endlessly, bathed in twilight. A towering structure stood at its heart, pulsing with an otherworldly glow. 6 smaller pillars surrounded the central obelisk, their alignment precise. Ancient magic thrummed beneath, unseen forces binding them together tightly. From above, the entire formation revealed its purpose, an immense magic circle woven into the city itself, hiding secrets centuries old. The lifeless body fell to the ground, blood painting the floor. Dark energy crackled in the air, thick with tension. Mikhail's fist clenched as violet magic surged around him. His piercing gaze burned with fury, recognizing the handiwork of a reckless enemy. Ethan stood beside him, arms crossed, watching Mikhail's reaction. The heavy atmosphere pressed down, yet nothing could undo what had happened. A sharp breath escaped Mikhail as his magic subsided. His fingers twitched, frustration lingering, but now was not the time. Cold determination filled his eyes. The plan was in motion, the bait set. Now, he only had to wait. Straightening his uniform, Mikhail exhaled deeply. His mind focused ahead. There was one person he needed to find without delay. Under the moonlit sky, he and Ethan walked purposefully. Their shadows stretched along the path, swallowed by the quiet night. His boots pressed softly against the ground, halting suddenly. Instincts flared, warning him of something unseen, something waiting in silence. His crimson eyes scanned the area, sharp and focused. Then, a smirk appeared. He had found exactly what he was searching for. A sudden pulse of magic disrupted the air. From the darkness, a figure emerged, its heavy presence impossible to ignore. The armored knight stood motionless, gripping a massive sword. Its presence exuded overwhelming energy, thick with an unnatural, eerie force. Ethan's posture stiffened, recognizing the ominous aura. The air around them felt heavier, signaling something far worse than a mere knight. Mikhail studied the figure closely, noticing subtle details. This wasn't an ordinary demon. It was something far more dangerous, something calculated. The figure stepped forward, energy distorting the space around it. A voice, cold and unnatural, echoed, acknowledging Mikhail's long-awaited arrival. His eyes flickered toward the weapon it held. A spear, unlike any he had seen before, pulsed with unknown magic. The armored knight lunged forward, spear crackling with energy. A blinding arc of blue light streaked through the night air. Mikhail barely moved, his fingers twitching slightly. A flick of his wrist sent a pulse of magic, distorting the battlefield. Sparks flew as weapons clashed. The sheer force of the impact sent shockwaves through the surroundings, shaking the very ground. A smirk formed on the observing man's face. He recognized that attack, one Mikhail had used long ago against him. Mikhail remained still, eyes fixed on his opponent. He understood this was more than a fight, it was a test. The knight staggered back, gripping his spear tightly. A sharp breath escaped him, frustration evident in his stance and movements. Mikhail watched carefully, sensing something strange. The knight's aura fluctuated wildly, as if something within him struggled for control. The knight's crimson eye glowed ominously beneath his helmet. He knew this was his last chance to overpower Mikhail's magic. A dark, pulsating energy seeped from the knight's body. His grip tightened, the spear vibrating as more power surged forth. Mikhail's expression remained unreadable, but he understood. This battle was reaching its climax, and the next exchange would decide everything. The knight planted his spear into the ground, releasing a wave of unstable magic. Black mist coiled around him like shadows. Mikhail's eyes flickered. Without hesitation, he lifted his hand, releasing a counterforce that absorbed the incoming energy in an instant. The battlefield stilled as both warriors locked gazes. Ethan watched from a distance, prepared to intervene if necessary. The knight hesitated, as if realizing something. His hands trembled slightly before he finally lowered his weapon, ending the fight. Mikhail stepped forward, voice steady. "We're here to talk." The knight's armor creaked as he whispered, "Michael Walpurgis." The knight's voice echoed, declaring recognition. Mikhail observed the insignia glowing faintly, a symbol of an honored warrior lost in time. Holding an ornate pendant, Mikhail furrowed his brows. The markings confirmed something deeper, something even he couldn't yet fully understand. His crimson eyes sharpened, searching for an explanation. He needed answers now, and the knight before him held the key. Silence thickened as Mikhail's presence dominated the air. The knight exhaled shakily, eyes flickering between conflict and an unspoken burden. A hollow laugh escaped the knight's lips. It wasn't amusement, but something broken, fractured by the weight of history. The knight's voice wavered. Why send a hero now? The question lingered, loaded with pain, history, and an unresolved fate. Mikhail stood unwavering, his gaze unrelenting. There were things I couldn't tell you, his mind whispered, regretting past decisions. The knight's armored fingers tightened, an unsteady force pulling at his thoughts. His duty remained, but questions consumed his heart. Why guard the barrier? Mikhail's voice cut through the night. The knight trembled, shadows of forgotten memories clawing at him, his head lowered, the answer slipping through tired lips. Because we cannot coexist, he admitted, truth weighing heavier than steel. His hand trembled as he reached into his cloak. Something glinted in the dim moonlight, a final decision about to unfold. The knight suddenly plunged his blade into his chest. Crimson splattered, magic dispersing wildly, sending a shock through the air. Mikhail's pupils constricted. The moment hung in stillness, the irreversible action searing itself into memory, a choice born from despair. "Stop!" Mikhail's voice carried urgency, but the knight's weakened chuckle signaled it was too late. His fate had already been decided. The wound expanded, dark energy crackling outward. A whisper escaped the knight's lips, one last fragmented thought before the darkness consumed him. The wound pulsed, yet the knight remained standing. His body refused to fall, defying the laws of life and death itself. Mikhail narrowed his gaze, studying the knight's reaction. Was this an undying curse, or something deeper woven into his fate? The knight's voice broke through the silence. "Immortal," he muttered, as if realizing something lost in the depths of time. A brilliant flash erupted as an attack surged forward. Sparks illuminated the battlefield, clashing energies revealing the battle's inevitable escalation. Mikhail's expression remained firm. He stepped forward, unwavering. "Put your sword down, Ryan," he commanded, sensing an impending truth unfolding. Ethan tensed beside Mikhail, eyes widening. "Immortal? That means he's the same as Dracula," he muttered, trying to understand. Mikhail shook his head, his voice steady. "No, it's not the same. There's more to this than meets the eye." The knight hesitated, shadows flickering within his thoughts. Mikhail could see it now, a man burdened by time, chained to fate. Or rather, Mikhail thought, I know the future of this knight. He understood the weight of the destiny before him. Mikhail's voice echoed with certainty. "You can strike him down, but he won't die." The words hung, shifting everything. The knight's fingers trembled as he listened. Could such a fate be possible? Had he truly been condemned beyond death itself? "That can't be," he whispered. A hero couldn't treat someone seeking humanity as a monster, yet reality said otherwise. Mikhail's gaze didn't waver. Slowly he reached forward, fingers grasping the knight's helmet. Recognition flickered in his crimson eyes. The helmet lifted, revealing flowing crimson hair. Mikhail's voice was calm, steady. "Cesare Draculan," he said, the name heavy with history. Memories surfaced, flashes of war, loss, and bloodshed. The spear of pure blood, a warrior forever entangled in an inescapable destiny. The weight of ancestry loomed over Cesare, an undeniable connection binding him to a lineage steeped in blood and forgotten history. He inhaled deeply, the realization settling. He was the last of his kind, the final remnant of a forsaken bloodline. Uncertainty flickered in his tired gaze. The world had long dictated his fate, but now something far greater awaited him. Mikhail stood unwavering, his expression unreadable. The path ahead wouldn't be kind, but it was one they had to take. An unspoken agreement hung between them. The knight felt colder, yet something shifted. An inevitable step toward an uncertain, shared destiny. Cesare let out a hollow chuckle, the concept of cooperation feeling distant. He had lived too long to trust easily. The air stilled as he pondered Mikhail's intentions. Memories of war and betrayal resurfaced, staining his mind with old wounds. He had once dreamed of peace, but reality had carved its own merciless truth, leaving no room for naive hope. Laughter escaped his lips, tinged with bitterness. In the end, choices no longer mattered. Fate had already decided everything for them. With a steady breath, Cesare lifted his gaze. There was one last thing left undone, a destination they had to reach. The two figures moved cautiously, their footsteps barely audible against the damp ground. Shadows of twisted branches loomed over the passage. A hidden gap in the barrier stretched before them. Its existence was a relic of forgotten history, once used by smugglers. Mikhail observed the contaminated air swirling around them. The zone carried an unsettling stillness, as if something unnatural lurked beneath. Cesare tilted his head, watching Mikhail's reaction. Despite his own origins, he found it strange how easily trust was given. An uneasy silence followed as Cesare's question lingered. Why had Mikhail accepted him so readily, without hesitation or the slightest doubt? The moon cast its pale glow as Mikhail's unwavering gaze met Cesare's. Judgment was never inherited. Only actions defined one's worth. Cesare's grip tightened slightly, memories flashing. He had spent years shouldering a legacy he never chose, always marked by blood. Despite everything, Mikhail stood firm. His purpose remained unshaken. Solving the contamination issue mattered more than ghosts of the past. The air thickened, a sudden shift disturbing the eerie silence. A flicker of movement in the distance warned of approaching danger. Mikhail's crimson eyes glowed faintly, his instincts sharpened, sensing a presence beyond sight. The momentary stillness shattered as something stirred. Cesare's gaze darkened as he prepared himself. He had spent years believing a distorted history, forced to carry another's sins. His father, once revered, had been seen as a protector. The people followed him without hesitation, blinded by his rule. Recognition flickered in Mikhail's expression. The infamous Count Draculin was more than a villain. He had been a father, a ruler. Despite everything, Cesare had grown up loved. Even in tragedy, his father had been a constant presence, a guide in darkness. As memories surfaced, the past and present intertwined. The world had judged him long ago, but now a new path awaited. The ruined structures stood silent, remnants of a forgotten past. The air carried whispers of stories buried beneath the weight of time. Cesare's gaze darkened, memories stirring. His father's shift had been sudden, a change that fractured the world he once knew. Mikhail followed closely, sensing the heaviness in Cesare's steps. The road ahead wasn't just physical, it was a path into history. The landscape stretched endlessly, cloaked in eerie silence. The weight of past choices lingered, blending with the night's unsettling stillness. Cesare exhaled sharply. Everything had started when the dungeon was discovered. From that moment, his father had never been the same. The realization gnawed at him. His father's downfall wasn't an accident. Something inside that dungeon had twisted his fate irreversibly. Mikhail observed Cesare's tightened fists. Failure was something he knew well, but here, it carried an entirely different burden altogether. The weight of responsibility pressed against Cesare's back. He had tried stopping it before, yet the truth had eluded him. His father had lost control of himself after the dungeon's discovery. What had happened there? What had broken him completely? Mikhail's sharp eyes flickered as realization dawned. There was more to this than expected, something deeper, hidden beneath layers of deception. The dungeon had remained sealed from the world, its secrets buried. Not even Cesare, his own blood, had been granted access. Footsteps halted. The heavy air thickened as if anticipating their arrival, an unseen force stirring just beyond their line of sight. The forest cleared, revealing a sight that sent chills through them. Pulsing energy coiled around the entrance, shifting unnaturally. Cesare's heart pounded. The very place that had destroyed his father now stood before him, whispering of truths he never uncovered. Mikhail narrowed his eyes. The dungeon's magic fluctuated violently, distorting the space around it. Something beyond comprehension waited inside. The dungeon shimmered, its energy pulsating wildly. A hidden force entwined within its structure held secrets lost to time itself. Mikhail's eyes narrowed as realization dawned. The truth behind the dungeon's existence, the Count's descent. Everything was starting to make sense. Fragments of the past resurfaced, piecing together unanswered questions. The return, the sealed entrance. This place had always been different. A presence stirred, shifting within the depths. The tomb's guardian, once forgotten, had silently watched history unfold within these ruins. Doubt lingered in the air. The guardian, despite their reputation, had not acted out of malice, but rather an unseen duty. A single movement shattered the silence. The dungeon's magic roared to life, light weaving through its intricate and ancient design. Power surged as Mikhail stepped forward, fully prepared. The moment had come to face whatever truth had long been concealed. Energy crackled around him, wrapping like threads of fate. He had chosen his path, to analyze, to understand, to break illusions. A single flick of his hand sent a surge outward. Magic collided violently, unraveling layers that had been woven for centuries. Blinding light swallowed the surroundings, distorting space. Time itself felt irrelevant, as an unseen force pulled him deeper into the unknown. His consciousness wavered, shifting between reality and something beyond. His mind blurred, fragmented memories colliding in a storm of visions. Eyes fluttered open to a sky no longer dark. The suffocating weight of magic had vanished, replaced by eerie tranquility. Mikhail exhaled, confusion settling. Had he fallen asleep? Or had he been thrust into another space, another time entirely? The horizon stretched endlessly, unfamiliar yet strangely welcoming. The very air carried whispers of change, a world reborn after darkness. The once blackened sky had cleared, revealing a world untouched by the chaos he had left behind, waiting for what came next. Mikhail pushed himself up, the weight of battle still lingering. The world around him was calm, yet his heart pounded relentlessly. Familiar faces surrounded him, their relieved expressions confirming their survival. Victory had been claimed, but the cost remained etched in memory. The realization settled, everything was over. The fight, the struggle, the burden he had carried for so long had finally ended. Gratitude filled the air, words unspoken yet understood. Those who stood with him recognized his sacrifice, their lives forever changed. As the dust settled, Mikhail's thoughts drifted. Without him, things would have been different, lives lost, fates altered beyond recognition. A soft breeze carried the scent of victory, yet something within Mikhail felt unsettled. Peace had returned, but his purpose lingered. Expressions of thanks surrounded him, their voices warm. Yet beneath it all, the weight of his journey refused to fade. He exhaled, brushing away lingering thoughts. The sweetness of the moment was fleeting, a brief pause before fate moved again. His gaze lifted toward the horizon. Something called him back, an instinct he couldn't ignore, a lingering thread left untied. The moment stretched, questions filling the silence. Where was he meant to go now? And why did he hesitate? Mikhail turned, his expression unreadable. A quiet acceptance settled over him as he prepared for the path waiting beyond. A warm smile met him, eyes reflecting gratitude. The battle was done, yet his journey carried weight only he understood. You worked hard, the words carried finality. He nodded, acknowledging both past and future, before stepping forward into the unknown. Light bathed his silhouette as he walked away, the echoes of his footsteps fading into the vast, endless horizon. The world had changed, but so had he. A new journey awaited, one only he could walk, wherever fate led next. Sunlight bathed the land in warmth. Mikhail exhaled, exhaustion settling in. The journey had been long, but this moment felt different. He turned, watching as the golden aura shimmered. A presence stirred, its power vast, yet carrying an unusual sense of peace. The weight of countless years pressed down. He understood now. This was no ordinary being, but something bound by divine purpose. Ancient symbols burned brightly as the Guardian revealed itself. Its presence spoke of forgotten history, carrying the burden of an eternal watch. Draped in golden radiance, the Guardian stepped forward. Nephthys, the name echoed, a deity long lost to time's endless passage. Nephthys, the Guardian of the tomb, descends in golden light, her presence exuding authority as she faces Mikhail's determined gaze. Mikhail clenches his fists, recalling the name Set. He realizes that his presence here is tied to something far greater. A moment of silence lingers as Nephthys walks forward. The air crackles with energy, both aware of the unspoken tension. Mikhail, unwavering, smirks slightly. He's here for a purpose, and Nephthys knows exactly what that is without further explanation. The artifact, she says knowingly. Mikhail nods, confirming her suspicion. His journey has led him to this final confrontation with destiny. Mikhail doesn't deny it, but first he needs an answer. His voice steady, he seeks confirmation before taking another step. He asks about Dracularian, a name long buried in history, a challenger from the past, one whose fate remains unclear. Nephthys acknowledges the name. Dracularian was the last to stand before her, and his dream must have been eerily similar. But unlike Mikhail, Dracularian's path led to ruin. He sacrificed innocence for power, turning into something beyond redemption, a true monster. Mikhail already knew the answer. He had seen the consequences. yet he needed to hear it from her one last time. A crackling sensation runs through Mikhail's body. His thoughts swirl as he contemplates what brought him here, feeling Nephthys's piercing gaze. "You are kind," Nephthys states, observing Mikhail's choices. Despite his power, his heart remains untouched by greed or cruelty. Mikhail remains silent, knowing the illusions had tested him. He resisted temptation, unlike those before him, proving his unwavering determination. Nephthys acknowledges his resolve. Every illusion reflected what one desired most, but Mikhail's choices showed his true nature beneath it all. His kindness, she admits, was not a weakness. With that, their battle of wills reaches its final, inevitable conclusion. Mikhail takes a step forward, his voice calm. "Let me be blunt," he states, ready to challenge the truth before him. His gaze sharpens as he questions Nephthys. The tomb has already been conquered, so why does she still resist acknowledging it? Nephthys listens in silence, her back turned. Mikhail knows he's right, but the tension between them thickens with unspoken weight. He calls her name directly, Nephthys, a challenge, a question, and an undeniable reality that neither of them can ignore. But she doesn't flinch. "It is not simply conquered," she replies. Something deeper, something irreversible has already taken place. The word conquered hangs in the air, its weight undeniable. The artifact she once protected has now completely lost its power. A past challenger had tried and failed. Domination was never an option for the weak, and he suffered the consequences. But if he attacked the tomb, that meant one thing: desperation, a last attempt to seize what was beyond reach. Nephthys looks down at the fallen, her expression unreadable. She already understands the truth that Mikhail has been unraveling. A moment of recognition flickers between them. "You are wise," she acknowledges, surprised at how quickly he pieced everything together. The crimson sky looms over a ruined land. Dracularian's madness consumed thousands of innocent lives, their suffering fueling his insatiable greed. Nephthys's voice is steady, her sorrow evident. Only something truly horrifying could allow such mass destruction without any hesitation or remorse. Her hands tremble as she recalls the horror. The weight of witnessing such darkness leaves her voice shaking in regret. Mikhail's eyes harden. Dracularian wasn't simply a challenger. He was an addict. The dungeon had twisted his desires beyond recognition. At first it was just a trial, a way to grow stronger, but soon it became a never-ending obsession. Dracularian wandered through the illusion, chasing memories that had long faded. The world granted to him was nothing more than a dream. The pursuit of immortality was never his true goal. The illusion had only reaffirmed what he lost and desperately tried reclaiming. The realization struck like lightning. The scenery created in the illusion was his only wish, a desperate attempt to restore everything. Nephthys stood unwavering, observing the moment of clarity. The weight of the tomb's history pressed heavily on the golden-lit air. Mikhail had conquered the tomb, yet he understood its meaning. His victory was not just in power, but in knowledge. He stepped forward, his eyes scanning the ruins. Every conqueror took something, yet the true prize here was not an object. His outstretched hand signified more than a claim, it was a declaration. The tomb held more value than any artifact inside. Nephthys acknowledged the unspoken decision, her expression unreadable. A guardian recognizes a worthy successor, one who understands the weight of conquest. The realization settled between them like the dust in the air. The tomb was not just a place. It was a legacy. The golden light shimmered around them, as if the ancient structure itself had accepted its fate, no longer resisting the inevitable. The illusion shattered, pulling Mikhail back into reality. The cold air hit him, starkly contrasting the warmth of the golden tomb. His body ached, adjusting to the shift. Nearby, concerned gazes watched as he stirred, the weight of his trial evident. The ordeal had been relentless, far beyond what anyone could have expected. Yet he had endured, stepping past where others fell. A quiet understanding settled as he steadied himself. The artifact was no longer within reach, but something far greater remained. The prize he carried wasn't physical, it was something deeper. The tomb itself had chosen him, binding its legacy to his fate. The butler, ever composed, tries to grasp the situation. His young master stands before him, claiming something beyond mere territory. The portal glows, a gateway to what now belongs to him. Mikhail states it clearly: this dungeon, from now on, is his. Power shifts silently as he acknowledges the significance. He hasn't just conquered it, he has taken what once belonged to another. The butler nods slowly, understanding the implications. By claiming this space, Mikhail has erased the last remnants of Dracularian's dominion. A voice calls out, addressing him by name. Someone demands answers. What exactly happened inside, and what truth did he uncover? Mikhail exhales, recalling what he saw. The dungeon didn't just hold power, it held echoes of the past, frozen in time. Dracularian had been trapped within his own obsession, unable to escape. The past became his prison, his existence bound eternally. The realization weighed heavily. His downfall wasn't ambition, but the inability to move forward, shackled by illusions of what once was. The other figure listens, their expression unreadable. They know deep down that no justification could ever erase what was done. Mikhail meets their gaze, unflinching. He understands the weight of history but refuses to excuse the horrors that had unfolded. A clenched fist tightens around the weapon's handle. The weight of a legacy, a burden carried forward, must now find purpose. Resolute eyes meet Mikhail's. A decision is made, not for redemption, but as the last possible offering to a broken past. Mikhail's tone remains steady. There's no hesitation in his voice. He asks not for vengeance, but for a responsibility unlike any other. The request is simple yet heavy. For a brief moment he must become the very thing that once ruled this land. Elder sat on his throne, watching as a hooded figure kneeled. The room's atmosphere felt tense, shadows flickering under dim lights. Hooded man lowered his head, hands trembling slightly. A traveler arrived in the village, bringing uncertainty and whispers of something unnatural. Elder studied the report carefully. The traveler's presence wasn't ordinary. His visit carried purpose, and secrets seemed buried within his arrival. Nobles stood nearby, arms crossed. The man resembled church members but carried an unsettling aura that sent suspicion running through the court. Hooded man hesitated before revealing more. The traveler's questions centered on Dracalian's affairs, stirring concern about what he truly sought. Noble narrowed his eyes. If the traveler was from the church, then his presence could mean trouble beyond simple rumors. Elder tapped the armrest rhythmically, amusement flickering in his eyes. He saw no immediate threat, only a nuisance in the making. Noble flexed his fingers, feeling uneasy. A single misstep could awaken hidden dangers that were long forgotten within the village. Elder leaned forward slightly, his presence thickening. If the villagers worried, then fear would spread before any real danger arrived. Elder's forehead pulsed with a faint glow, an ancient mark awakening under candlelight, hinting at knowledge far beyond mortal comprehension. Noble nodded stiffly, feeling something shift in the air. The Elder's presence was heavier now, pressing against his thoughts. Elder sighed, his patience thinning. Unforeseen problems irritated him, especially those creeping from the outside world into his domain. Elder turned toward the flickering candlelight, mind racing. The church rarely acted without reason. Their watchful gaze carried deeper implications. Candlelight twisted unnaturally, reflecting the Elder's thoughts. The village's defenses held strong, but minor cracks could still form unnoticed. Elder clenched his fingers, eyes darkening. If the traveler sought answers, then intervention might become necessary before secrets unraveled. Elder clenched his fists, an ominous aura rising. A deep, burning hatred twisted within him, driving a single murderous thought forward. Hooded man stumbled forward, panting heavily. His sudden entrance disrupted the room, his frantic movements laced with undeniable fear. Elder turned, eyes narrowing. The hooded man's breathless panic hinted at something far worse than a mere village disturbance. Hooded man gasped, words escaping in broken fragments. His trembling lips could barely form the sentence he desperately needed to say. Elder stiffened, expression darkening instantly. The name carried weight, shaking even his cold resolve. Dracalian had returned, and chaos would follow. Hooded man could hardly stand. His voice cracked as he repeated the dreadful name, his body shaking from the overwhelming terror. Lightning crackled violently, illuminating the night sky with unnatural energy. The air itself trembled under the sheer force of awakening power. Drakalion emerged, surrounded by a vortex of energy. His form pulsed with raw destruction, an ancient menace reborn into existence. Villagers ran in every direction, their screams lost within the howling storm. Fear spread faster than any warning ever could. Guards stumbled into formation, weapons shaking. Their voices cracked under pressure as they struggled to contain the growing chaos before them. Lightning surged through the air, splitting the earth beneath. The energy surrounding Drakalion twisted reality itself, warping everything nearby. Ground crumbled apart, unable to withstand the immense force. Ancient magic radiated outward, bending the sky with its sheer intensity. Soldiers raised their weapons, but their hands shook. The sheer presence of Drakalion shattered their will before battle could even begin. Energy spiraled upward, forming an ominous vortex. The very atmosphere crackled, warping under the weight of something beyond human comprehension. Explosion erupted, blinding all who dared to look. Shadows danced through the wreckage, marking the beginning of a nightmare reborn. Knight grasped his weapon tightly, his fingers trembling. The weight of what he had witnessed was too much to comprehend. Knight turned away, his armored boots clanking softly. He needed to leave, disappearing before the growing chaos swallowed him whole. Knight stepped forward into the night, his breath steadying. Darkness wrapped around him as he vanished into the unknown. Guard crouched low, sweat dripping down his face. The horrors unfolding before him felt surreal, like a nightmare made real. Guard swallowed hard, panic spreading. The sheer presence of something beyond human comprehension made every muscle in his body freeze. Knight walked through the forest, moonlight glinting off his armor. His thoughts lingered on the village's fate, uncertainty weighing heavily. Mikhail stood before him, expression unreadable. His calm demeanor contrasted the chaotic world crumbling behind them, exuding a strange confidence. Knight hesitated before kneeling. The recent events had shaken him, but orders still bound him to a greater purpose. Mikhail studied him closely. The fear in his eyes was evident, but conviction still burned beneath the surface. Knight clenched his fists. The villagers were afraid, but fleeting fear meant nothing. Something stronger was required to ensure absolute control. Mikhail smirked slightly. The idea of faith, belief, and power was a fabrication, meant to control the weak. Knight remained silent, his thoughts racing. Could their goal truly be justified if it relied on deception and manipulation? Mikhail gestured toward the sky. Persuasion didn't always require force, but it was necessary when weak minds refused to understand. Knight straightened his posture. If fear could plant seeds of doubt, then only undeniable reality would force people to accept truth. Mikhail smirked once more, knowing the real game was just beginning. Somewhere in the shadows, a greater force waited patiently. Village stood eerily silent as dawn broke, uncertainty hanging heavy. Fear lingered, whispering rumors of an unspeakable force lurking nearby. Elder waved his hands, frustration evident. People were leaving, abandoning their homes in terror, despite knowing no true escape existed. Villager raised his voice, desperation spilling through. Stories of Drakalion's appearance spread quickly, fueling hysteria among those already shaken. Rumors traveled fast, carried from one fearful voice to another. Some swore they saw the entity in the next village. Observers watched the chaos unfold. They knew fear had taken hold, and with it, a dangerous shift in control loomed ahead. Mayor struggled to restore order, but the tension was overwhelming. The people no longer trusted authority, only their instinct to run. Mikhail stepped forward, his piercing gaze sweeping the crowd. He had watched long enough, now it was time to act. Mysterious figure's presence radiated assurance, his voice steady and unwavering. A deceptive calm spread, momentarily suppressing the hysteria gripping the village. Villagers hesitated, drawn to the figure's words. Could he truly offer a solution, or was this another elaborate deception? Elder stepped forward, expression unreadable. The arrival of the wise man had changed the atmosphere, but not necessarily for the better. Elder smirked, the mark on his forehead pulsing. He saw through the lies and half-truths, piecing together the real game. Drakalion was no mere rumor, but his presence wasn't what it seemed. There was a deeper force manipulating these events. Elder questioned the energy surrounding Drakalion's sighting. If true, the land should have been cursed with corruption and undeath. Spectators fell silent as realization crept in. If the monster had truly revived, why was there no trace of decay? Mikhail clenched his fist. The manipulation of fear had limits, and soon the truth would tear apart everything he built. Villager stepped forward, voice firm. The village had thrived in peace, untouched by the chaos beyond, but uncertainty now loomed. Crowd murmured anxiously. The illusion of safety was crumbling. Outside forces had turned their gaze upon them, and fear followed. Mikhail smirked, eyes gleaming. He saw an opportunity, a moment to twist panic into loyalty and submission. Mikhail spread his arms dramatically. He preached unity, declaring this moment a test to purge evil from their midst. Elder lowered his head, lips curling slightly. He understood now. The true enemy wasn't Drakalion, but the one controlling fear. Elder narrowed his eyes, sensing something unnatural. The crowd's reactions were too synchronized, their emotions guided like puppets on strings. Knight felt his breath hitch. A strange force pressed against his mind, urging obedience, drowning reason beneath an unseen weight. Mikhail stood unwavering. He had no need for persuasion, only domination over weak minds, too afraid to question authority. Elder clenched his fists, realization striking. This wasn't mere charisma. Something more sinister manipulated the villagers into blind submission. Elder's mark burned as anger flared. He recognized this ability. Mind control wasn't a gift. It was the mark of true corruption. Mikhail raised his hand slowly, his fingers tracing invisible threads as dark energy twisted and danced around the crowd below. Below him, the villagers stood frozen, their bodies stiff, faces blank, bound by his delicate yet unyielding mental control. His golden eyes reflected a quiet sadness, knowing he was stripping them of free will for reasons he no longer questioned. But deep inside, the act of turning people into hollow puppets still gnawed at his conscience more than any battlefield wound. Across from him, the old sorcerer smirked, asking if Mikhail was ready to begin, as if this was all a game. Old man clapped slowly, mocking applause filling the quiet air, as if he had just watched a quaint street play. Mikhail smiled politely, lowering his hands as he thanked the sage for the enlightening performance, masking his disdain with practiced charm. He casually mentioned that anyone as skilled as the sage could probably convince a dog to recite human poetry convincingly. The sage's face twitched at the insult, but Mikhail had already shifted topics, remarking on the rumors of a powerful stranger nearby. With an easy nod, Mikhail admitted the rumors were true. It was him. Yet the sage warned him not to meddle further. Mikhail's hand rested lightly on the handle of his staff, fingers curling around it as he felt the weight of expectation. An elder from the village spoke up hesitantly, reminding Mikhail that Draculion's territory was none of his concern or responsibility. Mikhail's boot tapped softly against the wooden floor, a sound lost beneath the rising tension that seemed to thicken the night air. He remained silent, his gaze flickering between the nervous villagers, weighing their fear against the grim determination building in his chest. Blue light flared from his staff, magic gathering as Mikhail readied himself to act, regardless of warnings or unwanted consequences. Mikhail stood calmly in the center of the magic circle, his staff glowing softly, power swirling like a slow, steady storm. He knew better than anyone that manipulating minds wasn't a simple trick, but a heavy burden with lasting consequences. Even memories became distorted puppets, twisted beyond recognition, hollow echoes of those they once were, forced to obey against their will. There wasn't time for regret, though. Mikhail clenched his fist, forcing the swirling emotions inside him to settle in silence. In the end, he made his choice. Light exploded forward, his body moving without hesitation, striking faster than the eye followed. Attacks rained down without mercy, Mikhail's opponents faltering as his blows landed fast and brutal, leaving them no room to recover. The nearby warriors watched with unease, whispering doubts about the reality of what they were seeing. Something felt deeply wrong here. One young man clenched his teeth, demanding the devil reveal itself, frustration and fear sharpening his voice beyond reason or restraint. They all knew, if mental manipulation was involved, the one under control would be powerless to resist or deny their fate. And standing above them all, the old sage smiled faintly, golden magic swirling ominously as his eyes gleamed with dangerous intent. Mikhail's eyes narrowed as realization struck. This wasn't just about control. The devil had claimed the body of a respected sage. Darkness churned around the old man, an eerie grin curling on his lips as if mocking their efforts to stop him. Again, the demand echoed through the night air. "Get out of that body, devil. Return what doesn't belong to you anymore." Mikhail stood firm, his voice calm but resolute, repeating the order, unwilling to let the parasite hide behind the sage's face. The sage tilted his head, amused, feigning ignorance about the devil inside him, pretending to not understand the weight of it. Mikhail's kick landed hard, knocking the sage backward. Dust rose quietly as the crowd watched in tense, unmoving silence around them. A soldier warned, if the devil died, the sage's body would be completely destroyed. The weight of responsibility felt heavier. Mikhail replied casually, "A warrior's soul never breaks that easily." He moved forward, confidence steady, ignoring the heavy warnings behind him. The sage screamed furiously, his voice filled with anger and fear. But his shouting meant little now. Nobody was listening anymore. Mikhail turned back, expression calm and unbothered. He brought news the sage wouldn't like. This fight was already finished for him. Villagers whispered quietly, realizing Mikhail's actions had forced their plans to change. They hadn't expected things to escalate this quickly today. They asked if Mikhail planned to stay behind. His silence made them uneasy, worried about the future more than ever. Mikhail watched the unconscious sage lying on the ground. He wasn't sure if peace would ever return to this land. Without hesitation, Mikhail ordered everyone to move. They had no time to waste if they wanted to stay alive tonight. Night settled in, cold and quiet. Mikhail walked ahead, leading them away from danger, toward uncertain safety under unfamiliar stars. The sage groaned weakly, his body trembling as he tried to sit up. His confusion showed clearly in his tired eyes. Slowly, he realized the surroundings were unfamiliar. Panic surfaced briefly before exhaustion dragged his consciousness back into an uneasy awareness. Mikhail approached casually, smiling faintly. He asked if the sage was finally awake. His tone was quiet but sharp underneath. He mentioned no new warrior had been selected. It wasn't a secret, but Mikhail delivered the information like a challenge. Without pity, Mikhail added that Morel wouldn't answer anything. He wouldn't help a devil pretending to still be a sage. The sage was tied down tightly, his voice shaking as he admitted luring Draculian in long ago, chasing empty hope. He remembered clearly how Morel had promised salvation, whispering it softly when he was desperate, broken by loss and fear. Back then, Morel said there was a way to save everything, a lie he clung to without question. She explained devils couldn't touch graves, so Draculian's hand was borrowed instead, and the rest became a nightmare story. Now he asked, trembling, how anyone could fix what had been done. It seemed impossible to him, too far gone. The sage laughed bitterly, declaring it useless to try anything. Draculian had already consumed everything offered. It was far too late. Mikhail stayed quiet, his eyes cold as he listened. Nothing had changed his resolve, even hearing that grim confession now. He admitted easily he had no solution, but smiling casually, Mikhail pointed out the sage probably still had one, somewhere. The sage froze, confused as Mikhail reminded him. The formula to complete Draculian came from him. He could undo it himself. "If you're the one who started this," Mikhail said, "there's always a way to end it. No exceptions, no excuses." The sage's face twisted, insisting it was absolutely impossible. No one could undo this. His voice cracked with doubt and fear. Mikhail said nothing. He stepped forward slowly, calm and certain, his magic already gathering around him like a storm breaking loose. The sage's body trembled violently, blue energy sparking and wrapping around him as he screamed. Reality was tearing open around them. His screams echoed, loud and wild. Mikhail watched silently, unmoving, letting the power do its work without hesitation or any regret. "You monster!" the sage yelled, his voice shaking. Mikhail didn't answer. He just kept going, focused on ending it completely now. Mikhail surged with raw power, lightning crackling around him. His crimson eyes glowed ominously as ancient symbols danced through the air. Argo stood before the mansion as blue energy erupted, shaking the ground, signaling the beginning of an unavoidable magical catastrophe ahead. The air crackled as Argo's power surged, distorting space. Magic overflowed, warping reality, signaling the peak of his magical ascension. Argo's aura blazed wildly, his body trembling under the overwhelming power. The energy spiraled, tearing through the very fabric of existence. Before regression, Argo's unmatched strength kept demons at bay. His presence alone instilled fear, a beacon of hope amidst endless darkness. The arrogance of humanity had led to this moment. Generations of unchecked power had culminated in a battle beyond mortal comprehension. Argo and his strongest allies stood together, their combined strength forming the last line of defense against an unstoppable demonic invasion. Argo dedicated years to perfecting his craft, surpassing limits, mastering spells, and forging new paths to counter the ever-growing demonic threat. Books filled with forgotten knowledge became Argo's salvation. He deciphered ancient texts, piecing together lost secrets of ultimate magical mastery. Argo created countless spells, each designed to counter demons, suppress their magic, and halt the destruction brought upon by their existence. Among them, Argo discovered an ancient technique, a spell capable of severing a demon's ability to wield magic entirely. The spell was named Reversal, a powerful technique turning enemy spells against them, twisting magic's core into a force of destruction. Argo knew Merrill had created something dangerous. The spell's complexity exceeded expectations, altering the balance of magic with unpredictable consequences. Merrill's technique was merely an extension of divine knowledge. Without understanding the original, even Argo would have struggled against its power. Argo remembered past regressions, where sacrifices were necessary. Power always demanded a price, one he had paid more than once. Memories of suffering resurfaced, reminding Argo that even with such strength, true victory always came at a devastating and inevitable cost. Argo's hand crackled with energy as his opponent collapsed. The battle was over, leaving only remnants of fading magical resistance. His opponent groaned, unable to move. Argo's overwhelming magic had sealed any possibility of retaliation, ensuring complete dominance over the fight. Blue energy surged in Argo's palm as he delivered the final blow, ending his enemy's struggle without hesitation or remorse. With effortless precision, Argo cast his opponent aside, sending him flying across the battlefield as lifeless echoes faded into silence. The battlefield quieted. Spectators watched, their expressions a mix of awe and fear, knowing Argo's power was beyond their understanding. Argo observed the lingering tension, reading the expressions around him. He knew this was only a temporary victory in a larger war. A greater concern remained. The real threat had yet to emerge, looming beyond the horizon, waiting for the right moment. Argo remained calm. Time was the only uncertainty now, as fate steadily pushed events toward an unavoidable confrontation of immense proportions. One undeniable fact lingered. Dracularian was close to breaking free. The balance of power would soon shift beyond anyone's control. The realization hit hard. The seal keeping Dracularian contained was no longer an impenetrable barrier. It was merely delaying the inevitable. Shock spread through the group. The idea of Dracularian breaking the seal alone was unthinkable, yet the signs were undeniable. The seal's origin traced back to the Grand Master of the Holy Knights. A divine force once thought unbreakable was crumbling. Argo knew the truth. The seal had never restrained Dracularian. It had only given him time to grow stronger unnoticed. Fear crept in. If this had been Dracularian's plan all along, then their struggles had only helped him prepare for war. Argo's mind raced. Every battle, every sacrifice, they had only been stepping stones leading toward Dracularian's inevitable return at full power. Mikhail stood firm, his sharp gaze unwavering. The weight of unspoken words lingered between them, shaping the battle yet to come. Before moving forward, Mikhail acknowledged the tension. A decision had to be made before facing the horrors lying ahead. He understood hardship. If the burden was too much, there was no shame in stepping back from the inevitable battle. Mikhail's piercing stare softened slightly, recognizing the weight of personal struggles carried by those beside him in this fated encounter. The past couldn't be ignored. Circumstances had shaped them, but only through acceptance could they move toward their destined confrontation. The truth was simple. This was a family matter. The past, filled with suffering, had led them all to this moment. Mikhail processed the words. A family matter held deeper meaning, binding fates together through generations of pain and unspoken regrets. Silence followed, heavy with understanding. Some battles could not be fought alone, and Mikhail had no intention of standing aside. A shared determination arose. The road ahead was uncertain, but together they would face the darkness awaiting them. Footsteps echoed as they moved forward, their path leading directly into the heart of an ancient nightmare they could not avoid. Dracularian's mansion loomed before them, an ominous structure steeped in ancient magic, whispering untold horrors to those who approached. Stepping inside, memories resurfaced. This was the place of transformation, where bloodlines were rewritten and destinies forever altered. The past still haunted him. Mikhail's companion clenched his fists, remembering the pain inflicted upon him within these cursed walls. This was no home, only a graveyard of sins. Here the cruel experiments of Dracularian had shaped an immortal monster. The words spoken long ago echoed, a reminder of suffering endured, sealing a fate that could no longer be escaped. Dracularian's ominous presence lingered, his twisted essence pulsating inside a sealed sphere, whispering tormenting words meant to unsettle those watching. Mikhail reflected on the past. What seemed absurd was how back then, his father's actions held no malicious intent toward him. The twisted love of a father turned into something unnatural, reshaping destinies under the guise of care and inevitable control. A question arose. Could Mikhail truly face this? Would he raise his sword against the very man who once protected him? His companion's voice cut through the silence, demanding certainty. Could Mikhail truly sever the last remaining ties of blood? The weight of hesitation lingered. A wrong choice now would bring regret far greater than any battle fought against enemies before. Accepting disgrace was better than pretending the past had been just. Denying corruption was never an option for those seeking truth. This was no longer about legacy. It was about facing the cruel reality woven into his family's darkest and deepest sins. Stepping forward, they entered Dracularian's mansion. The eerie stillness inside confirmed that everything was exactly as the master had intended. The place remained untouched. No decay, no ruin, only the unsettling perfection of a domain waiting for its owner's return. Crimson chains rattled as enchantments pulsed across the chamber, sealing a force beyond comprehension, waiting for the moment of inevitable release. Roses bloomed, their deep red petals scattered across the ground, symbols of both beauty and the blood spilled for power. Mikhail's ally questioned the situation. Could Mikhail shatter such an intricate seal without repercussions? Or was he merely overestimating himself? A moment of realization struck. Even if the physical barriers could be destroyed, Dracularian had no intention of stepping outside. The truth was clear. Dracularian wasn't trapped. He was waiting, orchestrating events, ensuring that the confrontation unfolded exactly as planned. A crimson glow pulsed from the floor as energy surged. The air thickened, signaling the beginning of an irreversible confrontation. Lord Tepes turned, his expression unreadable. The decision had already been made, and the fate of the mansion was sealed. His gaze remained firm. The mansion was no longer a sanctuary but a prison that had long outlived its purpose. Destruction was inevitable. The walls held memories of pain, experiments, and twisted love that had shaped generations of suffering and loss. With silent understanding, the command was given. The chains binding the past would shatter, freeing what lay dormant within the darkness. Mikhail stepped forward, magic crackling in his hand. His presence alone caused the ground to tremble beneath his overwhelming power. The chains rattled violently, their resistance fading. Something ancient stirred, reacting to the presence of one strong enough to challenge fate. The sealed coffin pulsed with crimson energy, shaking as though awakening. The weight of history pressed upon the battlefield. "How dare you!" a voice echoed through the chamber, filled with rage. The presence behind the coffin stirred with growing malice. A skeletal hand emerged, pale yet overflowing with monstrous energy. The true battle was only just beginning, and hesitation meant death. A crimson glow flared in the darkness. Dracularian's piercing gaze emerged, his presence growing stronger as his domain trembled with fury. Mikhail's smirk deepened. The tension thickened, a dangerous game unfolding between two powerful beings who refused to back down. His grin widened, eyes burning with excitement. This was exactly the confrontation he desired, a battle where only absolute strength mattered. Mikhail smirked as Dracularian emerged, the ancient vampire's rage burning through his glowing crimson eyes, his power slowly seeping into reality. A skeletal hand clenched into a fist. The room trembled as Dracularian's presence distorted space, commanding absolute dominance over his domain. Tepes stood frozen, confronted with the weight of history. His father, Dracularian, loomed before him, a reminder of painful legacies. Mikhail met Dracularian's gaze with a cold stare. He had waited for this moment, prepared to end this monstrous lineage. The vampire lord's aura flared. Chains rattled violently as the mansion itself seemed to resist, sensing an inevitable battle for survival. Dracularian's voice softened as he addressed Tepes, his words carrying an unsettling warmth. "You don't belong among them, my son." Tepes hesitated. Memories of his past resurfaced, moments shaped by his father's twisted ideals, binding him to a fractured legacy. "This mansion holds your mother's memories," Dracularian whispered. The sentiment twisted the air, clouding reason with emotions buried long ago. The past no longer mattered. Tepes clenched his fists, rejecting the lure of nostalgia. Time had erased that sentimental illusion. "I found a way," Dracularian declared. "I can bring her back." His conviction sent a chilling ripple through the room. Tepes stiffened, his father's words striking deep. The mere thought of undoing death felt like a temptation wrapped in false promises. "He was destroyed by me," Mikhail interrupted, stepping forward. His voice cut through the illusion, shattering whatever hope Dracularian offered. "No matter what you planned, it's impossible," Mikhail stated. He refused to let ancient magic resurrect something never meant to return. Mikhail's magic flared, illuminating the room. He had no intention of entertaining Dracularian's delusions, only ensuring his eternal end. "Enough," Mikhail declared. "It's time to end this." His glowing palm surged with power, ready to cleanse the vampire's lingering corruption. A furious scream echoed. The twisted power surged violently, rejecting reality itself. The battlefield trembled under the weight of madness. Darkness warped around the enraged figure. Desperation fueled the struggle, seeking to reshape destiny into an illusion of fabricated perfection. Tepes gritted his teeth, his body bracing. The surge of power clashed, throwing him into an inevitable confrontation beyond reasoning. Sparks ignited between them, their strength colliding. The battlefield erupted as energy clashed, sending shockwaves through the collapsing mansion's core. A blinding flash followed. Power intertwined in a deadly dance, neither yielding as the air crackled with raw, destructive magic. Blood-red petals scattered across the battlefield. The mansion's heart pulsed violently, beating like a living entity resisting its inevitable destruction. Within the void of chaos, a familiar voice whispered. A memory surfaced, pulling Tepes into a moment long buried. A vision of the past emerged. A gentle hand reached out, its warmth starkly contrasting the nightmare consuming the present. "Tepes, I beg you," the voice pleaded. The weight of old words crashed against the storm of his turbulent emotions. A trembling hand gripped the hilt of a weapon. The battle raged on, but doubt threatened to consume his resolve. Tepes staggered, the burden of the past crushing him. Yet amidst the chaos, another presence reached out, grounding his spirit. Mikhail approached calmly. The golden-haired warrior exuded unwavering certainty, his presence cutting through the lingering shadows of uncertainty surrounding Tepes. "Lord Tepes?" The voice was firm but reassuring, a reminder that even in darkness, some forces could not be shaken. "It's okay now," Mikhail declared. Confidence radiated from him, as if his mere existence was enough to anchor reality itself. Tepes inhaled deeply, his grip steadying. The time for hesitation had passed. The fate of this battle rested on their decision. Tepes clenched his fists, his heart wavering. The weight of his father's existence threatened to crush his conviction. His hesitation was undeniable. Dracularian was a heretic, yet bound by blood, making the final blow difficult to deliver. Mikhail watched him closely. There was no right or wrong, only the necessity of ending what should never have continued. A knowing smirk appeared on Mikhail's face. He understood. Family bonds were fragile, but duty demanded a ruthless resolve. "He's family, isn't he?" Mikhail mused, his words cutting through the lingering emotions like a blade of cold reality. Raising a weapon against one's own kin wasn't easy. The scars of betrayal left wounds that could never truly heal. Yet, hesitation led to destruction. Bearing the burden of regret was far worse than being called a traitor forever. Mikhail's voice was steady. "You don't have to live with that weight. I will do the purification instead." Tepes's eyes darkened. The weight of years, duty, and responsibility bore down, but Mikhail had already decided their fate. Power surged in Mikhail's hands, divine energy forming a spell. He would cleanse this place regardless of bloodline or history. Magic circles formed in the air, illuminating the darkened hall. Mikhail prepared his final spell, unshaken by impending chaos. "That's why heroes exist," he murmured, eyes glowing. His role was clear: erase the evil, regardless of its origin. Dracularian's rage exploded. His existence was threatened, his carefully crafted plans unraveling before his very eyes. Undead warriors emerged from the shadows, a last desperate effort to resist Mikhail's divine force and rewrite their fate. Mikhail's expression didn't waver. Multicasting. Divine pillars of energy erupted from his fingertips, sealing Dracularian's fate once and for all. Mikhail watched as Dracularian's crimson energy erupted, distorting the battlefield, shaking reality itself, and signaling the peak of his monstrous wrath. Dracularian lunged with terrifying speed, his spear tearing through the air, fueled by desperation, refusing to surrender to an inevitable fate. The impact shattered the ground, crimson waves erupting violently, warping space itself, as the overwhelming force of immortality clashed against divinity. Twisting midair, Dracularian unleashed a devastating attack, his ancient power surging, determined to reclaim absolute control over his decaying domain. Mikhail stood unshaken, his presence a silent challenge, his power already surpassing expectations, ready to cast judgment upon this long-forgotten tyrant. Dracularian's attack halted as an unseen force countered, disrupting his movements, leaving him momentarily vulnerable, his dominance slipping from his grasp. Mikhail's counterstrike landed, divine energy piercing through the swirling darkness, sending tremors across the battlefield, shaking Dracularian's once absolute control. Confusion flickered in Dracularian's eyes as reality twisted around him, his presence challenged by the sheer force of Mikhail's overwhelming might. The battlefield trembled beneath them, shadows and divine energy colliding, each seeking control, neither willing to yield in this fated confrontation. Mikhail advanced, his magic warping the air, his power already surpassing expectations, preparing for the inevitable moment that would determine everything. Dracularian's fury burned brighter, his power unraveling in chaos, desperation fueling his every strike, but Mikhail remained a step ahead. Mikhail recognized the flaw. the weakness hidden beneath Dracularian's centuries of control, the cracks forming in his once unbreakable dominance. Flames surged, golden fire consuming the battlefield, divine power colliding against darkness, purging every remaining trace of Dracularian's fading empire. Multicasting ignited the air, divine energy cascading in waves, consuming the remnants of an era that had long overstayed its welcome. As the battlefield burned, Mikhail stepped forward, his presence unwavering, knowing that the final strike would decide the fate of all. Tepes stood frozen, uncertainty gripping him. The weight of choices past and present bore down, his fate intertwined with inevitable destruction, reality twisting under his overwhelming power. Desperation fueled his transformation, refusing to accept the fate before him. His eyes burned with fury, an immortal presence unwilling to fade. Power surged wildly, signaling a final confrontation beyond mortal comprehension. Mikhail stood in front of the grave, holding his silence. His heart was heavy, and the wind carried old regrets. Memories clung to him like shadows, swirling around the lonely tombstone. There was no warmth left in this world. He'd almost let go right then. The weight of everything, the losses, the betrayal, it all nearly pulled him under. But the idea sparked. If there's even a sliver of a chance to fix it, then it's enough. With clenched fists and teary eyes, Mikhail whispered his resolve. He would undo it all, no matter the cost. Facing himself, his older self, was unsettling. But clarity grew from that unease. He now knew what needed to be done. A twisted grin spread across his face. Hope mixed with madness, and ambition burned hotter than ever before. Power alone wouldn't cut it. The spell needed more. It demanded something no mage liked giving up, sacrifices. But he didn't flinch. The promise stood firm in his mind. Those who fall now will rise again later. He held the girl close. Behind the cold stare, warmth flickered. He wouldn't let their deaths be meaningless this time. The girl's voice trembled in the darkness. Thoughts of her mother clawed at her heart, begging her not to leave. But she'd already made her decision. Tears welled up, but her heart was set. No turning back anymore. Her body burned with unnatural light as the transformation began. She was letting go of everything human inside her. Mikhail watched the ritual from below. Everything had to go perfectly. They had only one chance and no time for doubt. The pendant hovered mid-air, pulsing with energy. If they succeeded, even those sacrificed would find new life in the end. Mikhail narrowed his eyes, recognizing the fanatic glow. There was no reasoning left, only a twisted love for the impossible. The woman's rage flared, her voice cracked with desperation. Why stop us now when the dream is finally within reach? Her promises rang loud, resurrected realities, fulfilled desires. But to Mikhail they sounded like the delusions of someone too far gone. Her voice softened, throwing his own pain at him. His mother, his loss, his weakness, she knew exactly where to cut. Another stepped forward, clinging to hope. We've done half already. Just a little more and everything we want can happen. Red hair whipped around as she screamed, unable to accept the truth. Her world crumbled while she clung to lies. Her voice broke through the tension. Her father was manipulated. All his actions, his suffering, twisted by someone else's design. Mikhail stood quietly. She wasn't wrong. The system had never cared for their wishes, just the results it could extract. The woman's mask cracked. Her hands trembled. The idea that everything had been meaningless slowly seeped into her belief. But denial held strong. She refused to let go. After all this time, how could she accept it was wasted? Mikhail remembered his mentor's words. Illusions could devour you if you stared too long. He hadn't understood it until now. She laughed bitterly, calling his truth a lie. Everything she couldn't face, she labeled deception to protect herself. She struck fast, desperate to prove her version of reality was still intact. Her attack wasn't strength. It was fear. "You're not my son," she spat. "You're just another cruel trick meant to break me." She chose delusion over truth. But Mikhail didn't stop. His steps were steady. If no one else could face this reality, he would. The air shifted as Alkane stepped forward. His presence cut through the madness, calm and steady like winter morning light. Mikhail froze at the sight. That power. It was familiar, yet something about him felt strange, like a mirrored echo. The enemy's gaze narrowed. Recognition danced across his face. Alkane wasn't the same, but the resemblance was impossible to ignore. Energy surged as Alkane raised his hand. Light shimmered across the room, his voice clear and sharp. Divine light. A blinding flare followed, washing over the battlefield. For a moment, even despair seemed to stop and watch him. Alkane launched forward like a meteor, crashing down with brilliance. Darkness recoiled, hissing like it had touched sunlight for the first time. But the enemy grinned through the pressure, wrapping himself in shadows. His madness hadn't wavered. He felt invincible in this space. "This is my domain!" he roared, arms wide as blood-red thorns sprouted like rage made solid and sharp. Magic twisted unnaturally around him. The space pulsed like a heartbeat gone wrong. He was feeding the room with raw obsession. The cursed spikes loomed overhead, writhing and ready to strike. He wasn't just fighting, he was controlling the entire battlefield now. Alkane counted the seconds in his head. Time was closing in. Just 3 minutes left before everything turned irreversible. The spell of immortality, stolen from within the devil's own memories, had a timer. And that timer had started ticking. Numbers spun like threads of fate. Only he knew how close this was to the edge, both salvation and disaster. As his eyes sharpened, he focused on the core. The reversal was nearly ready. Just one shot, one perfect strike. He turned toward the girl, firm but calm. No time left for doubt. Everything had to be flawless, or it ends. The green light tore through the chamber like a storm. Energy screamed as the spell pulsed louder with each second. Mikhail's eyes locked onto the divine symbol swirling in the magic. The signature was unmistakable, and it changed everything. Alkane stepped through the chaos, calm and confident. His voice echoed clearly, challenging Draculan's belief in being the only chosen. "Time's with me," he added, and Draculan flinched. Not just power, strategy, control, and timing were all falling into Alkane's hands. Draculan reached out, blood dripping from his fingers. Something was wrong. He could feel it slipping. His confidence began to crack. The green aura warped again. Draculan's face twisted as if punched by time itself. Something crucial had already slipped past him. Alkane raised one finger. Calm, unshaken. 1 minute left. The words rang like a bell, announcing the beginning of the end. The world blurred. Movement sparked in every corner. A red glyph flared. Their time had become currency, and it was running out. Someone launched forward, desperate. A blur of limbs and fury. Alkane didn't flinch. He didn't have to anymore. He'd already prepared everything. Draculan stumbled, gasping for air. For the first time, the battlefield felt tilted against him. He wasn't leading this fight anymore. Chaos exploded. Blood and spells scattered midair like broken stars. Alkane stayed locked in, but everything around him turned to red haze. One after another, allies and enemies fell. Time didn't pause for anyone. 30 seconds never felt this loud before. Panic spread across the red-haired woman's face. She screamed, eyes darting wildly. It was no longer about victory, just fear. "Isn't it done yet?" she cried out, looking for answers no one could give. Her grip on hope was breaking fast. Down below, the last corner of the structure cracked open. A faint wind brushed through. The final countdown had truly begun. Smoke curled around Draculan as he rose weakly, body failing him. The countdown echoed. Only 20 seconds remained to act. Blood trailed down his arm, but he didn't stop. He reached forward, as if sheer will could bend fate. Alkane's voice stayed calm. 10 seconds. He didn't need to shout. His presence alone said he was in full control. But desperation moves fast. The red-haired knight dashed forward, eyes locked, determined to change the outcome with just one strike. He wasn't trying to win anymore. Just delay it, disrupt it, stop whatever spell Alkane had built so carefully. A flick of the wrist, and Alkane's magic circle sparked to life. Runes danced around him like stars waiting to explode. Intricate patterns spun into place, layered, precise, and pulsing with energy. It wasn't just power, it was years of mastery. His voice rang clear. Reverse undead. The spell glowed brighter than anything before, a final checkmate prepared in advance. Chains of light burst out, clashing against Draculon's defenses. It wasn't just destruction, it was the unraveling of everything he'd created. Their powers collided one last time, shaking the air. But Alkane stood firm. This time, the past wouldn't win. Draculon's body started to twist unnaturally, divine chains crushing him. The immortality he clung to was slipping through his fingers. Confusion overtook panic. He couldn't understand how it was failing, how his invincible form was unraveling after everything he sacrificed. Alkane exhaled quietly, watching it end. Not with rage, but with resolve. The weight of finality rested on him now. Draculon screamed in disbelief, feeling his body fail. The very immortality he built everything on was now crumbling beneath him. Alkane's eyes stayed locked. He understood this moment, what it meant to tear down something that once seemed untouchable. Draculon floated midair trying to grasp what went wrong. Endless power, infinite mana. How could even that not be enough? Alkane's voice cut in. It wasn't easy. Behind his calm stood sacrifice, grit, and divine favor born from struggle and loss. The radiant energy swirled behind him. A divine object awakened. Not just power, but purpose shaped it into something unstoppable. Alkane had earned his right through hardship. He wasn't given power. He claimed it. That's what made him the true heir. As the dungeon shifted, his connection deepened. He became more than a challenger. He became one with the very tomb. I own the divine object, he said simply. Not borrowed, not stolen, fully claimed. And the system recognized him as such. Against him, borrowed power had no voice. The divine object rejected imposters, responding only to one who proved themselves worthy. Alkane's eyes glowed red, divine judgment in his tone. Asar doesn't acknowledge you. It was more than rejection. It was a verdict. Draculon collapsed, laughter twisted with pain. Not mockery, resignation. The truth was finally louder than his pride ever dared to be. The weight of everything hit him all at once. He laughed again, quieter now, as dust swirled beneath him. Alone in the fading glow, he whispered, "Is it all in vain?" A thought more haunting than death itself. His head lowered, the light dimming from his eyes. Regret settled heavier than any wound. Years of running, wasted in an instant. His final breath came soft. Not in rage, but quiet acceptance. The end wasn't glorious, but maybe, just maybe, it was right. Cephs knelt beside Draculon's broken body, heart torn between anger and sorrow. The silence between them had lasted too long. His voice cracked. Regret took shape in those words. What had he truly gained through all this? It felt like nothing. The young woman stepped in, voice cold. "Don't run from it." Her stare cut deeper than any blade ever could. Draculon's lips trembled. "I only wanted to bring it back." But guilt weighed heavier than the power he once worshipped. She snapped, rage erupting. "What crime did the innocent commit to suffer for your grief?" The pain became justice in her voice. Rain poured gently, muting the world. There were no more explosions, no more magic, just silence, and everything left unsaid. Ceph stood still, letting the rain wash over him. Regret wrapped around his shoulders like a cloak he couldn't shake off. "If you truly cared for us," he murmured, "we should have talked." The words came too late, like most things do. Alkane watched from a distance, quiet and calm. "Such a pity," he whispered, eyes reflecting everything that could have been different. Not hatred, not triumph, just sadness for what was lost. Not through war, but through silence, pride, and the fear of facing pain. Alone, Ceph knelt again. His mind drifted through fractured memories, of family, of warmth, of when things hadn't yet fallen apart. Before obsession, before death, before vengeance, Draculon had been a good man. But grief had turned him into something else entirely. Cephs remembered his father's face before it changed. Back when smiles weren't forced, and home felt like home. "I despise this immortality," he confessed, eyes low. It had taken everything from him, leaving only years he didn't want. "I'll probably keep cursing this gift," he said softly, "because it never felt like one." And rain hid the tears that followed. Regret lingered in his fading eyes, not because of death itself, but the countless mistakes that led him to it. Tears mixed with the rain as the weight of immortality settled, lonely, cursed, and heavier than he ever imagined before. Even with pain burning inside, he chose to keep walking forward. Someone had to carry the story's end. The curse wasn't lifted, but his heart had changed. Letting go became the first real act of living again. Draculon's time stopped, but the silence he left behind was peaceful, not empty, and Cephas no longer feared what came next. The portrait stared down, untouched by time, reminding him of a joy long buried beneath guilt, ambition, and bitter choices. That warm family moment never returned. But it stayed frozen in memory, haunting the halls he once called a home. His smile trembled as he turned away, finally seeing what he'd lost, not just what he failed to gain. The line between warrior and magician meant little now. Identity meant nothing if it wasn't shaped by truth and grief. Raindrops tapped gently against armor and skin, as if the world mourned with them, closing one chapter with quiet understanding. His hand opened, offering the divine object, once a treasure, now only a symbol of everything he could never undo. That power no longer belonged to him. He had no reason left to cling to it, not after everything. Cephas watched as it passed between them. What once corrupted now carried the quiet potential to protect something new. His steps didn't falter as he walked away. This time he chose freedom over obsession, even if it hurt. The past didn't vanish, but he no longer served it. He moved forward while the rain gently erased his trail. The rain softened as Cephas stood again, pain carved deep into his soul, but something inside him had finally quieted. He carried Draculon's body gently, not as a hero or enemy, but simply as a son saying goodbye. The weight of regret couldn't vanish, but it no longer controlled him. It simply walked with him, step after step. This farewell wasn't loud or bitter. It was quiet, like the slow closing of a door that had been open too long. And in the silence that followed, Cephas remained alone, kneeling, letting grief pass without resistance for the very first time. Alkane approached slowly, no words needed. He understood this moment wasn't for him, it belonged to the ones left behind. Cephas didn't look up, but his clenched fist spoke volumes. Rage had passed, only memory remained curled in his grip. Time moved again. No grand closing, just simple breaths and soaked boots standing quietly in the aftermath of something irreversible. The vibrant world outside felt distant, too bright for what they'd just lived through, but still real, still waiting beyond the rain. That was the story, not a victory, just a truth carried forward by those who survived, whether they wanted to or not. The Golden Realm echoed softly as voices carried. Their feet stood still, but the weight of choices stretched far behind them. Her words pierced the calm. Duty unfulfilled led to destruction. Guilt still lingered even beneath their final, righteous decisions. Alkane's eyes held restraint, not just power. The path he walked was earned, but peace was never part of the reward. She pointed to the reason he returned, the red crystal pulsing with potential and history carved from pain, sacrifice, and stolen time. He stepped forward, holding the divine object. It was no longer about winning. Now it was about doing it right. She reached forward, energy gathering like golden petals. Her gesture wasn't power, it was acknowledgement of everything he had endured alone. Light bloomed between their hands. He had earned this, not with force, but by walking through every painful step without breaking. The divine object glowed again, responding to his choice. This time he engraved it not with pride, but clarity. Warmth pulsed through his chest, no hesitation. This mark wasn't for destruction, it was a vow to protect what remained. He raised his hand, staring at the glow. The right hand this time. Maybe a different path would begin now. She watched him turn away, the light behind casting long shadows. He was finished here, and his purpose pulled elsewhere. Each step he took meant something. There was no ceremony, no fanfare, just quiet movement forward, as if peace whispered him on. Left behind, she lowered her eyes. What had started as faith turned into disaster. She carried that weight alone now. Blame was never spoken aloud, yet it rested between them. Even divine intentions couldn't save everything from the wrong hands. She confessed silently to the golden heir. Her hope had been misplaced, and for that, too many had paid the price. She chose to leave the tomb open, its light untouched, an invitation or a warning depending on who enters next. He understood. Some would chase power again, but he would return, not as a seeker, but as someone who remembers everything. Their paths had split for now, but something lingered in the silence, a shared burden, waiting quietly for its next chapter. Mikhail activated the monument's power, releasing a surge of light that signaled the beginning of change for the village. The dark spell gripping the townspeople finally shattered, freeing their minds and hearts after years of being forced into silence. The old man dropped to his knees, overwhelmed by relief, unsure how to express his gratitude after so many regrets. Even while being praised, Mikhail kept calm. He didn't need recognition, just wanted to restore peace without lingering on the past. A villager stumbled forward nervously, insisting he wasn't the chief, clearly shaken by the responsibility everyone assumed was his. The man confessed he'd been nothing more than a creation, shaped by evil hands, never truly in control. Mikhail stayed quiet, watching the man wrestle with guilt, understanding that burden better than anyone else standing there. He admitted the man had done something real. He kept the villagers safe, kept them together even when all hope was gone. Tears formed as the truth sank in. Maybe he wasn't just a puppet. Maybe he did matter after all. Mikhail acknowledged his role gently, refusing to overlook someone who fought so hard for others, even without knowing his own worth. Still, the man knew things had to change. What happened before couldn't become the future's foundation, no matter how familiar. They needed someone capable, a true guide, someone the villagers could trust when danger returned to their quiet home. He asked if Mikhail could take the role, unsure if anyone else could lead with strength and clarity like him. But the man hesitated. Memories of pain ran deep, and not everyone would easily forget the one who'd once caused it. Mikhail didn't deny it. He knew the scars were real, but so was the threat creeping quietly back into their land. Mikhail explained the poisonous land acted like a barrier, keeping monsters away, but that protection was now starting to fade. With the poison losing strength, the forest's hidden monsters would soon return, creeping back into the lives of innocent people. The old man panicked, fearing for everyone's safety, unsure if there was any real hope left in such a situation. Mikhail admitted there wasn't a perfect answer, just a responsibility he accepted, a weight he chose to carry quietly. Though he couldn't share the plan yet, he asked for trust, hoping that would be enough for now. The man trembled, unsure why Mikhail would risk so much for strangers, especially ones who once feared and hated him. Mikhail turned calmly, eyes steady, as if the question didn't need words, only actions that made their own meaning. Looking out across the village, Mikhail thought of all the lives touched by fear, regret, and second chances. He smiled gently, not needing to explain himself. Not everything kind had to come with a reason or expectation. As power gathered in his hand, light began to swirl, the first step toward reclaiming this place from darkness. With a flash of light, Mikhail cast a purification spell, flooding the corrupted land with calm, sacred energy. He stood still for a moment, feeling the divine magic spread, slowly replacing poison with healing warmth and clarity. Wismal appeared, noting it would take about a year for the full contamination to disappear, but it was working. She gently reminded him that this wasn't sustainable. He couldn't be everywhere forever, no matter how strong or determined he was. Mikhail gave a faint smile, already aware of that truth, but determined to do everything he could while he remained. Mikhail brushed off the idea of his noble status, saying wealth and legacy meant nothing without stepping out to act. Wismal raised an eyebrow at his strange phrasing, clearly confused by whatever plan he was alluding to so casually. Just then, someone yelled his name through the trees, running with urgency that cut through the quiet, snowy forest. Mikhail turned quickly, wondering what had happened, as heavy footsteps and frantic breaths broke the peace of the moment. The knight caught up, breathless, announcing that someone important had just arrived, someone whose presence couldn't be ignored. Mikhail smiled awkwardly, wondering why people were suddenly staring. Had he missed something, or was there trouble right behind him? The knight didn't answer, just gestured toward the imposing figure standing tall behind him, wearing crimson and a firm expression. The newcomer looked at Sirlan with a calm, assessing gaze, acknowledging his growth like a teacher revisiting a student. Lan froze in disbelief, realizing who stood before him, someone far beyond what he expected to encounter out here. The man's voice echoed warmly as he greeted Mikhail, grinning like this visit was a surprise even to himself. Over drinks, Mikhail stayed composed while his guest sipped casually, the air tense with curiosity and unspoken questions. Mikhail asked what brought such a high-ranking man all the way to this hidden place, far from the capital. The man chuckled softly, saying Mikhail was right to wonder. This visit wasn't routine but came from the king himself. He explained the king originally planned to send someone else, someone with far less authority or personal interest in Mikhail. But curiosity got the better of him, and so he came himself, intrigued by what was unfolding in this land. Mikhail questioned the need for royal attention, unsure why he deserved it just for solving something he felt obligated to fix. The guest laughed, brushing aside doubts and pushing the conversation toward whatever reason truly brought him all this way. Mikhail stayed cautious, asking if the visit was officially sanctioned by the king or just personal curiosity wrapped in royal flair. The man assured him it was both. He'd earned recognition, and a reward was the empire's way of keeping balance. Mikhail narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing there was more behind this reward than simple gratitude. It came with expectations. The man admitted it. Mikhail was valuable, a hero by title, but refusing the offer might disappoint someone far more powerful. Thoughts swirled through Mikhail's head. He knew the risks. If he accepted, he gained power. If not, he'd be manipulated. That moment, he decided, this would mark the beginning of something greater. His first move as a true hero of change. The man asked what Mikhail thought of the proposal, waiting to gauge his intentions with a deceptively casual expression. Mikhail replied silently, already knowing the emperor admired potential, even if the man in front of him couldn't confirm it for sure. Mikhail nodded faintly, remembering how the emperor always surrounded himself with gifted people, using their strengths to shape the empire's fate. In his past life, the emperor didn't waste time with mediocrity. Only those with ambition and talent caught his attention. Back then, things were thriving. The empire held power, influence, and order, before everything began to fall apart. Mikhail recalled that glory, the golden halls, and the throne that once radiated strength, a time before chaos swallowed everything. When asked if he'd made up his mind, Mikhail didn't hesitate. His answer was already set, hidden beneath a calm exterior. Mikhail stood tall, declaring the land as a sanctum, a place he would protect, reshape, and guide under his vision. The man raised an eyebrow, surprised by the sudden announcement, unsure what Mikhail truly meant by claiming something so bold. With a calm voice, Mikhail confirmed, yes, this land. The same broken place he helped restore would now become something more. He didn't flinch as he spoke his demand. Full autonomy, no interference, no chains, just space to build something new. The official slammed the table in disbelief, struggling to process the weight of Mikhail's request. It was bold, even reckless. He tried to calm himself, dragging his hand down his face, stunned that someone so young would make such a demand. Still reeling, he repeated the words, questioning if Mikhail truly understood what he was asking for, and what it would mean. Mikhail didn't flinch. His glare sharpened, his voice unwavering. He meant every word, no matter how crazy it might sound. The official leaned in, eyes narrowed, demanding to know who Mikhail thought he was to dare such a declaration. Despite the tension, Mikhail remained calm, acknowledging the risks while clarifying this wasn't just any land. It required extraordinary protection. He spoke confidently, explaining he wouldn't have asked if the land wasn't unique and filled with looming dangers few understood. Then he turned the question back. How much force would be needed to truly protect a place like this from threats? The official answered easily, estimating it would need no more than what a barony would typically require to maintain peace. Mikhail quickly corrected him. Without proper strategy, a baron's strength wouldn't hold. This place demanded more than just the basics. Mikhail made it clear. Ordinary troops wouldn't cut it. Only the might of a duchy or greater could hold this ground. The official's jaw dropped. To him it sounded absurd, like Mikhail was overblowing the problem for personal gain. He slammed the table again, shouting that such a request was impossible. Even demons wouldn't warrant such a force. Mikhail didn't back down. His answer was sharp, eyes cold. It wasn't even considering demons. It was because they were demons. He knew their threat firsthand. This wasn't theory. It was survival, and he'd seen what happened when people underestimated them. Mikhail clarified it wasn't about strength or numbers. Demons were different, ruthless, their power unmeasurable by human logic or tradition. Unlike humans, demons were chaotic and overwhelming, driven by instincts that ignored pain or fear, making them terrifying in long-term war. Most people ignored this reality, misunderstanding how to fight such foes. Mikhail knew it firsthand, and that truth changed everything. The official struggled to connect Mikhail's logic to autonomy, unsure how it justified such an extreme shift in political power. Calmly, Mikhail revealed his plan: to raise demon-hunting forces, built for war against what humanity wasn't built to handle. The man paused, recognizing the merit in Mikhail's logic. Creating a stronghold here could be the Empire's key to survival. He admitted the idea had merit, but ultimately the Emperor would have the final say on such a bold request. Mikhail understood that clearly, nodding with calm confidence. He wasn't worried. He knew how the Emperor thought better than anyone else. Quietly, Mikhail revealed his inner certainty. He knew this ruler, his tendencies, his ambitions. That knowledge was his greatest advantage here. With steady eyes and a quiet smile, Mikhail declared the outcome before it arrived. The Emperor would accept his proposal. A man knelt quietly at a grave, paying respects in silence, carrying both armor and invisible weight on his shoulders. His head lowered, he whispered something to the departed, something private, maybe a promise or an apology still lingering. He wiped his face, gathering composure, before rising slowly. This moment wasn't just mourning, it was part of moving forward. Mikhail approached gently, speaking softly. The man turned without surprise, sensing his presence like he'd been waiting for that voice. Mikhail asked if things felt any lighter now, wondering if time had helped at all, or just made the ache familiar. The knight admitted he felt a little better, though uncertainty still weighed heavily. Too many things were left unresolved inside him. Mikhail reassured him gently, telling him not to worry about the body. The real challenge was the curse within. The curse of immortality, though cruel and complex, wasn't impossible to undo. There was still hope if he wanted it. The knight hesitated, admitting he'd think about it. Freedom was tempting, but it came with an uncomfortable price. If he let go of immortality, he'd lose his strength, and become just another ordinary man among the rest. Still, he reasoned, if becoming human meant he could fulfill his revenge, then maybe that path was worth it. Mikhail didn't dismiss vengeance. It could be twisted, but sometimes it became the only reason a person kept moving forward. If that anger was managed instead of consumed, it could even become fuel, something that drove purpose instead of destruction. Mikhail made it clear, if vengeance became the knight's reason to live, then keeping it from crossing the line was his job. Hearing that, the knight's face softened. He smiled slightly, accepting the offer, grateful someone else could share the burden now. With conviction, Mikhail promised to help him achieve that revenge. If it meant fighting demons together, then they'd fight together. Surprised, the knight confirmed. This wasn't just sympathy. Mikhail genuinely wanted to help. That made it feel real. Then, Mikhail explained his vision. A future where this land becomes a stronghold, filled with warriors trained to face demons. It wouldn't be just another village anymore. It would be a home for hunters, prepared for the darkness creeping closer. And he was already negotiating with the Emperor, planting the roots of a bold plan right here among the graves. The knight asked if Mikhail was serious. Entrusting him with leading the hunters felt like a decision far beyond expectations. Mikhail nodded, expressing his hope that the knight would accept if he truly felt ready to shoulder the weight. The knight hesitated. He carried a secret shame. His blood wasn't fully human. That truth still haunted every decision he made. Slowly, he revealed his lineage. He wasn't just any warrior. He was a Draculian, born from blood most would fear. He looked toward the grave, wondering if his cursed heritage would taint any chance at redemption or leadership now. Mikhail approached without hesitation and offered a flower. His calm voice cut through the doubt. That doesn't matter to me. He didn't judge by lineage or name. What mattered was what he'd seen with his own eyes. Action, not origin. Your courage, your strength, your heart, those things spoke louder than blood. And they'd already proven who you really were. Mikhail remembered everything. The battles they'd fought, the loyalty shown under fire. None of that came from fear. Only choice. That was enough. The knight's past didn't matter. What mattered was now, and Mikhail believed in the man he saw before him. Mikhail smiled gently, lifting his voice with encouragement. Stand tall. The knight deserved to see himself beyond his bloodline. He reminded him, You are more righteous than anyone I know. That truth burned brighter than any ancestral shadow. The knight rose slowly, finally standing with resolve. He wasn't just kneeling at graves, he was stepping into a new role. With newfound clarity, he accepted the weight of command, no longer hesitating to take the future into his hands. Before Mikhail's return, he would lead the hunters, not as a half-blood or outcast, but as their strongest frontline shield. In the past, whispers of his final stand echoed in fear. People only remembered the horror, not the heart. As power flowed through Mikhail's hand, light wrapped the weapon with purpose, echoing the spark of something about to change. This time would be different. He wouldn't fall forgotten. He'd endure, rise again, and carve meaning into every breath left. Mikhail's eyes burned with determination, silently commanding, survive until the end. Prove your life wasn't a curse, but a choice.
Inside the Grand Imperial Hall, Emperor Theseus sat silently, his figure barely visible beyond towering golden pillars. He raised his hand thoughtfully, fingers brushing his beard. This development is far more troublesome than expected. Sitting heavily upon the gilded throne, Emperor Theseus Riffle Alexandro considered the latest reports with visible frustration. His thoughts wandered. Originally, those troublesome factions should have been handled separately, avoiding any potential strategic alliance. Eyes narrowing, he clenched his fist. But now they've merged into one. Even I didn't anticipate this. The imposing knight statue reminded Emperor Theseus how difficult controlling unruly forces like wild horses became. Sighing, Theseus admitted honestly, I am not too pleased. His expectations clearly fell far from reality. With a stern gaze, he turned toward his loyal noble. What do you think, Duke Balforges? Kneeling respectfully, Duke Balforges responded coldly, This problem has left your hands, Your Majesty. It's already escalated. Standing at attention, the Duke asked firmly, Isn't the person responsible the son of another Duke? Duke Balforges smirked slightly. Children behave impulsively, Your Majesty. They rarely understand consequences before causing trouble. He continued calmly, It's irrelevant who became the hero. Their emergence signals the approaching end of peace. Emperor Theseus stared deeply at his crown. Vague peace, he whispered, recalling whispers about growing demonic power nearby. With eyes sharp, Theseus questioned coldly, Didn't you report a great demon gathering strength within the capital? Duke Balforges looked displeased. Heroes cannot be predicted, Your Majesty. Their actions remain beyond reason and expectation. Emperor Theseus tapped his fingers sharply. A hero beyond control? That's a dangerous thought, Duke Balforges. A faint smirk formed beneath his golden mustache, revealing the cold confidence behind his strategic thinking. Theseus leaned forward. I'm not stupid, Duke. I understand heroes aren't beings meant to be controlled. He stood, declaring firmly, That's why I left a mark ensuring no one interferes with that hero. Duke Balforges lowered his head further, feeling the Emperor's oppressive will saturate the entire grand hall. Emperor Theseus stood tall, his voice sharp. Are you speaking about that troublesome, ridiculous hero's prophecy? He turned dramatically. Yes, you misunderstood. However, handling reckless bloodlines like yours requires exceptional caution, Duke. Duke Balforges smirked faintly. The Duke owes me, remember? Seems you've retreated a few steps back, Emperor. Balforges lowered his head respectfully. Please, speak clearly this time, Your Majesty. What exactly do you require now? With a knowing grin, Emperor Theseus asked coldly, What is it that you truly desire, Duke? Under the towering cathedral, the young man stood silently, feeling the sun's weight press against destiny. A familiar voice called softly, I knew you would be here, breaking the heavy stillness around him. The red-haired stranger asked cautiously, Is that what I think you're holding so confidently right now? With a calm smile, the young man replied smoothly, Exactly what you anticipated. Nothing less, nothing more. He raised the sealed document proudly. His Majesty has granted permission. Everything begins from this moment forward. Smiling confidently, the young man spoke clearly. As I mentioned before, I plan to reshape everything. Pointing towards the Grand Land, he declared, This will become a place for hunters strong, independent, fearless hunters. He turned to the red-haired man. I want you to lead them. Become their leader. Holding a glowing crest, he continued, and also serve temporarily as the acting lord of this domain. Finally, he presented a magical brooch. This tool hides your identity. Use it wisely for everyone's safety. He assured calmly, wearing it, There's no risk of being discovered or tracked as Draculian again. The red-haired man lowered his gaze. Did you make this yourself? He asked, voice filled with weight. In silence, the young man tightened his grip on the magical necklace, eyes holding unspoken resolve. Finally, he answered, I've only been entrusted with this land. Nothing more and nothing less, truly. He stepped forward. But I have no intention of claiming ownership, nor interfering in your authority. The young man's voice was steady. I want this place to be home for hunters. The red-haired man paused, surprised. You mean, he whispered, sensing something greater behind the simple words. The young man gestured with purpose. To support that goal, I'll remain and manage the land directly. He turned seriously. Therefore, I ask you to begin searching for hidden hunters during this period. Eyes widening, the red-haired man repeated thoughtfully. Search, you say? Already realizing the weight behind the request. With a confident smile, the young man entered the room, his decision already firm and final. The two older men shouted in disbelief, What? Stay here for 3 to 4 months? Clearly startled and unprepared, one muttered, Isn't that too long? Struggling to hide his discomfort with the extended commitment ahead. He answered calmly, I need to build a foundation. Honestly, this short stay isn't even enough. Then his expression hardened. Besides, both of you, it's time to begin serious training without delays. The older man spoke firmly. The experiences gained while wandering mean little unless you properly digest them. Pausing briefly, he added calmly, You need time to understand those lessons, Leon. Don't rush transformation carelessly. Facing Leon directly, he spoke again. Leon, your growth is undeniable. You've changed since we first met. Leon stood quietly, acknowledging, Compared to our first meeting, my strength has certainly improved, but still feels insufficient. With a knowing look, the older man concluded, You feel that limit, don't you? It's frustrating, isn't it? The young man smiled confidently. In reality, you can and absolutely should become even stronger now. The older man nodded slightly. So, you're saying to use this period for serious, thorough training, correct? The young man raised his hand. I don't worry about those capable of managing themselves independently. He leaned forward, smiling. So, I won't pay much attention. Instead, grow strong, resilient like an unstoppable weed. Hearing those words, the older man's lips curled slightly upward, acknowledging the challenge with a silent smirk. The older man secured his gloves. Don't you have something already prepared for proper training sessions? Reaching for his weapon, he continued. Monsters roam nearby. Just use them freely for target practice. With a confident smile, he added, All right then, I'll become strong. Don't worry about me anymore. The young man smiled, satisfied with his spirit. Another challenge seemed to be just beginning now. He asked casually, Next up, is it the butler's turn to demonstrate his hidden skills too? The butler adjusted his posture gracefully. I humbly listen from a student's perspective, young master, he admitted. Smiling slyly, the young master teased, What's this, butler? Agreeing so quickly without your usual lengthy lectures? The butler chuckled. In magical circles, I'm ahead, but you're already openly using the 8th circle. The young master snapped his fingers confidently. Then there's nothing left to discuss. The conversation ends here. Radiating bright enthusiasm, he exclaimed joyfully, "Let's start running, butler. We're far from done training today." The butler stood silently, then smiled faintly. "Yes," he responded, sensing the inevitable outcome awaiting him. "They say a healthy mind resides within a healthy body," the butler added calmly, accepting the challenge. With a wide grin, the young master encouraged, "Let's run properly on our own feet, with diligence." Memories flashed back. "Butler, last time you used magical power. Yet I believe your potential is greater." The young master chuckled. "You even ran carrying a horse on your back, didn't you? Impressive effort." The butler raised his voice. "No, I did that because you ordered me to, young master." Still running, the young master smiled. "I know you did. That's exactly why I value your loyalty." He turned his head slightly. "So if I ask again, you'll surely do it, correct?" The butler's distant, agonized scream echoed loudly through the valley, accepting his exhausting fate once again. Cephas turned with determination. "Then, I will see you again in a few months, hero." Without hesitation, Cephas departed swiftly, not wasting a moment despite the challenging path ahead of him. Though support was offered for the journey, Cephas confidently declined, fully aware of his own strength. The young man smiled. Cephas refused it, but honestly, I'm not worried about him at all. Before regression, Cephas led the demon hunters. His strength and leadership always exceeded even the harshest expectations. Cephas slaughtered countless demons, earning fame through battle. His name became synonymous with strength and calculated vengeance. Revenge and the unmatched talent of a hunter coursed through his veins, fueling his every decision. The young man watched him leave, reflecting he possesses both incredible skill and the desire for vengeance. Turning toward the cracked earth, he sighed. "Now, what's left is farming, huh?" The task felt overwhelming. From a distance, a girl watched him curiously. "Is this really possible?" she wondered under her breath. Laughing lightly, he responded, "What a silly question. Do you think I'll give up?" And the girl folded her arms. "Is there some hidden method again?" she asked, half doubting him. She shook his head confidently. "Of course not. Sometimes there's simply no perfect solution at all." Smiling, he explained, "For now, compress the living space for residents. Keep things organized and under control." He gestured outward. "Then reduce the number of monsters around here. That should stabilize the situation quickly," he added calmly. "And prepare protective magic around the compressed area. Keep them absolutely safe inside." The girl nodded thoughtfully. "Sounds like a realistic approach. But weren't you avoiding neglect from the start?" He smirked confidently. "Who said anything about neglecting? This isn't avoidance. It's preparation for something much more important." With a swift motion, he activated a brilliant spell, ancient magical runes glowing vividly in the air. The girl's eyes widened with shock. "Eh? That's—" she gasped, recognizing the powerful spell immediately. The girl gasped in shock. "The seed of the world tree? How do you possess this?" Still surprised, she asked, "Why do you have a seed when the original tree still stands?" He calmly explained, "It's not the real one. This version is merely a downgraded replica, nothing extraordinary. This replica was designed for mass production. Naturally, its performance isn't that impressive," he added casually. With practiced ease, he scattered the seeds across the ground, letting them settle into the soil. He smiled confidently. "But it grows fast and spreads wide, covering barren lands within moments effortlessly." Magical energy surged. Vines shot upward violently, roots diving deep into the dry earth almost instantly. Before long, lush green vegetation covered the wasteland. The barren landscape transformed into vibrant life again. Wide-eyed, the girl exclaimed, "When did you even create something like this? This seems impossible." With a casual shrug, he replied, "I analyzed the world tree long ago. This product existed before regression. There's a limit," he admitted. "It won't last beyond a year or be spread again afterward." Still, he smiled. "It's enough to cover this entire territory and keep it stable for now. And more importantly, it can suppress demon activity for an entire year. That alone makes it significant." The girl asked curiously, "What about managing all of this?" He replied, "Nephis kindly volunteered for everything." Smiling gently, he asked, "Do you have a name in mind for this miracle we've created?" He announced the name confidently, Dream Tree. The response was immediate. "Lame," she muttered under her breath. A few days passed quietly. Alone in his room, he sat before a glowing communication orb. With serious eyes, he declared, "Father, the time has come," his words echoing in the silent chamber. The communication orb pulsed with light, waiting for a reply, its surface swirling with faint blue energy. Finally, the father's voice responded coldly, boldly begging, "Hero," his face serious and unreadable across the distance. Glaring through the orb, his father growled, "If you weren't my child, I'd break your legs." Smirking, he countered, "Don't hold back now. You said you'd fully support me, didn't you?" A cold voice echoed, "I will support, but—" The orb glowed ominously, tension rising between father and son. His father's glare intensified. "If you're establishing an autonomous region, at least discuss things before deciding, brat!" With a carefree laugh, the hero replied, "Aren't you getting used to it by now, father?" His father admitted reluctantly, "His Majesty applied some pressure on me regarding your recent bold actions." Curious, the young man asked, "What did he say exactly?" His expression turned more serious, anticipating trouble. "The Empire won't interfere," his father continued. "His Majesty understands the hero's importance and values your role. But—" He paused, locking eyes through the magical orb. "He formally requested you visit the capital personally." With a slight grimace, the young man finished quietly, "To have a meeting. Face to face." Mikhail sighed, thinking, "Well, nothing problematic will happen while I'm away. Might as well just go." Determined, he stood up decisively. "Might as well go." "What the heck?" he muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, the steward strained under a massive stone's weight, his body trembling from sheer unbearable exhaustion. Spotting him, the young lord called out casually, "Steward," his voice echoing through the silent training ground. Startled, the steward gasped breathlessly, "Lo, Lord, why are you suddenly here all of a sudden?" The young lord said casually, heading to the capital briefly. "Can you handle things while I'm away?" Breathless, the steward stammered, "The capital? Why are you even going to the capital, my lord?" "Nothing serious," he smiled, "just visiting the emperor." The words left the steward utterly stunned and confused. Still struggling under the weight, the steward muttered repeatedly, "The emperor, the emperor?" His mind swirled endlessly. The young lord approached a grand carriage. "Are you taking a carriage?" someone asked. He simply grinned. She commented thoughtfully, "Come to think of it, I rarely see you traveling alone these days." With a calm smile, he replied, "There was no real need for me to move alone." Suddenly remembering something, she raised her hand. "Speaking of which, something important just came to mind." He listened carefully as she explained, "With your holy power growing recently, I've experienced some personal changes too." "Curious?" he asked. "Changes?" She nodded excitedly, her eyes shining with certainty. "Yes, it's definitely something significant." She leaned closer with a mischievous grin. "Want me to show you? It's something quite special." He stepped forward with confidence, eyes sharp, voice calm. "Want to see?" he asked firmly. Light burst around her as her form changed, hair glowing, limbs shifting with controlled divine energy. He leaned closer, carefully observing her form. "How is it?" she asked with a steady gaze. He blinked in disbelief, murmuring, "Just like a human, right?" The resemblance was shockingly precise and real. Lifting his hand slightly, he added, "During the process of imbuing divine power in your body." She crossed his arms, expression serious. "How long can it last?" she questioned without breaking eye contact. She calmly replied, "For now, about 30 minutes a day, fingers subtly tracing invisible energy currents." Curiosity deepened his gaze. He asked directly, "Any other functions?" Waiting patiently for a demonstrative response, without hesitation, she extended her arm. A swift motion unleashed compressed divine energy, slicing the air cleanly. Eyes narrowing, he analyzed quickly. "It seems the surrounding monster's energy signatures decreased by approximately half already." Shocked by the sudden disturbance, he demanded sharply, "What did you just do?" Eyes searched the horizon. She casually shrugged. "I tried targeting monsters with a storm. Just a small test," she admitted plainly. Glancing at her hand, she muttered, "Only about half, huh? It's far from my prime." Curious, he leaned forward. "Speaking of which, I don't remember hearing about your prime. Care to explain?" Her eyes sharpened slightly. "My prime was during the legendary Age of Gods. Perfection wasn't a struggle." Mikhail exhaled deeply. "We weren't gods, but it's certain that we were beings far above humanity. Divine beings. Titles like Grandmaster or Ninth Circle held no value before such overwhelming ancient entities." He recalled their relentless pursuit. "That's why we struggled collecting divine relics, despite our considerable magical mastery. They believed with equal power, even the demon god monstrosity incarnate could finally be defeated, ending eternal suffering. Yet now, remembering that impossibility, he muttered quietly under his breath, "It's incomprehensible." As doubts resurfaced again, his eyes darkened. "For example," he began, his voice low, mind recalling painful memories long buried. "Traitors, perhaps." His words cut deep. The air turned heavy, and her shoulders tensed instinctively upon hearing. Before she could respond, an unexpected burst of wind shot past, unsettling her perfectly composed appearance. She stumbled backward, releasing a frustrated groan. Control slipped away as the conversation turned unexpectedly tense. Mikhail sighed, brushing away the awkward atmosphere. "Let's stop there," he muttered, trying to steady his thoughts. She sat gracefully, muttering softly. 30 minutes, you said?" Thoughts wandered while her expression remained calm. Scratching her head playfully, she admitted, "I got too excited earlier. The time significantly reduced, huh?" Mikhail leaned back, exhaling lightly. History? That single word echoed through his thoughts like a lingering whisper. With a faint smile, he thought quietly, this side feels more familiar, watching her relaxed, carefree demeanor. Outside, the carriage wheels turned steadily. "Since we still have time before reaching the capital," he mused. He studied his marked hand thoughtfully. "Coincidentally, most things I've acquired recently involve divine power directly." Looking down, he thought calmly, it's known divine power doesn't affiliate with wizards. Yet, my case differs. Magical patterns formed before him. No conflict exists. Instead, something new, an unknown energy slowly emerges. Eyes narrowing, he analyzed carefully. It's not simply merging. This energy is being reborn, something entirely new. Lifting his hand cautiously, he wondered aloud, should I try moving it around? Curiosity overtook hesitation completely. Within him, the boundaries blurred, divine power intertwined with mana, forming an unimaginable, unprecedented energy fusion. World trees, divine power, abundance, and storm's relentless force merged. The mysterious stigma of Hecor completed everything. Without focusing, it's difficult noticing. But 3 divine energies have completely merged with my remaining mana. He thought calmly it's natural they would mix. Their nature and essence were always deeply intertwined. A refreshing surge rose within. Something new courses through my body, stronger, purer, completely revitalizing my being. She stared, confused. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Her tone grew tense. She blinked, pointing casually. Crazy, you... She paused, words slowly forming as realization overtook his usual clarity. Became a druid. His voice trailed as the forest around them quietly confirmed the truth with life. Leaves rustled gently. Flowers bloomed unnaturally fast, surrounding her figure with radiant growth and subtle divine resonance. He glanced upward, dazed by the revelation. A druid, he repeated, still adjusting to the transformation. His thoughts deepened. Druids and wizards. Such fundamental differences. 2 paths separated by nature and mana, he observed closely. Druids don't manipulate mana. They utilize nature itself pure, living energy drawn directly from life. They receive help from grass, trees, and animals. That's an innate talent, not something simply learned. He frowned slightly. Surely I didn't possess that affinity before. But now, suddenly, it's simply there. Tilting his head, he chuckled faintly. It's possible, isn't it? His curiosity now fully replaced uncertainty. Mikhail explained calmly, divine power isn't something humans easily utilize. Hecate's power is already difficult enough. But that's only ordinary divine power adjusted for human use. You combined it with something far greater, she gasped slightly. It was complex but not impossible, he added. So, you're saying it's impossible? Her expression stiffened. This is beyond understanding, she muttered, struggling to comprehend what stood clearly before them. His eyes softened. Beyond understanding, his mind drifted. It reminds me of something long forgotten, someone important. Mikhail's thoughts wandered. Maybe it's related to that? The something stirred deep in his memory. Suddenly, a mysterious presence emerged nearby. Both turned, startled by the unexpected appearance through the glowing light. Eyes wide, he whispered, "You, what are you?" The tiny, radiant creature floated silently, watching them back. He stepped forward slightly. "You, what are you?" His voice wavered, unsure how to approach it. The tiny creature floated up. "Me?" It blinked innocently. "Don't know." Its voice sounded strangely sincere. "But you," the creature began, tilting its head. A sudden glow surrounded its tiny, leaf-covered hands. "Friendly! Want to be friends!" it declared loudly, eyes shining with pure joy and innocent enthusiasm. Surprised, he watched the glowing light circle him gently. A quiet smile unknowingly appeared on his face. The little creature flipped mid-air, revealing an unusual feature. Its appearance grew even more puzzling and unique. She blinked twice, surprise. "A mole?" Her voice cracked slightly, unsure whether to laugh or stay serious. He studied carefully. Could it be... His thoughts raced, connecting details from ancient texts and forgotten scrolls. The spirit of Thesis, he muttered, eyes widening. The legendary being, hidden for centuries, stood before them. Gently, the spirit offered a golden leaf, a magical ingredient prized by alchemists across every known land. In the dense forest clearing, Mikhail spotted an unusual creature offering a glowing golden flame. Reluctantly, the tiny being flailed its stubby arms. "Don't be alarmed, it's a gift," it squeaked. Another, slightly larger creature appeared, clarifying sternly, "Yeah, a gift, not a bribe. Understand the difference, human." Confused, Mikhail hesitated. The smaller being's eyes darkened ominously. "What if I don't accept it?" Chuckling lightly, Mikhail muttered, "Clearly you're born from this awakening. Accepting this bribe honors the child's courage." Mikhail admitted internally he never planned to reject the gift. His path required the fairy's assistance. Gently reaching out, he declared, "All right, I'll take it." The tiny fairy lit up with excitement. Curious now, Mikhail leaned closer. "What's your name?" The fairy spun in confusion, answering simply, "Don't know!" Mikhail chuckled softly. "If you don't have a name, shall I give you one then?" Eyes sparkling, the fairy squealed, "Yes, I'd like a name." Mikhail contemplated carefully, thinking, what name suits best? The tiny fairy floated gently, wings fluttering with curiosity, eagerly awaiting the name Mikhail would choose. Mikhail exhaled softly, gaze unwavering. "Durgi," he said firmly, eyes fixed on the little creature's surprised reaction. The fairy tilted its head. "Durgi?" it repeated hesitantly, unsure whether the name held deeper meaning. Mikhail smirked slightly. "Don't tell me, because it's a mole." "Durgi." His companion sighed. "That's right, isn't it?" Frowning, the fairy flapped its wings. "You should put more thought into naming." "Durgi?" it mumbled uncertainly. Excitedly, the little fairy shouted, "Durgi!" loud enough to echo through the sun-dappled forest clearing. Mikhail shrugged with a satisfied grin. "See, it likes the name I gave," he declared proudly. With a resigned sigh, his companion turned away, clearly unimpressed by Mikhail's casual attitude toward serious matters. The carriage wheels turned steadily, carrying them away from the enchanted forest and toward their next destination. Mikhail paused outside the bustling village gates, remarking quietly, "Still a good atmosphere here, feeling nostalgic peace." A companion asked curiously, "Going straight to the Emperor?" Mikhail shook his head, eyes calm and calculating. Mikhail replied plainly, "No, I hadn't planned on that. I can't go empty-handed after all." The towering imperial palace glowed under the evening sun. Mikhail silently admired its grandeur before stepping forward confidently. At the grand gates, a cheerful attendant greeted warmly, "Please come in, Archmage." Extending a respectful gesture. The attendant beamed brightly. "Your expression has brightened a lot," he noted, pleased by Mikhail's visible determination. The attendant asked politely, "By the way, what brings you here suddenly?" Mikhail answered without hesitation, "I'm here to have an audience with His Majesty today," Mikhail stated firmly, walking alongside him. The attendant's expression tightened. "You mean His Majesty?" he whispered nervously, clearly understanding the gravity involved. Mikhail sighed. "All I can do is wish you strength," he muttered, his eyes showing concern. The attendant leaned closer. "I heard that the Archbishop knows some very valuable information," he added mysteriously. Leaning in, the attendant whispered cautiously, His Majesty's embarrassing past, eyes darting nervously around the hall. Mikhail paused briefly. "Why suddenly mention that?" His voice trailed as he calculated the weight behind those words. Facing the horizon, Mikhail declared firmly, "I am a hero, Your Grace," his silhouette glowing under sunlight. Smirking confidently, Mikhail added, "Rather than being the one tricked, I prefer doing the tricking," eyes gleaming sharply. With determined strides, Mikhail approached the grand hall entrance, prepared for whatever awaited beyond those towering doors. Gritting his teeth, Duke Kalibos cursed under his breath. "Damn it," his frustration echoing through the chamber, he muttered angrily. "Of all people, that idiot becomes the hero." His clenched fists trembled with disbelief. Eyes narrowing, Kalibos spat, "It's unbelievable!" His shadow stretched ominously beneath the grand stained glass windows. His advisor approached cautiously. "What do you think?" he asked, glancing warily at the brooding duke. Calming slightly, Kalibos answered coldly, "I think we cannot dismiss the possibility of some deal having been made." Kalibos growled internally. That fool, whom even Lindel once sought to manipulate, now stood as hero. Could he really have gained the capabilities to become a hero in less than a year? Kalibos clenched his fists. "Impossible," he muttered. "The corrupted church certainly couldn't have created such miraculous strength." A subordinate asked nervously, "What should we do?" Kalibos turned sharply, his eyes filled with cold resolve. There's only one reason for his sudden visit to the capital. Perhaps by His Majesty's command? Should the Emperor's favor tilt toward Walpurgis, it would dangerously disrupt the fragile balance of power. No, Kalibos thought bitterly. Is that truly my concern? Or just another excuse masking my hatred? He scowled. I just dislike Walpurgis, he admitted, watching memories of power and pride flash before him. I detest that cursed family of magicians, especially its arrogant head, Kalibos muttered, voice filled with venom. Since forever, really. A memory surfaced her apology too late. Damn Walpurgis, he growled, clenching his fist. Mikhail stood confidently beneath the golden sky, his smile unwavering despite the hateful words echoing nearby. Mikhail stood on the balcony, realizing sudden changes could appear without any clear warning signs. He accepted that life never followed plans perfectly, and unexpected events shaped stronger paths for everyone. As his cloak dropped lower, he thought embracing struggle would make tomorrow's victories feel more meaningful. He sighed, knowing growth came through hardship, but questioned why this trial arrived at this moment. Dark energy surrounded them as the enemy appeared. Mikhail braced himself, determined not to fall again. A few minutes earlier, Mikhail prepared carefully, knowing each decision would shape his path forward permanently. He exhaled in relief, telling his companion they had successfully completed the first step without mistakes. And she looked at him curiously, asking calmly what he intended to do next after this. Mikhail considered exploring, thinking observing the capital might reveal secrets hidden from his memory during regression. A familiar voice called, making his heart race. He turned, recognizing the one who spoke firmly. Dark energy filled the air as heavy steps approached, each movement growing louder with deadly intent. The cloaked figure advanced steadily, crimson power swirling around his body in a dangerous controlled surge. Mikhail's eyes widened with confusion, whispering uncertainly if the man before him truly was his father. Returning to the present, Mikhail pleaded, asking his father to set down the weapon peacefully instead. His father tightened his grip, declaring that fighting was simply his preferred way of expressing feelings. His father grinned broadly, gripping the club tighter, clearly amused by Mikhail's startled, cautious reaction. Congratulations on being the first to face this, he declared, eyes bright with unexpected, fierce pride. Mikhail swallowed hard, reminding him they were supposed to have a calm discussion, not a battle. His father paused, admitting they truly had not sat together to talk properly in a long time. Mikhail agreed quietly, stepping back as he prepared himself for whatever came next between them. Mikhail's eyes widened, realizing something important that he had failed to see in his past life. He admitted silently he hadn't understood that his father's actions always came from deep concern. His father's worry was constant, though Mikhail had ignored it before, blinded by his own goals. Mikhail regretted not trying harder to understand his father, feeling guilt as he fled the confrontation. Suddenly, Mikhail froze, turning around, determined to face his father with clearer understanding this time. Mikhail reflected that his father had always seemed distant, standing too far away to reach. As the great Eighth Circle wizard, his father's power made him an untouchable figure of legend. Mikhail believed his father remained forever beyond him, an unreachable height he could never even approach. He once thought his father could never understand feelings of inadequacy because he was so superior. Now, Mikhail realized his struggle was likely an inferiority complex, something he could finally begin to understand. Mikhail accepted his father was not perfect, recognizing flaws that shaped their distant, complicated relationship forever. He clenched his fist tightly, gathering the courage needed to speak honestly for the first time. Looking up, Mikhail finally said he had many things he wanted to discuss with his father. They moved inside together, the room silent as both prepared for the conversation long overdue. His father remarked that Mikhail seemed too calm for someone soon meeting the kingdom's powerful ruler. His father reminded Mikhail of past immaturity, noting how he'd grown stronger through recent challenges faced. Mikhail agreed silently, knowing this wasn't the right moment for childish thoughts or uncertain hesitation anymore. He reached for his cup calmly. Considering his father's words about responsibility during these dark times, Mikhail asked carefully if his father spoke of demons, sensing a deeper concern in him. His father confirmed it, explaining humanity's disunity worried him far more than meeting the kingdom's ruler. Mikhail calmly took a sip, then asked what exactly his father was most concerned about now. His father looked serious, explaining that the real threat came from the empire's 4 great houses. These aristocratic families held enough power to rival kingdoms, each commanding vast wealth and strong armies. Visions of the houses appeared, Mishapel, Kavnos, Lindel, and Walpurgis, each one possessing dangerous ambitions. His father stated clearly only House Lindel remained trustworthy, while the others could not be trusted. Mikhail asked quietly about the other 2 houses, wondering how dangerous their influence truly might be. His father explained the greatest threat would definitely come from the ambitious and powerful House Kavnos. Hearing the name, Mikhail tensed, remembering how ruthless Kavnos had always been in their past conflicts. Mikhail admitted Kavnos would be difficult to handle, then asked what his father planned to do. His father said there was a plan, but first he needed Mikhail's help with something important. Mikhail explained he had devised an effective strategy to keep House Kavnos obedient and under control. He stepped outside alone, gathering his thoughts before meeting the person who would help execute everything. His companion remarked that he and his father seemed eccentric, suggesting it was simply inherited behavior. Mikhail insisted he was average, while she clarified that wasn't her point and sighed in frustration. Mikhail looked away, feeling awkward, then decided it was time to change the topic completely. Mikhail walked through the lively streets, observing merchants and villagers, feeling strangely at peace for once. He thought silently that such normal scenes had been absent from his world for years. In his previous life, destruction had erased places like this, leaving nothing but ash and sorrow. His gaze hardened, flames reflecting in his eyes, remembering the devastation he swore never to repeat. His companion's voice broke his thoughts, asking directly what he planned to do about everything now. Then Mikhail nodded firmly, assuring her he already had a clear plan set in his mind. He paused, sensing her hesitation, and noted she seemed troubled by something she hadn't yet shared. Taking a slow step forward, he prepared himself to address any hidden concern without turning away. She called his name softly, but Mikhail glanced back calmly, already aware of what she meant. He stated plainly that someone was following them, his expression serious as he watched the shadows. Mikhail walked steadily through the market, feeling the tension rise as shadows moved behind his steps. He noticed a figure slip quietly into the crowd, confirming his suspicion that someone trailed him. His sharp eyes counted 2 people following on the right side, keeping a measured distance behind. He noted another figure tracking him on the left, closing in without making any sudden moves. Mikhail wondered if they belonged to an underworld guild, though he had expected some pursuit eventually. Mikhail studied their movements calmly, realizing quickly that these pursuers lacked true skill or proper training altogether. He decided their mistakes proved they underestimated him, thinking he would not notice their clumsy approach. Mikhail continued walking without hurry, pretending not to care as he waited for them to react. He suddenly felt another presence, this one far more careful and hidden compared to the others. His eyes narrowed slightly, amused as he whispered to himself, acknowledging the more skilled hidden follower. Mikhail admitted he was uncertain, unable to decide how best to deal with their pursuers now. He knew he could try shaking them off, but the thought continued to trouble him deeply. Mikhail recalled how killing the cutter rat had changed events, forcing history onto a different path. He wondered quietly how the underworld was functioning now without that powerful criminal's influence holding sway. Mikhail assumed confidently that someone new had already stepped forward to fill that dangerous vacant position. Mikhail knew removing the cutter rat risked another archdemon like Maheos stepping in to seize control. He decided firmly he needed to see everything himself instead of relying only on rumors. From the shadows, a masked woman leaned forward, determined not to lose sight of him again. She had gathered much information about Mikhail Walpurgis, yet found almost nothing confirming he was the hero. Still, scattered bits of information surfaced occasionally, giving her hope she would soon learn the truth. She watched carefully, recalling rumors he alone had purified both an archdemon and the creature Draculon. It wouldn't surprise her if he'd always been gifted, hiding abilities behind a plain reputation deliberately. From every account she'd gathered, Mikhail had once been a complete idiot without any real promise. She wondered if she might discover the hidden truths and secrets about this so-called hero herself. When she looked again, he had vanished without warning, leaving her shocked and searching the street. She stared ahead, furious she had lost sight of Mikhail in just a single second. Spinning around quickly, she cursed herself, unable to understand how she could make such mistakes now. Her mind raced, knowing she had to locate him before he disappeared into the crowded streets. Determined, she scanned every passerby, searching for any clue that might reveal where he'd gone. Suddenly, a hand rested on her shoulder, making her freeze completely in startled confusion. She froze instantly, every muscle tensing as she realized exactly who had caught up to her. Mikhail stood behind her, smirking confidently, his hand resting firmly on her shoulder without any hesitation. His calm voice asked her plainly, demanding to know exactly who she was working for. Her throat tightened nervously, and she swallowed hard, feeling her composure slipping away under his gaze. They stood alone in the quiet square, the evening sun casting long shadows around their confrontation. The woman's foot shifted slightly, pressing into the ground as she prepared to make her move. With a swift motion, she twisted free, leaping backward as onlookers turned to see commotion. Mikhail raised an eyebrow calmly, watching her sudden escape attempt without lifting a finger to interfere. She dashed across the square, black energy trailing behind as she sprinted with impossible speed forward. In one fluid motion, she vaulted over the bystanders, disappearing into the rooftops above them. She fled quickly, heart racing as she wondered how he'd seen through all her concealment. Trying to calm herself, she decided this failure still revealed valuable insight into his frightening skill. Tears pricked her eyes as she realized even her master had never faced detection like that. Determined, she knew she must report everything she'd learned to the guild without any further delay. Her feet pounded the street, breath ragged as she ran faster, refusing to look behind. She crouched low, believing her spell had been enough to finally escape his watchful eyes completely. Mage appeared again without effort, glancing down calmly as if he'd simply walked over casually. Her heart dropped, dark energy flickering as she struggled to understand how he kept finding her. Mage observed her closely, guessing she was a dark elf skilled in moving unseen through shadows. He concluded Talia had replaced the cutter rat, leaving her speechless that he already knew everything. She held her breath, realizing he'd already pieced together her identity with almost no effort required. Mage spoke evenly, ordering her to lead him directly to the place she was protecting carefully. Eyes wide, she demanded clarification, unable to believe he'd discovered so much about her so quickly. He leaned closer, reminding her calmly that he even knew her guild's name and secret location. Smiling faintly, Mage asked what she thought she could still hide from him at this point. She fidgeted nervously, fingers tapping together as she tried to find words to convince him. She explained awkwardly that working for an underworld guild made her situation especially delicate and difficult. Blushing faintly, she asked if they could travel separately instead of arriving at the guild together. It would be humiliating for her to return, appearing like his hostage before all her peers. Mage remained silent, expression unreadable, weighing her strange request carefully before deciding how he should respond. Mage shook his head firmly, deciding there was absolutely no way he would allow that. He raised his hand smoothly, preparing to end the argument before she caused more trouble again. Speaking calmly, he cast a spell, his voice commanding as he ordered her to sleep instantly. She screamed in protest, struggling desperately against the magic as her strength quickly began to fade. With a final gasp, she collapsed forward, unconscious as Mage caught her without any visible effort. Mage glanced aside, explaining calmly that there was no need for such worry about her guild. He added that being seen dragged along by him wouldn't worsen her situation any further. Now his companion frowned, asking sharply how Mikhail could claim to understand their internal affairs with such certainty. Mikhail's gaze turned serious, eyes fixed on the unconscious woman, as he prepared to reveal everything. He stated clearly she was the adopted daughter of the guild leader, leaving no doubts remaining. The inn grew loud as a stranger entered, scanning the crowd with a sharp, focused gaze. He grabbed the young woman's shoulder firmly, pulling her up from her seat without hesitation or pause. Everyone watched as he locked eyes with her, his voice steady as he spoke her name. The man's brow tightened while he demanded answers, suspicion clear in his low, commanding question. Ignoring his alarm, she dropped the small pouch onto the table, determined to finish everything. The man gasped loudly, recognizing Talia as she lay unconscious, unaware of the surrounding commotion. She remained fast asleep, snoring softly as the tavern grew tense from rising voices and movement. Two men whispered in disbelief, dragging a chair closer, trying to confirm the identity before them. A figure raised his hand, voice steady, hinting that the others were finally understanding his presence. With swift steps he approached, calming the room, his quiet words halting the tavern's growing panic. He lifted his hand with a calm expression, snapping his fingers as he softly commanded, "Hold!" Bright magical circles burst into the air, spinning above everyone, filling the tense tavern with light. The men froze in place, unable to move, their eyes wide as the symbols surrounded them. He looked around slowly, asking if anyone wished to claim they were forced to be here. Seeing no response, he smiled, satisfied, and confirmed that no one objected to the situation. The woman stayed silent, watching everything unfold, her expression flat as she measured the situation carefully. He reached down, grabbing a limp arm, determined to force the hidden figure into the open. Straightening up, he sighed in annoyance, declaring he was tired of waiting in the crowded room. His voice lowered as he warned that if no one appeared, he would not stay patient. Suddenly, the floor shook as a deep rumble spread through the tavern's walls and windows. The building trembled again, louder than before, as everyone waited for the hidden figure to respond. Heavy boots stepped forward with purpose, the tall man finally revealing himself to the tense gathering inside. He stopped in front of Mikhail, his voice firm as he said simply, "That's enough now." Mikhail turned his red eyes to the man, recognizing him and speaking with a calm certainty. He asked if this quiet stranger standing before him was the leader of the mercenary guild. Mikhail tilted his head slightly, repeating the word with confusion as he asked, "Inconvenienced? Really now?" His red eyes narrowed as he glanced toward the woman, studying her face for any reaction. Mikhail spoke firmly, telling her he knew she was awake and should open her eyes immediately. She slowly sat up, sighing heavily, admitting she felt embarrassed being caught pretending to be unconscious. Looking tired, she asked if Mikhail could be gentler, saying he was always so very mean. One man insisted that Mikhail should share more personal information if he expected trust from everyone here. Talia let out a tired breath, finally agreeing to speak and reveal everything she knew. She admitted she had followed Mikhail under orders, needing to gather information before anyone else could. Mikhail covered his face, sighing as she bowed deeply to apologize again for spying on him. Panicking, Talia shouted that she would do anything Mikhail wanted if he would forgive her now. Mikhail studied the man closely, quietly repeating his name to himself in a thoughtful, steady voice. He remembered Hedos was the Talia Guild's leader, someone powerful with a hidden, dangerous reputation. His memory grew sharper, revealing Hedos's true identity as the infamous and feared master assassin of legends. Mikhail recalled in his past life, Hedos had died miserably at the hands of Gutter Rat. His red eyes narrowed as he wondered silently what action he should take about this situation. Mikhail thought carefully, deciding the Talia Guild was now a new variable he must consider seriously. He knew achieving his goals meant no uncontrolled elements could interfere or change his plans unexpectedly again. Mikhail concluded he must watch them closely, keeping every detail under his careful observation and control. He spoke calmly, saying he was not here to accuse them of any wrongdoing at all. Mikhail continued, explaining the Gutter Rat was a heretic who traded his soul to a demon. Talia panicked, trying to explain herself quickly, insisting they had no harmful intentions or bad plans. Mikhail stayed calm, saying his concern was about something deeper than simple territory or power struggles. He admitted he had originally planned to clean up everything left behind after the Gutter Rat. Talia nervously said taking control of leaderless areas wasn't wrong, hoping to justify their actions. Mikhail agreed it wasn't unusual, grabbing hold of a man's collar as tension filled the air. Mikhail pulled the man's collar down, revealing a dark tattoo marked with an unfamiliar crest or emblem. Talia's eyes widened as she realized Mikhail had noticed something important that she had completely overlooked. She lowered her gaze, her voice tense, finally asking what Mikhail intended to do about this. Her eyes lifted cautiously as she questioned if he would declare their entire guild to be heretics. Mikhail felt cold tension around him as several blades were drawn, aiming directly toward his chest. Mikhail thought quietly to himself, realizing the pressure in the room had become extremely heavy and tense. He observed the man carefully, concluding without doubt that this person was truly a master-level fighter or assassin. Mikhail looked up calmly and asked if the man was finally done trying to intimidate him. He politely excused himself, explaining he hadn't expected to find a master assassin here among them today. Hedos acknowledged Mikhail's insight, saying he had impressive intuition and could notice even very small details easily. Hedos narrowed his eyes, feeling uneasy as he sensed Mikhail had noticed something he tried to conceal. Mikhail studied him closely, voice calm as he said something about this situation felt completely out of place. Pointing steadily, Mikhail explained, it looked like Hedos was cursed but somehow remained alive despite everything. Shocked, Hedos stammered, demanding to know how Mikhail could possibly have discovered such a hidden truth. Mikhail raised his hand confidently, replying he was the hero and simply learned it from above. Hedos leaned forward slightly, wondering if Mikhail might also know how to break this terrible curse. He asked directly if Mikhail understood the curse or had the power to remove it completely. Mikhail crossed his arms casually, the hint of a smile forming as he prepared his response. With confidence, Mikhail answered that of course he knew the way to eliminate the dangerous curse. Hedos's eyes narrowed as he processed Mikhail's words, realizing the situation was becoming even more complicated. Hedos grabbed Mikhail's arm tightly, swearing he would find any rare materials needed to break everything. Mikhail watched him carefully, thinking to himself that Hedos must be truly desperate to act like this. He explained he would not agree to anything that would leave him at any disadvantage here. Smiling calmly, Mikhail told Hedos to start by sharing every piece of information he knew first. Mikhail slammed a thick contract onto the table, the text appearing in precise, glowing magical letters. He pointed to the parchment calmly, instructing Hedos to sign in 3 specific places without any delay. With a single movement, the contract was completed, the paper curling as it absorbed their agreement. They clasped hands firmly, knowing everything was settled quickly, because both sides completely understood the necessary terms. Mikhail's thoughts were clear. The first priority was curing Hedos from the deadly curse he carried. Mikhail believed helping a master assassin recover fully would already bring important strength and meaning to everything. He turned slightly, his mind focused, ready to explain the second part of their agreement's plan. Mikhail decided Talia Guild must step from the shadows, becoming visible and active within the world. He explained clearly that Talia's growth had limits, and hiding would only stop them beyond that point. With determination, Mikhail prepared the next step, sealing their deal as the contract stamp came down. Mikhail looked at Hedos directly, stating simply that he would help them achieve their goals fully. He added the Talia Guild must promise to share all information or face clear consequences for breaking it. Hedos nodded solemnly, agreeing that failure to keep the oath meant he would pay with his life. Mikhail reminded him that Talia must remain innocent, making sure Hedos understood the importance of this promise. Hedos agreed to eliminate the gutter rat's followers first, knowing it would not be an easy task. Mikhail asked calmly if Hedos had already forgotten which noble house he originally came from himself. Hedos looked up, realizing what Mikhail meant, as a quiet understanding passed between their steady gazes. He spoke the name aloud with respect, acknowledging Mikhail as a member of the Walpurgis family. Mikhail explained his father remained in the capital, so Hedos could discuss further matters with him. Curious, Hedos asked how the Marquis's calm demeanor compared to Mikhail's more direct and forceful personality. Hedos imagined the Marquis covered in blood, laughing wildly as he crushed enemies without any mercy. Mikhail paused, unsure how to respond as Hedos pictured such a violent scene in his mind. He admitted honestly that he could never compare to his father's overwhelming reputation and terrifying presence. Seeing Hedos's concern, Mikhail reassured him that the Marquis was not going to harm anyone here. Hedos looked down, sighing quietly as he said he sincerely hoped everything would turn out well. Mikhail walked away from the tavern, his white cloak catching the morning light as he departed quietly. Talia watched his back, standing beside Hedos as questions slowly gathered in her cautious thoughts again. She finally spoke, addressing her father with a hesitant voice that carried her lingering uncertainty and worry. Talia asked if they could truly trust someone like that hero after everything they had seen. Hedos answered calmly, saying he trusted his own intuition more than any fear or rumor about Mikhail. Hedos explained he had survived by trusting his intuition, even when he first met Talia long ago. He said every choice he made was guided by that same feeling, never leading him wrong. Looking toward the distance, he admitted it would be good to be free from the curse. Finally, Talia asked about the promise, her voice quiet as they watched Mikhail's figure moving down the street. Hedos said the hero promised to bring them out of the shadows without any prejudice or judgment. Hedos thought Mikhail truly saw them as equals when they formed the agreement to work together. He understood chances to ally with a hero were rare, and they shouldn't be wasted lightly. Hedos reminded himself that hesitation or a lack of full commitment would only bring failure and regret. He clenched his hand tightly, knowing that anything less than dedication would waste everyone's time and efforts. Talia nodded silently, taking in her father's words as she watched the empty street before them. Talia admitted quietly that Mikhail knew many secrets for someone who claimed to be just a hero. Her father said nothing, considering her words carefully as they continued walking toward the edge of town. Mikhail agreed with her thoughts, accepting there was truth in how much he really understood the world. Far away, the Grand Imperial Palace rose above the city, shining brightly under the afternoon sunlight. Mikhail looked at the palace thoughtfully, feeling everything seemed different now that he had returned again. Mikhail looked at the palace, reminding himself this was the place he must protect above everything. He stepped forward steadily, determined that meeting His Majesty was necessary and not something to be feared. Though resolved, Mikhail couldn't stop thinking about one person who occupied his mind more than anyone else. He guessed the man was probably stationed here, serving formally as one of the elite Imperial Knights. His eyes narrowed as he thought of him, the swords clashing in memory with cold precision. A guard stepped forward, raising his sword calmly as he ordered Mikhail to halt immediately in place. He explained firmly that beyond this entrance was where His Majesty resided, and no one passed unannounced. Mikhail looked at him without emotion and asked the guard to repeat exactly what he just said. He lifted his necklace, letting the pendant glow as he declared simply, "I am the hero." The guard's eyes widened in shock as they shouted in disbelief at his unexpected and bold claim. One guard stammered nervously, explaining they were informed of Mikhail's visit but needed a moment longer. Another added that a knight would arrive shortly to escort Mikhail properly through the palace corridors inside. Mikhail waited patiently, already certain in his mind exactly who would be coming to meet him. He knew only one rookie knight would be assigned this task, given the importance of his status. The knight approached with a formal greeting, while Mikhail smirked slightly, recognizing him immediately without any doubt. Mikhail greeted the knight by name, calling him Sir Myroon, as recognition flickered in his red eyes. Myrune looked surprised and asked if they had perhaps met somewhere before or crossed paths previously. Mikhail reminded him that they were both from noble houses and bound to meet eventually in life. He introduced himself as a member of House Walpurgis, while Myrune belonged to the House Kalivos. Smiling warmly, Mikhail extended his hand and said it was truly a pleasure to meet him. Mikhail shook Myrune's hand, remembering clearly he was the second son of the respected Marquess Kalivos. In Mikhail's previous life, Myrune had whispered that his actions were necessary, even if they were terrible. Myrune had killed his own father, believing it was the only way to stop his madness. People called him the hero who tried to stop his family's descent into ruin and violence. Later in that timeline, Myrune earned another title, remembered for the blood he spilled without hesitation. Myrune stood frozen, his face drenched in blood, eyes wide as guilt and regret tore through him. Then, Mikhail grasped Myrune's hand firmly, aware this meeting would change their fates once more. He lowered his gaze, remembering how trust had cost him everything in the life he abandoned, yet Myrune's bright laughter returned, filling the hall with a warmth Mikhail had almost forgotten. Myrune never released his hand, guiding him deeper into the marble hall without any hesitation shown. And then, Mikhail sighed, recalling how Myrune's kindness always hid secrets that would soon surface again. Blood pooled around Mikhail as he stood alone, burdened by the titles everyone had given him. Memories of shame and betrayal returned, echoing through his mind like an unending, bitter reminder. Still, Myrune's relaxed smile proved he remained unchanged, the same person Mikhail once trusted without question. Mikhail asked quietly if Myrune had only recently earned his place among the Imperial Knights. And Myrune admitted it was new, but he held deep pride for the honor it brought. Myrune scratched his cheek, feeling embarrassed to be praised by someone with such a famous past. He insisted becoming an Imperial Knight so young was truly something Mikhail should respect and acknowledge proudly. Hearing those words made Myrune smile wider, grateful for recognition he rarely received from others. Mikhail watched carefully, realizing that Myrune's bright expression carried a truth he could not ignore anymore. He understood Myrune still didn't know his father's identity, the secret that would soon destroy everything. Long ago, Mikhail and his father planned carefully how they would finally remove the Marquess. He walked forward, knowing this moment required Myrune's trust to bring those hidden plans alive again. Mikhail asked calmly what Myrune truly thought about the Marquess Kalivos and his influence everywhere. Surprised, Myrune tilted his head, uncertain why Mikhail questioned him so directly about his father. He answered proudly, explaining the Marquess led their family with strength and deserved everyone's respect fully. Mikhail recalled that many people still spoke poorly about House Walpurgis. Despite years having passed quietly, Myrune believed grudges faded long ago, confident his father would not cling to old hatred. Mikhail thought that assumption was foolish, knowing how deeply resentment shaped the Marquess's cruel decisions. In Mikhail's past life, the Marquess's pressure crushed their family and hastened their tragic downfall completely. He remembered when the Marquess went too far, and how Myrune finally discovered that truth. In secret, Mikhail and the Marquess argued bitterly, their final meeting ending in cold anger. Mikhail knew that moment destroyed everything, leaving only devastation where hope had once barely survived. He forced the memories aside, reminding himself that now was not the time to reflect. And then, with a steady voice, he addressed Myrune again, determined to keep their conversation controlled. Myrune paused, feeling something change in Mikhail's tone, his footsteps stopping on the polished floor. Mikhail turned slightly, asking carefully if Myrune had ever considered doing something about the criminal underworld. Confused, Myrune asked what exactly Mikhail meant, unsure why this topic was being discussed now. And Mikhail explained the underworld's influence persisted, a problem impossible to eliminate with a single action. Myrune looked down, wondering if this burden belonged to the Imperial Guard rather than himself alone. He tried to decline, insisting his duty was protecting the Emperor, not dismantling hidden criminal networks. Mikhail met Myrune's gaze calmly, saying he wasn't so sure that was truly correct anymore. He asked if Myrune would act differently if the Emperor himself requested help with this matter. Mikhail continued, explaining he knew a secret desire the Emperor had never spoken to many people. Though Myrune wore the Imperial Guard's uniform now, Mikhail sensed he still longed for more freedom. He understood Myrune despised feeling restricted, preferring challenges over being tied to a single place forever. Mikhail knew Myrune only joined the Imperial Guard because his father demanded obedience above all else. He realized with minimal effort, Myrune could be persuaded to follow a different hidden path. Mikhail thought it was possible to guide Myrune away from duty toward long-buried, painful secrets. He offered to mention it discreetly when he next spoke alone with the Emperor himself. Mikhail's eyes sharpened, claiming he understood people in ways most others never dared to attempt. Mikhail spoke softly, saying sometimes he felt a divine voice guiding him toward hidden purposes unknown. He rose firmly, declaring that voice insisted Myrun still had an important role to fulfill. Myrun watched him stand, uncertain how to respond to words that sounded so strangely absolute. A quiet confusion spread across Myrun's face as he tried to understand Mikhail's strange conviction. His eyes widened slowly, realizing Mikhail believed fate itself had chosen him for something far greater. Mikhail nodded, assuring Myrun the task ahead would not prove difficult for them at all. Together they walked, Myrun saying it was his honor to guide a hero like Mikhail. The grand doors opened slowly, the sound echoing as they entered the majestic chamber beyond. Myrun spoke softly, recognizing Mikhail's journey had been long and filled with countless hidden struggles. Mikhail bowed respectfully, expressing his deep honor at finally standing before the emperor of their land. Mikhail stepped forward slowly, unsure how much honesty he should reveal in this grand hall. Quietly, he admitted he didn't know if meeting the emperor truly felt like an honor. The emperor watched him closely, remarking that Mikhail's respect seemed lacking despite his formal gestures and words. He found Mikhail's attitude unusual, commenting it was interesting to see such open indifference before royalty. Smiling faintly, the emperor said he never expected a hero to rise from House Walpurgis. The emperor stroked his beard thoughtfully, recalling how surprising the news of Mikhail's return had been. He lifted the ceremonial document, preparing to address Mikhail's legacy in front of the entire court. Speaking firmly, he called Mikhail by name, ensuring everyone present understood exactly who stood before them. He warned Mikhail that using past tense was actually the highest praise he could offer now. With a steady gaze, he asked if Mikhail felt insulted by such blunt and honest words. The emperor wondered silently whether Mikhail Walpurgis was truly cunning, or simply another reckless, short-sighted fool. He questioned if Mikhail was blinded by honor or driven only by relentless personal ambition. Watching carefully, he knew Mikhail would judge his character by every word and reaction shown here. Mikhail admitted calmly that, in truth, he had simply become an even bigger fool now. Then, smiling without regret, he declared he felt no obligation to answer any question honestly anymore.
Theseus Ripple Alexandrio, crowned in gold, ruled with unmatched power, feared across the continent for generations. Beneath his empire's towers, citizens prospered in peace, yet every stone was built upon unyielding order. He knew unchecked privilege bred chaos, so he demanded that duty accompany every right granted to his subjects. This guiding law, his baseline, was etched in red, a principle stronger than swords or spells. Using it, he evaluated men, measuring character not by rank, but by what burdens they willingly carried. The emperor's gaze narrowed. This man stood defiant, unshaken, unlike any visitor he'd ever confronted before. No aura, no identity, nothing recognizable, yet something about the stranger gnawed at Theseus's mind relentlessly. Magical threads searched his soul for truths. Yet no name, no echo, no past emerged. Intrigued, Theseus leaned forward, entertained by the mystery unraveling before him, an anomaly even his power couldn't dissect. With a softened voice, he adjusted his posture, masking curiosity behind courtesy laced with imperial grace. The emperor tested his pride, but Mikhail remained calm, his restraint sharpened by years beyond time. With a knowing smile, Mikhail acknowledged the bait, yet redirected tension with subtle praise and precision. Theseus, intrigued and composed, welcomed the shift, inviting the stranger to speak of looming, untold calamity. His voice calm, Mikhail warned the empire's core trembled. Early preparations would determine survival or ruin. Though uncertain of the threat's origin, he predicted destruction's breadth would drown even the mightiest kingdoms. The emperor listened closely, realizing fate was not fixed, only their actions could shape the storm's course. Mikhail's warning stirred unease. This wasn't a challenge to conquer, it was survival against inevitability itself. The ancient threat, once thought myth, began to take form through whispered legends of the grand demon. But beyond claws and flame, another presence stirred, hidden in shadows deeper than fear itself. A god of ruin, veiled in wrath, stirred beyond the veil, watching, waiting to descend upon them. Theseus's fingers tensed. The truth weighed heavy, one god, one demon, already hiding within his walls. Mikhail's warning shattered denial. Possibility meant nothing now, only action could carve a path through chaos. Rumors whispered of rot beneath the capital. If true, the empire was already under siege. Theseus turned to Mikhail, eyes sharp. This warrior hadn't come merely to exchange pleasantries or warnings. The emperor sensed it, this man bore a mission. Purpose glimmered beneath silence, waiting to be spoken. Mikhail smirked, feigning intent. The emperor expected a mission, yet the silence itself became his answer. Laughter cracked through the chamber. His playful defiance masked something deeper, something he refused to voice yet. With a grin, he denied it all. Nothing, he claimed, but his eyes betrayed calculation. Theseus blinked just briefly. The flicker was slight, but to Mikhail, it was the moment he needed. That twitch, that shift, it was enough. Mikhail saw truth, the emperor responded. And now he understood. A servant spoke carefully, unsure if the truth he carried would help or simply cause trouble. He explained the emperor's nature, aloof, unreadable, rarely moved by praise, gold, or even fear itself. But one word broke that composure: abdication. Just the mention of it stirred storms beneath his calm. The old emperor once asked, gently, if there was anything his heir desired before taking power. With a practiced smile and hollow eyes, he had answered truthfully there was nothing he wanted. Despite his apathy, the emperor wasn't immune to consequence. The empress made sure he heard her. Behind his strength lay quiet stubbornness. He was a man unmoved by reward, drawn only to responsibility. Chuckling, Theseus repeated Mikhail's words. Nothing, he said again, but the smile didn't hide his sharpness. Mikhail saw through it. He didn't need favors or alliances. What he sought couldn't be granted anyway. To him, true power meant freedom. Not ruling the center, but moving beyond its reach and shadow. Mikhail finally spoke, a request, not for power, but for something that would suit his path. Theseus raised an eyebrow. He wasn't amused, but curiosity crept behind the lines of his face. The emperor questioned the vagueness. Why ask nothing, yet still expect a gift tailored to the soul? Mikhail admitted his flaws. A perfect warrior he was not, but that made his aim more genuine. Theseus sighed. The warrior wasn't typical, but he was honest, and honesty earned freedom, not command. Mikhail admitted it. He never planned to persuade the emperor, but something in him had shifted. Theseus sensed it too. What Mikhail lacked wasn't resolve, but a final word of certainty. The emperor stood firm. A royal decree would rally lords. Knights would march before darkness consumed all. Then, with quiet strength, he extended trust. The emblem gleamed, a bond sealed through action, not formality. He made it clear Mikhail didn't need divine favor. Alexandria itself would stand behind him instead. With regal weight, the emperor handed over his seal power to move freely across the empire. Mikhail bowed slightly. The gesture was generous, unexpected, and far more than he ever imagined receiving. He began to speak again, hesitant this time. There was nothing more he needed, yet something stirred. A nearby knight watched quietly. If Marin was involved, perhaps Kalibos should be the one dispatched. The emperor reflected aloud. His knights were disconnected. One should leave the palace and witness the world. Theseus gave his command. If Kalibos left the palace, results would be demanded in return. Mikhail accepted the outcome with a bow. This strange meeting had given him far more than expected. Steps echoed across marble as he turned to leave, his mission now backed by imperial. But just before the doors he stopped. One last observation lingered like a weight behind his smile. Turning slightly, he revealed his awareness. Someone had been listening behind the pillar the entire time. The room fell silent. Sunlight traced the marble pillars as Mikhail's final words echoed faintly. Theseus stood frozen. A realization dawned, not from threat, but from being seen more clearly than expected. A quiet breath escaped him. The weight of his crown returned, heavier now than moments before. Sunlight pierced through the arched windows as the palace doors burst open with a thunderous impact. Mikhail stepped into the grand hall, boots echoing across marble, his presence halting all courtly chatter. At the throne, the bearded nobles smirked, realizing too late Mikhail's sudden entrance wasn't mere theatrics. Slumped against golden velvet, the noble's mind raced. Mikhail's strike was swift, exact, and calculated vengeance. From the shadows, Hector Liam emerged, commander of the knights, eyes sharp, already studying Mikhail's every precise move. Hector narrowed his gaze. Mikhail moved like a predator, his presence unnatural, even for a seasoned mage. Despite the tension, Mikhail smiled. He welcomed challenge. Fate's interference only deepened his resolve for change. He spun sharply, cloak flowing. Life without resistance held no value. Conflict defined his purpose and decisions. The king's hand trembled slightly. He sensed approaching ruin, a calamity no barrier nor decree could block. Still turned from Mikhail, the king spoke gravely. His voice was steady. We must prepare for devastation. A young knight called out, eyes wide with urgency. He'd sensed Mikhail's approach before seeing him. Confused murmurs followed. One guard stumbled over words, stunned by the commander's choice to let Mikhail pass. The knight hesitated, nervous. Permission from the king wasn't enough to silence the pressure in his chest. He chuckled nervously, grasping his wrist. The burden of palace duty had exposed his inner doubts. With his back turned, he spoke softly. Protecting royalty was noble, but not the life he imagined. The prince tilted his head. Mikhail's desire to save lives hinted at something deeper, more personal. Mikhail gave a casual shrug, but his gaze sharpened. He wasn't acting out of pure altruism, the prince asked gently. Mikhail leaned in with a quiet smirk, whispering the target's name, Sewer Rat. That name struck the knight. Mikhail's words weren't metaphor. The threat was real, festering beneath their feet. The demon's rising power clouded Mikhail's senses. Without purification, even Sewer Rat's trail remained frustratingly hidden. The knight's voice was uncertain. Mikhail had given no orders, only an unspoken expectation of obedience. Mikhail confirmed it with a nod. His calm tone masked the intensity burning behind amber eyes. He already possessed the answers, but the journey was Mehron's an initiation into the layers of truth. With a quiet breath, Mehron agreed. His vow carried weight. This wasn't a favor, it was fate. Mikhail raised a single finger, firm and clear. When you learn it, report to me immediately. Mehron confirmed the instruction, a trace of nervous energy pushing him to meet Mikhail's trust fully. His voice rose with conviction. He had chosen his path, and there would be no turning back. Outside, the palace glistened in light. Mehron departed, unaware of the storm his mission would awaken. From afar, a knight observed. Questions stirred. Why delegate this task when Mikhail held every answer? Mikhail answered simply. Some truths couldn't be given, they had to be earned through steps only Mehron could take. Mikhail stood silently, eyes focused. The reunion ahead wasn't planned, but it had become necessary. The older man glared, startled by the unexpected visitors. His son's presence only deepened the tension. He lashed out bitterly, accusing Mikhail of betrayal, forgetting his own past riddled with darker choices. His voice rose. He recognized the danger surrounding the strangers. The boy had dragged him back in. His assistant tried to explain. The assassin's title hung in the air until his master cut him off. Mikhail proposed relocating the Dark Guild. His tone was polite, but his intention clearly strategic and calculated. Feigning flattery, he claimed trust in his father's skill, shifting responsibility, while subtly leveraging family expectations. The assassin scoffed. It was a clever excuse disguised as filial duty masked in noble ambitions. His posture relaxed, but unease crept in. Something about those strangers gnawed at his instincts. The girl beside him noticed. Her father's momentary silence revealed suspicion sharper than any spoken word. With a reluctant sigh, the assassin accepted. He'd reshaped the guild into a tool for intelligence. He turned to the dark elf, eyes narrowing thoughtfully. She might be more useful than expected. He promised follow-up details, and the girl's bashful gratitude betrayed her excitement to finally be trusted. A loud door creaked open. Mikhail returned, steps even, eyes steady from the palace confrontation earlier. He answered casually. The meeting had gone as predicted, barbed questions, veiled threats, but no real surprises. The dark elf received a brooch glowing faintly. Its magic pulsed softly beneath her curious fingers. Her father explained its significance. This wasn't jewelry, it was a symbol of alliance and magical utility. He spoke with conviction. It would aid Mikhail and remind allies never to betray their oath. His expression darkened briefly. The emblem stood as a test of loyalty to the crown itself. Mikhail stood up, determined. His path was far from over, and time refused to wait longer. The assassin leaned forward, voice low. He understood now. Mikhail had brought up the name Kibos. Mikhail confirmed it calmly. This wasn't a random mention. Kibos's name carried deep, bitter history between them, the father asked directly. His tone was heavier now, tracing old wounds that hadn't truly healed. Mikhail answered without hesitation. Kibos had never let go his grudge rooted in jealousy over Mikhail's mother. Both men agreed in silence. Kibos's obsession had crossed lines long ago, his hatred personal, not political. Though strained, the assassin reflected on past ties with Kibos. Their relationship rarely felt truly peaceful. Mikhail remained detached. Whether their bond had meaning or not didn't change what needed to be done. The assassin admitted his own uncertainty. Their unclear history clouded his judgment during crucial moments of conflict. Kibos wasn't the first. That shadowy ambiguity mirrored another past name, Nostra, someone equally hard to define. He exhaled sharply. Being direct wasn't habit, but Mikhail deserved truth now, not cryptic caution or silence. The assassin warned again. Kibos would never stop. His grudge would remain until their final breath. Mikhail acknowledged it plainly. He had accepted that reality long ago. Resistance was part of the bloodline. The assassin asked if Mikhail had acted on earlier concerns. Mikhail calmly revealed he already had. Myron, Kibos's second son, remained unpredictable, his intentions unclear, neither pawn nor ally, just a looming question. Mikhail smiled coldly. Whatever the threat, they were not weak. Their family would shape the battlefield. The soldier's voice echoed faintly. External threats were few. The true danger had always lived within. Blood trailed behind his steps. His wounds weren't just physical. What he uncovered had torn through trust. He stood over the corpse, heart pounding. Corruption ran deep, but only insiders could cleanse it. Breathing heavily, he stared ahead. The rot was real. Exposure must start from within the highest ranks. Barrels crashed violently as Mikhail dropped down, his cloak flaring behind him, boots slamming onto the wood. He straightened calmly, surveying the startled thugs around him, his presence alone freezing the room in silence. One man clutched his chest, gasping, eyes wide in disbelief as recognition struck him like a blade. He stumbled back, sweat dripping, realizing too late the man before him wasn't ordinary. He was palace-born steel. Mikhail stepped forward, eyes cold and sharp, his silent glare enough to seal judgment without lifting a hand. Mikhail stepped forward, naming the man Jack, the feared leader of Hyena, a treacherous underground guild. Jack looked up from his knees, panicked, stammering denials that rang hollow in the still air. He pleaded innocence, insisting no crime, but guilt clung to his voice like rot on flesh. Mikhail's voice dropped, low and cold, silencing the room with 2 words laced in final judgment. He turned toward the cell, shadows cast behind iron bars as the chamber swallowed his footsteps whole. Behind iron bars, frightened prisoners huddled together, their clothes torn, their faces pale from endless fear. A girl looked up slowly, hair tangled, her eyes hollow, haunted by darkness deeper than night. Fingers clutched the bars tightly, knuckles white, silently begging for a rescue they'd long stopped believing possible. Their gazes met Mikhail's shadow, hope flickering again, though their eyes still trembled with disbelief and sorrow. With a firm grip, Mikhail reached forward, cloak sweeping behind, ready to break chains, not just bars. Mikhail slammed the man into the wall, fury tightening his grip, demanding answers behind the suffering. The thug screamed, voice cracking as bones strained, fear overtaking whatever pride remained in his chest. Mikhail's roar echoed righteous and sharp, condemning the cowardice of profiting off caged children under the name of business. His eyes narrowed, demanding the truth. Someone higher gave orders. Mikhail wanted names, not feigned ignorance. The man stammered, trembling. Mikhail's fingers clenched harder, bone crunching under pressure as resistance began to shatter. The scream rang loud as Mikhail hurled the man down, fury boiling with each unanswered suspicion confirmed. He leaned in, eyes sharp as steel, demanding once more what silence refused to surrender. The thug writhed beneath him, words spilling in panic, fear eclipsing any false loyalty he still carried. His trembling lips revealed enough: there was someone else, someone hidden, someone far more dangerous behind the curtains. Mikhail stood slowly, gaze distant now. He didn't know the name yet, but he would find it. Mikhail scanned the room for traces, his footsteps silent, until something on the table caught his eye. He stepped closer, brow furrowing, as recognition flickered the moment he laid eyes on the folded cloth. It was a handkerchief, marked clearly with an ancient crest, his family's symbol, untouched for years. He stared at it in disbelief, thoughts racing. What connection did his bloodline have with this? Lifting it slowly, Mikhail's hand trembled. What he once dismissed now echoed loudly. Nothing about this was trivial. He stood frozen, alone in the hall, whispering disbelief, his mind refusing the thought of betrayal. He repeated the denial, eyes narrowed, jaw clenched, desperately searching for a flaw in the implication. The handkerchief fluttered downward, slipping from his grasp like the certainty he no longer fully held. He turned slowly, cape sweeping the floor, but doubt had already sunk its claws into his resolve. A memory returned, his father's words, cryptic and cold, echoing now with weight Mikhail had ignored before. In the memory, his father's voice rang sharp, cutting down Mikhail's efforts with a dismissive glare. Mikhail stood firm, confused but respectful, questioning why seeking justice for the weak was deemed dishonorable. His father waved him off coldly, commanding strict loyalty to orders, not compassion nor individual cause. Mikhail's protest carried purpose, citing royal sanction, believing the king's will would override stubborn bloodlines. But his father silenced him, gaze stern and final, announcing an unexpected visit to the capital himself. His father's words rang again, absolute, stern, delivered not as a parent but as a patriarch. Mikhail stood in silence, struggling to reconcile the command with the man who once praised honor. His thoughts churned. Wasn't his upbringing built on integrity? Why did it all feel like betrayal? He walked away slowly, fists clenched, haunted by the hypocrisy that now stained his family's proud legacy. His eyes fell again on the handkerchief, familiar and damning its symbol now a question, not a shield. Sunlight poured through the bars as Mikhail sat quietly, lost in thought beneath the open sky. Unseen in the foliage above, a shadowed observer murmured with satisfaction the seed had taken root. Another figure, older and poised, offered calm reassurance their work was unnoticed, the influence already growing. Inside, a golden-haired man admired the tree's glow, sensing vitality flowing freely through its branches. He smiled knowingly, declaring the plan complete. The tree would flourish, and no interference was now needed. The elder advisor adjusted his coat, reminding the young master to maintain his strength through discipline. The younger man turned aside, silent but reflective, clearly tired of hearing the same old lecture. His mentor continued anyway. Voice steady, muscles didn't grow in bursts, especially not for someone past his prime. Outside, golden leaves stirred as he emphasized that even powerful mages must care for their human limits. The youth dismissed the concern with a shrug, half listening. While the older man sighed in defeat, the elder asked softly, "How's Leon?" as the wind whispered gently through the red autumn canopy. With quiet pride he reported Leon's rapid progress, advancing with discipline and strength rare for his age. The young man's eyes narrowed slightly, recalling a future that no longer existed, but still mattered deeply. Leon had once been a prodigy, second only to Siegfried, a title earned through unmatched focus and natural talent. The master's tone hardened. Leon must be supported at all costs. This time, they would not fail. Leon grunted in pain as he stood, body aching, the strain of yesterday's training still lingering. He steadied his breath, pushing past the soreness. There was no time to waste anymore. Outside, the sun burned low over the mountains. Something or someone was moving across the western path. Boots struck the ground firmly. The one Leon expected was no longer a rumor or shadow. He turned toward the sound, eyes narrowed. The one approaching wasn't just strong, it was a warrior. A messenger arrived with news. Leon's smile widened. Mikhail had entered the capital at last. Mikhail arrived at the outpost, sensing tension. The courier bowed, breathless, clenching a sealed scroll. The urgent message revealed the Marquis had reached the capital. Mikhail's pulse quickened with measured concern. A silent aide glanced at Mikhail, uncertain. The air grew heavier, charged with expectation and doubt. Mikhail faced the window, voice calm. "What do you mean?" he asked, knowing the real answer. With cold certainty he whispered, "Don't do anything." He would act when the world least expected. Tension lingered as the noble scoffed, claiming no need to meddle in a father-son matter. Eyes narrowed, Mikhail posed a challenge. Would the second son of Kelibos dare sever blood ties? A scorched emblem marked the floor. Evidence of betrayal or conviction, only the brave would tread forward. Clad in resolve, the younger son stepped forth. "Watch carefully," he declared. His path was chosen. A smile met defiance. "Something interesting will happen," whispered the Marquis, amused by his son's rebellion. Mikhail clarified his arrival wasn't singular in purpose. His gaze hinted at a deeper, hidden intent. The true reason surfaced: his father's secret dealings with a warrior who arrived unnoticed in the capital. Mikhail suspected his father knew. A covert warrior's movements rarely escaped eyes so rooted in power. The ticking clock grew louder. Each second reminded Mikhail of the investigation halted before reaching truth. The Marquis justified his actions as honorable. But for Mikhail, truth outweighed reputation and family legacy. The Marquis gestured to the knight uniform, insisting he endorsed Mikhail's place among palace ranks. He emphasized his personal involvement, maneuvering influence to secure Mikhail's rise within the court's political structure. But his tone shifted. There were many forms of honor, not all forged through titles alone. He stepped forward, voice steady. Mikhail's choices weren't isolated, they echoed through the house's reputation. The Marquis reminded him personal glory was collective. His actions reflected the weight of the Kelibos name. Mikhail stood firm, his voice cutting through tension. To him, the family's honor had already collapsed. His father froze, shocked by the blunt truth. Shadows of past failures clung to the noble's silence. Inside, Mikhail wrestled with guilt. Obedience once meant becoming a knight who followed orders without question. The Marquis explained maintaining noble rank required palace ties. Appearances mattered more than personal beliefs or dreams. Yet power shifted. The Emperor's special permission gave Mikhail leverage that even his father couldn't ignore. The Marquis gripped the table, correcting Mikhail. Permission was not power, just borrowed favor from the throne. Inside, he raged. Mikhail's belief in honor disgusted him. Power required manipulation. not naive righteousness. He comforted himself with certainty. With control secured, Mikhail would yield just another stringed puppet in place. He stated his truth, helping others, serving justice. These weren't weaknesses, but a knight's rightful strength. Stunned, the Marquis sat back. His son had chosen. Not legacy, not obedience, his own path forward. The Marquis slammed the table, fury breaking through composure. The clash between father and son intensified. He shouted Marin's name, voice strained with frustration, unable to stop the boy from questioning truth. He barked orders demanding obedience. Marin was forbidden from uncovering what lay beneath their family's reputation. Marin remained unmoved. His calm defiance pierced louder than shouting. His question rose with steady resolve. Why, he asked. The Marquis hesitated, breath caught. For once, power alone couldn't justify silence anymore. Marin stood his ground. His eyes no longer wavered beneath pressure. He had changed through resolve. The Marquis faltered. Marin, once timid under force, now stared with unwavering calm. Control had shifted. The father wanted to speak, but no excuse fit. Words dried beneath mounting truth and memory. Marin had imperial backing. He wore both the Emperor's blessing and the uniform of a palace knight. Honoring the command, he had stopped his search, but guilt lingered, truth still hid in shadows. Marin reflected alone. His thoughts spiraled back to the moment he was forced to withdraw. He questioned why his father insisted so strongly that he abandon the trail of the dark guilds. From that day he kept a piece of evidence, small, forgotten, but branded with significance. Raising the cloth, Marin spoke calmly. It bore their family's emblem, undeniable proof tied to criminal dealings. His father's composure shattered. The truth had surfaced, unspoken for years. Fear cracked through his voice. The Marquis dismissed the claim, suggesting the enemy had staged the handkerchief to mislead Marin. He assumed Marin had been naive, an easy target who'd fallen for a simple planted clue. But Marin's steady response caught him off guard. Even if deceived, he wouldn't remain idle. Acknowledging his own shortcomings, Marin explained his choice to seek aid from someone outside the family. His final statement was firm. He had entrusted the entire matter to someone trustworthy, the warrior. The Marquis's voice dripped with disdain. To him, seeking help from a Walpurgis was disgraceful. Time pressed forward. The ticking clock echoed in the tense room, marking decisions no longer reversible. Marin's eyes met his father's. His belief wasn't in names, but in action and earned loyalty. Far away, in blood-lit shadows, another figure stirred. Hatred twisted behind glowing crimson eyes and steel. The enemy watched in silence. Mikhail Walpurgis, that cursed name, had begun moving behind the scenes. The Marquis clenched his teeth. Marin's persistence, once tolerable, had become a source of irritation. They stood across from one another. No titles, no pretense, only truth separated them now. Marin exhaled. His voice dropped low as he questioned what his father truly intended all along. Eyes narrowed, the Marquis froze. His son had seen through the silence, the power, the fear. A sudden motion. Marin shifted forward, not in retreat but with purpose, prepared to finish this confrontation. The noble reviewed the report calmly. Beside him, the cloaked figure stood silently, awaiting reaction. A grin stretched across his face. The pieces had moved just as he predicted they would. Behind his smirk, schemes deepened. Everything Marin, the Marquis, even the warrior had fallen into place as intended. Under the stormlit sky, chaos had already begun. Shadows moved swiftly before screams broke the silence. Blood sprayed across the stones as a man collapsed, struck down by a force too fast to see. Mikhail emerged from the gloom, his boots crushing gravel as the remaining enemies scrambled in stunned horror. Bert fell backward, trembling. He recognized the aura, cold, ancient, and merciless. The Archmage had returned unchanged. "I don't understand," Bert begged. But Mikhail's gaze held no pity, only judgment built on lost years. Mikhail leaned forward, mask fixed, voice low. The man was still useful, and Mikhail needed answers. Bert gasped as the Archmage whispered. Cold dread sank in. He realized escape was already beyond reach. With effortless strength, Mikhail lifted Bert by the throat. The air thinned as panic overtook the guildmaster. Bert's body dropped limply to the ground, eyes wide open, frozen in a moment of betrayal. Calmly, Mikhail retrieved a soul jar. He sealed it tight. Bert's essence now imprisoned for interrogation later. Inspecting the glowing jar, Mikhail commented calmly the corrosive mixture hadn't been used for decades. He turned toward a figure in the shadows. The name Talia echoed through his sharpened memory. Confusion flickered in Mikhail's mind. He couldn't match the face with the power behind that name. The man stepped forward, unafraid. With steady words he offered cooperation in exchange for his life. Mikhail paused, calculating. He needed information more than vengeance now, and this man might just hold answers. Mikhail gave his word, calm and firm. The stranger nodded slowly, hopeful yet tense with doubt. As they walked, the man assessed Mikhail's aura, heavy, cold, commanding. There was no mistaking his strength. He flexed his fingers subtly. The gap in skill was massive, but the Archmage's guard seemed low. Mikhail remained composed, aware of the imbalance. Confidence allowed him ease. He saw no threat worth fearing. The man's eyes narrowed. He slid his hand to his belt. This was his only opportunity. The blade cut through air and fabric, swift, sharp. The strike landed cleanly across Mikhail's side. The attacker's heart raced with triumph. For a moment, he believed he had actually struck true. His confidence shattered instantly. Mikhail caught the blade mid-air, steady fingers closing on steel like iron clamps. The assassin froze. The silence that followed was heavier than steel, heavier than death's looming certainty. Mikhail turned calmly, eyes glowing. He spoke softly, but power oozed from him. Resistance would mean ruin. A dark aura erupted from Mikhail's hand. The ground trembled as shadows crawled around his form. The enemy's eyes widened in horror. He recognized the aura, pure darkness magic, feared even among legends. Before he could move, Mikhail spoke coldly. The man's betrayal sealed his fate without negotiation. A black crystal was drawn. Mikhail activated it with a twist, runic sigils lit in crimson fire. The man screamed as darkness engulfed him, his body crushed from within by ancient forbidden energy. Mikhail stood calmly amid the aftermath. The bodies were still, the cursed aura fading into silence. A voice broke the tension. Mia ran to him, eyes wide, relief trembling in her cry. He turned to her and smiled faintly. She had survived, and that meant everything to him, Mia reported quickly. 2 enemies had chosen death over capture, ending their lives with poison instantly. Mikhail nodded. 3 prisoners remained. For now, that was enough to uncover what they needed. Mikhail's expression hardened. The fact they sent low-tier assassins proved how desperate Kilibos had become. He recalled a warning from earlier. Someone had already hinted that this move reeked of recklessness. The operation's cruelty and messiness didn't align with the usual discipline of the great noble houses. If this scandal leaked, Kilibos' influence across the continent would collapse under public and political pressure. Mikhail turned, cloak sweeping behind him. This unexpected weakness gave him a new advantage, an opening worth exploiting. Far from the battlefield, light spilled from a manor. Quiet conversations now replaced swords and screams. Inside, the warriors sought counsel. He needed clarity before deciding what to do with the captives. The man across the table listened, then nodded slowly. Mikhail's presence hinted at a larger conflict. Though unsure, he admitted suspicion. Shadows within his noble family might have been involved all along. Mikhail asked plainly. The noble answered gravely. There was darkness in his house he had never seen. The noble hesitated, lips tight. He considered the worst. His kin might have allied with underground criminals. His thoughts turned grim. The Empire's clandestine clan could be backing this treachery from the shadows. Mikhail studied his face. The man's delayed response confirmed what he already suspected he had known. Mikhail pressed further. If even he lacked knowledge, how could he lead the charge for salvation? The warrior recalled past actions. A request for foreign engagement now seemed more calculated than sincere. Marin met the accusations directly. He offered no excuses, choosing honesty over evasion in this moment. But guilt lingered in his eyes. As the second son, his influence remained painfully limited. Still, a spark remained. Despite the shame, Maron quietly hoped he could redeem his family's name. Mikhail watched in silence. Sympathy stirred, but the situation demanded Maron's remaining hope be crushed without hesitation. Faced with uncertainty and pressure, Maron lowered his gaze. His voice trembled with defeat. He didn't know. Mikhail moved with purpose. Nothing was final, not yet. There was still time to shift the future. If events unfolded right, Maron might become Kilibos' reformer, the one who turns decay into redemption. Mikhail extended his hand. There was one thing left: proof. Real, undeniable truth. Maron had never seen. He opened a portal of magic and shadow. To change Maron's heart, words wouldn't be enough. What he planned to reveal, now twisted, hidden, horrifying, was solid evidence only darkness could truly expose. Guards burst in, dragging prisoners behind them. Their faces were bloodied, wrists bound with magical cuffs. Startled, Maron looked up. The guards reported they had just captured assassins hiding within their walls. The captives had infiltrated territories of rival clans and eliminated targets without triggering a single alarm. The warrior's tone grew sharp with irony. Such precision spoke of something far deeper than coincidence. Mikhail turned to Maron directly. His smile carried weight. Now the evidence was undeniable. Politics turned personal. A small object was thrown toward Maron. He caught it instinctively, heart pounding with rising tension. He looked down at the item in his hand. Something about it felt heavier than expected. As he lifted his gaze, realization hit him. The truth had arrived, undeniable and irreversible. Mikhail observed the ornate chamber, sensing something was off despite the elegant arrangement around him. A sudden presence behind him made his heart jolt. He turned, eyes locking onto an ominous glint. Recognizing the hand and its twisted aura, Mikhail's expression darkened with the weight of realization. The cloaked figure stepped forward. Klex the Slaughterer, a war criminal once erased from existence. As Klex lunged, Mikhail steadied himself, scanning the shadows, aware more hidden enemies lurked nearby. Masks clattered to the floor, revealing faces long believed to be buried beneath prison soil forever. Before Mikhail stood a gathering of the damned infamous criminals erased from history for their atrocities. He recognized every face. Each had been personally condemned during Kilibos's brutal campaign of justice. A flicker of doubt crossed Mikhail's mind, wondering if death had truly been their final punishment. Beside him, a knight voiced disdain. Redemption was irrelevant when judgment had already sealed their fates. Mikhail's pulse surged. He hadn't anticipated this twist. Something far worse than criminal revival was unfolding. From above, he watched calmly as stunned voices echoed below. Two men discussing the failed assassination. Silence thickened, pierced only by dread. Each man processed the unthinkable. A hidden force had intervened. One demanded answers. Confused by the claim every assassin deployed to the Dark Guild was now dead. He scoffed, convinced no guild possessed that might, accusing the speaker of spinning baseless fantasy and fear. The trembling agent hesitated, lips dry, before confessing the assassins hadn't returned. They were completely vaporized. The commander's hand clenched unconsciously, reeling from the quiet horror of failure that gnawed at certainty. Realization crept in slowly. This wasn't ordinary resistance. Someone had crushed their efforts before they even began. Across the hall, another figure straightened, voice low as suspicion narrowed sharply toward a specific force. Only one name matched such devastation: Mikhail Walpurgis, the man they thought fate had buried long ago. The question hung in the air, measured, cold. They knew who held the power behind everything now. A subordinate answered nervously. Mikhail Walpurgis had taken shelter in the central temple, far from interference. With a composed stride and narrowed gaze, the blue-haired noble announced his intent without hesitation. Alone in thought, he chuckled to himself. Something amusing stirred behind the curtain of composed ambition. Moments later, he entered the hall, facing another figure with a grin. The Marquis had arrived. The Marquis smirked, masking tension beneath politeness. It had been years since they stood face to face. He spoke with charm, yet every word prodded, testing Mikhail's motive beneath the veil of etiquette. Mikhail's expression didn't flinch. With measured breath, he suggested moving. The temple wasn't fit for direct confrontation. Their steps echoed through vaulted marble as Mikhail halted, cutting through niceties with chilling bluntness and precision. The Marquis questioned him coldly. Mikhail, serene as ever, responded with a cryptic edge playing for time. The Marquis's tone sharpened. His son had been swayed, and he blamed Mikhail's quiet, commanding influence. Mikhail remained composed, stating his actions exposed criminal truths, not reckless emotion, especially regarding the Dark Guild. A warning followed, stern and final. The Marquis demanded distance, threatening reprisal if Mikhail approached his son again. Yet beneath his noble mask, fury stirred. He demanded justification to even consider honoring that threat. Mikhail said nothing. His silence spoke, more calculating, defiant, knowing some truths didn't need verbal defense. The noble's voice deepened, posing a question as sharp as steel. Had Mikhail understood necessary evil? He paced among shadows, explaining evil was not absolute, just a term shaped by frightened men. Corruption thrived where no order stood. In chaos, someone had to willingly bear evil's control. With eerie calm, he declared his own bloodline the example guardians of darkness beneath imperial approval. His eyes narrowed. He claimed the emperor knew everything. He was evil's keeper, with royal consent. The young noble scoffed, declaring Mikhail naive. He claimed darkness was essential to understand the world. Mikhail's eyes narrowed. His hand moved calmly, but his words pierced deeper than any drawn blade. He exposed the noble's hypocrisy, questioning if the emperor truly endorsed selling one's son into bondage. The accusation struck hard. The noble stiffened, but Mikhail pressed. Truth didn't wait for permission to speak. Far away, the emperor moved silently, majestic yet detached. His pawns were many, and all expendable. The noble dismissed Mikhail's actions as minor offenses, confident no real punishment would follow from above. Mikhail remained silent, but his posture betrayed no humility. He knew far more than they imagined. With a smile, the noble admitted indifference, shedding any pretense of fear or reverence toward rank. Mikhail's gaze sharpened as he sensed it. This man no longer spoke as a Walpurgis heir. Here, within the hallowed walls of the central temple, titles meant little beside the weight of truth. The warrior stepped forward, proclaiming his identity with authority, prepared to take command of the situation decisively. He looked down on the other man, no longer concerned with morality, only what needed to be done. His companion's anger surged, rejecting every excuse, frustrated by delays that hindered the pursuit of true justice. Their standoff echoed through the hall, but the warrior remained calm, holding up 2 fingers with finality. He issued a simple ultimatum: abandon the criminal ties, or face consequences as an enemy of order. Kelibos remained still, torn between personal conviction and the mounting pressure that now threatened his authority. The warrior demanded an immediate answer: stay loyal to darkness, or choose accountability under the crown's judgment. Kelibos clenched his jaw, hearing his name spoken firmly, knowing the ultimatum offered no path of retreat. A loud crash shattered the silence as he turned and marched out, fury echoing through the corridor. The warrior watched calmly, certain now Kelibos had chosen rage over reason, abandoning any chance at reconciliation. The warrior stood silently, arms crossed, observing the aftermath of the confrontation with unwavering focus and calm. A shadow flickered from the archives, summoned by magic, indicating someone had watched everything from the start. The man emerged from the darkness, his expression hardening as he processed every word spoken earlier. The warrior smirked slightly, recognizing the resolve in the man's eyes even before he spoke aloud. Without hesitation, the man declared his choice: he would restore the family name, no matter the cost. Mikhail saw everything clearly, perceiving secrets hidden in the depths of darkness. He uncovered the inside story that no one else knew, buried deep within murky family histories. Darkness thrived within the Kelbog family, an unsettling presence no one dared to confront or acknowledge. Mikhail intentionally distanced himself, ensuring the malevolent legacy would never touch his heart or soul. From the moment he was born, he carried the weight of secrets, destined to confront them. Mikhail grew up as the heir to his family's legacy, embodying honor as an imperial knight. He felt the weight of expectations, burdened by the shadows that haunted the Kelbog lineage. Within him lay Kelbog's last conscience, a fragment of truth fighting against the family's darkness. This conscience stirred, becoming aware of the lurking danger. Mikhail understood the gravity of the situation, determined to confront the dark legacy and its repercussions. Mikhail stood resolute, having made up his mind about the daunting challenges that lay ahead. He declared his intention to reclaim the family's honor, determined to restore what was lost. Acknowledging the need for change, Mikhail understood the darkness that had infected his family deeply. He recognized the importance of justice, vowing to confront the family's past and its consequences. Trusting his ally, Mikhail believed there was a reason behind their shared revelations and motivations. The room buzzed with energy as the golden-haired man initiated a crucial gathering to strategize effectively. He clarified that their plan needed to extend far into the future, not merely the present. The young mage, feeling lost, sought guidance on his specific role within the complex mission ahead. Their conversation highlighted the importance of restoring a noble family, emphasizing the gravity of their undertaking. The golden-haired man reassured him by urging perseverance, emphasizing that doing what was right remained paramount. The golden-haired man reminded the young mage to remain steadfast, emphasizing the importance of unwavering resolve. He cautioned against faltering, urging him to keep focused on their goals amidst uncertain emotions. The mentor advised not to let fleeting feelings of hatred cloud their judgment or actions ahead. He noted how Marlin was steadily improving, reflecting the positive impact of their combined efforts and teachings. Meanwhile, the young mage recognized the significance of his mentor's wisdom as guidance for future challenges. The young mage assured his mentor he would report any necessary updates regarding their ongoing mission. He mentioned resources available from the temple and family, emphasizing the importance of seeking help readily. Both understood the looming challenge to ensure justice and order prevailed over the necessary evils ahead. The mentor expressed confidence that good would triumph, fully relying on the strength of their unity. They both felt a renewed sense of purpose and declaration, ready to embark on their journey. Deep in a shadowy chamber, a figure seethed with anger at the audacity of his opponent. He cursed fervently, frustrated by what he perceived as the young mage's insolence and boldness. Another figure urged him to keep his composure, assuring him that the mage posed no real threat. They both acknowledged the dark forces surrounding them, aware of the strategic implications of their rivalry. Dismissing the young mage's defiance, he scoffed, finding the threats amusing despite their potential consequences. The figure contemplated the situation, understanding that drastic measures were necessary to regain control and strength. He focused on Marlin, determined to summon him for the urgent matters requiring immediate attention and action. A surge of energy enveloped him, as he prepared the ritual to call forth Marlin from his realm. The atmosphere thickened with magic, indicating that Marlin's presence was vital to overcome the impending threats. In that moment, he questioned his readiness, feeling the immense weight of the responsibilities they must face together. Suddenly, a panicked voice called out, urging urgency as the gravity of the situation unfolded. The disturbance drew attention, creating an atmosphere of tension in the realm where power dynamics were shifting. A messenger arrived, delivering alarming news about a new alliance formed against the established powers within the temple. The gravity of the threat loomed larger, indicating a plan to dismantle the dark influences controlling their world. With determination, the figure vowed to confront these challenges head-on, ready to lead the charge against them. The archbishop addressed the gathering, radiating confidence while rallying warriors for the challenges that lay ahead. He refocused the attendees, reminding them of the urgency, as every moment counted in their quest. The anticipation built as the warriors questioned the archbishop's plans, eager to understand the impending mission. He spoke of divine knowledge, declaring their fight against the dark forces would rely on unity and strength. With determination, they resolved to confront the demon, prepared to tackle the task head-on without hesitation. The archbishop held high a powerful weapon, introducing it as the Demon Crusher, instilling hope among his followers. The atmosphere lit up, resonating with belief as warriors felt renewed strength at the sight of their champion. He emphasized that overcoming the demon required their combined efforts, as every warrior's resolve was essential. One warrior reflected on their lineage, revealing his position as the second son of a prominent family. They were reminded to maintain focus and unity, especially as they prepared to face the formidable adversary ahead. The archbishop confirmed that this mission carried immense significance, warning them of the challenges to come. Marlin nodded, assuring his mentor he would proceed with caution, understanding the gravity of their task. Suddenly, a name echoed ominously through the chamber: Mikhail Walpurgis, instilling a surge of urgency among them. Tension escalated as one voice demanded to know Marlin's intentions, questioning his resolve and authority in the matter. The archbishop warned the opposing figure, reminding him that as an outsider he held no rights to interfere. Confusion hung in the air, as Marlin faced questions regarding the Imperial Knight and their purpose. The emphasis on the Knight's connection to dark forces only deepened the mystery surrounding their infiltration. Marlin's father, clearly concerned, pressed him about his actions, urging him to prioritize their family's legacy. In a moment of vulnerability, Marlin admitted he was uncertain, grappling with the weight of expectations. His father's shock was palpable as he realized the stakes, pressing Marlin to clarify his involvement in the investigation. Marlin declared his determination, ready to take action based on his own beliefs. Despite his father's objections, anger ignited as he faced his father, insisting that no one, including him, could deter his intentions. The tension escalated, with Marlin feeling the pressure of family loyalty versus his personal convictions. Defiantly, he urged his father to either accept his choices or stand back, emphasizing his resolve to follow his path. His father's expression reflected a mix of concern and disbelief, unsure of how to respond to Marlin's boldness. Marlin's eyes widened in disbelief as he confronted. His brother maintained a composed demeanor, showing no signs of regret for orchestrating the events unfolding. With a smirk, he declared that he merely acted as a warrior, fulfilling his commitments to the cause. Mikhail raised his hands in triumph, feeling the energy of his newfound magical abilities surge within him. Inside the guild hall, newly appointed mages gathered, eager to learn from their experienced mentors and each other. Two mages discussed their recent training session, sharing their aspirations for greatness as comrades in magic. As evening approached, the city glowed under the setting sun, its beauty contrasting the growing tension ahead. Armed with determination and swords drawn, Mikhail and his friends prepared to face the challenges approaching rapidly. A bright blue orb floated above Mikhail, illuminating the dark battlefield and signaling the start of the clash. With determination, Mikhail unleashed his powerful spell, channeling every ounce of magic into his swift attack. Confused, the dark creatures hesitated, feeling the might of Mikhail's presence as he surged forward. In a matter of days, the tide of battle began to turn, their defenses crumbling rapidly. The Dark Guild, once threatening and powerful, was now decimated, leaving only remnants of its former strength behind. Later, Mikhail and his team stood united. When the kingdom heard the news, they celebrated, viewing Mikhail as a heroic figure among the people. It was said that the tales of their bravery would be sung for generations to come. Mikhail casually dismissed the praise, ensuring his companions received their share of recognition and glory for teamwork. Understanding the importance of camaraderie, he smiled. Mikhail's friend remarked on his curious demeanor, finding it both charming and mysterious as they traveled. The captain of their guild had urged Mikhail to explore his potential. A year and a half passed, filled with training, camaraderie. Surrounded by nature, Mikhail stood atop a hill, taking in the vibrant landscape that felt like home. He mused aloud, contemplating his journey, realizing that change had transformed him into someone strong and resilient. Mikhail smiled at his friend's gratitude, appreciating the bond they shared during their arduous journey together. A week ago, Tepe returned from a perilous expedition, bringing back tales of demons and hidden dangers. He excitedly recounted his encounters, describing fearsome creatures that had tested his resolve beyond measure. Mikhail listened attentively, intrigued by the stories of warriors and the monsters they faced in battle. Tepe's tales spoke of ancient curses and powerful foes that made their training more vital than ever before. As they walked, Mikhail noted that some people in the village were less than welcoming to outsiders. His companion acknowledged the tension, admitting he was the one who had gathered the uneasy group. Unwilling to confront the truth, Mikhail pressed further, asking if the leader was aware of these issues. The response was chilling. Rumors spoke of a hunter cursed by werewolves, spreading fear throughout the area. Mikhail's friend revealed his lingering nightmares, struggling with memories of terror that seemed impossible to escape. Mikhail clenched his fists, anger bubbling beneath the surface as he thought of the innocent lives lost. The weight of grief pressed heavily on his heart, remembering the families destroyed by the demon's relentless attacks. His friend urged Mikhail to focus on the warriors and prepare to confront the source of the menace. Resolute but hurt, Mikhail refused to accept the bitterness surrounding them, knowing it would only breed more violence. As their discussion stirred deeper feelings, Mikhail acknowledged that hatred only perpetuated a cycle of suffering and pain. Mikhail stood resolute, facing a terrifying force shrouded in darkness, determined to protect those he cared for. Thankfully, he had a plan formulated with his friends, each one prepared to confront the looming threat. As they gathered, Tepe reminded the group of the strategies they had discussed for dealing with the enemy. Though uncertain, Mikhail assured his comrades of his faith in their preparation and their ability to succeed. Doubts lingered, but Mikhail knew they had to act swiftly, recognizing that hesitation could lead to disaster. Mikhail nodded confidently, ready to take on whatever challenges lay ahead. At the same time, an ominous clash erupted elsewhere. As the fight intensified, Mikhail's adversary taunted him. Despite the provocation, Mikhail gritted his teeth, refusing to let the insults deter him or weaken his resolve. Determined to prove his strength, Mikhail shouted back, fueled by anger and the desire to overcome his challenges. The adversary smirked, remarking on Mikhail's stubbornness as if it were a defining trait. Mikhail reminisced about his younger days, claiming that his resolve was as strong then as it is now. Defensive yet determined, he dismissed the mockery, arguing that he had developed even greater strength over time. Despite his past struggles, Mikhail now commanded formidable abilities, ready to face the challenges ahead with newfound confidence. In a commanding voice, he directed his allies, "Go after the blind spot," signaling a strategic move to turn the tide of battle. Mikhail examined his surroundings, feeling the pressure of the ongoing battle. With determination, he prepared to execute a well-timed maneuver. He drew upon the Moulier discipline, a technique meant to enhance his abilities. As he channeled his energy, Mikhail recognized the need to control this power. Despite this knowledge, he steeled himself, aware that pushing past those limitations was the only path to victory. Mikhail harnessed a surge of divine power, feeling it course through him like a wildfire. He sensed an intense energy, realizing that his adversary was tapping into a similar overwhelming force. The competitor moved with instinct, as if knowing Mikhail's strategies, making it challenging to counter effectively. Mikhail understood that desperation was rising, pushing him to execute his plan with flawless precision and focus. Determined to elevate his abilities, he resolved to unleash a potent surge, fully committing to this battle. Mikhail focused intently, feeling a surge of determination ignite within him as he prepared for battle. His adversary glanced at him, recognizing the growth and strength Mikhail had achieved since their last encounter. He stood silently, channeling power that radiated like stars, reflecting his profound growth and mastery. The air crackled with energy, signaling his readiness to confront even greater challenges ahead of him. A shadowy figure appeared, acknowledging his transformation with a mixture of surprise and admiration for his skills. Confidently, he prepared for the next challenge. As the tension rose, he realized that his true battle lay not only within, but also everywhere. He looked bewildered, confusion clouding his mind as he tried to understand his sudden defeat. The opponent's mocking gaze suggested that he had underestimated the speed of his own abilities and weaknesses. Doubt crept in, yet he refused to accept failure, determined to uncover the truth behind his loss. His resolve strengthened as he realized that it wasn't merely about seeing the attack approaching. It was about harnessing his potential to respond swiftly and effectively, pushing beyond his current limits. Confusion filled him as he absorbed the revelation that he had overlooked crucial training and preparation. He felt a deep sense of urgency, knowing that his neglect could have dire consequences in upcoming battles. His mind raced as he processed this new information, desperate to understand his place in the world. A name echoed in his thoughts, igniting curiosity: Meliere, the legendary master whose skills inspired countless warriors. Recognizing the challenge, he steeled his mind, determined to uncover the truth hidden behind Meliere's reputation. His mind whirled as he pieced together Meliere's legacy. Understanding the weight of the name he held, the revelation hit him hard. Meliere was not just a legend but a formidable ally in his journey. He felt a surge of determination, realizing he had to strive to honor that powerful legacy effectively. A mystic presence materialized, revealing the bond between Meliere and the king, connecting their destinies. Ignoring the doubt creeping in, he embraced the challenge ahead, ready to forge his own path. He felt an urgency, realizing time was scarce and hesitation could lead to catastrophic consequences. Doubt washed over him as he confronted a challenge that seemed insurmountable, yet he refused to falter. The reality struck hard: he had the potential but had been paralyzed by fear and uncertainty. He remembered the whispered encouragement success was within reach if he mustered the courage to act. Resolutely, he decided to embrace the moment, knowing that action was the first step toward mastery. He recognized the weight of their conversation, realizing that sometimes sacrifices were necessary for greater goals. A plan began to form in his mind as he pondered the roles kindness and power played in his journey. She reminded him of the urgency, noting that using their combined abilities could shift the tide of fate. He felt a surge of determination, understanding that their strengths could unite against the impending threat. Accepting their need to proceed, he resolved to harness their powers without hesitation, forging ahead together. Energy crackled around her as she prepared to channel her powers, revealing her determination and strength. He watched in awe, knowing that together they could confront the immense challenges lying ahead of them. Despite the weight of their task, hope ignited within him. They were not alone in this battle. Gratefulness washed over him as she acknowledged his support, forging a deeper bond between their paths. Realizing they had to gear up for the coming storm, he felt ready to fight alongside her. As they shared their ideas, a sense of camaraderie blossomed, hinting at the strength of their connection. The mention of a remedy sparked curiosity, but the undertone hinted at something deeper and more complex. He smiled, but behind it lay a profound understanding of the risks involved in their decision. The weight of the choice loomed large sometimes. With newfound resolve, she declared her readiness, preparing to embrace the challenge ahead, no matter the cost. A flicker of hope warmed the atmosphere as they both recognized the strength of their bond. She promised not to falter this time, the determination in her eyes reflecting her growth. He reassured her, expressing his unwavering faith in her abilities despite the challenges ahead. They shared a light-hearted moment, laughter mingling with the seriousness of their situation. As they prepared to move forward, the weight of their journey felt lighter, their spirits buoyed by mutual support. A sense of concern washed over him as he noticed the unusual demeanor of the newcomer. The vibrant energy seemed out of place, raising questions about what had transpired. With cautious curiosity he approached, intent on uncovering the mystery behind the man's laughter. The playful banter melted the tension momentarily, but an underlying complication lingered in the air. He couldn't shake the feeling that whatever happened next would change the course of their journey. His excitement was palpable as he showcased the newly acquired weapon, a symbol of his growth. The enthusiasm in his voice contrasted sharply with the chaos that followed, making the moment feel surreal. Each word resonated with determination, hinting at his aspirations to reach divine heights. However, the flamboyant display took a sudden turn, leading to an unexpected mishap that sent shockwaves through the group. The comical slip-up drew a mix of laughter and concern, reminding everyone of the unpredictability of their journey. Amid the laughter, chaos erupted when he lost grip of the weapon, sending it hurtling forward. The weapon struck unexpectedly, causing him to scream in agony, clutching his leg with disbelief. Realizing the severity of the situation, his friend rushed over, acknowledging the gravity of the mishap. Mikhail stood confidently, pondering the possibilities of utilizing divine power to enhance their abilities for growth. Beside him, his friend expressed curiosity about the potential of divine powers. Eagerly considering their possibilities, Mikhail sensed skepticism from his companion, who doubted the feasibility of harnessing such potent energy effectively. Reassured, Mikhail encouraged his friend, emphasizing that with determination, tapping into divine power could become their reality. Excited, they began to discuss strategies, both envisioning their journey to harness divine strength and achieve greatness. Mikhail confidently revealed insights about their powers, asserting that understanding was the key to maximizing their potential. His friend, intrigued, reflected on what he had learned, eager to share previously hidden knowledge with Mikhail. Mikhail listened attentively, realizing there were deeper secrets about their abilities yet to be uncovered together. Feeling a mix of excitement and impatience, Mikhail urged his friend to discuss their strategies without hesitation or doubt. The duo shared a promise to explore their limits, committed to unlocking the potential hidden within themselves. Mikhail imagined himself as a grand master, determined to reach a pinnacle of power and skill. He recognized that achieving such mastery would require immense effort and dedication to surpass his current abilities. Doubts lingered in his mind about whether his friend possessed the commitment needed to pursue this journey. Resolute, he reaffirmed his belief in their potential, assuring his friend that they could achieve their dreams together. As they prepared for a rigorous journey ahead, Mikhail felt a surge of determination, ready for challenges. Mikhail encouraged his friend to recognize and trust their full potential, inspiring them to reach for greatness. His friend, uncertain, expressed concerns about the risks involved in pursuing their ambitious goals, doubting their path forward. Mikhail reassured him, emphasizing that fears shouldn't deter them. Embracing challenges was part of their journey. He explained that many people shy away from greatness due to fear, but true strength lies in overcoming it. With newfound resolve, they pledged to tread the difficult path ahead, understanding that growth requires both courage and pain. Mikhail's friend, determined, decided he could push his limits, accepting the challenge to improve himself. With a confident grin, he proclaimed he would break through his barriers, demonstrating his unwavering resolve. Mikhail noted his friend's bravery, reflecting that his companion seemed unafraid of challenges that lay ahead. He reassured his friend that they would find solutions together, including potions that could assist in their journey. A vivid memory surfaced in Mikhail's mind, reminding him of his own struggles that had shaped his resolve. Mikhail's friend, feeling motivated, reluctantly agreed to support him, ready to embark on their shared journey. Despite his initial hesitation, he smiled, reassured by his friend's determination and enthusiasm for their goals. Mikhail, sensing the excitement in the air, declared he was ready, embracing the challenge ahead with fervor. A surge of energy coursed through him, igniting his passion as he manifested the glowing power within. Witnessing Mikhail's transformation, his friend marveled at the intensity. Realizing their adventure was about to truly begin, Mikhail felt a surge of energy as he focused, channeling his newly found power for their upcoming challenges. His friend watched, eager to see what incredible feats Mikhail could achieve with this newfound strength and determination. Knowing he had to act quickly, he prepared, thinking of strategies to channel his emotions into effective actions. With conviction, he summoned his powers, forming a binding energy that connected him to the very essence of strength. Observing the intensity, Mikhail's friend realized that success depended on their ability to synchronize and support each other completely. Mikhail's friend, filled with uncertainty, questioned if they really had what it took to become stronger. Mikhail, undeterred, smiled, reassuring him that with effort and belief, they could reach incredible heights. Feeling invigorated, Mikhail reflected on the potential within them, emphasizing that everyone has the capacity to grow beyond limits. As energy surged around them, Mikhail affirmed that by channeling their abilities, they could transform themselves completely. With overwhelming passion, he declared his desire to become stronger, igniting a fierce determination within both of them to pursue their dreams relentlessly. Mikhail's friend felt an immense force radiating from Mikhail, awestruck by the sheer power unfolding before him. As bright energy pulsed around them, he realized the magnitude of their potential, spurring him to embrace the moment. A sudden impact reverberated through the air, catching them both off guard and heightening the tension. With a gasp, Mikhail's friend marveled at the scene. Realizing they were on the cusp of something extraordinary, they felt a surge of excitement and determination, understanding that they were about to embark on a transformative journey together. Mikhail's friend reflected on the tremendous energies swirling around them, realizing that such power could lead to significant growth. He understood that this moment signified a turning point in their journey, connecting them to deeper abilities and transformations. As they stood together, the vibrant energy resonated with promises of change and potential. Mikhail felt that the phenomenon was unlike anything they'd encountered before, sensing an almost magical connection to the environment. Awed, they both acknowledged that they were on the verge of discovering something truly extraordinary. Mikhail and his friend were greeted by a figure who confirmed they had arrived at their destination, marking a significant moment in their journey. The figure mentioned having heard about their quest, hinting at the importance of their mission and the challenges ahead. Mikhail expressed uncertainty, feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension about what lay in store for them. The figure encouraged them, reminding Mikhail not to underestimate their own abilities or the potential that comes with their journey. However, there was a shadow of doubt as the figure revealed that despite their potential, the path ahead would not be easy. She advised that they shouldn't dwell on the past too much, hinting at unresolved issues that could hinder their progress. A sense of relief washed over Mikhail's friend as they acknowledged that at least they hadn't fully succumbed to past burdens. However, Mikhail felt the weight of those words and admitted openly, "I haven't," revealing his lingering struggles and unresolved feelings. The atmosphere shifted as the group recognized the importance of confronting their pasts to move forward. A shared understanding began to form, emphasizing the need for personal growth and healing on their journey ahead. The mage stood tall, her resolve unwavering. Determined not to repeat past mistakes or plans, she walked past the ornate pillars, bound by duty, her steps heavy with an unspoken, accepted burden. Her hand clenched tightly, the weight of a past she never questioned tightening its grip once again. Mikhail watched her silently, eyes narrowing, sensing the resolve buried behind her carefully composed expression. She cut through the moment, halting any plea, refusing to let history or guilt shape her path. Facing him firmly, she reminded him why she avoided him. His presence reopened choices she never wanted. She turned slightly, sensing another presence, alerting Mikhail that their conversation was no longer entirely private. Mikhail's mind raced, irritated at the interruption, wondering if this confrontation would be prematurely and pointlessly dismissed. He stepped forward, voice sharp with restrained fury, questioning how their guest had treated those once lost. The woman answered calmly, her back straight, explaining that she had shown them what still lay ahead. Within vivid visions, she guided others through strands of fate, revealing futures built on love and hope. Floating orbs drifted like memories, each one holding a piece of the future that still lingered ahead. She exhaled gently, closing her eyes, letting the weight of her role settle deep within her. With quiet strength, she stood tall, knowing her choices shaped paths others were still afraid to take. Mikhail observed silently, his expression steady, recognizing the quiet burden she carried without ever asking for praise. She looked forward, calm and firm, prepared to continue guiding others toward futures they once thought unreachable. Mikhail's gaze sharpened, acknowledging her clarity. She could see truths he'd only ever approached through instinct. He admitted her strength quietly, then shifted focus toward the true reason he had come that day. As footsteps echoed, tension thickened. He revealed what stirred an ancient evil, no longer content with slumber. Standing firm, she listened carefully, uncertain of what history held, but aware danger had already awakened. Though past truths escaped her, she braced herself, knowing what rose ahead demanded unwavering resolve from them both. Mikhail hesitated only slightly, a quiet conviction rising as he considered what little he truly understood. He admitted his limits, but insisted he deserved to know what he was preparing himself to confront. She reminded him those who guided others through dreams must also learn to navigate their own buried memories. Understanding his intent, she paused, then confirmed what he sought was not knowledge but direct truth itself. Mikhail stood tall, unwavering, declaring his desire to face the devil's presence with nothing but his eyes. In his past life, Mikhail had encountered something that went far beyond comprehension or mortal fear. His breath had trembled as he locked eyes with the beast, its gaze burning into memory. He realized then, it wasn't just terror or strength, it was something no explanation could ever contain properly. He had seen it physically, yes, but its real essence remained hidden behind layers of existence. Before his death, he failed to grasp the meaning behind the form that loomed before him. She lowered her gaze, uncertain if her powers could safely reveal. Her visions weren't normal, forcing them could fracture his mind beyond repair, consequences no one could reverse. Still, from behind, the other woman spoke calmly, knowing warnings wouldn't sway Mikhail's stubborn determination. Once Mikhail set his sights on something, not even danger or reason could truly stop him. With a firm look, she challenged him to deny it, but he answered with silence and resolve. She steadied her breath, raising her hands in silent focus, preparing to release what lay hidden. With calm resolve, she instructed Mikhail to close his eyes and brace for what she'd reveal. Her voice was soft but certain, as golden magic flowed and her power reached toward his mind. She warned the vision would be brief, a narrow glimpse into truths buried deep within time. As light enveloped him, Mikhail whispered to himself it would be enough to understand what truly awaited. The energy struck like fire. Mikhail's eyes widened as the vision tore straight through his mental defenses. Pain surged through him. He collapsed forward, unable to hold his body upright against the psychic weight. Dizziness swallowed his thoughts. Pressure built so sharply it felt like his skull was splitting from within. Dreadful whispers filled the void, echoing words like death and despair into every corner of his mind. Clutching his head, he trembled, as hopeless voices replaced reason. The land stretched endlessly, scorched and broken, with molten rivers consuming all signs of life around. Scattered across the ruins were lifeless dragons and archdemons, their bodies piled in grotesque, silent defeat. Mikhail stood alone, stunned by the destruction. Was this truly the world from forgotten ancient times? His heart pounded as a strange sound approached, distant yet growing heavier with each moment passed. Crimson droplets fell slowly from above. Mikhail raised his hand, confused, wondering if this blood was rain. Mikhail stared at the sky, uncertain, until a drop hit his hand and stained it dark red. Realization struck quickly. It wasn't rain but blood, falling steadily like a warning from something unseen. The air thickened. He turned sharply, understanding the presence behind him wasn't just powerful, it was absolute. Wind surged violently as a massive form emerged, cloaked in smoke. Mikhail stood frozen, heart pounding, as the towering entity loomed. A deafening roar echoed through the smoky air, shaking the ground beneath Mikhail's feet with force. His vision blurred as chills crawled up his spine. Every sense warned him of overwhelming. His body gave out, knees buckled as he collapsed under the weight of the devil's pressure. Mikhail's instincts shouted louder than thought, forcing his awareness into survival mode against something beyond his understanding. Trembling, he gritted his teeth as every nerve demanded escape before the presence completely consumed him. Mikhail clenched his fist tightly, refusing to surrender to fear or the urge to flee any longer. Every instinct told him to turn back, but he refused to accept ignorance as his final choice. He rose with defiance, rejecting the idea that survival alone should dictate his path forward. If instincts demanded silence against destruction, then they were no longer worth trusting, not in this battle. With sharpened focus, he prepared to fight, choosing will over fear, and rejecting his instincts completely. Mikhail's eyes narrowed, unwavering, as he committed to seeing the devil clearly no matter the danger. The image sharpened. He had to burn this vision into memory, carve it into his understanding. Suddenly, the devil's gaze shifted, locking onto him. Mikhail froze. This couldn't be possible. Visions weren't supposed to interact, especially not like this. He questioned everything. This illusion was created by Nephthys, yet something within it felt undeniably alive and watching. Mikhail stood firm beneath swirling ash, daring to speak, surprised the devil acknowledged his presence at all. Nephthys rushed forward, heart racing, grabbing her sister's arm just before everything began to spiral downward. Their hands trembled. A cold surge of magical distortion crept up, splitting the air with unseen malice. From the smoke emerged a cursed aura. Mikhail, shrouded in darkness, confronted them, fury wrapped in silence. Nephthys lowered her gaze, thoughts scrambling. She hadn't summoned this force, something else had seized control first. Mikhail's voice echoed within the rift. Another presence, unseen and ancient, had altered the vision without warning. Mikhail stood firm as infernal heat swirled. An ancient voice challenged him from beyond the void. A monstrous presence revealed its form. Bone and fire twisted as the air thickened with dread. It roared a name, Agar, and the sound cracked the ground, threatening to tear reality in two. The resonance shook everything. Each syllable bent time and space, as language became a weapon itself. Mikhail realized the truth. This wasn't illusion. Something external, alien, was corrupting the very flow of vision. Nephthys sensed a foreign presence far too powerful to be part of her controlled illusionary domain. Mikhail's expression shifted, no longer calm. He now faced something unseen, something only he had recognized before. His voice carried weight, His instincts confirmed the impossible and ancient threat had penetrated their mental plane. The monstrous entity responded. A devil known only in prophecy somehow broke through sealed dimensional boundaries unhindered. Nephthys watched in disbelief. The illusion had collapsed, yet the invader remained. Its interference defied all laws. She assessed the barrier's design. It should have repelled even archdemons, yet something worse had slipped through. Suspicion deepened. Only internal betrayal or sustained external tampering could weaken the seal from within. Her mind raced. If this was truly the devil, even Mikhail's power wouldn't last long. She resolved to act. Ending the illusion now was necessary, though it meant severe consequences. Nephthys hesitated. She might succeed if she offered herself as collateral to forcibly terminate the shared illusion. Nephthys calculated the cost. If she vanished, the illusion would collapse, sparing the divine artifact bearer. Power surged within her chest. She prepared to erase herself, choosing sacrifice before chaos spread beyond control. She believed her disappearance would save them all. The logic was cold, but the choice firm. Her friend cried out. Panic flared as she noticed something behind Nephthys. Something unexpected had changed everything. Nephthys paused, sensing the shift. The atmosphere bent. A new variable had entered, unseen and unplanned. Golden energy exploded from Mikhail's body. The cursed binding shattered, but none knew how or why. Both women watched in disbelief. The energy shift was unnatural, yet somehow not entirely threatening anymore. Mikhail stirred within the light. Something within him awakened, quietly promising change with silent certainty. A subtle smirk crossed his face. He sensed opportunity. This battle was not ending. He stepped forward through the flames. The devil remained strong, but Mikhail's resolve burned even hotter. Mikhail had planned ahead. He foresaw the risk of interference and crafted countermeasures before ever arriving. He admitted uncertainty. The devil's appearance was unexpected, but he refused to let fear decide fate. Mikhail's only aim was survival and victory. Whatever the cost, he would pursue that single goal. Rising to his feet, he steadied himself. The devil laughed, amused by a human's defiance. The creature mocked him, silently believing no mortal could resist the crushing weight of his ancient power. Mikhail's voice cut through the haze. He rejected the devil's arrogance with calm, quiet certainty. As divine energy flared, his hair shimmered blue. This wasn't desperation, it was preparation, precise and focused. His objective wasn't conquest. He needed one fleeting moment to glimpse the devil's true form revealed, all his strength channeled through vision. His eyes locked onto the truth hidden beneath layers of illusion. He didn't resist the devil's force. He endured it, waiting for the moment its guard faltered. Mikhail launched forward, blue light crackling. Every ounce of mana was gambled on this final strike. His hand reached through the devil's barrier. Time slowed. With that touch, connection surged. The forbidden language echoed an invocation that bypassed all magical resistance instantly. Strands unraveled before him. What he saw weren't illusions or power, they were the devil's memories. He floated among distorted visions. Each frame revealed the creature's past, its rage, purpose, and ancient despair. Despite the visions, Mikhail knew the fight wasn't finished. The devil still existed, anchored by rage. Flickering images faded. He saw the devil's original form, its human shell now drenched in corrupted essence. The devil roared in fury. Mikhail's intrusion had crossed a line, stirring primal forces into motion. Reeling back, Mikhail stumbled. The backlash from the severed memory link jolted through every part of him. He steadied himself, grinning slightly. He'd touched something important enough to provoke the devil's full attention now. The devil lunged with brutal force, but Mikhail held firm. With calm precision, Mikhail whispered arcane words. A secondary spell began activating beneath the surface layer. Chains of energy formed symbols. The devil's core trait's extinction. Fear became anchors for Mikhail's targeting ritual. He smiled. The seventh circle was now linked, synchronizing with the devil's essence through direct observation. This wasn't ordinary magic. It required understanding. Only by witnessing the devil's nature could the circle complete. Mikhail's clarity returned. Despite the chaos, he confirmed it. This realm remained an illusion, not true reality. The devil's influence had limits. Outside his domain, he couldn't bend illusion into tangible form directly. Mikhail understood. The key was severing the illusion's foundation before the devil could alter its rules. He gathered every thread of spellwork and unleashed a collapse wave designed to destabilize the entire illusion. As the realm cracked apart, Mikhail stood calm. His objective was already complete before the fall began. Mikhail turned his back on the crumbling space, calmly signaling that his role here was finished. The devil's eye cracked. Something within it stirred an old memory, shaken by recognition and provocation. Mikhail hesitated. Part of him still wanted to know more what exactly the devil had once forgotten. The name escaped his lips. It matched a flicker from the vision he had witnessed earlier. The devil's eye widened. The name hit with force, proof that Mikhail had seen into its truth. Seth stood still, calling Mikhail's name softly, her voice trembling as worry pressed down her chest. She stepped closer, heart racing, trying to confirm if the man before her was truly awake. Mikhail stirred, eyes flickering open slowly, confusion spreading across his face as he recognized her voice. Tears welled in her eyes, relief overcame her. She sobbed, collapsing forward into his arms. Gripping his shoulders, she cried and shook him, overwhelmed that he survived and was still breathing. A tall woman approached, informing Mikhail he'd been unconscious for 3 days, his body barely stabilized. He blinked, disoriented. 3 days lost to him. It had felt like fleeting moments of illusion. The memory returned sharply, his consciousness trapped within a twisted realm, facing something far beyond mortal comprehension. He remembered the devil's shadow looming, whispering truths and threats no mage should ever be forced to hear. Seth voiced her fears. She hadn't expected the devil either, but knew Mikhail didn't return empty-handed. Mikhail recalled the devil's realm, how it radiated hatred and despair, yet echoed with divine authority. Staring at his hand, he realized something had changed. Power now pulsed where doubt once lingered. The sensations grew clearer. He understood why such beings were feared, why mortals called them gods. A surge of energy raced through his body, and Mikhail focused. A glowing seal ignited mid-air, golden chains spinning outward. Light expanded around them, celestial and warm. The spell Mikhail cast had altered the very atmosphere. The high priestess gasped, her eyes tracking the radiant forms flickering above them like living stars. Seth's breath caught. She sensed something holy, something powerful, ancient magic she'd only read about in theory. Realization struck her hard. What Mikhail summoned wasn't normal, it matched recorded signs of divine seventh circle magic. She turned to him, stunned by truth and time. He had achieved the impossible far too soon. The priestess praised his pace, but Mikhail knew Circle 7 was only part of the truth. He extended his hand slowly, recalling a deeper, darker force still lingering beneath his new strength. Destruction and extinction, he had witnessed it firsthand in the devil's presence. Within that twisted, cursed realm, with precision and control, he focused his mana. Power surged. Purple arcs encased his hand. He was replicating the devil's nature, mimicking its destructive essence. Mikhail held the dark shard aloft, tracing its structure, deciphering its hidden logic and destructive essence. Veins of glowing data spread outward from the shard, his mind syncing with the artifact's internal design. He believed understanding this shard could grant insight into the devil's form, perhaps its very existence. He murmured the command. The artifact shimmered violently, then began to crumble and fade from reality. Standing still, Mikhail admitted defeat. Replication had failed. He had underestimated the barrier between thought and being. Mikhail's gaze sharpened. The power worked, yes, but its instability made it nearly unusable in combat. He glanced at his companions, admitting how much mana drained from him during that brief attempt. His fingers closed tightly. It had taken the full force of 7 circles to destroy a fragment. It wasn't practical. The spell was far too costly for battle, more concept than weapon for now. As he pondered, he noticed their uneasy expressions, puzzled by their stares fixed directly at him. A stammer escaped the priestess as the truth hit. What he demonstrated wasn't just forbidden magic. Mikhail looked confused, alarmed by their reaction, unaware of what he had unknowingly revealed to them. Her voice steadied. What he'd shown mirrored the devil's power, the ancient, dreaded magic of extinction. She explained solemnly that force eradicates existence, erases beings without trace, feared even among the divine. Mikhail's eyes widened as the weight settled. He'd touched something no human was meant to wield. Seth stepped forward, voice shaken. She confirmed it. Mikhail had recreated a devil's forbidden essence through magic. His hand trembled slightly. The truth settled. He hadn't just copied dark energy, he'd successfully integrated it. Far away, a mysterious chamber pulsed with violet light as a cursed relic activated with violent force. A woman cloaked in darkness slammed her hand down, radiating fury as arcane power surged violently. She named her enemies aloud, the Holy Empire and Draculion. Her vengeance was about to begin. From within the Court of Shadows, 2 figures convened, cloaked in malice and veiled intentions. The demoness seethed, remembering how every strategy failed, every move dismantled before it even began. Her fury peaked. It always came back to him, the hero that disrupted everything they constructed. Her eyes burned with hatred. Until he died, their goals would remain chained and incomplete. She clenched her teeth, desperate. A weakness, just one crack in his defenses was all they needed. Frustration boiled over. They had already launched multiple attacks, each one crushed before it gained momentum. Flashbacks surged, Mihail's magic slicing through monsters, shadows, corruption each time. The spell of purification reigned supreme. The memory repeated, his voice unwavering, cleansing their forces again and again with frightening ease. Clutching her head, Meryl's rage peaked. Their failures weren't random, they were dismantled with terrifying precision. A new voice pierced the chamber, unfamiliar and calm. Someone had been watching her from the shadows. Meryl's glare tightened. She hadn't sensed his presence yet. Now Belphegor stood smug before her. Startled, she barked his name, voice echoing against stone. His timing was never a good sign. Grinning, Belphegor descended the stairs, calm, amused, as if he'd been watching from the shadows. She reminded him of their pact not to interfere. He dismissed it with playful disinterest. His tone sharpened. Beelzebub had fallen, and Meryl's failure now threatened their remaining plans entirely. Belphegor smiled cruelly, reminding her that their kind was replaceable, expendable, even when failures piled too high. His voice remained light, but every word struck like iron. Meryl felt the air turn heavy. Her eyes widened, panic rising. She finally understood this wasn't conversation. It was a formal, veiled threat. Inside, she trembled. Belphegor wouldn't hesitate. If she disappointed again, her fate was sealed, no second chances. Desperate, she straightened her back and lied. She had a plan. She just had to survive. Belphegor faced the altar. Their first move was clear: intercept the hero at Asura's resting place. The chamber darkened. If the hero gathered more divine relics, their side would crumble irreparably. Belphegor's voice sharpened. They would destroy the hero before allowing him to complete another sacred artifact. He lamented that none among them had pinpointed the grave's location, not until now, at least. Eyes narrowed, Meryl grinned with bitter pride. She did know that knowledge was her final leverage. Belphegor nodded. Their presence had to remain hidden until the time was right to strike. He gave a twisted smile. Meryl would be granted one last chance, nothing beyond that moment. His voice lowered with menace, reminding her exactly what failure meant for those who disappointed him. A single glowing eye pierced the darkness, sharp as a blade. Swallowing her fear, she forced a grin and vowed through clenched teeth that she wouldn't fail. Guten stood peaceful under bright skies, hiding tensions brewing beneath stone paths and sunlit greenery. Mikhail stormed through the gates, voice thunderous, angered by whispers and decisions made behind sacred walls. He climbed the marble steps, demanding answers, heart burning with disbelief at the council's quiet acceptance. An elder watched calmly, declaring necessity, unmoved by protests or Mikhail's fear of what lurked beyond. Mikhail's eyes narrowed, reason slipped away. This was no duty, no trust, only manipulation cloaked as righteousness. Mikhail clenched his fists, storming from the hall, heart set ablaze by suspicion and growing certainty. The figure stood revealed, horned, cloaked in crimson, a presence unnatural. Her arrival marked the shift in loyalty. She had emerged without warning, no past, no proof, only power that slowly twisted Gutten's sacred traditions. Her smile hinted at knowledge withheld, as if every step taken was drawn from a deeper plan. Yet the elder, once strict, yielded, completely honoring her wish, breaking customs none had dared question before. Pain surged through Mikhail's arm as he struggled to speak, his warning choked beneath sudden pressure. The elder stared ahead, haunted by visions, believing the winged illusion offered purpose beyond past sacrifices. He confessed efforts spent building Guten's shrine, yet progress halted, ambition buried beneath rituals and sacred rules. Despite reverence earned, his voice carried frustration. Power alone could not challenge the vast force of empire. Now a stranger brought bold promises, and while Mikhail warned of danger, the elder embraced possible salvation. Kum roared in fury, voice echoing through the chamber, defiance rising against the elder's quiet authority. He questioned faith twisted by fear, unable to accept submission masked as divine obedience or holy vision. Mikhail declared Root's will as peace, never conquest. Change must not crush others beneath Guten's sacred ambition. A fist slammed the table, silencing the room. Power reasserted itself through control, not understanding. The elder's warning turned grave defiance, once valued. Mikhail walked through dense foliage, retreating from judgment. His fingers brushed sweat from his brow. Clouds drifted peacefully above, a cruel contrast to the unrest swelling deep within his unsettled heart. He paused beneath green shade, memories returning of rules learned. values shaped by the shrine's teachings. That towering structure once inspired him, but now it stood as a question more than a purpose. As a child, he was trained to guide others faithfully, never stray from Guten's chosen path. Now cracks formed in his belief. Rituals alone no longer shielded their land from silent, creeping ruin. Magic surged suddenly nearby, shimmering with purpose. It did not belong to the shrine nor the woman. Mikhail turned instinctively toward the glow, startled by the sensation of power, different, unfamiliar, yet unmistakably pure. In the distance, 3 travelers approached, one radiant with energy, the others cloaked in mystery and intent. The trio advanced past Guten's edge, wind-stirring leaves, each step deliberate, announcing their calculated approach. 1 week earlier, their orders shifted. New destination Guten, a place forgotten by most, but not abandoned. The younger ones questioned the name, puzzled by its sudden importance and lack of imperial influence. Their leader reminded them Guten stood apart, rejecting imperial gods, clinging to rites deemed dangerous and unnatural. Doubt surfaced among them. Faith aside, the mission would test both resolve and the locals' tolerance. A curious question broke the tension. What did their leader truly plan to accomplish inside forbidden Guten? With a smirk, he declared his aim: missionary outreach, as if converting Guten were a casual task. His companions stared in silence, processing the absurd confidence masking the danger ahead. They muttered quiet prayers, half mocking, half serious, aware that such missions rarely ended without blood or bitter consequence. But he remained relaxed, brushing aside worry, convinced his charm and will were stronger than belief systems. Their questions grew serious. Was Guten truly dangerous, or had stories exaggerated what now felt inevitable? Both nodded grimly. Danger wasn't occasional, it was constant. Guten invited conflict with every deviation from accepted faith. He looked away, unsure how much truth to share. Their concerns weren't wrong, just incomplete. The third grave lay within Guten, and its secrets pulled the masked woman like fate's chain. She counted on Mikhail, revealing the sight. His loyalty would expose what only a true believer knew. They questioned his resolve. Why enter Guten, where even whispers of the Empire sparked open aggression? He replied without hesitation. Conflict only proved urgency, their defiance an invitation for divine correction and clarity. He believed Guten's faith misled its people, built upon falsehoods, spreading worship toward a godless illusion. From above, he moved away, certain in purpose. His allies slower to match his pace. One watched closely. Tone, timing, posture, something subtle in his confidence didn't align with simple missionary zeal. One of the men raised doubt. Priests in Guten showed real power. Could their god truly exist? He reasoned that real power doesn't prove divinity. Many beings offer strength without being worthy of worship. Even with uncertainty, the thought lingered: could Root be more than myth, or something far more dangerous? The golden-haired leader stepped away, avoiding full truth. His purpose was never simply confirmation, but confrontation. He questioned whether Guten would ever listen. How could centuries of belief be undone by foreign certainty? The elder responded calmly, no, Guten wouldn't accept correction, which is why persuasion must guide their entry. He called it missionary work, but beneath the words lay intent to confront belief, not just preach. He believed they must be shown their error, even if conviction turned to forceful instruction. But doubt stirred. What if Guten's path wasn't wrong? What if the truth wasn't absolute elsewhere? In dim cells, prisoners knelt before the masked woman. Silent followers bound by something older than words. Mikhail turned quietly, sensing a shift. Something in the newcomer's presence unsettled him more than open hostility. The golden-haired stranger gazed ahead, unwavering. His solution was final: destroy the foundation to rebuild unquestioned truth. Vendors crowded the lively street, waving their arms and shouting prices, eager to capture wandering travelers' attention. Leon and his companions walked forward, their eyes scanning the chaotic scene, unsettled by the overwhelming commotion. An older attendant observed the group's unease, stepping closer, prepared to clarify the city's strange, bustling behavior. He explained Guten's transformation, describing its rise as a major destination, built entirely upon flourishing tourist commerce. From the city walls, Leon gazed at the sprawling labyrinth ahead, puzzled by its unusual, alluring reputation. Guten stretched before them, a city of winding paths and bridges weaving intricately through dense greenery. The streets were not ordinary, shaped by twisting trails, hidden passages, and routes carved into natural landscapes. Every corner revealed something unique, from dazzling gemstones to curious artifacts, captivating the steady flow of travelers. This constant novelty drew countless visitors, their curiosity fueling Gutton's reputation as an irresistible destination worth exploring. Yet navigating such complexity required guidance, and Mikhail's group soon realized a capable escort might be necessary. Mikhail observed the twisting streets, noting how the shifting paths made memorization nearly impossible for ordinary travelers. He understood the city's secret guides, with unique blessings, could navigate the unpredictable roads without losing direction. His companion considered the cost, suggesting they might reluctantly hire one, despite their high and burdensome prices. Mikhail, however, dismissed the idea, hinting calmly that such services were unnecessary under his extraordinary circumstances. With quiet confidence, he reminded them he was not ordinary, capable of traversing challenges beyond common comprehension. Leon studied Mikhail's expression carefully, sensing an unusual confidence that stirred his own lingering doubts quietly inside. Despite confusion, Leon urged action, determined to press forward, rather than hesitate at Gutton's unpredictable shifting entrance. Mikhail stepped calmly, explaining that certainty in the path removed hesitation, making wasted moments unnecessary for them. Leon misunderstood his intention, reacting strongly as Mikhail's words challenged his cautious mindset shaped by experience. Realizing tension, Mikhail clarified his point, insisting patience mattered since guides often controlled initial access to Gutton. Mikhail urged patience, certain that guides would eventually appear, their presence inevitable within Gutton's shifting boundaries. The group settled nearby, quietly waiting. Eventually, footsteps broke the stillness, and a stranger approached, sharp eyes scanning them with measured confidence. He stood tall, offering assistance, introducing himself as a guide prepared for Gutton's labyrinthine, unpredictable nature. Leon exhaled in disbelief, realizing Mikhail's calm prediction proved correct. As Gutton's senior guide finally revealed himself, Kun greeted respectfully, recognizing Leon's presence, his tone carrying both admiration and acknowledgement of proven strength. His sharp eyes shifted slightly, aware that Kun's appearance carried deeper meaning beyond a simple introduction. Mikhail revealed calmly that Kun was a significant reason behind his journey into Gutton's labyrinthine city. He emphasized Kun's reputation, known as extraordinary, even among the most skilled guides Gutton had produced. With composed demeanor, Mikhail offered formal respect, acknowledging Kun's status as Gutton's renowned and unmatched guide. Kun apologized for the delay, guiding Mikhail's group toward Gutton's entrance after ensuring preparations were complete. Mikhail responded calmly, admitting he too had concealed his presence effectively, masking strength from unnecessary attention. Kun explained his natural awareness, claiming sharp instincts had always granted him reliable guidance within Gutton. Mikhail studied him closely, recognizing these abilities surpassed ordinary standards, belonging only to advanced guides with mastery. Yet Kun clarified firmly, his instincts were uniquely attuned to the necropolis, far beyond Gutton's streets. Kun's expression tightened slightly, preparing to speak, but Mikhail interrupted with his own pressing inquiry. Mikhail leaned forward thoughtfully, posing a careful question about Gutton's current state and its true conditions. Though sensitive, he framed it cautiously, hiding intent behind curiosity, while considering how Kun might respond. Kun's surprise showed immediately, startled by Mikhail's precision, though he quickly concealed hesitation with calm words. He admitted disturbances occurred months earlier, explaining an unknown woman's arrival had unsettled Gutton's ordered balance. At first, Gutton showed no disturbances, life continuing peacefully without any visible signs of unrest. The mysterious visitor spoke with the patriarch, their conversation appearing harmless amidst ongoing matters of governance. Everything seemed stable, then, yet the subtle tension hinted an undercurrent ready to disrupt Gutton's order. Mikhail listened intently, sensing the weight behind Kun's words as unease tightened throughout their gathered group. The truth emerged: the woman's desire extended dangerously toward Gutton's sacred holy ground, threatening balance entirely. The patriarch urged Mevril to speak openly, his tone commanding yet tempered with an unusual weight. Mevril confessed earnestly, insisting no one had worked harder for Gutton's growth and prosperity than herself. She listed contributions with conviction, bringing travelers, strengthening commerce, and ensuring guides could continue fulfilling crucial duties. Her voice faltered. But the patriarch silenced her doubts, assuring she bore no responsibility for failures. Instead, he shifted blame, declaring the true fault lay with the church, stirring discontent against authority. Mevril was reminded of countless sacrifices, those who had already fallen believing their cause was righteous. The patriarch closed his eyes, realizing Gutton's greatest struggles had emerged not outside, but within tradition. The masked presence declared sternly that Gutton's enemy was the church. Igniting resentment deep within Mevril, a vow was spoken to claim Necropolis's grace, binding loyalty further into darkness and hidden ambition. Troubled by the realization that Gutton's stability balanced on dangerously fragile ground, the patriarch remembered ancient orders forbidding outsiders, yet doubt crept in as he questioned their importance. He wondered what purpose remained, thinking his years of effort had never truly changed Gutton's course. Frustration grew within him, convincing himself progress was impossible, regardless of how much dedication he gave. The masked presence's suggestion lingered, making the patriarch consider dangerous acceptance under guise of harmless reasoning. His resolve weakened further, thoughts clouded as admiration turned misplaced. The masked presence smiled wickedly, realizing manipulation required little effort as authority weakened under subtle control. Darkness swirled around the fortress, twisting into a massive vortex, signaling the awakening of forbidden power. Warriors staggered forward, their bodies battered, eyes filled with desperation, yet determination burned within their exhausted hearts. Above the spiraling void, the enemy's silhouette lingered, mocking their efforts, declaring their resistance utterly meaningless. Mikhail clenched his fists, fury rising within his wounded frame, vowing revenge against the traitor's cruel betrayal. The ground shattered beneath him, magic flaring violently. Mikhail's gaze sharpened, anger mixed with betrayal. The wounded warrior lowered his head, regret heavy in his voice, revealing secrets long buried beneath loyalty. Memories resurfaced, guiding steps replayed in Mikhail's mind, realization dawning as trust unraveled under harsh revelation. Kun's name echoed quietly, sorrow etched across his companion's face. The traitor raised his head proudly, proclaiming fate's demand, declaring the cursed garden required sacrifices as guests. Blood dripped from Mikhail's wounds, his vision flickering. He admitted ignorance then, unable to grasp the true meaning behind the mysterious word called garden. Back in those days, Mikhail wandered, unaware of deeper schemes unfolding silently beneath familiar surroundings. Suspicion grew as whispers spread Meryl's influence, twisting leaders' minds. Her schemes' endless battles marked her presence, each defeat temporary, each return stronger, threatening everything Mikhail swore to protect. Strategic silence settled over them, Mikhail's companions pressing for direction, their eyes searching for decisive clarity. He considered the dangers carefully, weighing countless outcomes. Yet his expression revealed no rush toward action. Confusion spread quickly, allies questioning hesitation, uncertain whether patience could truly withstand Meryl's relentless schemes. Mikhail's gaze sharpened. Conviction forming observation would uncover truths, exposing traps hidden behind her careful moves. He understood survival required restraint. Acknowledging Meryl's cunning, aware her preparations already anticipated reckless counterattacks. Mikhail reasoned calmly, acknowledging Meryl's foresight, convinced her cunning had already prepared for his arrival. He imagined the trap awaiting, a cruel mechanism lying hidden, ready to spring with merciless precision. Mikhail refused to step blindly into her orchestrated stage of deception. His allies listened closely, hearing certainty in his voice, confidence anchoring their faith in his resolve. He assessed Meryl's limits. Certain ancient texts demanded time, ensuring her schemes stalled long enough for intervention. Mikhail suggested calmly that exploration would serve them best, disguising their vigilance behind ordinary sightseeing behavior. His companions hesitated, unsure if relaxation suited warriors, standing within territory plagued by Meryl's insidious influence. Uncertainty lingered, their cautious eyes betraying doubt, yet they followed, stepping into the lush, deceptive scenery. One voice cracked with worry, insisting leisure was impossible, while looming evil threatened Gutton's fragile safety. Mikhail's gaze hardened, explaining ignorance of Gutton's secrets, meant discovery was necessary before confronting the darkness. Studied Gutton's labyrinth city, recognizing its intricate design concealed secrets critical for guiding their path. He explained firmly that without understanding Gutton's history, defeating the lurking evil would remain impossible. His companion muttered reluctantly, realizing sightseeing truly meant research disguised as casual exploration for survival's sake. Mikhail revealed Gutton's beauty masked darker truths, certain only specific places held true importance amid illusions. Some locations remained hidden from wandering tourists, dangerous sanctuaries guarding answers visited only by chosen seekers. Mikhail explained Gutton's hidden sanctuaries had few entrances, paths woven carefully to mislead unsuspecting wanderers. He turned to Kun, eyes sharp with purpose, requesting guidance toward Gutton's highest and most secret point. Determination hardened within him. Steps echoed across the forest path, urgency rising as the group pressed forward toward Destiny's concealed stage. At last, he named their destination with certainty: Roots Garden. The group pressed deeper into Gutton's core, the fabled heart where truth and danger intertwined inseparably. Mist swirled around them, thickening with every step. Mikhail pressed forward, cloak billowing, his mind sharp, knowing hesitation here would prove a fatal mistake. Kun called nervously, questioning their path, his voice cracking beneath the weight of unknown expectations ahead. Mikhail's eyes narrowed, glowing faintly. He explained Gutton's greatest secret, its most hidden place, lay buried within its intricate, winding complexity. His companion's eyes widened as the answer surfaced naturally. Only one name fit such profound mystery: Holy Land. Mikhail's tone steadied, reminding Kun of his role. The weighty truth: he bore the title of hero. Kun faltered, murmuring the word hero, conflicted, uncertain whether admiration or doubt should dominate his thoughts. Mikhail clarified firmly that this holy land differed from legends, a place known only through hidden truth. The sacred place sought was no genuine holy land, merely a false construct. He described it as nothing more than a hollow shell, a fafayedi hiding reality's deeper truths. Mikhail recalled vividly the artifact's glow, identical to one pursued before regression altered his destined path. Kun listened carefully, his mind racing, realizing this supposed sanctuary existed only as a deceptive imitation. Skepticism lingered, companions doubting Mikhail's claim until whispers revealed a chilling truth: a new god rising. Kun's voice pressed firmly, suggesting Mikhail's mission carried weight beyond mortal will, from higher unseen order. Mikhail met the question calmly, acknowledging its sharpness. Aware the truth risked reshaping their fragile trust. Golden light flared around him, his cape billowing proudly as he reflected on his heroic identity. He questioned silently what kind of hero he desired to be, destiny pressing heavily upon him. Looking at his hand, Mikhail admitted uncertainty, unsure why fate demanded this path in present life. Pain surged as memories resurfaced. His purpose had once been singular: to overthrow Siegfried, halting his ascension before destiny crowned him. But fate twisted cruelly to prevent Siegfried's rise. Mikhail himself was forced to become a hero. He reflected bitterly on divine order, original heroes chosen directly by gods, never by circumstances' cruelty. Mikhail clenched his fist, realizing the gods' will had fractured control slipping, destiny bending under defiance. He stood tall, proclaiming his resolve, the weight of countless lives pressing firmly upon his shoulders. His oath extended beyond divine influence, promising Gutton's survival through determination forged from unshakable human will. Visions of solemn halls appeared. Companions watched closely, their expressions softening, hope rekindled as Mikhail vowed to defend all humanity together. Silent conviction radiated from him, not born of gods. Mikhail reflected that his connection with the church was only a means to safeguard humanity's survival. He reasoned that if even Hekau turned against mankind, his loyalty would never falter or hesitate. Resolute determination filled him, vowing to oppose any threat, even divine, should it endanger human lives. His piercing gaze met his companion's, silently questioning whether such conviction satisfied the doubts lingering within. A radiant appeared, wings unfolding, symbolizing a path spoken clearly by Mikhail. Godroot revealed. A winged emerged, smiling confidently, his presence challenging Mikhail's resolve, signaling a dangerous new confrontation ahead. Soldiers advanced through the forest path, carrying supplies and weapons. From the trees, two observers studied the movement carefully, reflecting on Gorchin's uncertain future. Unease settled, recognizing the fragile stability surrounding the vulnerable settlement's survival. The atmosphere grew heavier, leaders acknowledging limited options, while guides lacked knowledge to ensure effective strategy. Acceptance formed despite the precarious situation. Resilience demanded patience, vigilance, and preparation for unpredictable forthcoming challenges. A decision was acknowledged, weight carried forward, marking another turning point in the unfolding turbulent events. Recognition emerged, revealing awareness that without interference, carefully constructed schemes would have certainly reached completion. Dark presence manifested. Sinister power radiating, revealing the intensity of threats hidden behind concealed ambitions. Consideration deepened, realizing failure did not stem from weakness, but from encountering formidable, unexpected opposition. Attention shifted, assigning responsibility to Leon, ensuring actions aligned with immediate priorities demanded by pressing circumstances. Suspicion arose that hidden schemes had been planted, requiring immediate attention to prevent destabilization of fragile order. Responsibility was delegated, urging others to uncover potential interference, while monitoring surroundings for irregular suspicious activity. Consideration deepened, acknowledging the possibility of concealed threats lingering within the settlement, disrupting fragile established stability. Historical memory surfaced, recalling prior unrest when infiltrators disguised themselves, undermining unity and spreading hidden influence. Determination strengthened, rejecting hesitation. Control within Gorchin was reinforced, the demon's authority spreading deeper, securing dominance over vulnerable foundations. Awareness emerged that entrenched power would demand harsher tactics, forcing escalation of strategies beyond earlier measures. Reflection followed, acknowledging unsettling similarity between calculated reasoning and the very mindset once opposed fiercely. Plans expanded toward full dominance, determining methods required to ensure complete control over contested settlement. Strategic speculation unfolded, considering every possibility, evaluating potential behaviors an adversary might employ. Without hesitation, observation focused sharply. The crowd appeared restless, movements suggesting uncertainty. Awareness heightened as attention shifted toward potential threats, sensing irregularities hidden within seemingly ordinary interactions. Concerns were voiced, pointing toward an unfolding situation requiring careful evaluation and precise consideration of risks. Focus narrowed on gathered individuals, realizing potential infiltration among them could destabilize delicate balance within Gorchin. Dark influence spread, threads of control weaving deeply. Crowds revealed crimson eyes, movements unnatural, exposing manipulation that transformed ordinary individuals into dangerous controlled pawns. Recognition sparked, acknowledging adversaries' cunning, marking the manipulator as a dangerous opponent worth careful monitoring. Insight was confirmed, realization traced back earlier, revealing awareness had emerged long before current developments. Connection was drawn, linking discovery to sudden fog, noting moment when abnormal influence became apparent. Concern was raised regarding Hekko's whereabouts, initiating suspicion that movements were restricted under hidden conditions. Explanation followed, confirming departure toward entrance, leaving behind uncertainty surrounding limitations imposed upon specific individuals. Observation shifted sharply, eyes narrowing, demanding acknowledgement, pressing for answers concealed beneath prolonged silence. After delay, recognition surfaced, revealing familiar presence, addressing Seth directly with restrained but clear intensity. Mikhail stood firm, acknowledged as challenger, having uncovered Tomb's secrets, his resolve shaping immediate unfolding events. Discovery of valuable records was revealed, information that could influence understanding of the Tomb's guarded secrets. Doubt was raised, questioning authenticity, sparking tension between parties, evaluating truthfulness behind acquired knowledge. Challenge followed, mocking prior certainty, highlighting vulnerability when assumptions replaced verified clarity in critical situations. Acknowledgement came that records alone could not secure victory, emphasizing greater challenges awaiting within Tomb. Yet recognition remained that 2 divine items had been legitimately claimed, reinforcing legitimacy of accomplishments. Recognition spread that more than divine items had been gained, achievements carrying deeper significance beyond material. Acknowledgement followed, confirming worthiness of qualifications, though distinction remained between eligibility and proving strength through trials. Reflection deepened, anticipating outcome, realizing the process would inevitably align with expected rigid principles. Root's adherence to order was absolute, principles unshaken, even under threat of destruction or failure. Attention turned to trial's content, confirming it had once been determined. Though subject to revision, clarification emerged that the trial once had a fixed form, yet circumstances forced necessary alterations. Originally, success depended on navigating the labyrinth and reaching the precise location of the divine item. Complications arose when the demon interfered, damaging the system, disrupting intended structure of the trial. Adaptations followed, altering requirements reluctantly, ensuring a method still preserved integrity despite broken framework. Affirmation came, divine item identified as the labyrinth, reinforcing principle that trials must always be presented. Demonic interference forced disruption. Compelling reconsideration of trials framework to maintain balance and fairness within evaluation. Decision followed, altering structure of challenge. Authority of the divine item. The labyrinth itself manifested, establishing dominance over unfolding circumstances decisively. Explanation revealed that Meryl sought to interpret and invade the labyrinth, bypassing restrictions through forceful intrusion. Displeasure surfaced, rejection firm, unwilling to tolerate manipulation, solidifying resolve to oppose interference with unwavering defiance. Recognition spread that reckless intrusion threatened stability, requiring immediate intervention to prevent further destructive consequences. Agreement formed, necessity acknowledged, ensuring resistance against intrusion would be met with decisive counteraction. Consensus was reached, shared purpose uniting intentions, confirming alignment between their goals under pressing circumstances. Authority was granted temporarily, entrusted as vital tool with condition of repelling adversary effectively without hesitation. Promise followed. Reward guaranteed success in blocking the demon would secure rightful ownership of the labyrinth. The trial's purpose was outlined, framed as a contest of endurance between relentless offense and unwavering defense. Confirmation followed, solidifying theme, pressing the challenger to embody Shield's resilience while facing unyielding attacking force. Attention turned toward Mikhail, challenging his determination to endure, questioning his ability to remain unbreakable throughout ordeal. Mikhail rejected limitation, refusing simple endurance, declaring resolve not only to withstand, but to eliminate opposition. The chamber darkened as Meryl's name was summoned, ancient power stirring beneath concealed seals and shadows. He struggled with doubt, questioning if each decision aligned with destiny, burdened by countless past sacrifices endured. Memories weighed heavily as he recalled instructions, the plan to shatter the sanctuary's seal and release Root. His trembling hands bore scars from endless deeds, every action tethered to the unfolding path before him. The chief's assurance steadied him, confirming his choices, igniting determination that their course of action was justified. The elder urged reflection, his thoughts circling strategies to overcome humiliation and reclaim long-denied authority. His mind replayed disgrace, recalling the crushing defeat inflicted by the church's leader, leaving scars of resentment. The memory ignited resolve, fueling determination never to forget nor forgive those who had demeaned him. Eyes sharpened with conviction, he vowed to reveal truth, deciding which side possessed genuine strength and righteousness. From the shadows, a sinister smile emerged, promising ease and victory once deception guided their path. The demon lord mocked humanity's ignorance, certain their flawed ambitions would always collapse under superior design. A subordinate approached cautiously, addressing the throne with urgent concern that demanded immediate and serious attention. Shadows shifted uneasily as the declaration spread something unexpected, threatened to disrupt their carefully laid foundations. The labyrinth, once under control, was suddenly shifting, its structure defying predictions and altering with purpose. Realization struck them sharply. The opposition anticipated their moves and was manipulating the labyrinth from within. Confusion spread as they dismissed Root's involvement, believing his adherence to order prevented reckless interference. The disturbance grew stronger, revealing unnatural influence, twisting the labyrinth beyond Root's authority or predictable control. Speculation mounted such power could only exist if Root relied. Recognition struck violently, fear mixing with rage as they realized the impossible opponent hidden behind the disruption. Golden magic illuminated the battlefield. The hero revealed himself. Runes shimmered under his control. His eyes narrowed, recognizing the labyrinth's resistance yet finding its reaction strangely revealing. Intrigued, he muttered softly, his focus unwavering, considering the growing challenge as proof of greater possibilities unfolding. Inside Lute's garden, observers studied the hero's defiance, questioning his strength despite his young underestimated appearance. Moan Elder warned against arrogance, insisting humans often conceal unseen potential, capable of surpassing expectations when tested. Scholars admitted deciphering the divine relic instantly surpassed ordinary limits, an impossible task few could ever attempt. Mikhail, glowing with radiant energy, surpassed mortal boundaries, his soul ascending far beyond human comprehension or measure. Observers gasped, realizing his power exceeded charts entirely, unmatched by any recorded hero in past histories. Veterans, hardened by countless encounters, dismissed ordinary comparisons, acknowledging his uniqueness distinguished him from every known hero. They concluded firmly, if Mikhail were truly ordinary, his strength would not shake the balance of worlds. He judged calmly, insisting her presence lacked reason, reminding her of consequences tied to prior punishment. The green-haired woman lowered her head, restrained by guilt, silently bearing the weight of her past. Her trembling hands betrayed her struggle, torn between atonement and despair, her thoughts directly, recognizing her intent to atone personally. She answered hesitantly, admitting her perspective differed, hinting at a deeper motive beneath her apparent regret. He softened slightly, acknowledging the circumstances, conceding her involvement might not have been entirely intentional. The woman protested weakly, guilt tightening her voice, unwilling to accept his tempered judgment so easily. Recalled his anger from that moment, his fury burning when her actions caused heavy consequences. Yet reflection tempered him, time dulling rage into steadier clarity, letting him judge the matter differently. He reminded her sternly she should have anticipated the outcome, knowing actions always carry consequences beyond intention. Speculation grew that even the past encounter was orchestrated, deliberately fitting into Mikhail's intricate greater design. Focused eyes scanned shifting runes, his steady concentration unraveling mysteries hidden within the labyrinth's endless evolving patterns. The labyrinth defied simplicity, altering continuously, its complexity increasing with each passing second of relentless change. Observers acknowledged reality finding a path mattered less than comprehending the labyrinth's ever-transforming nature and shifting rules. True mastery required insight, not direction. Realizing deciphering the labyrinth meant understanding principles guiding its constant transformations. The labyrinth's shifting nature demanded adaptation, creating routes where none existed. Mikhail pressed forward, golden energy flaring, his eyes sharpened, certainty flashing as he declared success, claiming discovery within the labyrinth's endless complexity. He questioned the route, wondering if this was the very path Meryl sought to exploit. Breathing steady, he acknowledged progress halfway through the challenge, every step marked by resistance and fierce struggle. He admitted interference rendered the trial useless, questioning what action should follow after disrupting balance. Deciding cautiously, he withheld full strength, ensuring disparity remained hidden, preventing the enemy from surrendering prematurely. The Demon Lord growled, desiring prolonged conflict, declaring Meryl must shift focus entirely toward their side. Mikhail's gaze sharpened, confident his maneuvers would force recognition, ensuring his opponent realized the game unfolding. In looming shadows, a chilling presence advanced, promising Meryl would soon understand she was being toyed with. He declared confidently that by the time events concluded, everything would already have reached its end. A surge of energy flared, marking the decisive moment, shifting control further into his calculated favor. Strategically, he left hints for allies, trusting they would uncover solutions independently without direct interference. Elsewhere, concern stirred as one elder admitted unease, confessing recent realizations unsettled his thoughts unexpectedly. Another voice concluded grimly. Mikhail's unrelenting actions reflected a dangerous edge, branding him unmistakably as a psychopath. Prince Leon argued bitterly, convinced Mikhail knew, yet deliberately left the problem for others to resolve. Frustration erupted, calling him antisocial, blaming his cold nature for pushing responsibilities entirely onto their shoulders. Confusion followed as elders questioned Leon's harsh words, urging respect for the young master they served. Leon hesitated, guilt rising, yet voices demanded he apologize, warning insults toward Mikhail crossed dangerous boundaries. Despite tension, another shifted focus, noting the issue itself carried greater weight than their quarrels. An elder analyzed calmly, noting vast suggestion magic spreading across the curtain, altering balance within the situation. He warned its potency could escalate further, allowing enemies to seize the curtain itself as leverage. For demons, human life meant little. Discarded easily, valued less than stones scattered upon the road. Yet the archdemon's disregard suggested distraction, implying he failed to recognize them due to shifting priorities. An author concluded firmly it was Mikhail's doing, his intentional presence forcing the archdemon's focus away from them. The elder emphasized opportunity, declaring Mikhail's intervention had opened possibilities hidden beneath chaos and uncertainty. Optimism spread as one knight declared the situation not as dire as initially believed. Another suggested boldly they simply strike down the demons directly, eliminating threats through decisive confrontation. Mid-thought, his attention faltered, noticing something unexpected approaching quietly, disrupting the atmosphere with sudden curiosity. A small plant-like creature appeared, smiling innocently, its presence oddly contrasting the warrior's serious conversation. His sharp gaze fixed forward, weighing the unfolding situation carefully. The crystal fairy glowed brightly, its presence revealing a hidden layer of control Mikhail had prepared. Mikhail's calm gaze reflected determination, his careful planning ensuring no secret escaped his watchful preparation. The armored shifted uneasily, realizing every whispered word had been overheard and every scheme anticipated. Butler trembled under pressure, reluctantly admitting the enemy's tactics relied heavily on concealed ambushes in forests. Marching ahead, Mikhail considered weaknesses, recognizing demons could never perfectly suppress flawed minds blinded by control. The old butler realized the enemy's influence was incomplete, revealing gaps within their forced domination scheme. Mikhail calmly identified the truth, recognizing the object of power as a dangerous totem hidden nearby. The carved totem radiated dark energy, its presence fueling corruption and sustaining the unstable witchcraft spell. He instructed Butler to locate the source, relying on his refined skills and years of experience. The fairy pressed urgently, demanding direction, as tension thickened with the mention of Meryl's loyal followers. The butler revealed the truth, identifying the hidden domain as the perilous and mysterious labyrinth itself. He recalled its nature, a twisting domain where direction was impossible without guidance, trapping many wanderers. Understanding dawned on him, realizing sneaking past defenses required only precise knowledge of the concealed paths. Mikhail calmly outlined the strategy, confident that their plan relied on intellect rather than reckless confrontation. The enchanted fairy sparkled with determination, assigned their mission clearly: destroy the totem within the labyrinth and sever its controlling influence. The group prepared themselves quickly, footsteps steady as they advanced toward the dangerous entrance, awaiting their arrival. With determination, Butler and the fairy charged ahead. Deep within, a sorceress sensed disruption, her crimson eyes narrowing as unfamiliar intruders entered her domain. She declared coldly that her enemies would fall, vowing to eliminate them individually without leaving survivors. The totem shattered violently, its corrupted energy collapsing as a scream echoed through the labyrinth's chambers. The sorceress staggered, confusion gripping her mind, desperately questioning where her flawless control had begun failing. She admitted regret, realizing she should have fought only from advantageous positions against the returning archmage. Advanced calmly, explaining success depended not on perfection but on superior knowledge beyond her reach. The sorceress seethed bitterly, acknowledging defeat came from the overwhelming difference in information he possessed over her. The sorceress raged furiously, realizing Mikhail had bypassed her defenses using a path she never anticipated, echoing through the chamber as frustration overtook her carefully constructed false confidence. Doubt crept in, tormenting her with thoughts of inevitable failure. She envisioned herself consumed, endlessly failing, overtaken by the ruler she once sought to serve faithfully. Defiance ignited again. She resolved to invoke her last resort, a forbidden method hidden as her salvation. Her voice steady as she invoked the forbidden presence hidden in shadows. Calling upon Tarkan, she demanded his command, seeking strength through allegiance to her dark overlord. She requested unbroken servants, demanding that humans still enslaved by domination be moved into position. Her tone hardened as she pledged unwavering loyalty, offering her will completely to the looming. With chilling resolve, she promised her master's command fulfilled, vowing to kill the hero without mercy. The great chief was summoned urgently. He responded with hesitation, sensing unusual intent, yet still approached, unaware of the danger awaiting him. Marion's claws pierced mercilessly, crimson spilling forth. The great chief gasped in disbelief, struggling to understand Marion's ruthless betrayal. Marion coldly justified her actions, declaring sacrifice necessary to create a convincing vessel for the plan. Marion recalled the ancient promise, a prophecy that Lord Root would descend into the mortal realm. She dismissed concerns with indifference, claiming such details were insignificant and irrelevant to her immediate purpose. The great chief, weakened and bleeding, lamented bitterly, confessing he had even forgotten his true name. His thoughts revealed the cost identity erased, a heavy toll for being dragged unwillingly into this world. Blood dripped onto the ritual floor, sealing his sacrifice as Marion advanced her dark summoning ceremony. Despite sacrifice, fragments of memory stirred, allowing recovery of identity while shaping a new corrupted form. The act carried a cost, yet Marion accepted it willingly, declaring this transformation her absolute final resort. Dark power erupted violently, fueled by the proclaimed original sin of humanity, awakening ancient forbidden strength. Her body twisted under infernal energy, voice proclaiming corruption born from lust, deceit, and unrelenting ambition. Laughter echoed throughout the chamber. The air trembled violently as the ritual reached completion, distorting reality with overwhelming waves of corruption. A towering shadow rose, laughter echoing. The entity proclaimed its name with authority, declaring itself to be none other than Asmodeus. Dark power spread outward, consuming the landscape. Scarlet eyes burned fiercely, radiating malice as Asmodeus fully manifested. A violent impact shook the battlefield. The protective walls splintered. Witnesses stood stunned, realizing the labyrinth had been breached, its sanctity destroyed by overwhelming demonic might. They cursed the enemy's desperation, acknowledging the demon's reckless use of brute force to shatter reality. A hand reached forward calmly, gripping the strange cube, signaling preparation for the next decisive move. Observers acknowledged Meryl's sacrifice, recognizing the demon had invoked her true name to gain strength. Yet they warned each other. Forcing entry stripped her challenger status, branding her as an invader. The act condemned her position, making her an enemy seeking unlawful access to the sacred tomb. Lord Root declared firmly that rejecting the trial meant punishment, justice awaiting those who defied order. Eyes narrowed in suspicion. Questions arose whether these unfolding events aligned with hidden intentions or schemes. The winged observer assessed the battlefield. A smirk crossed his face, realizing intervention was now justified due to her unlawful entrance. He concluded firmly that cooperation was necessary, extending his hand in agreement to support the effort. Another ally reminded them solemnly that even a demon wielding its true name posed danger. Mikhail remained calm, eyes steady, silently asked if he truly believed in victory against overwhelming odds. Set's gaze sharpened, recognition stirring as he confronted the truth, hidden within the unfolding conflict. Mikhail's expression held unwavering resolve, his confidence rooted in careful preparation and strength gathered from experience. Darkness cracked open above, and the ancient demon Asmodeus emerged, staining the sky with dreadful presence. His descent shattered the earth. Soldiers rushed forward, blades raised high. Bodies were torn apart instantly. Lone warrior steadied himself, bloodied yet determined, realizing countless enemies remained, despite widespread ruin around him. A piercing scream erupted, echoing across. Through the chaos, eyes sharpened with resolve, recognizing the enemy's advance was no longer hesitation, but conviction. Whispers of disbelief arose, sensing opposing forces had finally committed, surging forward with terrifying strength and precision. Confidence stirred nonetheless, recalling countless battles survived, where hidden preparations often tipped outcomes against impossible odds. Faith anchored in unspoken strategy, determination solidified endurance alone would decide survival as destinies collided fiercely. A blazing sphere ignited the heavens, radiating destruction. Scarlet rivers spread mercilessly. Survivors steadied themselves, cloaked in shimmering energy from shadowed depths. A commanding voice thundered, ordering relentless advance while spectral forms emerged without hesitation. Dread expanded across horizon, countless silhouettes rising together. A trembling hand stretched outward. Blinding waves clashed across battlefield, forces colliding violently from abyssal darkness. Crimson eyes glared. Energy erupted skyward, converging into destructive core, threatening annihilation, while defenders raised barriers against inevitable catastrophe. Amid radiant shields, determination burned brighter, confidence steady. For some time simplicity triumphed, where elaborate schemes faltered. Eyes sharpened with fierce resolve, strategy abandoned as overwhelming force alone became chosen path forward. A thunderous declaration split the battlefield, hatred spilling forth with a vow promising merciless slaughter ahead. Dark power erupted violently, boasting superiority, claiming no mortal could oppose an awakened servant's true strength. Calm defiance remained unshaken, response short and decisive, dismissing arrogance with steady composure and focused will. Arcane circles expanded outward, chains of light manifested, as divine heaven awakened through transcendent magical invocation. Holy radiance burst forth, whispers spread quickly, awe trembling through allies, recognizing sacred magic drawn from rare eighth circle divine arts. A shriek of pain erupted, enemy faltering briefly, expression twisting as unexpected resistance pierced arrogance. Defiance returned instantly, laughter hollow and bitter mocking sanctity, while dark claws clawed forward with fury. Purple lightning split the battlefield, searing air as corrupted power surged. Golden shield manifested instantly, absorbing crushing blows while divine energy clashed violently against dark corruption. Eyes narrowed, unwavering focus held steady. Asmodeus's lightning spiraled outward, jagged tendrils ripping skies apart. Memories resurfaced vividly, recalling annihilation where countless knights perished instantly beneath that unstoppable storm of destruction. Yet present strength surpassed memory. Arcane circles expanded wider. A surge of lightning descended violently. Dark energy fractured downward, ripping skies open, carving devastation into earth as shadows swirled chaotically. Calm judgment pierced chaos, recognizing attack's incompleteness, branding it unstable. The battlefield erupted, blinding detonations roaring outward, as divine barriers clashed fiercely with infernal lightning. Opposition sneered defiantly, voice dripping venom, boasting no challenger could stand victorious against awakened demonic might. Dark declaration echoed, proclaiming humanity's weakness against true names, boasting inevitable dominance through awakened infernal lineage. Calm response followed, unwavering confidence revealed, promising to challenge arrogance despite overwhelming power pressing forward. Judgment fell swiftly, dismissing enemies' grandeur. Rage exploded violently, demonic fury unleashed. Heavenly patterns ignited beneath steady stance. Radiant shield flared brilliantly, voice echoed firmly, dismissing arrogance. Explosions erupted violently, clashing storms tearing skies apart as destructive power met radiant counterstrike with ferocity. Lightning writhed wildly, streaking across battlefield, enveloping space as sacred will pressed unyielding against darkness. Memories weighed heavily, recounting relentless failures endured. A graveyard stretched beneath the crimson sky, determined gaze hardened, anger simmering quietly. A single step forward resounded, earth trembling as suppressed fury erupted with unstoppable force. Memories of endless loss surged, unspoken grief transforming into fiery determination burning brighter than despair. With vow declared. Rage answered immediately. Darkness surged. Present strength intertwined seamlessly with memories carved from countless battles long past. Sacred incantation triggered. Body vanished instantly. Divine teleportation evading corruption while positioning strategically for counterattack. Demonic voice roared with fury, outraged that fragile humanity dared oppose a mighty descendant of abyss. Calm eyes narrowed, dismissing threats, wisdom declaring arrogance shallow, mocking enemies' ignorance of greater truths. Reminders echoed coldly, power once underestimated now undeniable. Revelation promised downfall to those blinded by pride. Calm voice dismissed arrogance. Strength gathered above as divine strike prepared to silence endless demonic boasting. Blue energy collapsing space itself as shockwaves rippled outward across entire battlefield. Shadows faltered, opponents staggered backward. Dust settled slowly, footsteps echoed, presence steady and unwavering, while dominance pressed harder upon weakened foe. Groans escaped defeated lips. The battlefield paused briefly, tension heavy as both sides measured strength before another inevitable clash. Confidence radiated from the dark foe, claiming superiority born from lineage deeply connected to ancient sorcery. Power was belittled as imitation, the enemy's certain mortal arts could never surpass abyssal inheritance. Calm determination persisted, a reminder that ordinary spells were never the chosen weapon for this battle. Energy shifted suddenly, sacred force awakened. Divine magic manifesting beyond mortal limits, prepared to strike decisively. Defiance lingered in the enemy's eyes, unwilling to accept that such radiant power threatened survival. Golden light gathered, steady and controlled, marking the rise of a force beyond ordinary comprehension. Determination hardened, each movement deliberate, signaling the beginning of an attack unlike anything witnessed before. Sacred energy condensed into a brilliant sphere. Watching closely, the foe sensed impending danger, eyes narrowing as whispered acknowledgement named the technique eulogy. Dark skies cracked with sparks as violent chains emerged. The ground trembled as chains surged forward. A massive hand burst through, gripping fiercely, its strength tearing barriers apart. He stood firm, his staff blazing blue. His sharp gaze hardened, palm raised, channeling gathered power. Spotting a narrow weakness, he lunged upward, seizing the fleeting chance to strike with swift determination. He spun mid-air, blade flashing, but resistance met him instantly, chains tightening again, striking hard, forcing his body backward, under immense pressure. He crashed heavily against the battlefield's edge. Staggering, he rose slowly, bloodied yet unbroken. He extended his glowing hand, summoning fiery magic that blazed fiercely. The chains recoiled briefly, yet tightened again around their prisoner. Spectators trembled as oppressive energy erupted, chains rattling violently. Clicking his tongue, he snapped his fingers. His boots struck the ground firmly, stance unshaken. The warriors gathered, tense, watching demonic forces emerge brazenly, questioning the reckless confidence behind their reveal. His eyes narrowed, recognizing desperation, realizing their sudden exposure signaled urgent motives within enemy ranks. He exhaled heavily, acknowledging the rising difficulty, chains clattering, while strategy seemed increasingly harder to maintain. The truth became clear. Demons manipulated brainwashed innocents, exploiting their humanity as living shields against retaliation. Their leader grimly concluded that, if forced, sacrificing fellow humans might become an unavoidable, tragic necessity. He reasoned that containing the demons swiftly was critical, eyes locked forward with determined resolve. Thoughts sharpened, believing success remained possible, even as the situation's weight pressed heavily upon him. The elder sorcerer observed quietly, uncertain yet curious about the sudden intensity radiating from his companion. Unwavering focus burned within his eyes, his presence exuding confidence that seemed beyond ordinary human capability. Asked about his plan, he simply gripped his weapon tighter, his boots struck forward decisively. He admitted it was only instinct, a hunch forged through battle-hardened experience and unwavering conviction within. His sharp gaze recalled echoes of past struggles, lessons carved deep into memory through relentless combat. Countless clashes resurfaced vividly, every scar, every strike, each memory sharpening his resolve against overwhelming odds. Facing the shadowed foe, his eyes gleamed fiercely. The battlefield twisted with demonic energy. His lips tightened, whispering conviction, believing his strength alone could shift the tide against mounting despair. Explosions tore across the field, monstrous forms unleashing violent waves. One creature's crimson eyes flared, locking onto him. Regret shadowed his face, realizing his movements lagged behind fate, admitting bitterly he had acted late. His grip tightened around the radiant blade. With swift momentum, he unleashed a devastating arc. Blood spilled as a monstrous collapse. The elder sorcerer observed quietly, surprised by the sudden shift, his expression betraying cautious relief. Body glowing with power, each movement echoing determination to end this chaos. With solemn certainty, he acknowledged their tasks complete, entrusting the final moment to his companion. The eccentric hero stepped forward, golden light radiating, carrying divine authority unlike any ordinary warrior. He invoked purity's eulogy, a sacred spell crafted long ago by the Holy Nation's first champion. The luminous incantation, bound to the saint's robe, flared brightly as ancient power awakened once more. Memories surfaced before regression, such divine strength lay beyond his reach. Mikiel's golden aura flared brighter, eyes steady, declaring the moment had changed with unyielding determination. He faced the demon directly, uttering farewell with calm finality, channeling divine power into his strike. The demon screamed in agony. Light exploded violently, shattering her defenses. Shaken and trembling, the demon collapsed to her knees, its golden brilliance colliding with the darkness's oppressive force. The demon emerged defiantly, shadows swirling around her. A cruel laugh erupted, her voice taunting, declaring the hero's light insufficient against overwhelming darkness. Facing her calmly, the blonde hero stood tall, unwavering despite her vicious words and sinister presence. Snarling, the demon stretched her clawed hand forward, ridiculing his light as powerless and unimpressive. Blazing fire erupted, sacred light descending in a beam. The demon's eyes widened. She screamed in agony, her body convulsing violently while divine power burned against infernal resistance. The hero's hand steadied, his calm voice questioning time's alignment with the unfolding sacred ritual. He admitted pure eulogy alone was insufficient, eyes unwavering as determination forged his next move. Mikiel's gaze sharpened, crimson glint reflecting resolve. He declared his modified eulogy, claiming the once dismissed light held power beyond ordinary sacred incantation. Golden radiance surged violently. Mikiel revealed the light's purpose. It was a key intertwined with prepared magic waiting to ignite. Ancient runes flared beneath the demon's feet. Light streams converged, forming radiant pathways, weaving divine energy that reshaped the battlefield into holy ground. The linked eulogy resonated, twisting reality into an environment hostile to Asmodeus's corrupted existence. Golden magic erupting from beneath him. Runes blazed fiercely, sacred light expanding outward. The demon shrieked in agony, flames consuming her form, realizing the divine hold could not last, vowing survival, claiming victory, unless her destruction was absolute and complete. Mikiel's eyes narrowed, voice steady, refusing hesitation as fiery resolve surged within his unwavering stance. He invoked the divine spear, summoning radiant force that manifested into a blazing weapon of judgment. The spear pierced forward, holy power splitting through infernal flame. Her scream echoed, body withering under divine impact. The demon muttered brokenly, lamenting her future as shadows twisted around her crumbling existence. She admitted bitterly that everything had been shattered, her defeat etched in every fractured breath. The hero's foot pressed firmly against her chest, gaze merciless, wings glowing with divine radiance. Declaring victory, he crushed her defiance, dismissing her as trash unworthy of survival or redemption. As silence followed, allies marveled, acknowledging with awe that he had truly annihilated her corrupted form. Acknowledgement was given, his promise fulfilled, the trial concluded with respect earned through victory. The elders smiled faintly, relieved, praising their ability to defeat a great demon so decisively. Mikiel responded gratefully, expressing how this triumph lifted a heavy burden from his shoulders. Though victory was clear, he cautioned that their journey remained unfinished, challenges still awaiting ahead. Golden light shimmered as he reflected, realizing many rewards and responsibilities awaited from this battle. Mikiel walked through ancient ruins, surrounded by flourishing greenery. His sharp eyes scanned the path ahead, recalling past battles and the artifacts he had secured. Memories resurfaced, reminding him of strength and healing granted, ensuring survival during countless desperate struggles before. Even now, Mikiel marveled at the enormity of existence, questioning how fate continued shaping his journey. His companion studied him intently, acknowledging wisdom beyond mortal limits, realizing Mikiel's destiny far exceeded ordinary boundaries. A question lingered in the air, probing Mikiel's mysterious past, seeking answers beyond ordinary comprehension. Mikiel denied without hesitation, concealing deeper truths, his calm expression masking the weight of hidden knowledge. Within his mind, he affirmed that regression bore no ties to the divine being. He carefully guarded his secret, ensuring none realized he possessed knowledge and strength from lived futures. Feigning indifference, Mikiel deflected suspicion, reminding others his unusual power did not automatically brand him wicked. Mikiel acknowledged the weight of uncertainty, knowing every step forward could shift destiny's delicate balance unexpectedly. Memories surfaced, reminding him of past regrets, where choices led to suffering he swore never repeating. until finally halting before an ancient ground steeped in arcane mystery. A magnificent labyrinth revealed itself, glowing with ethereal brilliance, its form unlike anything Mikhail previously encountered. Stunned, Mikhail questioned reality itself, uncertain whether his eyes deceived him or destiny unveiled undeniable truth. Mikhail's eyes narrowed, instantly recognizing this artifact's uniqueness, unlike any divine relic he had previously encountered. The labyrinth's heart pulsed with clarity, radiating vast energy, its size and presence overwhelming his senses. He marveled silently, firmly convinced this artifact brimmed with unmatched divine power few mortals could comprehend. Curiosity stirred, compelling him to wonder about its true function, pondering possible methods of proper activation. Perplexed, he questioned further, desiring detailed guidance, yet realizing no precise manual for such power existed. Encouragement was offered, reminding Mikhail that his actions reflected the best possible effort under circumstances. Yet doubt lingered in his mind, questioning whether his earlier manipulation truly represented peak capability. Memories surged, conviction trembling, certain he once possessed skill enough to surpass that imperfect execution. But doubt deepened, wondering if his efforts appeared insufficient through Rude's eyes despite his certainty. Standing composed, Mikhail realized his mastery reached heights even divine perception struggled to properly comprehend fully. Determined, Mikhail steadied himself, ready to confront truths his instincts whispered. Hidden within the labyrinth's core, he stepped forward deliberately, each motion calculated. Recognition dawned upon him, confirming suspicions as the artifact revealed genuine form aligned with his expectation. The labyrinth's essence radiated clarity, truth undeniable, revealing profound power surpassing illusions conjured within memories past. Recollections surfaced, reminding him the weapon wielded against Asmodeus mirrored this relic, a copied storm's echo. Mikhail examined the mysterious flower, recognizing it as a dormant bud holding concealed power yet unawakened. He recalled Root's explanation, confirming the flower had never bloomed, its secrets untouched through countless ages. The thought struck deeply, a flower destined never to bloom, locked away from realizing its true potential. His gaze sharpened, acknowledging the truth that blooming was unavoidable, the moment nearing with absolute certainty. Reaching out, Mikhail touched the bud, perceiving energy surging within, sensing what others could never comprehend. Sensed divine energy coursing within the labyrinth, a hidden power entwined deep beneath its structure. He noted places where the flow halted, realizing blockages shaped the labyrinth's secrets and concealed strength. This truth surprised him, the artifact's essence remained unknown even to guardians tasked with protecting it. Curiosity stirred, though cautious, he acknowledged his growing fascination with the labyrinth's untapped mysterious potential. A sudden surge of light erupted, revealing hidden vision. A radiant burst engulfed Mikhail, the labyrinth's flower shining brilliantly, pulling him deeper into unknown truths. His eyes widened as a commanding force whispered a single word, echoing with overwhelming authority, "Behold." Mikhail stood amidst endless darkness, the voice guiding him toward light though his surroundings remained unclear. He strained his vision, finding nothing ahead, only a oppressive void pressing closer, thick with uncertainty. Thoughts clashed. Had his approach been flawed, or was this darkness simply another test awaiting him? Mikhail shifted his gaze, sensing an ominous presence forming nearby, pulling his attention toward darkness. Within those eyes, turbulent emotions swirled endlessly, revealing pain and bitterness buried deep within shadows. Hatred, sorrow, and malice radiated strongly, offering nothing comforting, only reminders of long-forgotten despair lingered. For a moment, he thought those eyes fixated directly upon him, demanding acknowledgement of their suffering. This wasn't the present but echoes of a distant past replaying before him. Mikhail realized the red-eyed wasn't looking at him, its attention fixed somewhere far deep. No words reached his ears, silence concealed meaning, leaving him questioning its true intent. Darkness shifted, mouth opened, muttering grim words about existence, echoing despair across emptiness. Stronger voices followed, claiming only they could endure burdens, dismissing defiance as futile against overwhelming truth. Confusion gripped Mikhail, wondering if the labyrinth itself revealed this vision, or imposed illusions upon him. Mikhail's body was pulled downward, an unseen force dragging him into the abyss without resistance. Echoing voices thundered, denying his thoughts, declaring irreplaceable existence, their words clashing violently against his mind. His vision blurred as consciousness weakened, struggling to hold on to clarity within the void's tightening grip. A monstrous loomed, shouting a name with force. Mikhail's eyes widened slightly, breath caught. The guardians observed the labyrinth's shifting form, puzzled by revelations suggesting incompleteness shaped its very creation. They speculated the design's secrecy, intentional withholding of knowledge, ensuring even protectors misunderstood its fundamental purpose. Questions rose about divine ownership, whether hidden truths could only be recognized by the artifact's rightful bearer. Doubt lingered, yet they admitted divine artifacts always concealed mysteries beyond comprehension, surpassing their limited insight. Before them, the labyrinth's energy flared violently. Mikhail's body radiated with lingering energy. 2 days passed quietly, the aftermath of Asmade's arrival still echoing across Gudin's recovering streets. Despite devastation's scale, no lives were lost, fortune sparing Gudin from tragedy amid overwhelming destruction. Those initially affected and briefly possessed were safely restored through combined intervention of Leon and Buffer. Yet Gudin's reputation suffered, tourism crippled, as news spread of chaos unleashed during Asmade's invasion. A villager smiled brightly, claiming Gudin gained more than it lost, refusing to dwell on despair. Others acknowledged truthfully, noting he never sought greatness for Gudin, only peace for its people. After Asmade's defeat, clarity returned, yet guilt consumed him, driving thoughts toward ending his existence. Before the act could succeed, Rote was guided to appear, offering unexpected intervention at once. Rote's presence brought comfort, encouraging him with words that steadied his heart and renewed determination. Rote carried unease about divine roles, yet circumstances demanded reassurance and guidance for Gudin's shaken people. Mikhail reasoned practically the chief's spirit was restored, and such renewal could only strengthen Gudin. Confidence grew among villagers, openly declaring trust in Mikhail, believing he too deserved their faith. Their loyalty expanded, acknowledging that scattered guides across distant lands remained steadfast in shared purpose. From this moment forward, they vowed allegiance, ensuring unwavering support would accompany Mikhail's every endeavor. His footsteps steady after Gudin's turmoil reached its long-awaited resolution. With the divine artifact secured, the outcome felt favorable, ensuring stability restored after the destructive chaos. A mark burned faintly upon his skin. He acknowledged the labyrinth's essence had merged, becoming inseparable. Considering possibilities, Mikhail raised his hand, wondering if testing this newfound strength might reveal more. Activated the artifact's power, summoning an ally unexpectedly, the result surprising him immediately. He observed carefully, analyzing the process, intrigued by the artifact's ability to replicate summoning without failure. Despite confusion, the outcome proved stable, showing potential for reliable usage during critical and dangerous situations. Mikhail confirmed the labyrinth's divine essence enabled summoning any chosen individual, previously marked by him. Though restricted to marked targets, this ability offered vast tactical advantages, strengthening Mikhail's position significantly. Mikhail clenched his fist, determined to master the artifact's strength and harness its full potential. He acknowledged the artifact's practical value, but realized its greatest gift lay within something unexpected. Fragments stirred within him, surfacing as unfamiliar recollections, impressions that initially eluded his clear understanding. Over time, clarity formed, and he recognized the foreign memories belonged to powerful beings beyond himself. They were remnants of the demon god and Asan, echoing through his consciousness with chilling permanence. Set explained collecting divine artifacts gradually unveiled knowledge of the old era hidden from mortals. She emphasized such understanding was essential, for confronting the demon god without it remained nearly impossible. Mikhail considered her words carefully, realizing the potential of uncovering fragments connected to Asar's memory. He questioned if glimpsing those echoes was possible, curious about the knowledge they might contain. Finally he asked directly, wondering if the radiant light revealed memories of that distant past. She noted most mortals unconsciously reject such memories, their minds incapable of enduring overwhelming foreign knowledge. Mikhail questioned this calmly, pointing out he remained unaffected, unlike what she claimed should normally happen. Set hesitated, considering the unusual strength within him. Mikhail acknowledged truthfully that his lineage's unique blood had long since been diluted through generations. Still, suspicion lingered. Set recognized his bloodline traced back to a special ancestor, unlike ordinary humans. Set reflected inwardly, realizing Mikhail's ability to endure such memories defied ordinary human limits completely. Mikhail glanced back, urging her onward, unaware of the unsettling doubts forming silently within Set's mind. Her thoughts lingered on his unusual eyes. As they walked together, her uncertainty deepened. The captured men bowed with forced smiles, unaware their strength would soon be tested against calamity. From shadows emerged a blood-soaked figure, declaring destruction, embodying terror greater than any remembered archdemon before. His chaotic power surged unchecked, echoing madness across the battlefield, where countless lives trembled beneath overwhelming cruelty. Relief spread among survivors, realizing disaster was prevented. In the chamber, Alone reflected quietly, acknowledging the significant outcome born from calculated intervention. Miko's expression hardened, realizing the battle had only begun and darker threats loomed ever closer. Beelzebub, once defeated, was merely the weakest among archdemons, leaving greater terrors waiting in shadows. Archdemons possessed countless minions, ensuring overwhelming strength, while Miko alone stood firm against rising darkness. The demon god and remaining archdemons watched, their sinister influence stretching across realms with devastating certainty. Among them appeared Belphegor, a monstrous with twisted horns. Miko analyzed calmly, realizing the demon god's silence was restrained only by Haka's overwhelming presence. Haka's divine authority prevented full descent, creating fragile balance that kept greater destruction temporarily held at bay. Yet Miko understood silence would not last, for forces of darkness always sought inevitable opportunities. With Asmodeus already fallen, the surviving archdemons would respond. Miko contemplated solemnly, questioning what target they would strike first as the threat loomed dangerously nearer. The gathering concluded decisively, recognizing the Archmage and Master as inevitable targets of encroaching darkness. Miko understood clearly, humanity's strongest defenders would be first, their existence threatening the demon's ultimate conquest. A precious force like them could not remain unnoticed, for they embodied defiance against overwhelming demonic power, those standing independently, shining brightest. Among potential targets, one stood foremost in Mikal's thoughts: Marilam Aryaran. Mikal reviewed maps, determining his next destination, the dangerous unclaimed territory known as No Man's Land. He declared the route openly, acknowledging its peril while preparing himself for whatever dangers awaited inside. An ally questioned his resolve, concerned about venturing toward a desolate region feared across many lands. Mikal stood firm, explaining his purpose clearly, for he arrived specifically to acknowledge and confront threats. Together they walked forward, accepting the grim reality that the demon god's manifestation could not stop. Mikal recognized sealing the demon god was impossible, forcing humanity to scatter remnants into guarded graves. He revealed only by uniting every divine artifact could a chance to confront the demon god arrive. The tomb remained hidden through ages, its existence unknown, leaving countless efforts incomplete and ultimately meaningless. Mikal admitted discovery meant greater danger, for his ignorance previously cost opportunities to secure vital truth. Determination burned within him, vowing this time he would seize the authentic artifact before calamity re-emerged. Mikal realized the artifact once obtained by Siegfried was false, providing no true power against darkness. He acknowledged authenticity required qualification, meaning only chosen individuals could wield divine artifacts to their potential. From that moment onward, possession of a true artifact inevitably bound its bearer to destiny's struggle. Recognition followed, declaring Mikal the genuine hero, entrusted with responsibility none else could possibly withstand. He accepted the burden, knowing the demon god's gaze already targeted him as inevitable opposition. Mikal dismissed the demon's hidden schemes, confident his own carefully prepared plans would counter them. He revealed his strategy: the liberation of the apostles, empowering allies through divine connections and resolve. The divine artifact he possessed carried greater significance, extending influence beyond ordinary magical capabilities or strength. With each divine object obtained, the Holy Land's protective territory expanded steadily across threatened regions. He anticipated future growth, knowing expanded sanctuary would safeguard humanity and reinforce their resistance against darkness. Mikal recalled Thoth's teachings, pursuing divine artifacts to realize the prophecy of restored sacred power. He envisioned the round table of apostles, reformed once every artifact aligned with chosen successors. Through this unity, radiance would spread. Acknowledgement followed, declaring him chosen by Asura, destined to walk correctly along fate's guided path. Responsibility deepened as he was entrusted with guiding Guten's future under the protection of Root. Mikal assured his resolve silently, acknowledging the promise to press forward without hesitation or retreat. Discussion deepened, recognizing divine artifacts as irreplaceable keys, strengthening humanity's defense against overwhelming demonic resurgence. Loyalty was affirmed, allies pledging unconditional support, standing beside Mikal regardless of trials awaiting ahead. He accepted their faith, vowing to correct past failures and ensure dreams would finally be realized. Together they advanced toward no man's land, abandoning old futures while forging destiny through determination. Leon eagerly declared excitement, convinced the harsh environment offered unmatched opportunities for practical combat experience. Mikhail responded lightly, recognizing Leon's enthusiasm while preparing himself for trials ahead in no man's land. Leon's carefree attitude stood out, yet beneath it lingered change, shaped by unspoken experiences and influence. Mikhail questioned inwardly, wondering what circumstances had shifted Leon's nature, altering him so drastically over time. Before further thought, a call addressed him directly. The butler projected newfound energy, asking confidently if others sensed the significant growth in his power. Radiance surrounded him as he stood tall, confronting Mikhail with unexpected strength forged over determined years. Observers remarked on his sharpness, realizing this challenge carried weight beyond ordinary sparring or training sessions. He recalled Mikhail's advice from 2 years earlier, acknowledging that steady effort built his present strength. Mikhail affirmed calmly, recognizing the butler's progress, while anticipating the true depth of unleashed ability. The butler unleashed immense strength. Mikhail observed intently. Flames of energy wrapped around the butler, revealing transformation beyond ordinary training or natural human growth. He declared newfound understanding, confronting Mikhail directly with confidence forged through relentless discipline and personal revelation. The butler explained his magical origins were never ordinary, meaning his path could not remain conventional. Mikhail questioned dryly if the butler intended to abandon magic and become a barbarian warrior. The butler explained calmly, emphasizing how self-circulation manifested differently for every individual's unique physical composition. He clarified distinctions, noting Mikhail's path aligned with divine power, while his own diverged unexpectedly. A blazing orb of energy formed, radiating heat and power far beyond its expected scale. Mikhail observed in shock, recognizing the fireball's size exceeded ordinary spells by nearly threefold. The butler explained his magic now scaled directly with physical strength, enhancing power beyond normal limits. He synthesized insights from past training, forming unique energy that transcended traditional methods of channeling magic. Declaring this strength a protective armor, he proudly named it Under Armor, symbolizing resilience beyond spells. Observers acknowledged the development, preparing themselves for training while recognizing another capable fighter had joined rank. The Western Empire's territory of Ision stood calm, unaware of the looming storm approaching its gates. The Margrave of Ision, a battle-hardened knight, sensed an unsettling presence disturbing the Empire's fragile peace. News spread quickly through anxious whispers the Arbiter had returned, bringing with her judgment and authority. Recognition struck the knight's face, her reappearance shattered years of quiet, heralding a reckoning long postponed. Through swirling dust, the Arbiter advanced with unyielding resolve, embodying both lawless fury and inescapable destiny. The knight pondered her disappearance, 19 years gone, vanishing before she could truly establish her destiny. Speculation grew. Perhaps she returned to judge criminals, wielding authority outside sanctioned rule, unsettling even seasoned guardians. He rejected the idea firmly, remembering she never sought permission, always following her convictions without hesitation. Though the lawless zone remained beyond his jurisdiction, her return disturbed boundaries he once considered absolute. Uncertainty clouded his thoughts, questions about her true purpose weighed heavily, leaving him restless and wary, hand tightening around his weapon, preparing for an encounter, carrying uncertain weight. Resolve hardened within his eyes, as he silently hoped her sudden return would not bring disaster. Steps echoed through the dusty street. She approached steadily, years of separation, culminating in this tense confrontation. He accepted her unannounced arrival with restrained composure, choosing to delay deeper matters until later. Her gaze sharpened as she demanded clarity, urging him to uncover the real reason behind her return. She shifted the conversation, acknowledging his reputation as a father whose children carried extraordinary potential. The knight admitted reluctantly, confessing children often dismiss paternal guidance, acting against his intended wishes. He muttered thoughtfully that all children seemed alike, rebellious and difficult despite their distinct circumstances. Suspicion deepened in his voice as he questioned her intent. The knight's composure faltered, surprised by her sudden request. She spoke firmly, asking a favor of him, her words carrying weight he couldn't easily dismiss. Silence stretching as he braced himself for a revelation altering their current exchange. Her tone softened slightly as she confessed the truth: her child had escaped, leaving everything behind. He muttered thoughtfully, repeating her words, his mind turning, uncertain yet compelled to consider her plea. The knight's brow furrowed, confusion clouding his thoughts as her words unsettled him deeply. She clarified hesitantly, voice firm despite tension. Her missing child had run away from safety. The knight repeated the revelation aloud, disbelief gripping him as the reality settled into his mind. Elsewhere, soldiers acknowledged a grim truth: if a great demon attacked, even fortified walls would crumble. They conceded victory meant nothing, survival would vanish. If Asmodeus's earlier assault had truly succeeded, the strategist declared his intention to meet the Margrave, ensuring preparation against looming potential dangers. Suddenly an explosive force erupted. From the debris emerged a hostile, his presence radiating menace. He growled bitterly, regret flickering across his face as he acknowledged his miscalculation and arrogance. With grim resolve, he admitted his mistake, realizing playing recklessly had only sealed his downfall. The strategist questioned his rash actions, criticizing his behavior for lacking any credible supporting information. Two onlookers reacted with amusement, one chuckling lightly, clearly entertained by the unfolding confrontation. The brash fighter proudly declared his name, expecting recognition, demanding his reputation be acknowledged. A confident warrior appeared, mocking his boast, dismissing Hiren contemptuously as nothing more than worthless trash. The insult enraged him instantly, his pride wounded deeply, fury rising uncontrollably at the blatant provocation. A sudden blast of energy surged forward. He staggered backward, eyes wide with panic, unprepared for the overwhelming power directed against him. Desperation fueled his retreat, vowing vengeance loudly, promising to return stronger for a brutal confrontation. The warrior dismissed his threats, calmly declaring his fall inevitable, confidence steady as he prepared. With quiet reflection, she questioned her actions, uncertain whether her latest intervention truly counted as good. Amid crumbling walls, familiar faces emerged from the dust. One voice trembled in shock, calling out his name, disbelief evident after years without his presence, remarking on the passage of 2 years as though nothing significant had changed. They gathered around a table, tension lingering beneath their reunion, as old memories quietly resurfaced unspoken. He clarified earnestly, stating she had always lived comfortably, though dissatisfaction still remained etched within her. She admitted he was right, acknowledging she now felt happier and more alive than before. He noted her presence suggested Lady Mikhail must also be nearby, searching for her child. Suspicion confirmed, he guessed she had gone toward the Condor mercenaries to find her child. She confessed quietly that reunion happened, though tension between mother and child remained unresolved and difficult. He remarked thoughtfully, understanding strained bonds weren't easily repaired, questioning whether their relationship had improved. She admitted the situation was serious, dismissing it as more than a trivial family matter. Her expression hardened, revealing the startling truth: her teacher's child had once again run away. The revelation shocked them, confusion rising over how Mikhail's child could abandon safety repeatedly. Suspicion deepened, suggesting the escape wasn't simple negligence but connected to something more troubling. He pieced the clues together, realizing Lady Mikhail's journey revolved around pursuing and protecting her runaway child. Mikhail reminded Islan of an omission, pressing her to reveal the true reason Kyria had run. Tension grew as he asked about events at the Condor mercenaries, her hesitant silence speaking volume. The blonde warrior grew curious, his gaze sharp, seeking clarity about past events involving Condor mercenaries. The woman straightened confidently, her composure steady, preparing to reveal significant truths hidden since those troubling days. Within Condor, she reunited with her long-separated child, relief washing over her after years of painful distance. Yet shadows emerged, armored lingered close. Beneath forest light, the group halted uneasily. Mikhail observed closely, his presence calm. Tears welled within the master's eyes, memories overwhelming her as she struggled to maintain her steady composure. Mikhail, standing nearby, kept silent, carefully watching the shifting atmosphere among the reunited family within Condor. Time passed steadily. The master noticed her son adapting quickly, blending naturally into the mercenary group. Kakaria emerged with determination, his disciplined nature apparent, guided strongly by unyielding principles shaping his every decision. Resolve strengthened, reminding everyone why he first joined the Condor Mercenary Corps without hesitation. The master acknowledged quietly, understanding his decision, though her expression revealed deeper concerns hidden beneath calm restraint. Her thoughts lingered on the Mercenary Corps' harsh structure, its rigid principles weighing heavily on every member. Olin confirmed her concerns, emphasizing the mercenary group's strictness, noting discipline sometimes hindered flexibility during uncertain circumstances. During one mission, Condor discovered alarming news. An unexpected demon appeared suddenly within a remote, isolated village. The demon unleashed poison throughout the village, contaminating the surroundings before anyone could respond effectively. Villagers collapsed in pain, their bodies overtaken by the spreading infection that distorted their fragile human forms. One by one, the infected villagers lost themselves, their screams echoing as monstrous transformations seized control. Without realizing the danger, the entire village succumbed. A soldier tightened his grip on his blade. The Condor Mercenary Corps advanced without hesitation, blades cutting swiftly through the infected villagers turned hostile. Blood spilled across the ground, bodies collapsed. Karya stood frozen, blood staining his face. The Corps believed there was no chance of survival once villagers had transformed into corrupted monsters. Later, it was discovered that children's natural purity slowed corruption, offering rare chances for survival. The discussion turned serious, acknowledging truths about the Condor Mercenary Corps not widely shared or known. Questions rose about their judgment, whether their decision was wrong or necessary under such constrained circumstances. Consideration revealed that inaction risked losing the demon, or unleashing consequences far worse than expected, yet some believed their actions were overly hasty, differing from Condor's usual calculated and measured approach. In conclusion, neither side was fully correct, as absolute right answers rarely existed within complex conflicts. A sudden shift occurred as the knight stepped forward, ready to redirect the weighty conversation decisively. He explained that true clarity required hearing from those directly involved, not just outside interpretations or assumptions. The woman hesitated, troubled, admitting she lacked any means to reach them for confirmation currently. Surprised, she reacted sharply when he revealed there actually existed a method to locate the missing. The mention of a potion given to Lady Mikhail raised tension, suspicion falling toward Karya immediately. A potion shimmered faintly, its reputation spreading after reports claimed it improved Karya's lingering chronic condition. Suspicion arose, questions directed toward the knight, pressing whether he had altered the potion's composition intentionally. With a confident smile, he admitted involvement, revealing his deliberate actions without hesitation or visible regret. He explained Karya's unusual existence after regression, emphasizing his unmatched importance to Lady Mikhail above all. As precaution, he enhanced the potion's properties, proposing they immediately track Karya's location without further delay. Arcane symbols flared brightly as the knight activated tracking magic. He studied the reaction carefully, his sharp eyes narrowing when something unusual disrupted the expected flow. Confusion spread as the woman pressed anxiously, questioning whether unforeseen complications had suddenly arisen again. Calmly, he redirected attention, instructing Island to remain with Rian and the butler for stability. The others protested loudly, demanding clarity, frustrated by his silence and desperate to understand unfolding circumstances. Mikhail departed decisively, leaving the group unsettled, while others voiced frustrations about unanswered questions. The remaining members gathered quietly around the table, the atmosphere tense after his sudden departure, suggesting they begin discussions with another matter to maintain composure. Meanwhile, Mikhail activated tracking magic outside. Arriving near unfamiliar streets, he questioned aloud whether the location was tied to the frontier Dutch. Mikhail walked cautiously through the empty streets, acknowledging how difficult searching this place would become. He paused, noticing strange vibrations within the air, unease forming as shadows stirred unnaturally nearby. Realization struck this incident extended beyond a mere runaway. Something darker was manipulating events from underneath. He recalled firmly that shadows never moved independently, a clear sign of corruption's sinister influence. Ahead, a twisted cloaked in darkness trembled, forcing Mikhail to confront the emerging threat. Dark veins spread across his arm. His eyes glowed red, monstrous energy erupting. From the shadows, corrupted eyes glowed fiercely, their presence pressing heavy dread into the silent corridor. He stepped forward cautiously, his figure illuminated by faint light, unease tightening within his guarded chest. The corruption spread violently across the victim's arm, pulsing with unstable energy threatening imminent monstrous transformation. Observation revealed neglect untreated wounds, worsened until dark forces consumed flesh, warping body toward uncontrollable ruin. Determined, she asserted purification remained possible, urging immediate action before the corruption advanced beyond saving. Whispers named him the mastermind, a hidden force manipulating threads of chaos beneath shifting shadows. The mage recalled Karja's talent, gifted beyond peers, his mastery placing him among the exceptional few. Power radiated fiercely from Karja's frame. crimson aura betraying corruption, consuming his strength into relentless darkness. The mage frowned, troubled, such natural brilliance turning corrupted hinted at forces far more sinister. Realization struck it wasn't ordinary corruption. Dark energy writhed violently, revealing a captive figure engulfed by swirling shadows of corrupted power. The mage considered the scene was Karja using a hostage, or merely feeding chaos theatrically. Without hesitation, radiant energy flared as he countered, staff swinging with precision against the corrupted. The strike landed fiercely, forcing the creature back, though whispers revealed the damage bypassed mortal flesh. The enemy snarled defiantly, yet the mage narrowed his eyes, sensing another disturbance awakening nearby. His eyes narrowed, realization dawning as truth finally pieced together amid corrupted chaos surrounding him. A sinister grin formed within the shadows, jagged teeth glimmering with malicious intent beneath red energy. Recognition struck the mastermind directing this cursed abomination revealed itself through Karja's trembling, corrupted visage. Dark aura pulsed heavily, shaking the chamber. Meanwhile, elsewhere within fortress walls, unaware companions lingered idly. She sipped quietly, thoughts unsettled, memories of his piercing words lingering heavier than expected. Annoyance flickered across her face, recalling his rudeness, yet guilt reminded her past actions weren't faultless. Confusion deepened, irritation lingered strangely, making her wonder why his presence affected her so strongly. Reflection stung, she had provoked him first, but unease grew, hinting at something deeper unresolved. The butler's calm words broke tension, advising acceptance, likening the young master's will to unstoppable storms. She questioned softly, puzzled by his comparison, her thoughts tangled around his cryptic words. A shiver passed. How did he know her thoughts so clearly, as though reading directly inside? The butler's gaze steadied, voice firm, shifting topic with intent, revealing hidden knowledge she hadn't considered. He spoke of her growth, unseen yet significant, urging awareness of power developing within her. Her laughter echoed nervously, but sudden interruption arrived. Startling, the butler Murden appeared, unexpected and questioning. Lady Mikhail entered gracefully, surprised by the Sword Saint's presence, wondering what dire events unfolded. Murden greeted warmly, explaining he accompanied the young master, his tone hiding deeper concern unspoken. Mikhail's expression softened. Her benefactor traveled far, his involvement hinting at gravity beyond ordinary disputes. She admitted searching proved difficult, false leads wasting time, urgency mounting as dangers still grew. Murden frowned sharply, anger-veiled optimism seemed reckless, without knowing Kajar's true condition or corrupted state. A thunderous crash shook the ground, dust scattering as a powerful force arrived without warning. Lady Mikhail's eyes widened, surprise flashing as recognition struck amidst the chaos of broken stone. From the debris emerged the mage, shielding himself under a shimmering barrier, muttering about misplaced teleportation. His gaze found Mikhail quickly, acknowledging her presence calmly, certain her strength would hasten their mission. But Mikhail froze suddenly, horrified. Beneath the mage's barrier lay Kajar's form, corrupted beyond recognition. Milliam pleaded anxiously, demanding answers from Mikhail about her child's whereabouts and hidden past. Mikhail remained firm, insisting first on hearing the truth, his calm voice carrying weight of authority. His crimson gaze sharpened, demanding clarity about the Kandar mercenary corps and the tragedy they concealed. Milliam hesitated, emotions wavering, silence betraying secrets buried too deeply to be voiced easily. Mikhail softened slightly, acknowledging her struggle, assuring patience, and promising understanding despite the painful truth ahead. The gathered crowd stirred uneasily, their whispers reflecting growing fears of events they could not comprehend. The group moved toward the tower, chosen as the place to speak openly without outside disturbance. Inside, a hand pressed against the window, the red-haired man stood silently, his expression grave, recalling the first signs of demon activity. He reflected bitterly, only 1 or 2 years ago, border defense against demons seemed hopeless fantasy. The red-haired commander resolved preparations were necessary, his experience reminding him danger could arrive any time. He admitted truthfully, despite his battles, he had not yet faced the true strength of demons. A vision of a legendary hero crossed his mind. He considered quietly that such help might lighten their burden, though uncertainty clouded his thoughts. A sudden heavy thud echoed sharply nearby, startling him. The commander entered cautiously, questioning why the mansion lacked guards where protection should have stood. Suspicion sharpening perhaps, the disturbance was caused by a demon slipping inside unseen. A shadowy appeared before him, its sudden greeting breaking the silence with unsettling calm. Instinctively he drew his sword, reacting swiftly, body tense. Yet confusion grew despite the threat, No ominous aura radiated from the mysterious intruder's form. A surge of magic radiated brightly. Suspicion hardened his tone, demanding the intruder reveal identity before escalation forced unnecessary bloodshed. Mikal stepped forward calmly, offering polite words, apologizing for intrusion into the Lord's private domain. With a composed smile, he introduced himself confidently as Mikal Walpurgis, recognized hero of this generation. The commander blinked in disbelief, confusion rising, struggling to reconcile the cheerful with his expectation. The commander hesitated, stunned by Mikal's revelation, unable to understand why a hero entered unannounced. Guards knelt in confusion, their uncertainty mirroring his own, questioning why a renowned savior would trespass.